Chapter 271. Hellfire Ball. On the high platform closest to the lily bud of Arin, the mage in charge of overseeing the battle conjured a red-black fireball at the tip of his staff after a simple incantation. Go! As the mage's thought fell, the red-black fireball, containing terrifyingly high temperatures, flew fiercely towards the enormous lily in the deathmatch area. Will she win? Of course. Fire element is an absolute and overwhelming counter to grass element. I know this Arin is strong, but elemental counters are a natural law, and no matter how strong she is, she can't defy it. Holy crap! While some Minar staff around the overseeing mage were still discussing elemental counters, the red-black fireball, with lightning speed and a long fiery tail, slammed into the pale green magical protective membrane surrounding the lily bud. However, to everyone's astonishment, the fireball not only failed to destroy the so-called grass element barrier, which is absolutely countered by fire, surrounding the flower bud, it couldn't even make the barrier flicker. As if hitting something hard, the fireball exploded into countless chaotic flames the moment it touched the barrier, dissipating in all directions with the breeze. What? Impossible. That was a fireball of a fire mage level. Were those supervisors holding back? Logically, fire element is absolutely countered by grass element. Even a grass element archmage wouldn't dare to directly use a grass shield to withstand fire magic. This scene left the students' parents and the staff of Minar Academy around the deathmatch area dumbfounded. Their minds involuntarily conjured up the basic knowledge of the elemental counter system prevalent in human society. According to the mainstream view of the current Mage Association, elements have a counter relationship, such as water countering fire, fire countering ice, ice countering lightning, and so on. Among them, fire element is absolutely countered by grass element, because grass magic is mostly support and healing magic, not good at attack or defense. Even if a so-called grass shield is condensed from grass element, it can only temporarily resist some lightning magic or some minor ice magic. Against fire magic, it will basically shatter at the first touch. Therefore, in most cases, even if a grass element mage is a whole rank higher, it is difficult for them to defeat a fire element mage in a head-on confrontation. In other words, even if Eline is a grass element archmage, the grass shield she uses cannot remain undamaged under the full force attack of a fire element mage. Is Eline an archmage? Those present, as well as some viewers watching the live stream, did not know the answer. Some people only know that Eline's background is mysterious, and that she can command dragons. Others have seen related videos, and know that Eline is very powerful, capable of instantly killing a level 4 magical beast. But none of them understand the upper limit of this seemingly soft and cute little girl's power. Or rather, their common sense is limited to the upper limit of human magic and various proven elemental counter theories. What are you doing? Seeing that the fire elemental overseer beside him had fired a fireball, and the protective shield remained unscathed, his companion frowned. We can't go easy on her just because she's a popular freshman. The dean will dock our pay. I didn't hold back. The fire elemental overseer looked aggrieved. This is already one of the higher level small spells I can use. I can't exactly use a powerful warning on a freshman, can I? Alright, it's my turn for the next 5 minutes. The lightning elemental magic overseer looked incredulous. Watch me prepare a big one for this little sister. On the lawn not far away, as the soft golden light fell, Sophia, lying on Wendy's lap, had completely transformed into the vertical pupils of a dragon. Accompanied by a cute muttering sound, Sophia slowly sat up, raising her snow-white little hand to her eyes to examine it, as if confirming something. The girl's actions made Wendy lean closer. Little Elle? It's me. Sophia spoke, using the soft, cotton candy-like tone that Eline usually used. I tried to put my body into a dormant state. After confirming that she was now Sophia, Arin lowered her head somewhat shyly, as if saying to someone inside her, I'm sorry, Sister Sophia, I can only borrow your body for now. As she lowered her head, her long hair fell naturally down her back, some strands landing on the skin behind her neck, causing a ticklish sensation. Her legs were clearly encased in silk stockings, and her round-toed school shoes, with bows on her feet, were very comfortable, neither too loose nor too tight. She seemed to have just had afternoon tea. Her stomach felt slightly bloated. Today, Sophia was wearing the same Minar Academy uniform as Arin, paired with white stockings and round-toed shoes. She looked quite cute. Compared to Arin, Sophia was about 7 or 8 centimeters taller, and her hair wasn't as long, just past her waist. There were physical differences between them, but they weren't particularly noticeable. At least, from Arin's perspective. From Sophia's point of view, she didn't perceive much of a difference in their physical appearance. However, In terms of magic and strength, the difference between them was quite significant. I'm sure Sophia won't mind at all. She'd love to be controlled by you all day. Seeing that Erin was still a little embarrassed, Wendy stood up and pulled her up from the lawn. Little Erin only controlled Sophia for a few minutes before. Now it's a good time for a deeper experience. Sophia's body has a very high concentration of grass element. As for the other elements, light and water are slightly higher, while fire and lightning are the lowest. Erin tried using Sophia's body to apply grass elemental power to the nearby grass, then looked at the rapidly growing grass, and felt the flow of magic within her body, exclaiming, "It's definitely a completely new experience." This experience was a bit like a level 999 max level player suddenly getting a level 10 alt. Before, casting spells would barely touch the mana bar percentage, but now even a small spell would quickly deplete it, and all sorts of high-level passives had disappeared. Most skills had almost no proficiency, making Erin slightly uncomfortable. However, since Sophia was willing to give her time and cooperate with this test, Eline wouldn't let her down. Light and grass elements complement each other, similar to water and ice elements. Condensing a small ball of light in her palm, Eline glanced at the chaotic scene in the deathmatch arena and began to explain. If Sophia wants to learn about light elements, she can start with the most basic light ball. Remember how you feel in your body right now, and gather your light elements. Today, I try my best to teach Sophia the light ball, and the most basic light healing spell. Chapter 272. As time passed, the battle among the students in the central deathmatch circle of Wiltonharu Island reached a fever pitch. Good, another one has betrayed me. How can you call this betrayal? Brother, I only promised to help you eliminate those two, not to accompany you to the finals. Besides, weren't you the one who attacked first? I already said, it was an accidental discharge. Saying it was an accidental discharge, but deep down you were probably planning to kill me, your more troublesome teammate, right? If I reacted, it was an accidental discharge. If I didn't, were you planning to take the opportunity to kill me? In an instant, betrayal, suspicion, anger, resentment, all sorts of emotions permeated the crowd. Because the freshmen of Minar Academy this year came from all over the country, and those who chose to participate in the deathmatch mode basically didn't know each other. Even if they formed alliances, it was a last-minute decision. No one could guarantee that their teammate wouldn't suddenly betray them. I formed an alliance with him. What if he gets recruited by another alliance and then eliminates me first? Should I eliminate this treacherous guy before he jumps ship? That other alliance has already grown to 5 people, and is almost invincible. Should we negotiate a 10-minute pause with them to break up that strongest alliance? My alliance already has more than 3 people. What if the people around us suddenly stop fighting and turn against us? If that happens, should I switch alliances or continue to defend my alliance? 2 people over there seem to be slacking off, not going all out to survive until the final rounds and exploit loopholes. Should we take out these 2 lone wolves first? In this environment, the situation within the deathmatch circle could only be described as utter chaos. Stop fighting. Those 3 in front have formed an alliance again. We can't let them get stronger. Brothers, gang up on those 3 first. Fine, you're going to fight a girl? We all be seeing each other all the time at Minar Academy. You're going to fight a girl? What's wrong? You can't fight a girl? You're going to stand up for her, huh? I beat you up too. Sorry, I don't need any help. Wow, she's amazing. I remember she's the only S-rank ice element talent this year, right? The Arcana, that fighting race, I think her name is Lilia? The already chaotic situation became even more chaotic due to the live stream factor, making many people's behavior even more cautious and strange. The thought of being watched by onlookers from all over the world during the deathmatch sparked a range of reactions. Some displayed gentlemanly conduct, others deliberately showcased their bravery on camera, and still others stood directly opposite a group from the start, unleashing a massive area of effect spell with the intention of showing off. Among the students, besides Eline, who voluntarily let herself be consumed by the lilies at the beginning, Lilia from Arcana was the most eye-catching. Although Lilia was an ice elemental mage, her weapon was an ice crystal greatsword, and she employed a berserker style of fighting, each strike aimed directly at vital points, showing no mercy. Bang! Lilia's height of over 1.6 meters is considered above average among freshmen, who are only 12 or 13 years old. Coupled with her nearly 2-meter-long ice crystal greatsword, she looks like a loyal and steadfast knight when she stands around the lily bud of Erin. No matter who it is, as long as they take a step closer to the lily bud, they will be frightened by Lilia's greatsword and retreat one after another. What's going on? The strongest ice elemental freshman and the grass elemental freshman teamed up? This isn't really a team up, is it? Lilia is simply protecting Arin. I was wondering how Arin, a grass elemental mage, would fight in the deathmatch tournament, so this is her tactic? Relying on others to secure a top 3 spot? Holy crap. This woman is too fierce, I can't get close. Hey you guys over there, stop fighting. Come and take care of this strongest ice elemental mage first. If she survives to the finals, none of us have a chance. Damn it! Didn't you hear me say stop fighting? Taking advantage of the freshman's internal strife, Lilia, wielding an ice crystal greatsword, charged into the crowd, her eyes red, and began wildly slashing at the surrounding freshmen. Bang! Whoosh! Damn it! Lilia's here. Run! Fire shield too late, ah! What kind of move is that? How come an ice mage practices martial arts? The fighting race doesn't play games with you, run! Under the pressure of Lilia's ice crystal greatsword, in less than 5 minutes, the area around Lily Bud was completely cleared, and no student dared to take another step forward. That woman is terrifying. The situation is too chaotic right now. Let's maintain our advantage, and not provoke her easily. Despite having the upper hand in terms of momentum, she was still fighting against multiple opponents. While fighting the surrounding freshmen, Lilia still sustained many wounds, and bright red blood seeped out, soaking the Minar Academy uniform. However, the pain from her wounds only made Lilia calmer. She glanced at Lily Bud behind her, and once again raised her ice crystal greatsword expressionlessly. Lilia Katerina Mikhailovna came from Arkansas, a country perpetually covered in snow and ice. When she was about 7 or 8 years old, young Lilia went hunting with her mother, Katerina, in the Black Wolf Forest north of the royal palace, but they became separated due to a sudden blizzard. The horse carrying little Lilia ran into a snow-covered wasteland, startling a pack of wolves. At that time, Lilia only had a small knife left by her mother. The horse, terrified by the wolves, scattered and threw Lilia from its back. Faced with 4 or 5 hungry, cold adult wolves, young Lilia, after a brief moment of panic, instinctively drew her dagger and charged towards the largest alpha wolf in the pack. Despite being bitten on the shoulder, she plunged the dagger into the alpha wolf's heart. At the same time, the surrounding wolves pounced, tearing at the little girl in a frenzy. In a life-or-death moment, Lilia, covered in wounds from the wolves' bites in the snow, remembered some magic books she had seen in her mother's room and tried using ice magic on the wolves. Several ice spikes pierced the wolves' bodies, giving Lilia a chance to catch her breath. Based on her memory, she conjured an ice greatsword and pounced on the alpha wolf again, piercing its neck with a single strike. 2 fatal wounds instantly killed the wolf, and the surrounding wounded wolves scattered in terror. Lilia remembered nothing after that. She only knew that from then on, her mother rarely took her out, leaving her alone in the palace to study magic and swordsmanship. An ordinary girl might have developed a psychological trauma from wolves, injuries, and blood, but Lilia was not. After a long period of solitary contemplation in the palace, she came to the conclusion that pain would help her grow, because if she hadn't been bitten by a wolf as a child, she wouldn't have been able to learn ice magic. Therefore, Lilia, now covered in wounds from various magical attacks in the deathmatch area, was becoming increasingly calm. I will protect you. Facing the camera, Lilia slowly retreated to the vicinity of the lily buds and silently said in her heart, "In the name of Arcana." Chapter 273. This Lilia is so strong. Damn, is she a mage or a fighter? This little princess of Arcana seems to know everything. Is this the fighting race of Arcana? I thought it was just talk, but are they really that good? Lilia single-handedly fighting against a crowd quickly attracted the attention of a large audience. Because the Minar Academy's ice elemental uniforms are a crystal clear sky blue, with a design somewhat similar to a knight's skirt, and the great sword in Lilia's hand perfectly matches her clothes, Lilia, standing in the crowd wielding a great sword and covered in wounds, quickly became the focus of this chaotic battle. Many reporters immediately focused their cameras on the girl from Arcana, feeling both sorry for her and worried. Her skin is so nice, won't it leave scars after all that magic? Her shoulders are covered in burns, they're all red. If I were beaten like that, I probably would have backed out. There's no way around it, right now Eline and Lilia are the most famous. Eline is hiding inside the flower bud, so Lilia is the most conspicuous target. Really? I thought Lilia attacked that trio first. Of course, that trio targeted Eline's flower bud, so Lilia had to retaliate. In the chaos, seeing Lilia covered in wounds, Vincent from Aspera couldn't bear it any longer. "Hey! Do you need help?" "Thank you," Lilia said in her not-so-fluent Esperan language. No need. You got quite the fiery temper. Before Benson could finish speaking, a massive fireball grazed past him. Yo, young Master Benson, trying to be the hero? A team of 3 fire mages swaggered out from the crowd. Do you know who we are? Who? If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense? Benson snapped, come on. Hey you, young master, probably don't know who we are. Well, let me give you a hint. We're from Lai, that little country that Espera oppressed for 10 years. I'm not from the Esperan royal family. That's a ridiculous excuse. Benson chuckled coldly. Alright, enough talk. Since you want to fight, let's go. A tag team battle, or all at once? The lead fire mage drew his staff. Who wants a tag team battle? Brothers, charge. Take down this Esperan. As the conflict within the deathmatch circle rapidly escalated, the surrounding supervisors noticed the match time had reached its second 5-minute mark. Academic Elenine Piarista, you are currently in a state of passive combat. Please enter the battle immediately, or we will punish you. A mage stood up from the platform, raising a megaphone. Elenine, please enter the battle immediately, or we will attack you. The lily buds on the lawn did not react. Alright, my turn this time. The lightning mage, putting down the megaphone, patted his fire mage companion on the shoulder. Watch closely. This is how you break the grass elemental shield. Having said that, he picked up his magic staff and began chanting a spell. Rampaging and unruly lightning elemental spirits, I am your most devout follower. Please allow me to use your power to command lightning and annihilate the target. As the mage chanted, the surrounding lightning elemental energy visibly stirred. Sparks of lightning converged wildly on the mage's staff, the faint glow even affecting the surrounding recording equipment, and visible arcs of electricity began to appear on the ground below the platform. Hey! The fire mage beside him, seeing this, took a large step back in fright. You're using Heavenly Judgment right off the bat? Aren't you afraid of striking the freshman to death? Heavenly Judgment, a high-level skill usable only by lightning mages, summons lightning capable of reducing a tree tens of meters tall to charred remains. Isn't she using a shield? Your fireballs didn't even affect it, so of course I'm going to unleash my ultimate. Faced with his companion's reminder, the lightning mage simply chuckled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't go all out. Heavenly Judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning mage pointed his staff directly at the lily buds on the field. A terrifying bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, striking the translucent grass elemental shield precisely. However, like the previous fireball, this Heavenly Judgment, which only lightning elemental mages could use, also failed to damage the grass elemental shield on the lawn, nor did it cause any flickering or gaps. This meant, even if 10 or 100 more of the same Heavenly Judgment were unleashed, they wouldn't cause any noticeable damage to the shield. What? Upon seeing this, the mage on the platform gaped. This is impossible. She's the grass goddess? That's why I told you. This isn't my fault. The fire mage beside him rolled his eyes, then seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Now I finally understand why Lord Mo Xian came all this way to tell us about that. As expected of the guardian beast of Minar Academy, so farsighted. So what do we do next? Should we continue for the third 5 minutes? Continue, of course. We gradually increase our output, and then unleash our strongest spell. I refuse to believe we really have no way to break the shield. Boom! The Heavenly Judgment descending from the center of the deathmatch mode also attracted the attention of Sophia on the nearby lawn. Sister Sophia should have remembered everything, right? The light element is easiest to use and maintain as before. And the most basic healing spell in light magic, the core is to have a pure heart. The more focused you are, the better the healing effect of light magic. She summoned another ball of light from her small hand, and let it permeate Wendy's body. Erin glanced at the lightning in the deathmatch circle behind her and hesitated. Next, I teach Sister Sophia a few defensive spells. Now that Sister Sophia's magic circuits have been modified, she can basically use all elemental magic. Although only grass and light elemental magic have a higher affinity, Sister Sophia can easily summon a defensive shield for the remaining elements. As she spoke, Erin waved her small hand, injecting a wisp of light into her body. A faint golden eggshell instantly enveloped her. This is a light shield. Then, Erin waved her small hand again, tossing a black sphere high into the air. The black sphere transformed into specks of black mist, enveloping the golden eggshell. This is a dark shield. Next, Erin used water, fire, ice, wind, rock, and other elements. This is a water shield. This is a fire shield. This is an ice shield. Finally, Sophia on the lawn was completely enveloped in multicolored elemental shields. In the battlefield, If Sister Sophia is worried about being hit by stray bullets, she can use a single elemental shield as needed. Or, use them all together. Chapter 274. At the entrance of a small village on the outskirts of a certain empire, the warm afternoon sun bathed the road in a golden hue. Sister Chun. In the sunlight, Lulu, dressed in the Minar Academy's water elemental magic uniform and carrying a small backpack, walked along the clean lawn to Chun's small earthen house, and pushed open the slightly ajar door. Is Sister Chun home? Lulu carefully knocked on the doorknob, which was covered in tender sprouts, and curiously peered inside. Why does this place feel so vibrant? So many flowers and plants. Do people really grow lawns in their homes? Or did I come to the wrong house? Lulu? As she wondered, Chun, dressed in a casual dress, emerged from the adjacent room. Seeing Lulu, she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! You really came." Of course. Our two villages aren't far apart. Didn't we agree during the training competition that we go to school together if we pass the survival test? Lulu pulled a projection crystal from her pocket. I also brought this. Isn't this the latest trend? Is it one of those crystals that can play videos? Chun asked curiously. Did Lulu buy it herself? Did it cost a lot of money? No, Minar Academy is offering a subsidy now. As long as you're a Minar Academy student, you get a 90% discount on projection crystals. As she spoke, Lulu lowered her voice and whispered in Chun's ear, I used the gold coin that a ring gave us in the Black Forest to buy Mom and Dad a lot of clothes and seeds. Mom said that next year we can plant 1 more cornfield and 2 more wheat fields. We can sell the extra crops in the city, and then our family won't go hungry anymore. Really? That's wonderful. Hearing this good news, Chun smiled sincerely. I gave the gold coin to my uncle. He said he exchanged it for some silver coins in the city, and then thank everyone in the village for taking care of Grandma all these years. Chun is doing better too. Lulu smiled happily as well. How's your grandma? She's perfectly fine. Chun pointed to the small room inside the house. This morning we even went to the field to cut sugarcane together. Huh? You and Grandma? Lulu's eyes widened. To the field, cut sugarcane? Yes, Grandma said she feels like she's back to her youth, and so do Mom and Dad. They were just remarking this morning that they become young again. Actually, I've been wanting to ask that for a while now. Mentioning this, Lulu cautiously leaned closer to the girl in front of her. Sister Chun has really become so much prettier, and her skin is so white. I thought you were using some kind of skincare product. Not at all. Chun quickly explained. It's because of the little flower that Sister Irini gave me when we parted. Chun? At this moment, a slightly aged female voice came from the room. Who's here? Oh! It's my classmate, a classmate from Minar Academy. Come quickly, come quickly. Chun quickly pulled Lulu into the room and pushed open the door to a small room next door. Grandma, her name is Lulu. She's a water elemental mage like me, and she has a super nice personality. She's a new friend I made at school. Glancing at the elderly woman wearing reading glasses and writing something in the room, Chun said to the girl beside her, Lulu, this is my grandma, Charlotte. Lulu quickly greeted, Hello, Grandma. Oh, hello, please sit down. The elderly woman in the room hurriedly got up and brought over a few small stools, then opened a small cabinet. Would you like some drinks or candy? Grandma will go buy you some. No need, Grandma, I came to play with Sister Chun. Lulu placed the projection crystal on the table. The deathmatch mode at Minar Academy is about to start. Let's watch the live stream first, and then we go to Minar Academy together tomorrow. As she spoke, Lulu pressed a button at the bottom of the crystal. With a beep, the crystal quickly activated, projecting a huge Minar Magic Academy logo. I remember the live stream number for deathmatch mode is. Taking out a small piece of paper from her skirt pocket, glancing at the number written on it, Lulu entered the corresponding 0 and 1 serial number into the button below the crystal. Child, this. Chun's grandmother was stunned by what she saw. What is this? This is a projection crystal. It's very popular outside lately. It can transmit images from tens of thousands of miles away. Many great empires have already adopted it. Chun quickly explained, we're about to watch a live stream of the Minar Academy's deathmatch mode, which features Irin. Grandma, do you remember Irin? That flower was a gift from her. Oh! Irin, I never forget that name. She's our family's savior. Hearing this, the old woman quickly put on her glasses. Is she in the picture? Yes. Lulu positioned the projection crystal to a suitable viewing angle, then adjusted its size and angle. Wait, it seems the deathmatch mode has already started. On Weltenharu Island, Minar Academy's deathmatch mode had entered its third 5-minute period. Elanine Piarista, you are currently in passive combat mode. Please immediately enter combat mode, or you will be punished. Just like the previous 2 warnings, after confirming that Elanine's lily buds within the deathmatch area showed no response, the fire mage on the platform gave his companion a look-at-me look and drew his magic staff. Raging fire spirits. Then, the mage began chanting his most powerful fire magic, Great Catastrophe. Mommy, what are these people doing? Meanwhile, on a hillside not far from the deathmatch area, a rustling sound rang out. The lizard girl, who had been dragged away by the Mora lizard, poked her head out of the grass like a jelly pudding, looking at the sea of people fighting ahead with confusion. I don't know. Why are they fighting? I don't know. Mommy, how come you don't know anything? You child. The Mora lizard glared at the little girl. What? Do you want to leave here and become a star in human society someday? Of course. The little girl answered almost without hesitation. Weldenharrow Island is so small, the outside world is so big. Didn't Mommy say that the outside world has humans, dragons, and lots of strange creatures? Of course we want to go see them. You? Hearing this, the Mora giant lizard remained silent for a long while. All right, child. Then, it sighed softly. If this is the path you've chosen, your mother won't interfere. But remember what that Dragon King said after you leave. I already remember, Mother. As the lizard girl spoke, the fire mages around the deathmatch area completed their final incantations. Great Catastrophe. Above the lily bud enveloping Arin's body, a massive magic circle suddenly appeared. Rumble. My god, that's the mage's exclusive skill, Great Catastrophe? They're going to be so ruthless against a freshman? The dazzling magic circle instantly attracted the attention of almost all the onlookers and students on the field. Inside the deathmatch area, many of the Minar Academy freshmen who had been fiercely fighting stopped what they were doing and all looked towards the direction of the lily bud. Are the overseers crazy? Holy crap. So passive resistance can kill people? Good thing I was fighting the whole time. Wait, I remember this Eline is a celebrity at Minar Academy, right? Why are they attacking so hard? Probably because the first 2 attacks didn't work, making those overseers feel embarrassed. But there's no need to use such a powerful attack. If they blow her and her shield up, Minar Academy will lose a freshman with an S+ elemental talent, and a precious grass elemental freshman at that. My god. At the Minar Academy's Academic Affairs office, seeing that the overseers had used their strongest skill on Eline in less than 20 minutes, the head of the Academic Affairs office, Susan, was so frightened that she immediately dialed Emotien's communication crystal. Lord Emotien. I saw it. Please don't worry too much, Miss Susan. Before Susan could finish speaking, Emotien interrupted her in a calm tone. Let me put it this way, all the mages in the entire Minar Academy, including myself, if we all attack together, we still couldn't break through this flower's defenses. So don't worry, the child will be alright. Chapter 275. Catastrophe. With a command from the fire mage on the platform, the massive magic circle above the lily bud blazed with dazzling light. A fireball, resembling a magma ball speckled with black and red, burst forth from the center of the magic circle, hurtling through the air like a falling meteor, its impact firmly locked onto the bud enveloping Eline. Retreat! The students near the bud scattered rapidly, except for Sophia, wielding an ice great sword, who remained motionless. The little girl from Arcana planted her great sword with a clang into the grass in front of her, panting as she looked back at the bud. Clearly, despite her astonishing talent, the initial battle against 10 opponents had left Sophia somewhat exhausted, and she could only take this opportunity to rest. That thing is terrifying. No wonder it's a fire mage. Many Minar Academy freshmen, who had retreated to a relatively safe distance from the flower buds, instinctively turned back to examine the fireball meteor that had fallen from the sky. That's how fire mages are. They're essentially stationary attackers. If the target is also a stationary target, given enough time, they can unleash tons of damage. But they shouldn't use this to attack freshmen, right? Isn't Minar Academy afraid of causing some kind of accident? At first, they were just casually throwing out a fireball or a lightning bolt, mainly to supervise the battle rather than harm anyone. But what Eline did, it probably really caught them off guard. I guess this senior mage was testing them. This isn't how you test someone. If it were me, I'd be crippled or dead if I took that fireball. Among the crowd, only Benson from the Esperwain family frowned, seemingly sensing something. What's wrong? A boy approached. What's your opinion, young Master Benson? I see. Benson glanced at the boy, recognizing him as someone who had been on the same team as him and Nasod during the freshman wilderness survival training competition. he said. Minar Academy has really played a clever game. The boy asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Did you watch the recording after you got back? Benson gestured towards the giant lily in front of him. Do you know anything about this, Eline? Yes. The boy nodded. Shi-chun and Lulu summoned a dragon during the freshman wilderness survival training. Although they later explained that the summoning magic circle was just a joke, Eline herself definitely. She's related to the dragon race. And then? Eline's strength is terrifying. She can instantly kill a 4th-tier magical beast. I even found some footage of her fighting the fire wolves in the Lehman Empire from some small vendors recording crystals, indicating that Eline's strength is at least at the Grand Magister level, and she's not only skilled in grass element. You're quite smart, much better than those idiots who don't read the news or care about current events. Benson praised the boy generously, pointing to the impending fireball. It's precisely because some idiots don't like reading the news or gathering information that they think Eline is just a little more talented in grass element, and think she's easy to bully. Look, right at the beginning, a group of people wanted to eliminate her first. Yes, I saw it. So Minar Academy played along, letting the overseers go all out. Because Minar Academy knew Eline's strength, they knew that even with their full strength, the overseers couldn't break through her defenses. So they staged this whole thing in front of the world. Benson narrowed his eyes. The purpose was to make those who had designs on Eline understand. Even facing a mage's full-force attack, this seemingly weak little sister of theirs could remain unscathed. It was a subtle warning to those fools that they had no right to harbor ill intentions towards such a powerful figure. Wow! Benson's words surprised the boy next to him. How did you figure that out? I guessed. Benson shrugged. Just you wait and see. I bet even the mage's most powerful fire magic, Cataclysm. And it couldn't even scratch that grass elemental shield. Boom! Benson's words had barely faded when the massive fireball atop the lily bud plummeted towards Arin, slamming into the pale green, translucent magic shield and unleashing a violent shockwave. Is it for real? Holy crap! Get down! It's over. A mage's full-force attack. Basically no grass elemental mage can withstand that. In that instant, everyone, from the freshmen locked in their duel on the field to the parents and vendors watching from the sidelines, and even the viewers watching the live stream through the projection crystals, was holding their breath for Arin inside the bud. At the same time, they were all curious about the true extent of Arin's power, this mysterious girl supposedly connected to dragons. Buzz? Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands, the fireball shrunk rapidly after colliding with the grass elemental shield on the lawn, then vanished in a burst of flame. Whoosh! The flame dissipated, and the grass elemental shield around the flower bud remained completely unchanged. What? Completely ineffective? Wow! Isn't fire element supposed to be the natural counter to grass element? How can a grass elemental shield withstand a catastrophe? What kind of genius is this Eline? Not only is her affinity for grass element terrifyingly high, but she's also mastered grass elemental magic to its fullest extent. Or is she a specialist in grass shields? How could she possibly specialize in grass shields? Someone else can slice off the head of a level 4 magical beast with a single leaf blade, and you guys were just foolish enough to provoke her. You're all reckless. The intact lily bud, and the grass elemental shield surrounding it sent a chill down the spines of the students in the deathmatch area. How is this possible? On the high platform, the fire mage, who had just unleashed the Great Calamity spell by draining 3 layers of magic from his body, stared wide-eyed. Why hasn't this grass shield even dimmed at all? Is this reasonable? Hey brother, you're not faking it, are you? The lightning mage teased. Is this all you got with your Great Calamity? No, I really used all my strength. The fire mage protested. I really didn't know this grass shield was so hard. Even the grass god in the Minar Academy's history books couldn't do this. Hey you lot, do you believe me now? Less than half an hour has passed. How much magic have you used? Amidst the argument, the archmage from before appeared below them, arms crossed, and said irritably, Lord Emotian already told me to inform you in advance that you should come down when you feel weak. Change places. No. The fire mage who spoke looked puzzled. Why? Why can the grass shield withstand the fire mage's attack? What do you think I'm here for? I'm a fire mage too, and I'm a rank higher than you two. I'm a fire archmage. The archmage below snorted. Do you know who Lord Emotian was referring to as a substitute? The fire mage on the platform was dumbfounded. Could it be? Yes, it's me. The archmage turned to look at the deathmatch area. If you get weak, I step in. Let me put it this way. According to Lord Emotian's instructions, even if 10 of me came, 10 fire archmages full force attacks wouldn't be able to break through that grass shield's defense. Even Lord Emotian himself couldn't. Chapter 276. Boom! The explosion in the center of the deathmatch area made Sophia, who was repeatedly using multi-element shield on the lawn not far away, subconsciously glance in that direction. To be honest, watching herself get attacked from a third-person perspective was actually quite strange. Wow! What are they doing? Wendy, who also noticed the explosion, immediately used wind magic to lift herself into the air and looked towards the center of the deathmatch area. It looks like the surrounding overseers are using some kind of large-scale fire elemental magic. Yeah. Sophia on the lawn nodded. It's okay, they can't break the shield. What I'm concerned about is why those overseers use such powerful magic. Are they making an example of someone? After confirming the situation, Wendy slowly descended from the air, pondering for a moment. I understand. Sophia tilted her head slightly. Little Ire making that expression with Sophia's face is so cute. Wendy quickly stepped forward and pinched Sophia's cheek. So cute. Just like a little bunny. Okay. Sophia deliberately puffed out her cheeks, so Wendy couldn't pinch them. Tell me, what did you figure out, Wendy? Actually, she had already guessed what Minar Academy was up to. But now she needed to hear the answer from Wendy. Minar Academy is probably using this opportunity to send a warning to the whole world, basically saying, Little Ire's shield can easily block even a mage's full-force attack, so don't have any ulterior motives towards her. Wendy quickly voiced her guess. Isn't it about time for school to start? Little Ire is so famous, there will probably be a lot of people trying to flirt with you at Minar Academy. Using the supervisor's influence now will allow us to showcase some of Little Ire's strength beforehand, effectively isolating most of those with ill intentions. I see. Sophia deliberately feigned an aha expression. Sister Wendy is so clever. Damn it. Little Ire must have already thought of this, deliberately testing me. Wendy reached out again. No, even if Little Ire is currently using Sister Sophia's body. You must accept the punishment. I surrender. Sophia quickly raised her hands in a surrender gesture. Sophia is still watching. Wendy seemed to realize something instantly, somewhat embarrassed. Did little Ellen know everything about how she controlled Sophia's body? Sophia nodded. Yes, Sophia can't move, but our vision and hearing are completely synchronized. When Ellen used the Dragon Servant contract to control Sophia's body, the effect was somewhat similar to a remote assistance program on an Earth computer. At this moment, both her physical abilities and magic had dropped to the exact same level as Sophia's. Like an Earth computer with a 5090 graphics card trying to control a computer with only a 1080 graphics card to play a game, it would still lag. When controlling Sophia, Sophia's soul or consciousness is observing the whole process, just like the original owner of the computer in remote assistance can see their mouse move, see their computer being controlled to run various programs, see the images on the screen, and hear the sound of the speaker, but cannot interfere with the operation of the computer programs. Currently, aside from maintaining basic breathing and the input of magic power into the grass shield, most of Arin's bodily functions are temporarily shut down. Never mind those overseers. Seeing that Wendy understood the general situation of the Dragon Servant contract, Arin lowered her head and said to herself, Sister Sophia, today we mainly learn how to condense light element, light healing spells, and use various elemental magic shields. First, recall the feeling of using light magic and elemental shields just now. I repeated a few times later to deepen your memory. Then, Arin controlled Sophia's body to sit down on the lawn. Sister Wendy, I need your help. What help? Arin stretched out her legs and straightened her skirt. Sit on my feet. Wendy sat down on Sophia's legs, which were covered in white stockings, with some confusion. Is it like this? Yes, stay in this position and don't move. Arin lay flat, put her hands behind her head, and took a deep breath. Immediately, controlling her lower back strength, she quickly sat up, pressing her head down towards her thighs as much as possible until she felt a noticeable pain in her thighs and lower back before lying back down. The flexibility is alright. Let me test Sophia's lower back strength. With that, Arin again lifted herself up, clutching her head. 1, 2, 3. Under Wendy's watchful gaze, Arin controlled Sophia's body as she did sit-ups. 37, 38, 39. 40, huff huff. Only after completing the 40th sit-up did Arin release her hands from her head, sit up on the lawn, panting. 40, still. Not bad. Wow. Wendy blinked her curious eyes. Is this the result of Little L's enhancement? No, the Dragon Servant contract only enhances the upper limit. It doesn't enhance Sophia's physique at the time of signing. So this is her inherent physical strength. After resting briefly on the lawn, Eline slowly stood up and said to Wendy, "Let's play a little game." Wendy nodded. "Okay. The rules are to touch each other's shoulders with one hand." Eline put one hand behind her back. "Like this." Wendy also put her left hand behind her back. "And then? When I say start, we touch each other's shoulders here. The rules are that touching each other's shoulders scores a point. What Wendy needs to do is touch my shoulder as much as possible." Shoulders. Erin reached out and patted Wendy's left and right shoulders. "You can touch either of these spots. While you're touching, Wendy, try to avoid my hands as much as possible, then touch my shoulders. Once you touch them, pull back and look for another opportunity. My rule is the same. I need to touch Wendy's shoulders as much as possible while avoiding her attacks." Finally, Erin added, "This is a test of focus and physical agility." "Okay. I understand." Wendy struck a ready-to-start anytime pose. "Let's go." Then, Erin took a slight step back. "Start." Whoosh. 1, 2, 3. The fourth one. Oops, you dodged it. Inside the deathmatch zone, students were engaged in a fierce battle, while outside, Erin and Wendy were playing games together. 231, 232. Huff, stop, I'm a little tired. After jumping and skipping on the lawn with Wendy for a while, until sweat dripped from her forehead, Erin finally made a rest gesture, panting. Sister Sophia's stamina is still a little. Catching her breath, Erin took a few gulps of bottled water from her bag. But her reflexes are still very strong. This game is so much fun. In contrast, Wendy on the other side didn't seem to be sweating much. She handed Erin a small towel. Is Erin testing Sister Sophia's physical abilities? Yes, and her flexibility too. Erin nodded. This way, if there's another opportunity, we can do phase training tailored to her needs. Does a healer also have physical requirements? Yes, or rather, for any magician, a good physique is essential. Erin gulped down almost half a bottle of water and straightened her school uniform skirt. Alright, my magic has recovered a bit. Next, I use healing magic and elemental shields a few more times to make a deeper impression on Sister Sophia. Chapter 277. After witnessing 3 consecutive instances where magicians, despite their best efforts, failed to break through the grass elemental shield, the overseers on the platform had essentially given up. Although they would symbolically shout, "Please don't fight passively, student," every 5 minutes towards Eline's lily bud, and then cast a spell, they had basically given up all hope of breaking through the shield around the lily bud. Just kidding. Even the archmages and Emotian claimed they couldn't break through someone else's shield. A mere ordinary mage like themselves should just give up and go to sleep. These mages were mostly students of Minar Academy. After graduation, they stayed at Minar Magic Academy due to their outstanding talent or achievements within the academy. Most of them had once been the pride of heaven, even among their freshmen, the most outstanding students with elemental affinity a plus level. They had also enjoyed glory and praise, and had once been the most prominent among their peers. After graduation, they had done a lot of work welcoming new students, interacting with many juniors like themselves. However, they had never encountered a student as terrifying as Eline Piarista. Logically, those joining Minar Academy at this age are usually 12 or 13 years old. Minar Academy only tests their magical elemental affinity, not their magical level. Even if a child has been practicing magic since the day they were old enough to understand, at this age, they would at most be at the intermediate or advanced level of a mage. In any case, the overseers on the platform had genuinely never seen a 12-year-old mage, let alone a grandmaster. A mere 12 or 13-year-old freshman with a mysterious background, S+ talent, and the ability to easily block spells from archmages and even grand archmages. This was far beyond their comprehension. The supervisors chose to abandon thinking. Instinct told them this wasn't something they could understand through thought. Eline belonged to the outside the wheel level, unaffected by any of the human laws of the Eve continent. Bob has fallen. He has withdrawn from this deathmatch mode. Tate August has voluntarily left the deathmatch area. Tate has forfeited. Ivan Fanny has forfeited. As the battle within the deathmatch circle intensified and more people withdrew, the once crowded arena gradually became empty. Outside the deathmatch circle, after a brief rest, Eline resumed her physical training and magic tests using Sophia's body. I demonstrate the gathering of light elemental magic and the use of the light healing spell again. In the sunlight, Erin stood before Wendy, slowing the gathering of light elemental energy as much as possible, summoning a ball of light in her palm. Like a fireball, a light ball can also be used for attacks. Throwing it directly at the target will cause damage, but compared to a fireball, the damage is negligible. With that, Erin tossed the small ball of light towards a large tree. With a soft thud, the tree swayed slightly, and a faint mark appeared where the ball had hit. If Sister Sophia wants to increase the damage, she can do it like this. With a thought, Erin once again conjured a ball of light in her palm, then transformed it into a jagged dart. This is a completely new kind of light magic. Turning back to the tree, Erin gracefully tossed the light dart. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Clang. This time, the dart, shimmering with a soft light, struck a branch, easily severing it, before flying into the distant forest. Furthermore, this thing has another use. Conjuring a dart in her palm a third time, Erin infused it with magic. With a buzzing sound, the magic-stimulated dart began to spin rapidly. This way, the light element transforms into a saw-like form, and we can. As she spoke, Erin ran towards the tree, pressing the jawed light against the trunk. Crack, 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 crack. Wood chips flew everywhere. The rapidly spinning dart sliced through the tree bark, quickly leaving a noticeable mark. Sister Sophia's light element is still quite weak, so she can't use very advanced magic yet. These few spells can be used for daily self-defense. Of course, Sister Sophia can also specialize in healing magic. When using light magic, if Sister Sophia isn't proficient, she can add some chanting. For example, above the earth, beneath the sky, we dance in the fading light, shining spirits of hope, gather here. Magic chanting is only for beginners to aid in gathering magic power when they're not yet proficient, or for showing off after they become skilled. Don't put the cart before the horse. Also, when chanting light elemental magic, your mood can't be absolutely pure or full of hope. Light element is different from grass element. Grass element represents nature and life, but light magic doesn't represent light. When using light magic, you need to embrace a certain darkness within your heart. Like this. Erin repeated the light healing spell on Windy. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is light, there is shadow. Light element is such a contradictory element. Humans have always thought that as long as they have a sunny and cheerful mood, they can control light element, but that's wrong. Alright, we rested enough. I helped Sophia do some more exercise. Looking around at the environment on Weltonharo Island, Erin did a few simple warm-up exercises on the spot and ran towards the nearby beach. Starting and ending on the lawn and beach, she ran several laps at a steady pace, maintaining a consistent breathing and rhythm throughout, until she was drenched in sweat and her legs were numb. Only then did Erin slowly slow down, return to the lawn, sit down, stretch her limbs, massage her legs, and continue drinking water. Afterward, she used Sophia's body to perform several martial arts moves, including the fighting techniques and movement methods taught to her by Nasod in Dragon Forest, thoroughly warming up her body. Erin couldn't remember the last time she had sweated. Back in Dragon Forest, aside from the first few days of martial arts training when she was slightly tired and sweaty, once she got used to it, given the physical strength of Erin's Dragon King parents' descendant, even the most grueling training couldn't tire her out. Later, it was Nasod who couldn't take it anymore, panting heavily after each training session, while only Alinei yawned, clutching her pillow. Now, experiencing the post-exercise soreness again, with Sophia's body was quite a novel experience for Alinei. Moreover, as Alinei's dragon servant, Sophia was, in a sense, a substitute, because Alinei had absolute control over her. Sophia's improved physical abilities and magical level were equivalent to an increase in Alinei's overall strength, and it also helped alleviate her strange narcolepsy, a win-win situation for both of them. Huff huff. An hour later, Alinei returned to Sophia's small backpack on the lawn, glanced at the few students in the deathmatch circle, and took out a water bottle from the backpack. After more than an hour of testing and training, she had basically grasped the limits and general condition of this body. Even as a mage, at the age of 12 or 13, Sophia's physical strength, stamina, flexibility, and concentration all exceeded Erin's expectations. Especially her stamina, perhaps due to her childhood experiences marching with her mother in the army. Sophia's stamina was exceptionally high, only her strength was slightly lacking. However, for a mage, being weak isn't a disadvantage. I teach Sophia this much for today. After finishing her water, Erin stood up on the lawn and stretched. The deathmatch tournament seems to be nearing its end. Just then, the small body of Sophia on the lawn suddenly stiffened. Sorry, I think I drank a bit too much water. Chapter 278. Inside the warm flower bud, lying amidst the refreshing pollen, Erin groggily opened her golden eyes. Ugh. Lazily stretching inside the flower center, the little girl sat up and yawned slightly. I didn't expect to fall asleep while controlling Sister Sophia. Rubbing her eyes, Erin looked at the faint sunlight filtering through the flower bud from the west, and straightened her school uniform skirt and long, smooth hair. Her state inside the flower bud just now, calling her asleep wouldn't be accurate, it was more like daydreaming. Just like in math class during her school days, the teacher's lectures were so dry and incomprehensible that she could only stare at the blackboard with her head held high, her mind wandering, thinking about what to eat after school, where to go on the weekend, and so on. Lost in thought, she couldn't hear the teacher anymore, her thoughts froze, her brain stopped working, and she entered a dazed state. Although she wasn't asleep, compared to usual, Erin felt quite energetic and figured she could probably stay up a little later tonight. This meant using the dragon servant contract to alleviate narcolepsy was feasible. Mom and Dad's method does have a little bit of an effect. Erin recalled the scene not long ago when her father, Nasod, had kicked her out of Dragon Forest. Nasod, Fafnir, and even most of the elders on Dragon Island were at their wits' end with her narcolepsy. They tried all sorts of healing magic, magic to enhance the body, and magic to enhance the soul. Finally, when all else failed, Nasod tried to let Erin experience the suffering of human society. Although they didn't experience the suffering themselves, they did find a way to alleviate narcolepsy, and the cause was also discovered. It was purely accidental, like some incurable diseases on the other side of the world that are difficult to treat even after visiting all the major hospitals, only to be cured by an old man in a remote mountain forest by sheer chance. Alright. After a battle lasting 1 hour and 23 minutes, only 5 people remain on the field. They are the mysterious S+ grass element talent, Elenine Piarista, the S-rank ice element talent, Lilia Katerina Mikhailovna, from Arcana. At this moment, the commentator's voice came through the thin lily petals, and the A-rank lightning element talent, Benson Wayne from Aspera, and Joshua Wayne, also an A-rank lightning element talent, also from Aspera. Finally, the A-rank ice element fighter, Dmitry Donskoy, from Arcana. Elenine poked her head out from the center of the petals with a poof, curiously observing the 4 people in the arena. Besides herself, there were exactly 2 Asperons and 2 Arcana people. What a coincidence, I didn't expect you to survive to the end. In the center of the death etch area, Benson, covered in wounds, looked at his kinsman before him and said with a wry smile, "How's uncle's been lately?" "Not bad." Joshua opposite him smiled as well. "How's your dad's little shop doing?" "Barely doing." Benson nodded, glancing at Lilia not far away and the boy wielding an ice sword beside her. "Brother Joshua, I have a suggestion. How about we fight, and then let Lilia fight that big guy over there? Whoever wins advances. What do you think?" After saying that, seemingly realizing that his presumptuous decision was somewhat inappropriate, Benson added, "Or perhaps you really need that privilege. In that case, I can withdraw." "Haha, how could that be? I just want to train, and see the gap between myself and my peers. Whether I get the privilege or not doesn't matter. I came to Minar Academy to study, not to sleep in every day or skip classes." Joshua laughed heartily. "I'm even a little afraid that if I really get the privilege, I slack off every day and learn nothing at the academy. That would be a huge loss. Aspera's economy is declining now. If we don't work hard, we really be sweeping the streets in the future." "Okay, it's good that you think that way. Let's begin." Benson assumed a fighting stance. "Don't hold back, give it your all." "Haha, I was worried you hold back." "Come on." Benson and Joshua, from the same family, officially began their fight, while Dmitry, a young man from Arcana, slowly walked towards Lilia. "Your Highness." The boy stopped less than 5 meters in front of Lilia. "Do you need the privileges of this year's new students at Minar Academy?" "No." Lilia shook her head expressionlessly. "I came for her." "Her?" "Yes, because little L signed up for Death Hatch mode, I signed up too." Lilia raised her ice crystal greatsword. "Want to fight?" Facing Lilia's red pupils, the boy hesitated for a moment, then raised his greatsword as well. Then, "Excuse me." The boy knew he had no choice. Benson and Joshua clearly knew each other. If he attacked them, these two from the same family in Aspera would undoubtedly form an alliance and eliminate him first. Unable to attack Benson and Joshua, his only remaining targets were Lilia and Eline. Attacking Eline would mean taking a beating from Lilia, and then Lilia and Eline would likely team up against him. He might as well target the Arcana Princess from the start, at least his chances of winning were higher. "You are a brave Arcana man." Seeing the boy resolutely raise his great sword, Lilia gave him an admiring look. "Use your full strength, Arcana warrior." "Hee, thank you for your praise, your highness." The boy raised his greatsword high and charged towards Lilia first. Clang! Two great swords of ice crystals clashed on the lawn, creating dazzling sparks. Numerous ice crystal fragments shot into the air, shimmering with a beautiful rainbow in the sunlight. "Your Highness, be careful!" the boy shouted coldly, his body erupting with chilling aura. He channeled a large amount of ice elemental energy into his ice sword. Using the recoil to perform a 360-degree spin, the blade aimed directly at Lilia's neck. Cold peak slash. Clang. With lightning reflexes, Lilia swiftly blocked the attack by holding her ice sword horizontally in front of her chest. Then, she pushed off the ground with her small feet, raised her greatsword high, and brought it down forcefully at the boy, Frostbreaker. While the four were locked in a fierce battle, Erin emerged from the lily bud, yawning slightly. She leaped onto the lawn, appearing behind Lilia. "Sister Lilia." Seeing that Lilia seemed to be holding back in front of the boy, Erin slowly walked over and said to the girl, who was more than 20 centimeters taller than her, "After the battle, I fight Sister Lilia one more time. If Sister Lilia can hurt me, we go back to Arcana and get married." Chapter 279. Aileen's words caused Lilia's already red eyes to flash with a wild, beast-like light. Her body erupted with a terrifying aura of ice element, and the ice crystal greatsword in her hand swelled to nearly 2 meters in length, its blade surrounded by sharp edges and ice flowers, looking as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Unlike the gentle and kind Sophia, and the intelligent Wendy, Lilia was a very straightforward girl. From childhood, Lilia rarely interacted with her peers, which led her to say almost anything, and her way of speaking was somewhat strange, often resulting in all sorts of bizarre and funny situations. If you had to describe it, Lilia's personality was more like a wild wolf of the ice plains. There weren't many twists and turns, not many social niceties. She would pursue the girl she liked, take what she wanted, and beat her enemies to death. Therefore, Aileen knew that cheering a girl like this was useless. You need to give her a very clear goal, so she can work towards it with unwavering determination. Minar Academy just launched this deathmatch mode this year, and anyone with a modicum of maturity knows that this mode is entirely detrimental to teenagers. The winner of deathmatch mode gets privileges like being able to skip class or being able to sleep in class, but the question is, how do these privileges help freshmen? This otherworldly magic academy isn't like Earth's college entrance exam. Everyone comes here primarily to learn real skills, not get a Minar Magic Academy diploma. Since the purpose of this trip is to learn, these strange privileges are meaningless. On the contrary, these privileges might even lead some students with poor self-control to become complacent and unmotivated. Except for students who believe they have good self-control and enjoy having their names displayed in pink on their special student cards, and students who think they already learned all the magic and are just here to play around at Minar Academy. No one needs these privileges. Therefore, Wendy, Sophia, and Tina, who are in the same group as Erin, didn't sign up for deathmatch mode. Freshmen like Benson and Joshua, even if they signed up for deathmatch mode, would only participate with the goal of training themselves, regardless of whether they get any privileges. So why did Lilia sign up for this mode? Because Erin signed up, as she herself said? Erin can easily deduce Lilia's purpose in signing up for deathmatch mode, to understand herself better, to connect with herself. From this perspective, Lilia is actually the same as Sophia. "Your Highness, you." On the lawn, seeing Lilia, who had seemed somewhat absent-minded, suddenly unleash a berserk buff. Not only had her greatsword grown considerably, but the force of her swings had also increased several times over. The Arcana youth, Dimitri, was quickly forced back. Clang! Bang! Clang! How could Princess Lilia possess such power? The sudden turn of events shocked Dimitri. As an Arcana native, he naturally knew the story of the Arcana royal family. This Lilia was currently the youngest daughter of Queen Katarina of Arcana, and also the most mysterious little princess. Rumors circulated that this little princess had lived in the palace her entire life, never participating in any political activities except for her recent visit to Lehman, and rarely appearing in public. Many Arcana people said that Queen Katarina was unwilling to let her leave home because of her withdrawn personality and frail health. Now it seems this little princess is far from frail. Her strength surpasses that of any man. In a moment of panic, Dimitri mustered all his courage, unleashing all his ice elemental power, and wielded his greatsword to clash with Lilia. Bang! Clang! Unlike before, after hearing Elaine's words, Lilia's every attack carried a beast-like momentum and oppressive force. Under Dimitri's gaze, Lilia's eyes grew increasingly red, almost glowing crimson. Like a wolf king smelling its prey under a blood moon. Whoosh! In the instant Dimitri was distracted, Lilia slashed down beside him, severing his sleeve by a hair's breadth, then slammed it into the stone with a boom, shattering the solid boulder into pieces. Hoorah! Seeing her ice sword stuck in the mud between the rocks, Lilia, now completely bloodthirsty, released her grip, enveloping her right hand in ice crystals, and unleashed a powerful punch at Dimitri. Boom! The punch struck Dimitri's great sword, shattering the ice crystal sword into dust. The immense impact sent Dimitri staggering back several steps before he collapsed to the ground. Stop! Seeing Lilia still intending to pounce and beat him to death, Dimitri quickly raised his hands. I surrender. Your Highness, I surrender. Lilia's fist, encased in sharp ice crystals, abruptly stopped in midair. Huff! Looking at the fist so close, Dimitri let out a long sigh. He could feel the killing intent Lilia had just shown him. That killing intent was truly, completely, intended to kill him. Catching his breath, Dimitri carefully observed Lilia before him. Her long, disheveled white hair reached her waist, her crimson eyes seemed about to lose their minds, coupled with her intent to kill her prey. Dimitri understood. Queen Katerina of Arcana didn't prevent Lilia from leaving the house not because she was worried about the youngest princess being bullied by outsiders, but because she feared Lilia might suddenly act recklessly and kill someone. This was no weak little princess. She was a wild beast that even chains couldn't restrain. I lost. Just as Dimitri raised his hands in surrender, the battle between Benson and Joshua also ended. Whether it was due to the intense fighting earlier leaving him with little stamina, or simply a lack of skill, Benson ultimately fell before his own clansman Joshua. Good. It seems the three strongest fighters of the first Minar Academy Deathmatch tournament have emerged. Seeing Benson and Dimitri raise their hands in surrender, the host raised the microphone. Let's congratulate. Wait. The host's words were interrupted by a soft, cute little girl's voice. I'd like to use this stage to have a friendly overtime match with Sister Lilia. Erlini said, walking up to Lilia and, in front of all the spectators and cameras, quickly healing Lilia's injuries with grass elemental magic mixed with light healing spells, restoring her stamina and mana. Then, the little girl picked up a stick from the nearby bushes, infused it with grass elemental energy, and the stick quickly transformed into a wooden greatsword. Gripping the wooden greatsword with both hands, Erin assumed an attack stance towards Lilia. Sister Lilia, don't forget our promise. Chapter 280. When Lehman first met Lilia, Eline had already roughly discerned the personality of this Arcana princess. And Lilia had indeed left a very deep impression on her. After all, what girl proposes as her first word upon meeting someone? Combining this with Bilotes' introduction of Lilia and the girl's icy, steady aura, Eline had basically guessed most of Lilia's family background and childhood experiences. Lilia was constantly enveloped in a faint, lingering killing intent. However, because of her good upbringing, politeness, and lack of excessive willfulness, coupled with the innocence often associated with girls her age, and Lilia's own beauty, this killing intent was very well concealed. To put it bluntly, Lilia was like a berserker bassiker with a rationality buff, and also, in a sense, a girl-only character. In the LNE No. 1 team of the Minar Academy Freshman Training Tournament, Lilia was the oldest and tallest of the 5 girls. This little princess from Arcana had waist-length white hair, each strand as pure and flawless as snowflakes. Her face was both cute and cool. When she was being capricious and spoiled, she was like a little princess, but when she was fighting, she gave off a queen's aura. What? Elenine actually challenged Lilia? As expected, in the center of the deathmatch circle, when Elenine offered to have a friendly match with Lilia, the commentator, after a brief moment of surprise, immediately exclaimed into the loudspeaker in an excited tone, "Oh! My goodness! This is truly exciting news. It's practically a blessing." As the only S+ grass elemental mage among the freshmen of Minar Magic Academy, Erin's mysterious strength and background have been a hot topic of conversation these past few days. Some say Erin is a grass elemental mage with little combat ability, others say she can use other elements besides grass, making her a dual elemental or even tri-elemental super mage. Furthermore, we all saw in the fierce battle just now that Erin, with a simple grass shield, she withstood all the attacks from the surrounding overseers. Keep in mind, the overseers from Minar Academy are at least archmages. To withstand the continuous attacks of archmages, even greater archmages, for over an hour is enough to prove Erline's terrifying defensive abilities. So, how about Erline's offensive capabilities? Including myself as the commentator, we all originally thought that with the decline of deathmatch mode, we might not have the chance to see Erline's heroic fighting prowess again, but Erline actually volunteered to duel with Lilia. She even used grass elemental magic to heal Lilia's wounds. My god! What kind of super healing spell is that? Lilia's injuries are completely healed. Erline's healing magic is equally amazing. Erline has already assumed an attack stance. She's using a wooden sword? So grass elemental magic can be used like that? Is she planning to fight Lilia in swordsmanship? Her opponent is from the warrior race of Arcana. As a staff member sent by Minar Academy, this commentator, regardless of anything else, possessed a high level of emotional intelligence. Although he didn't quite understand why Erlini was doing this, he quickly put his doubts aside and immediately reignited the atmosphere in the arena, which had cooled down somewhat after the deathmatch ended, with a bold and excited tone and a cheerful voice. Erlini is going to duel with Lilia? Why? I don't know, wasn't it already over? Why is she fighting this match again? The commentator's shout instantly attracted the attention of almost all the spectators. Some in the crowd were curious, some were puzzled, some were excited, and some were happy. I always been curious about this little girl's strength. She's so adorable, and the video of her instantly killing a tier 4 magical beast was so fast, it was impossible to tell if it was a coincidence. Now we can finally see it for ourselves. Quick, record it. This has to be recorded. Aren't grass elemental mages supposed to be good at healing or disrupting control? The Arcana warrior race is incredibly strong in both stamina and swordsmanship. How can this Erlini use her weakness against someone else's strength? Didn't someone say that Erlini isn't only good at grass elemental magic? Maybe she suddenly shout explosion and burst into flames during the fight? If she can beat Lilia in pure swordsmanship, I'd be impressed. Facing the surrounding chatter, Lilia didn't react much. She simply felt her body fully restored to its peak condition and her magic power almost overflowing, and slowly walked towards Erlini, greatsword in hand. With a clang, their great swords clashed in midair. These past few days back home, Mom told me about you. Looking at the little dragon girl before her with a slightly shy expression, Lilia blushed and said in the language of Arcana, Mom told me your background is very mysterious, and that you don't belong to the same world as us. Or even the entire Arcana royal family. You're too strong. So what does Sister Lilia think? Erin tilted her head, her ahogue, cowlick, bobbing slightly. I want to hear Sister Lilia's thoughts. I still want to be with little Erin. I want to understand her better. I don't want to listen to Mom. Lilia lowered her head. Even if little Erin runs very fast. Quick, you jumped so high, your strength is unbelievable. I want to catch up too. That's fine then. Erin, her back to the setting sun, revealed a cute smile. Come on, lift your head, let's fight. Sister Lilia, you must have accomplished some incredible challenges when you were little, right? Erin, holding her wooden sword, said, like defeating powerful monsters, or achieving goals that even Mom and Dad thought were impossible? Yes. Then just keep that determination from back then, and keep moving forward without hesitation. Lilia raised her head, her gaze meeting Erin's golden eyes, which were backlit by the setting sun. Blood, wolf packs, snowflakes, and the sky covered in red, they all formed the entire world. Yes. Lilia gripped her ice crystal greatsword tightly, her gaze resolute. I understand. Very good. Erin took a few steps back, the wooden greatsword in her hand glowing with the pale green light of a grass elemental shield. Lilia slowly took a step back, her small body bursting with dazzling crystalline light. Seeing Lilia's appearance, Erin knew that the little kitten before her had fully awakened into a great tiger. And what she had to do was tame this great tiger. Chapter 281. Begin. In the center of the deathmatch circle, with a cute command from Erin, the two mages, one ice and one grass, pounced on each other with lightning speed. Bang! The ice crystal greatsword, imbued with the aura of ice element, and the wooden greatsword, imbued with the aura of grass element, clashed violently in midair, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. My God! What terrifying speed! This scene made the announcer's eyes widen. As expected of Erin Piarista, the most mysterious figure among this year's freshmen at Minar Academy, her speed and power are completely disproportionate to her cute appearance. Lilia is not bad either. Her sword swings are fast and fierce. Like an enraged beast. The first exchange seems to have ended in a draw? Sister Lilia. Hearing the commentator's voice outside, Erin, who was less than 30 centimeters away from Lilia, said in a serious tone, Just now, your left hand's power couldn't keep up with the speed of your right hand, and your center of gravity was also slightly off. If you could correct your charging posture, it would be better. Then, Erin took a step back and charged towards Lilia again. Clang! The two greatswords clashed again in midair, unleashing a visible elemental shockwave. When fighting humans, please pay close attention to the enemy's eyes. Lilia, try to deduce my next attack direction by looking into my eyes. Your balance is off to the left again. Your sword-wielding posture needs some optimization. Ice is an extreme element that allows for unconventional attacks. Low temperatures can help maintain composure and improve focus. Lilia, try raising the angle of your sword when you swing, and then focus on the direction of the enemy's blade. Yes, that's it. Next, I increase the power and speed of my sword swings. Sister Lilia, watch out. Clang. Clang. Under Arin's relentless attacks, although Lilia could occasionally mount a counterattack, she was generally at a disadvantage, forced to retreat while searching for an opportunity to retaliate. Arin's relentless pressure reminded the youngest princess from Arcana of a childhood battle with a pack of wolves. This pressure, this sense of crisis, and that chilling feeling of powerlessness all fueled Lilia's ever-growing fighting spirit. Moreover, unlike her childhood battle against the wolves, when Lilia, even with a small knife, believed she could kill the alpha wolf with a single blow, now she found no possibility of a counterattack under Arin's attacks. However, Lilia wasn't the type to be discouraged by despair. On the contrary, the more desperate the environment and the stronger the enemy, the more it stimulated the beast within her, unleashing power even greater than usual. And so Lilia, despite her repeated defeats, fought with increasing ferocity, her eyes reddening. She adjusted her fighting stance and sword strikes according to Arin's instructions, while simultaneously pushing her elemental power to its limit. Boom! Taking advantage of another opening in Arin's attack, Lilia seized the opportunity and used all her strength to send the little girl flying several meters. Finally, she decisively stepped forward, her ice crystal greatsword slashing down. Clang! Just as the sword was about to cleave her neck, Arin, with superhuman speed, swung her wooden sword high, meeting Lilia's ice crystal greatsword head-on. Bang! The explosion from the clash of ice and grass elements sent both of them flying back several meters. Looks like Sister Lilia has already optimized her basic swordsmanship and footwork. Aline, having stood up again, charged at the white-haired, red-eyed girl without hesitation. Next is the second phase. I increase my attack speed by 50%. The reason Aline so boldly proposed a friendly match with Lilia at this moment was mainly to repay a small favor from Minar Academy. Before this, Minar Academy didn't have a deathmatch tournament, and the privileges the winner received were basically useless for freshmen. Clearly, this deathmatch tournament was a last-minute decision made by the Minar Academy, specifically by the actual headmistress, Shiroisha, and her team, to accommodate Aline, a special freshman. After all, given Aline's current condition, she definitely wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. She'd either skip class, or have her roommate carry her to the classroom to sleep. Besides exam scores, Minar Academy also assesses students based on class participation, meaning that too many absences will result in failing grades even with a perfect final exam. Since Minar Academy specifically created this deathmatch mode for Eline naturally needs to repay the Academy in kind. Clearly, Minar Academy now needs to develop communication crystals and projection crystals, essentially a form of internet similar to Earth's. Developing this first requires brand recognition, or traffic. As compensation for the special treatment she received, Arin certainly didn't mind bringing more viewers to Minar Academy by dueling Lilia at the end of the deathmatch mode. Incidentally, she could also use this opportunity to get to know this girl, who immediately said, "Please marry me." Sister Lilia can cover her wrist with ice element, forming a bracer-like device. The direction of the wind is also very important in battle. Mages of all elements must learn to utilize the wind. Right, upward. Good, the power of that last sword strike was sufficient, keep it up. Then, increase the speed of your sword swings as much as possible. The battle between Arin and Lilia in the deathmatch area left most of the spectators dumbfounded. They never imagined that this cute and innocent-looking grass elemental loli could wield such a terrifying great sword. Moreover, she clearly wasn't using her full strength against Lilia. She was even teaching her while fighting, seemingly not even using a tenth of her power. Holy crap! The impact of their clashing great swords forced Benson and Joshua to crouch on the ground, barely managing to summon tattered lightning shields for protection. I didn't expect Lilia to hold back even after all that. Did Eline cast some kind of enhancement spell on her? I don't know. I feel like a weak girl, and those two are the real powerhouses. This is terrifying. Eline is undoubtedly the strongest freshman at Minar Academy this year. I can already foresee how exciting Minar Academy life will be after the start of the semester. The battle between Lilia and Eline even left the commentator nearby speechless. He couldn't comprehend how these two 12- or 13-year-old girls could wield such terrifying speed and power. Is this still a grass elementalist? Is this still a little girl? Is this still a mage? How am I supposed to explain this? Wow! Outside the noisy deathmatch tournament, Sophia, having resolved her drinking too much water problem, squeezed to the front of the stands with Wendy, her eyes wide with curiosity, as she observed Sophia and Erin inside. Sophia, you said? Looking at the sword energy dancing on the lawn, and the constantly fragmented rays of the setting sun, Wendy lowered her voice, and whispered in Sophia's ear, if Lilia knew that Erin was a dragon, and knew about you and Erin, would she also insist on signing a dragon servant contract? Chapter 282. Half an hour later, with a loud clang of shattering ice crystals, Lilia, who had taken another solid blow from Erin's sword, was sent flying several meters away before crashing heavily into a large tree with a thud. She coughed up blood and collapsed onto the lawn. Having been unconscious for less than 2 seconds, Lilia opened her eyes again, attempting to summon her great sword and stand up. However, perhaps her magic power had been nearly depleted in the battle. The little princess from the Arcana royal family failed to materialize her weapon after several attempts. She could only grit her teeth and use her hands to prop herself up, managing to sit up with difficulty. Sister Lilia, let's stop here. At this moment, Erin walked up to Lilia and extended her small hand to the girl. Lilia hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out her bloodied hand and grabbed Erin's, using it to help her stand up. In the battle just now, she had been hit at least 100 times by Erin's wooden greatsword. The wooden sword wasn't sharp, but the force it contained was real. So now, Lilia was covered in wounds, large and small. Not only was she covered in blood, but she also had multiple fractures and soft tissue injuries, and her white hair was stained half red. On the other hand, Erin was completely unharmed. Her Minar Academy grass elemental uniform, white stockings, and round-toed shoes were so clean they looked like they had just been washed. Erin's hair was very long, yet this little girl was not only unharmed in the fierce battle, but her long black and white hair wasn't even stained with a single drop of blood or grass. Furthermore, Eline, who had fought Lilia for half an hour straight, showed no signs of being out of breath or running out of magic. Such terrifying stamina and magical power left even the adults, who had watched the entire duel, feeling inferior. Anyone could see from the battle that Lilia and Eline's strength were on completely different levels. Seeing Lilia's defeat, Katerina, dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, fell into deep thought in the crowd not far away. She was the Queen of Arcana, and today she had mainly accompanied her daughter to the deathmatch tournament, and also wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about the legendary Eline, whom King Cassius of Lehman had praised so highly. What Katerina hadn't expected was that, at the end of the deathmatch tournament, her daughter would be brutally beaten by Eline in front of everyone. Lilia was Katerina's youngest daughter, and also her most special child. Lilia was born prematurely. When Katerina was pregnant with Lilia, she had to attend a conference in another country. During the conference, she was assassinated by an ice mage assassin. Although she miraculously survived and the assassin was executed, Lilia was brought into the world far too early. Ultimately, Lilia survived her dangerous infancy and became the youngest princess of Arcana. During her childhood, Katerina took Lilia hunting, intending to teach the youngest princess about the harshness of the wilderness. However, a storm and a sudden attack by a magical beast separated Lilia from the group. When Katerina and her guards finally managed to overcome the monster crisis and found the barely breathing Lilia in the snowy wilderness of the deserted region, the little princess's breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible. Later, after Lilia fully recovered, Katerina tried to take her to visit the Esperan Empire, intending for the little princess to experience the responsibilities and rights of the Arcana royal family. Then, their warship, the Notresso, was attacked by pirates near the Esperan Empire. These pirates were extremely brazen, and with the aid of the 4th-tier magical beast Lightning Scorpion, Lilia was severely injured while fighting back. If it weren't for the timely rescue from Esperan, both mother and daughter would likely have perished at sea. In Katerina's memory, Lilia was like a little jinx. Almost every time she took her out, a dangerous situation would arise. Therefore, from then on, Katerina no longer allowed Lilia to go out, leaving the little one to live alone in the palace with foxes, snow leopards, and other small animals. Coincidentally, Lilia was the first to discover the affair between Riemann and Silas. At that time, a spy sent by Arcana to Silas reported that Arcana was preparing a blitzkrieg against Riemann. The spy flew back to the palace immediately upon receiving this news, but Katerina and her sisters were not there that day. The only person with royal blood in the palace was Lilia. If Silas had indeed succeeded in his blitzkrieg against Riemann, and something had happened to the Riemann Empire, then Silas's next target would likely be Arcana. Therefore, Under no circumstances could Silas's empire's plan to blitzkrieg against Riemann be allowed to succeed. The leaders of the Riemann Empire had to be notified as quickly as possible. However, such secret talks between nations theoretically require at least one member of the royal family to accompany the delegation. Otherwise, how would the Riemann Empire know if you were representing the Arcana royal family? Dramatically, Lilia, who had been living alone in the palace for many years, volunteered to represent the Arcana officials in the Riemann Empire after hearing the spy's report, to report to the Pope or King of Riemann. Then, together with the Arcana envoy, she found the Riemann Pope and, at the Piarista family's firehouse villa, met Eline, who had been happily enjoying afternoon tea there. This was also the first time Lilia had traveled abroad without facing a life-threatening situation. Your Majesty. Seeing Katerina's silence, several ministers from Arcana cautiously asked, Princess Lilia, this? What is it? Katerina snapped out of her reverie. Speak freely. It's this. Princess Lilia seems quite badly injured. One minister spoke up. Should we go and help treat her? No need. You only get in the way. Katerina gestured to Eline in the center of the deathmatch circle. You all watch. This is Lilia's opportunity. Huh? Although they didn't quite understand who Eline was, seeing that their Empress Katerina had said so, the ministers could only nod. Yes. I understand now. Seeing Lilia's hand clasped with Eline's, Katerina said, thoughtfully, Lilia is right, only that person can suppress the calamity that befell her. Eline Piarista. My daughter's happiness for the rest of her life. I entrust it to you. Chapter 283. Sunset. Pulling Lilia up from the ground, and seeing the obvious admiration and respect in the girl's eyes, Erin raised her small hand and, in front of the large group of students, parents, and spectators, conjured a ball of light elemental energy radiating a soft glow. Her test of this little princess of Arcana was now complete. In the battle just now, although Lilia was on the receiving end of the blows, her progress was also very obvious. Just as Erin had guessed, this was a girl who becomes stronger when facing stronger opponents and even stronger when facing weaker ones. Not only was her ice elemental talent outstanding, but her learning ability was also terrifyingly strong. In the actual combat, Lilia listened to all of Erin's suggestions. Her comprehension was very high. Even if Erin only said something vague like your sword swing direction is wrong, she could immediately grasp the subtext and correct her sword swing direction and force immediately. After half an hour of fighting, Lilia's greatsword proficiency and battlefield adaptability had improved several levels under Erin's training, leaving even some experienced instructors watching from the sidelines amazed. I studied swordsmanship for over 30 years, and today I actually learned something from a little girl who's only 10 years old. Teacher, you mean? This Erin is more than qualified to be our teacher, let alone come to Minar to learn. Furthermore, even though she was beaten the entire time, her body covered in wounds, and even after her ice crystal defense was shattered by a single strike, rendering her unable to stand, Lilia's eyes showed no hatred or resentment towards Erin. This was what surprised Eline the most. As a princess of Arcana, even if Lilia was the least favored, she was still, to some extent, a princess of one of the 5 most powerful nations on the continent of Eve. Even a young lady from an ordinary noble family would throw a tantrum if she were injured. It's a biological instinct. Humans die when killed, and living beings feel pain when injured. Pain brings anger, and repeated pain brings boundless rage. But even though Lilia was covered in wounds, she didn't show the slightest anger or hatred. Her gaze towards Eline was filled with respect and admiration throughout. This meant that Lilia's feelings for Eline had, in a sense, transcended her instincts. Sorry, I hit her a little too hard. On the soft lawn, Eline slowly raised the ball of light in her hand into the air, and with a thought, used a basic light elemental healing spell on Lilia. Instantly, the small orb of light floated above Lilia's head like a sun, spewing countless starlight that landed on the girl's head, shoulders, and dress. The starlight quickly seeped into Lilia's body upon contact, and the gentle light elemental power visibly healed her wounds. Wait, what is that? The appearance of the orb of light immediately startled the surrounding magic researchers, and the old professor watching the live stream. Is that light element? Did you see her take out experimental equipment containing light element? No. She summoned light element directly. For a moment, the audience both at the venue and in front of the projection crystal were filled with surprise and delight. Some stared wide-eyed at the rain of light above Lilia's head with incredulous expressions. Others held up crystals, frantically taking pictures in Eline's direction. Still others gaped, their faces showing shock as if petrified. Could this child also use light magic? How is that possible? Some magic scholars and professors almost couldn't contain their excitement, leaping over the railings and craning their necks at the edge of the deathmatch area. A dual-talented mage of grass and light elements? Why didn't she apply for light element when she started school? Are you senile? Humans don't even have light mages. Where did Minar Academy get a light element? Oh right, I am senile. Are we about to witness history? Can anyone really control light elements? Oh god. This will be a whole new realm. In existing theories of human society, light elements do exist, but no one can control them to become a light mage. In other words, the first light mage will undoubtedly be forever etched in history. This day will be historic, and those who witness the light element will likely be remembered for eternity. My god. The commentators around the deathmatch area quickly reacted, raising their megaphones and shouting, This is the legendary light element magic? How many more surprises will Elenine Purista have in store for us? Not only is she an excellent grass element mage, but she can also use light elements. Controlling light elements has been a problem that human magicians have been unable to solve for thousands of years. Humanity has never had a light mage before. Could she be the first light element mage? Amidst the chaotic scene, as warm light elemental energy rapidly spread through Lilia's body, the girl's wounds healed completely in a very short time, also repairing her injured internal organs and some broken bones. Having recovered from her severe injuries, Lilia could feel not only a significant improvement in her magical abilities, but also a substantial increase in her physical strength, power, speed, and agility. She suspected that she could now easily take on a level 4 monster single-handedly. Little Ire. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, Lilia lowered her voice, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. May I ask you a slightly impolite question? Yes. Erin nodded. Go ahead and ask, Lilia. Little Ire. Lilia stared into Erin's large eyes. Is she a dragon? Erin was silent for 2 seconds, then revealed her sharp fangs and smiled. Why did you suddenly think of asking this, Lilia? A gut feeling. A gut feeling? Yes, I don't know why from the first time. From the day I met Little Ire, my intuition told me you weren't human. Then, Erin thought for a moment, if I said yes, what would Sister Lilia think? Then I would be even happier, because Little Ire, as a dragon, is willing to set aside her status and befriend us ordinary people. Lilia said earnestly, and then I would try even harder to follow in Little Ire's footsteps. Oh. Erin nodded. She subtly surveyed the approximate locations of the recording crystals around her, then adjusted her position, turning her back to them. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Erin's pupils had transformed into the golden vertical pupils of a dragon. Congratulations, Sister Lilia, you guessed right. Blinking again to restore her pupils, Erin took Lilia's hand. The deathmatch tournament is over, we should head back. Erin looked at the spectators around her, who were completely frenzied from witnessing the light magic. But before we go back, I want to check on that little lizard here. Lilia asked, puzzled. A little lizard? Yes, I feel like I can't just leave her here. Erin thought for a moment. How about we talk to the headmaster of Minar Academy and open a temporary kindergarten at the academy? Chapter 284. It was another bright, sunny day. The dream city of Lachlan was exceptionally lively that day. Quick, quick! Move all this stuff to the warehouse. This is crucial supplies personally brought back from outside by Lord Raphael, the Blackwing gatekeeper. Be careful, don't bump or knock it, understand? Near the Lachlan market, several carriages were loading and unloading goods in an open area, with men in black constantly going in and out, bustling about. Yes, yes. Sir, may I ask what's inside? There are so many treasures inside. Monster meat, demon bird eggs, a whole bunch of ancient artifacts, and even several Tier 4 and Tier 5 crystals. Do you know what Tier 5 crystals mean? Tier 5. What? Tier 5 gems? Sir, is this real? Haha, of course it's real. That's why we say Lord Raphael is a god. Be careful, everyone. The Atlantis incident made our Black Paradise infamous. Now, countless organizations are watching us. Don't cause any trouble. Yes. Amidst the noisy crowd, a little girl, seemingly less than 1.4 meters tall, wearing a black hooded cloak and a black and gray plaid miniskirt, her thighs encased in black silk stockings, carrying a lantern, darted past the people unloading the goods like a little hamster. What just went by? Hey! You over there! The little girl's movement instantly aroused the suspicion of the Black Paradise member in charge of inventorying the goods. The staff member holding the inventory list immediately ran over. You! What are you doing? Huh? Erin, who had been running happily, suddenly stopped, waving her arms, and swaying for a moment before regaining her balance. "Are you talking to me?" Turning around shakily, carrying her lantern, Erin stretched her small hand out from the long sleeves of her cloak and pointed curiously at herself. "Yes." Seemingly charmed by Erin's adorable appearance, the Black Paradise staff member stood frozen for several seconds before recovering. "Little girl, are you new here? Or did you get lost from your parents around here?" I am." Erin feigned shyness, pointing to the identity tag around her neck. "I just arrived a few days ago." "Ah? So young?" The staff member seemed incredulous, quickly stepping forward and taking the girl's identity tag. "Cal, unofficial apprentice, Ice Elemental Mage, Reviewer. Francis." "So she really is new here?" Seeing the stamp and Francis's signature on the ID badge, the staff member scratched his head. "That's strange. Do we allow such a small child to join? Some children may have been malnourished due to lack of food and clothing when they were young, so they are relatively short." A person wearing a black Heavenly Navy hat walked over. "In my memory, there are quite a few adults like this in some rural areas far from human cities, especially girls. They are generally not tall, and even as adults, they look like children. But this is too short." The staff member held up his hand to Elline's head, then moved it to his chest. "She only reaches my chest. How can an adult be this short?" Elline lowered her head, her cheeks puffed out unconsciously, and her small fists, hidden inside the long sleeves of her cloak, clenched tightly. "Why do you care about someone's height? Since she has an ID tag, she's one of us from Black Paradise." Another staff member said irritably, "Is the ID tag new? Does it have a stamp and the executor's signature?" "It has a stamp and Lord Francis's signature. It looks pretty new." "That's settled then." Saying this, the staff member walked over to Elline. "Little sister, don't worry about it. This guy is just paranoid. Lord Raphael has recently returned, and things are a little chaotic here in Lachlan." Elline looked up, deliberately using a childish voice to ask, "Who is Lord Raphael?" "My goodness, now I'm starting to doubt if you're even 13 years old." Elline's appearance made the staff member's lips twitch. Then he pointed to the shattered dream tower not far away. "Raphael is our Blackwing gatekeeper. First, see that tower? The third floor from the top is where Lord Raphael lives." Erin seemed to understand. "Oh, that Raphael? I think I've been to his room before. It was full of posters and figurines of anime girls. You know, those big-breasted anime girls." His room was not only piled high with posters and figurines, but even his blankets were printed with rather revealing anime girl images, and his desk was covered in strange comics, only a few of which were related to the Dark Emperor. "Lord Raphael. Ah! Lord Raphael is here. He's so handsome." Just then, accompanied by screams, the crowd surged towards the same direction like a tidal wave. "Wow! It really is Lord Raphael. How dare I, on my own, see Lord Raphael?" After a brief moment of stunned silence, the two Black Paradise staff members checking Elline's identity also put down their work and ran towards a man dressed in black not far away. "Raphael?" Elline instinctively looked in that direction. A man about 1.8 meters tall, with short black hair and wearing a noble's uniform, was slowly walking towards them, accompanied by several guards. "Oh, my dear Black Paradise disciples, you have worked so hard these past few days. Oh, thank heavens, please allow me, on behalf of the Dark Emperor, to bless you. You are the pride of Black Paradise." Like an elegant gentleman, this black-haired nobleman wore gloves and held a rose, like a peacock among the crowd. "Lord Raphael is so handsome. So elegant. Oh my God. As expected of the elegant Lord Raphael, can I marry you?" Screams erupted from the crowd. "What is all this?" Erin's mind flashed back to the room in the shattered dream tower, filled with strange comics and posters of busted beauties. "Well, whatever, that's their privacy. It's none of my business." Thinking this, the little hamster pulled up her hood again and scurried along the paths around the crowd towards the shattered dream tower. On the first floor of the shattered dream tower, Erin met Quint, who was working. "Boss Quint." Knocking on the door, Erin poked her little head into the room. "Are you alone?" "Huh?" "Oh." Quint seemed still absorbed in his work, taking a while to come to his senses. "What? What are you doing here?" Then, he quickly stood up, looking at the little girl carrying a lantern with disbelief. "Where have you been these past few days? Something terrible has happened at Black Heaven." Erin gave him a bababa look. "What terrible thing?" "The demons we've been raising in Atlantis." "Beasts?" "Tui. The magical beasts we unsealed in Atlantis were killed. Atlantis was actually a kingdom of dragons. The princess of that kingdom was a dragon maiden. Huh? Eline was dumbfounded. Dragon? Dragon maiden? Yeah, didn't expect that, did you? I didn't expect it either. Kunta got up and left the door slightly ajar. Come in first, I tell you slowly. Your boss, Lord Francis, was partially paralyzed in that disaster, and only just woke up yesterday. Chapter 285. Cal, let me tell you, our Black Paradise has become famous this time. While you were away, our big project in Black Paradise, wow, it suddenly became known to everyone. You know about a Tier 7 magical beast? Tier 7. The kind that can flatten a small country. We've been watching this project for centuries, and it was just completed a few days ago. Our people broke the seal on the Tier 7 magical beast with a bang, and then the beast used some method to blow up the entire mine. In Quint's office on the first floor of the Shattered Dream Tower, perhaps bored for not having anyone to talk to these past few days, or perhaps wanting to show off in front of a girl like Eline, Quint excitedly described the Atlantis project. Lord Francis was there too. You should remember him, right? He's the one who helped you get your identity token. He also went to Atlantis and participated in that operation. According to Lord Francis, when the explosion occurred, he was almost seeing his great-grandmother when suddenly a pink light pulled him down from the clouds. Then a beautiful girl came over and said to him, Francis, if you don't want to die, live on. In the end, Lord Francis was somehow saved. Someone dug him out of the ground and had his Black Paradise take him away. Lord Francis was the only survivor who witnessed the explosion. Oh wait, there was also a newcomer, also a girl, and she was a mage. Hearing this, Eline showed a curious expression. A girl? A newcomer? Yes, that girl looks only 17 or 18, but can you believe she's a mage? Her talent is about the same as yours, both are prodigies. Just then, the office door opened, and a member of Black Paradise walked in. Quint, Lord Francis wants you to go to his room. Oh, okay. Quint winked at Eline. You come too. If Lord Francis asks where you've been these past few days, just say you've been promoting Black Paradise's great achievements. I cover for you. Oh. In the small room upstairs, Eline saw Francis, his entire body wrapped in bandages, one leg dangling from the foot of the bed, only one eye visible, looking like a mummy. Furthermore, beside Francis's bed, Eline also saw an old acquaintance. Skagami, the chipmunk. This girl, whom Eline remembered always as either dressed in all black and masked to conceal her identity, or in a fiery red dress, was today wearing a school uniform and little leather shoes, looking utterly obedient. It was as if the dangerous girl, who liked to plant bombs under people's houses, blowing up dozens of lives with a single press of a button, had absolutely nothing to do with her. Upon entering, Hugh also noticed Eline next to Quinta. Perhaps curious as to why Eline's originally black and white hair had turned pure white, Hugh tilted his head but said nothing. Sir. Quinta was the first to approach. You wanted to see me? Cough cough, well, I probably won't be able to get out of bed for the next few months. Francis said in a pained tone from his sickbed. So for the next few months, all my work will be handed over to this new little sister. Quint nodded and turned to Hugh. Her. Yes, you can call her Hugh. Don't let her appearance fool you. She's a genuine archmage. Ouch, damn it, that hurts like hell. Presumably aggravating his wound, Francis winced in pain on the bed, panting for a while before continuing. Hugh is a grand archmage of fire, formerly a noblewoman from Arcana, and now, like us, she has chosen to follow the Dark Emperor. Oh, by the way, the overseer who died in the Atlantis incident said he would give Carrie a formal executor status. You handle that too. Just bring me on board if you encounter any problems. Yes, sir. You two probably haven't met before, have you? After saying that, seemingly noticing Erin next to Quint, Francis took the initiative to introduce them. Little Sister Cow, this is Carrie, the executor Black Heaven recently recruited in Atlantis. She's a fire elemental mage. Little Sister Carrie, this is Cal also. She's a recent apprentice to Black Heaven, a high-level ice elemental mage. You're both girls, you should be able to become friends. Hudya walked over and extended her hand to Erin. Hello, Couchon. Erin also extended her hand and shook it. Hello, Couchon. Hudya noticed the lantern in Erin's other hand. Couchon, what's this? This is a sacred artifact that suppresses demons. Erin said in a somewhat melodramatic tone. I must guard it the entire time, otherwise the demons will escape and harm humanity. Quint chuckled. I see, you really are suited for our Black Paradise. Hugh also smiled knowingly. So, is Sister Cow also planning to resurrect the Dark Emperor with everyone? Yes, yes. Lord Francis. Hugh turned to the mummy Francis on the bed. Why don't you talk to Lord Quint first, and Sister Cow, and I will go outside and chat. Francis shook his head. Go ahead, go ahead. Hugh gestured for Elaine to follow him out. In the corridor, outside the shattered dream tower, the two found a relatively quiet spot. Why is your dragon princess here too? Looking at Elaine, dressed like a Chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur, Hugh couldn't help but laugh. If I'm not mistaken, they're going to resurrect the Dark Emperor. Seems like a dragon too? That's my dad. Elaine climbed onto a high chair in the corner of the corridor and sat down. Why did you suddenly join Black Heaven? Because I find these people interesting. Hugh shrugged. Of course, I won't really risk my life for them. My biggest interest right now is Minar Academy. Hugh looked at Elaine's lantern. Haven't you started school yet? My student registration card came through. I can go to school today. Elaine held up her lantern. But things are still being packed at home. I can't help much. So I thought I'd come over here first and see you. From Riemann? Here? Just for a look. Hugh was a little surprised, then seemed to remember something and exclaimed, well, for dragons, flying back and forth doesn't take more than a few minutes. Yes, so I just came to check on you. Seeing that you're alright, and Black Heaven is still as lively as ever, I'm relieved. Elaine jumped down from the high chair. If there aren't any major problems, I head back and prepare to go to school. Chapter 286. Today is the start of the Spring Festival semester at Minar Academy. Unlike most human schools on Earth, Minar Magic Academy on the Eve continent has 4 semesters: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each semester has corresponding courses and holidays, such as spring break, summer break, and autumn break, lasting more than 20 days. It can be said that even without considering weekends, students here have at least 80 days of holidays each year just from the 4 seasons. Erlini's class just happened to be admitted during the tail end of Minar Academy's winter break as a spring freshman. Hello, teacher. Haha, you little rascal, I'm not a teacher, I'm just the gatekeeper. Did you get your student ID card? At the school gate, many students were looking around, incredibly curious about everything at the academy. Teacher, I'm a freshman this year. It's my first time at Minar Academy. Is there anything I should be aware of? Here, this is the Academy and Freshman Handbook. Go find your dormitory and unpack a bit. Minar Academy is huge, don't get lost. Thank you, teacher, goodbye. I told you, I'm the gatekeeper. That afternoon, accompanied by Bilotes, Erin changed into the Minar Magic Academy's Grass Elemental student uniform and, together with Wendy, rode a griffin to this most famous magic school on the Eve continent. Because it was the start of the school year, the area around Minar Academy was practically a sea of people. Roasted sweet potatoes. Fragrant roasted sweet potatoes, big and thin-skinned. Freshly squeezed orange juice, sweeter than first love, thicker than romance. Come by some. Hello, I'd like to ask where I can get a replacement student ID card if I forgot to pick it up. At the gatehouse? Okay, thank you. Around the school gate, various vendors and Minar research scholars crowded both sides of the road. Upperclassmen wearing volunteer epaulets maintained order while answering questions from the new students and offering assistance to those in need. Walking with Wendy on the sun-drenched tree-lined path outside the south gate of Minar Academy, watching the busy vendors and enthusiastic upperclassmen, Erin couldn't help but think that the schools in this other world were indeed a bit too dreamlike. As someone who had lived in an ordinary school on Earth, even though more than 100 years had passed in her memory, Erin still remembered the various rules of schools there. For example, boys weren't allowed to have long hair, girls couldn't dye their hair had to be styled in designated ways, and school uniforms had to be worn neatly according to requirements, etc. Back then, there was a saying on Earth: first-rate schools focus on education, second-rate schools focus on ideology, and third-rate schools focus on discipline. It seems that Minar Academy doesn't really emphasize education or discipline. The school uniform itself is completely different from the middle school uniforms that Erin remembers. Every element of the uniform here has a different color and style. For example, the Grass Element Academy uniform that Erin is wearing is themed around elegance and cuteness, mainly in grass green and white, paired with a pleated skirt, knee-high socks, and small leather shoes, giving off a very comfortable and beautiful feeling, like waking up in the morning to find your own little flower quietly blooming on the windowsill. To accommodate some students, the Grass Element Spring School uniform comes in more than one style, with several themed colors including leaf green, rose yellow, and lily pink, and also in both long-sleeved and short-sleeved versions. Moreover, perhaps because girls in this other world, who can use magic, are all quite attractive, Erin felt that the academy uniform suited all the girls, regardless of their element, quite well. It was like a school full of beautiful girls, like an anime. Hello. Do you two need any help? As they walked along the tree-lined path near the south gate of Minar Academy, seeing Erin and Wendy in their school uniforms dragging suitcases, a senior student wearing volunteer epaulets approached. We can help you move your luggage to the dormitory. Wow. As she spoke, the senior student, wearing a Fire Element Academy uniform, covered her mouth in surprise, staring wide-eyed at the little girl in front of her. You're not that. Who? At this moment, another senior student also sat up from the small chair labeled New Student Information Center and glanced over. Wow. She's not that. Then, the senior student covered her mouth, exclaiming, that one who's been really famous lately. I remember her name is Eline. The senior student in front of Eline bent down slightly, extending a hand as if teasing a kitten. Little cutie, do you remember me? You are? Under the expectant gazes of the two Fire Elemental senior students, Eline tilted her head. Annie, the senior student in room 315 of Building 4 who likes to eat beer braised duck? When Erin first arrived at Minar Academy, she made a blunder because of the dormitory situation. Intending to go to dormitory Building 3.5, she ended up at Building 4 and knocked on the door of room 315. Coincidentally, the upperclassman in room 315 of Building 4 had just ordered takeout. Hearing the knock, she assumed it was the delivery person and let Erin in. Then Erin saw a scene that left her face steaming. Two upperclassmen embracing each other in only pajamas. Later, through the takeout order from the upperclassman at Building 3.5, Erin remembered the upperclassman's name, Annie. What kind of weird adjective is that? Eline's reply left the senior student somewhat amused and exasperated. She turned to another girl and said, Oh no, we seem to have a bad impression of our little cutie. It's all your fault. You let her in without even looking that day. The other girl was also a little embarrassed. She walked up to Eline, giving her a friendly smile. Little cutie, you become quite famous at Minar Academy these past few days. The first S+ in Minar's history. A freshman with elemental affinity, the strongest grass elemental mage, close to a dragon, knowing all the inside stories of Minar Academy, and a mage capable of easily annihilating 4th-tier magical beasts and withstanding attacks from archmages. She even used light element on camera, a skill that humanity has struggled to control for millennia. This girl and her roommate Annie weren't the type to gossip, but even without actively seeking out this incredibly cute grass elemental freshman, news about Eline had been flooding the internet these past few days, so exaggerated that they began to suspect some unscrupulous media outlets were fabricating stories to create buzz. Aw, sorry. Eline could only stick out her tongue and try to smooth things over with a cute gesture. I didn't expect such a strong reaction. This action left the two upperclassmen speechless. My God. How could such a cute little thing exist in this world? Ahem, After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, Annie was the first to recover, reaching out to take Eline's small suitcase. You're going to the dorms, right? Annie gently patted her roommate, gesturing for her to hurry and help Wendy with her luggage. The grass-type students' dorms are up on the divine tree. I take you there. Chapter 287. See her? Erin. Wow. It really is her. The little girl who's recently become famous, connected to the dragon race, and supposedly can use light elemental magic? Yes, it's said that many senior professors in the academy want to meet her, and news about her is being sold at exorbitant prices. She's so cute in person. So tiny, and did you notice? Her hair is so long, almost down to her calves. With the help of Senior Annie, Erin, Wendy, and Bilotes entered Minar Academy through the beautiful school gate. Although Erin had deliberately worn a small beret today to avoid attracting attention, her distinctive long black and white hair and petite figure still drew the attention of a large group of upperclassmen. Wherever Erin went, the new students would stop and look at her with curious eyes. She's so cute. She looks like she hasn't fully woken up, with that sleepy expression. Should we try going up and saying hello? Go ahead and go yourself. She doesn't know us, and her mother is right there. It would be awkward to just go up and strike up a conversation. I can't take it anymore. I can't look. She's just too cute. How can a child be so adorable? I remember Minar Academy only admitted 32 grass element freshmen this year. As Annie led Erin towards the central divine tree of Minar Academy, she proactively explained to Erin, because there are so few students, your dormitories are mostly mixed dorms. Mainly with the wind element students. Also, the grass-type teaching building, experimental building, and some magic practice areas are mostly shared with the wind type. At this point, Annie turned to Wendy beside Erin. Wendy, you must be a wind elemental mage, right? Huh? Wendy was somewhat surprised. Senior, you actually know my name. You and Erin are the closest, you're from the same family, and you're the freshman with the highest wind elemental affinity this year. It's hard not to know you. Annie teased. I really envy you, having such a cute little sister. Hee hee. Wendy put on a very pleased look. Thank you. I also feel incredibly lucky to have such a super cute little Erin. As she spoke, Wendy secretly glanced at Erin beside her. The super cute, incredibly powerful young Dragon King. Erin pinched Wendy's soft cheek with her little hand. Alright. Don't think about those weird things. Let's go to the dorm and tidy up our rooms. Young Dragon King? Annie was startled by the title. Is it a real young Dragon King? Or is it some kind of nickname? Bilotes, however, enjoyed the playful atmosphere among the children, covering her mouth and laughing. Let's just say it's a nickname we gave each other when we were little. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the foot of the divine tree in the center of Minar Academy. Beneath the tree, the massive roots resembled a sturdy net, spreading outwards from the trunk in all directions. The canopy overhead blocked out the sun, shimmering beautifully in the sunlight. This is the sacred tree of Minar Academy. You've been here once before, you should remember it, right? Leading Erin and the others to a huge wooden house at the foot of the tree, Annie pointed to the house and said, This is where the dormitory administrators live. If you have any questions, whether about studies or daily life, you can come here to find them. I remember there are currently 2 administrators here. I heard from Minar Academy that they're planning to recruit more administrators. I wonder if they found anyone yet. Carrying Erin's small suitcase, Annie went into the small wooden house first and knocked on the wooden door. Anti-administrator? Yes, sir. Accompanied by a familiar and playful voice, an administrator. A pink-haired girl in a uniform hopped out of the small wooden house. May I ask what brings you here? Annie was taken aback upon seeing the girl, then glanced into the house several times before scratching her head. Are you the new dormitory manager? The girl nodded. Yes, I'm the new dormitory manager, in charge of the girls' dormitories for the grass and wind departments. I just started yesterday. She looks so young. Annie subconsciously remarked, she seems about my age. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, I'm quite old. The girl turned to Erin and Wendy. Right? You 2 cuties? Erin was momentarily speechless. Because the pink-haired girl before her was the pink-furred fox, Chiming, whom she had just met in Atlantis not long ago. The patriarch of the Fire Fox and Thunder Fox clans. The Thunder Fox, who has lived for at least 100,000 years, is also Xiujiao's ancestor. However, unlike when they first met, this pink-haired fox at Minar Academy doesn't have fox ears or 9 tails. Instead, she's dressed as an ordinary pink-haired girl. Clearly, like Erin, foxes can choose to hide their ears and tails after transforming. But the problem is it appropriate to have a 100,000-year-old fox manage the girls' dormitory, especially a grass element girls' dormitory focused on cuteness and elegance? Wow! Chiming's words made Annie turn around, pointing at Erin and Wendy. You 2 know each other? Wendy smiled awkwardly. I guess we know each other. We've known each other for so long, and in little Wendy's eyes, we're just acquaintances. Oh! I'm so heartbroken. The pink-haired fox walked over, feigning sadness. Indeed, under the flowers and moon, with clear blue skies, it's the season for lilies to bloom. If I don't appreciate it, I seem to lack any appreciation for romance. Annie and her roommate subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Administrator, what are you saying? Nothing. Under Annie's surprised gaze, Chiming regained her usual playful expression, as if the girl with the resentful little green tea expression had nothing to do with her. These 2 are freshmen in grass and wind element. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm your administrator, Andy Chiming. You can come to me with any problems you encounter at Minar Academy. Note it's anything, okay? Chiming then bent down slightly and patted Erin's head. Even relationship problems are no problem at all. I can provide professional psychological counseling services. Erin and Wendy subconsciously turned to look at each other, both seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. The lives of the girls from the wind and grass departments are about to become much more colorful. Chapter 288. From the new dormitory supervisor, Erin learned that she had been assigned to room 218 on the 2nd floor of Building 1, a mixed wind and grass dormitory building. Whether by coincidence or Aisha's subtle suggestion, Wendy's dormitory was right next door, room 219, separated only by a wall. At Minar Academy, Both wind and grass-type dormitories were built on the trunk of the divine tree, at least tens of meters above the ground. Besides using the artificial staircase in the center of the tree, and then climbing the thick trunk to reach the dormitory, it was said that if one was confident enough in their wind elemental magic, they could also climb the tree directly using wind elemental magic. Erin didn't know who had decided on this building dormitories and trees design, but to be fair, the experience of climbing a tree back to the dormitory was quite novel. The wind and grass mixed dormitory building number 1 is located on a thick branch of the divine tree, slightly southeast of its trunk. The dormitory building is nearly 100 meters away from the trunk. A 10-meter wide, flat path has been magically carved into the thick branch by some grass elemental mage, with wooden railings on both sides, seemingly to prevent students from accidentally falling. Although the canopy at the top of the divine tree is lush and dense, giving the impression of being sky-covering, the branches and leaves themselves do not completely block out the sunlight. As Erin walks along the branch path, sunlight slants through the gaps between the branches, some falling on the branches in front of her, while other beams of light pass by, illuminating the lush green lawn below and creating shimmering patches of light. This layout made Eline feel as if she were walking through some mythical, ancient paradise. Moreover, there wasn't just one building on the divine tree. Above the first dormitory building, the one for the mixed-growth dormitories, to the west and north of the divine tree, beautiful dormitory or office buildings stood. These buildings were easily visible with just a slight tilt of the head up or down. They were both aesthetically pleasing and spacious, offering views of students playing on the branches, creating a truly magical atmosphere. "This is your dormitory." Annie, along with Erin and Wendy, walked through the sturdy branches to a pale green wooden dormitory building. Glancing at the flowers and plants the students had cultivated near the entrance, Annie remarked, "Sometimes I really wonder, are you wind and grass elemental mages afraid of heights at all?" "I'm not afraid of heights at all," Wendy smiled. "On the contrary, I wish I could fly higher, and see what the world beyond the sky is like. Then it feels like you could just use wind magic to float up from below." Annie glanced over the railing. "It must be at least 80 meters, right?" Just then, accompanied by the crisp tap-tap-tap of girls' uniform shoes on the wooden floor, a girl carrying a small bag of trash came down from upstairs. "Little Erin?" And Wendy neighed. Seeing Erin, the girl ran over quickly. "You're finally here, what?" It was Sophia. "Good afternoon, Sister Sophia." Eline smiled. "We just arrived. These dormitory buildings in the trees are amazing." "Right? I was shocked when I first arrived too. How could anyone build a dormitory on a tree branch? What if a super hurricane hits one day? Wouldn't that be dangerous?" Sophia put the small bag of trash into the recycling bin by the door, then clapped her hands. "Then, Sister Chiming downstairs told me that this sacred tree was blessed by the dragon race tens of thousands of years ago. No matter how strong the wind is, it won't sway, it's safer than the ground." Chiming. At the mention of this, Erin sighed. "I heard her say she was interested in Minar Academy, but I didn't expect her to come here as an administrator so soon." "It's okay, Sister Chiming is a good person, I believe her," Sophia said, grabbing Erin's uniform sleeve and trying to drag the little girl upstairs. "Ire, come quick. I tidied up the room. It's a double room. We be roommates from now on." "Ugh, so cunning." Wendy chimed in. "Why am I not a grass elemental mage? I want to be close to Ire every day too." Hee. Climbing the beautiful mahogany stairs to the second floor, they found room 218. Sophia pushed open the door first, pointing to the beds on either side. "Quick, Ire, which side do you choose?" Airlini smiled. "I'm fine with either." "No way." Sophia persisted. "Ire, choose one." "Then I." Airlini pointed to the small bed on the left side of the door. "I choose this one." For some reason, at that moment, a phrase popped into Airlini's mind, male on the left, female on the right. So, quite proudly, she chose the left side. However, the little dragon princess didn't realize that she was making her choice with her back to the dormitory door. If she had been facing the door, her bed would have been on the right. "Yay! This is it." Sophia opened her suitcase in the center of the room, took out a sheet and blanket with a cartoon dragon pattern, and quickly spread them on her small bed. "Wait a minute." Noticing that Sophia's sheets were covered in cute little dragons, Eline asked curiously, "What's this?" "These are daily necessities that the Holy Light Church recently distributed to the people of Atlantis for free. I thought they were cute, so I borrowed a set." Sophia pointed to the cartoon dragons on the sheets. "Atlantis is a super textile powerhouse, you know? To celebrate the official founding of the Holy Light Church, everyone worked overtime for 2 days to finish this. It's all made with our local Angora rabbit fur, warm in winter and cool in summer. Little Eline, would you like a set? Eline waved her hands repeatedly. I don't need this. You also have towel and bath towel versions, and pajamas? Pajamas? Hearing this, Eline felt a surge of. A Hogue radar activated instantly. What does it look like? Similar to Little Ire's previous nightgown. Sophia quickly pulled out a white Angora rabbit-style pajama set from a nearby wardrobe. This is it. Seeing that there seemed to be nothing else for her to do, Annie glanced at her companion and said, I left your luggage here, if there's nothing else. Okay, thank you both, seniors. Seeing Annie and Sophia about to leave, Eline quickly turned around, bowed slightly to the two girls, and then revealed a smile that revealed her canine teeth. Thank you for your hard work, seniors. No trouble at all, then, we head back now. With that, Annie quickly pulled her companion out of the room. Why are you walking so fast? Even after being dragged downstairs by Annie, the companion was still somewhat puzzled. Little Ire is so cute. Why don't we stay a little longer? Shh. Annie made a shushing gesture. My gut feeling tells me it's best we know as little as possible about their secrets. Chapter 289. Besides the dormitory building being built in the trees, requiring a 10-minute round trip to the ground, the layout of the Minar Academy's Grass Element Girls' dormitory also surprised Irini. It didn't feel like a student dormitory, but rather a small apartment. The Minar Magic Academy's Windgrass hybrid dormitory building was constructed entirely of wood, likely requiring a significant amount of grass mage magic during construction. Irini could clearly sense that this large building seemed to have grown directly from the tree branches. Some branches on the roof were even flowering. This resulted in the entire dormitory frequently emitting a faint fragrance of wood and flowers. Aside from being slightly poorly soundproofed, it didn't seem to have any significant drawbacks. Upon entering the dormitory, beds were located on the left and right sides. However, unlike traditional dormitories, there was a circular space on each side, containing curved desks, wardrobes, small tables and chairs, etc., with the beds in the center, and a beautiful folding door at the exit. In a sense, these two circular spaces could even be considered independent single rooms in a dormitory. Once you pulled down the folding door, you are the sole owner inside. What surprised Irini most was that each of the two circular spaces actually had its own private bathroom. This even has hot water? After making the small bed with Bilotes, and placing their belongings on the desk and wardrobe next to it, Irini curiously pushed open the wooden door in the corner and tried turning on the shower head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the fire crystal next to the shower head was activated, the water flowing through the flames was heated, forming a warm current that sprayed out from the shower head. A wooden room, and so close to a water source? Eline glanced instinctively at the vents at the top of the bathroom ceiling, then at the small windows next to the bed, using her dragon-like senses to check the humidity. Not bad, the ventilation is excellent. The designer of this dormitory must be highly skilled. Right? At that moment, Sophia walked over. I was startled when I first arrived. This doesn't feel like a dormitory at all, it's more like some kind of elven inn. We're like little elves living in the forest. This dormitory building is quite old, Bilotes explained. Back when I was a student, I heard rumors about the Windgrass dormitory. The upperclassmen said it was designed by the elves a long, long time ago, hundreds of years old. See? I guessed right, Sophia said proudly. I knew it. To design such a lovely house back then. The designer must be incredibly cute. The only downside is, why are the two beds so far apart? Then, Sophia looked troubled. If my bed were closer to Little Elle's, wouldn't we be? Sister Sophia. Eline turned around, reaching out her little hands to knead the Atlantean princess's face into various shapes, like a dumpling. Sister Sophia, have you been naughty like Sister Wendy? Sophia stammered, her words slightly muffled. No, I haven't been naughty. I'm just expressing what I really think. Well, seeing how well Irini and Sophia got along, Bilotes stood up and pointed outside the dormitory. You two chat first, I go check on Wendy next door? Okay. Irini pinched Sophia's cheek and turned her head. Thank you, Mom. This child. Bilotes reached out and poked Irini's soft beret, then picked up her small bag, pushed open the door, and went out. Oh, right. After Bilotes left, as if remembering something, Sophia grabbed Irini's little hand. I also brought a sprig of Erisima catnip from the backyard. We can water it together every day. Huh? Erisima catnip? Startled, Irini was dragged out of the room by the little princess of Atlantis beside her. Is that the Erasecat grass? The one in the same genus as taro on Earth? The one with leaves as big as konjac? used as an umbrella like in the anime My Neighbor Totoro, and with 2 cat heads growing from the edges of its leaves? Eline remembered this plant. It said that some of the glutinous rice balls in Atlantis were made from powdered tubers from the underground parts of the Araceae cat grass. Not only is the Araceae cat grass cute, but its underground tubers are also exceptionally large, like a supersized hybrid of taro and konjac, perfect as a staple food or for making small desserts. Before meeting Eline, I always thought my luck was incredibly bad, Sophia sighed, as the two returned to the central corridor of the dormitory. The corridor was lined with shared dressing tables, walk-in closets, and other furniture. Further in was a large living room with several windows, even connecting to 2 small balconies for drying clothes. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, slanting across the windowsills. Then little Ellen taught me what kindness and courage are. On the sun-drenched living room windowsill, Sophia took a large, clear jar filled with colorful paper stars from beside a potted arum catnip plant and handed it to Ellen. Eline took the jar, examining the glittering little stars inside. These were folded by the people of Atlantis these past few days, filled with blessings for little Eline. Sophia gazed at the sunlight outside the window. Everyone keeps saying how much little Eline has helped us, so Dad organized this little event. Families who wanted to thank little Eline could write their blessings on small slips of paper, fold them into stars, and put them together. Holding the large jar, warm from being in the sun for a while, Eline looked at the glittering little stars inside and paused. Actually, I didn't teach Sophia kindness and courage, because those qualities are things Sophia already possessed. At this point, as if sensing something, Eline, holding the jar of stars, made a puzzled sound, then pushed open the small wooden door beside her, went out onto the balcony, and peeked her little head out. Sophia quickly followed. What's wrong? Eline stared at the roots of the sacred tree beneath her feet, the aura of a demon. Sophia, startled, covered her mouth with both hands. Evil? A demon? Yes, a powerful demon left over from the demon god war. Eline pondered briefly. Even more powerful than the invincible tyrant from the Starfire caves of Atlantis. It was sealed beneath the academy. Those 2 demons seemed to have stirred just now. This is far more than just stronger than the invincible tyrant. The 2 demonic beasts sealed beneath Minar Academy were personally sealed by Nasod years ago. It said that Nasod had just fought the demons, and was physically weak, unable to completely annihilate the 2 demons, so he could only seal them away temporarily. Then, he forgot about the 2 demons sealed there, and left it entirely to Aisha. Later, even when Nasod remembered, considering that these 2 demons were among the few intelligent individuals with research value, and that he could easily kill them even if their seals were broken, he left the 2 demonic beasts sealed. Just now, Eline felt the 2 demons below seemed to move slightly. It seems that even Nasod's original seal has weakened over the years. However, Eline wasn't particularly fond of demons. After all, she herself was half a black dragon, and these 2 demons combined didn't even possess 1% of her evil aura or demonic energy. Ignore them. After one last glance at the lush green lawn beneath her feet, Eline returned to her room. Just 2 little demons. As long as they don't disturb our sleep, let them do whatever they want. Chapter 290. At the Minar Magic Academy's first canteen, Aisha, having finished her cleaning work as usual, removed her mask and hat, changed into more casual clothes, and returned to the nearby staff dormitory. That super cute freshman this year, her name must be Eline, right? Has that little one registered yet? As soon as Aisha returned to the staff dormitory, she saw several canteen staff members coming down from upstairs. They chatted as they walked, one of them holding a projection crystal. Today and tomorrow are the freshman registration days. Anyway, if she didn't come today, she'd definitely come tomorrow, don't worry. Oh! She's so cute, how can there be such a cute little one? The projector was showing footage of Eline using light element healing magic on Lilia not long ago in the Minar new deathmatch mode. This outfit suits her very well. I heard the little one is from Riemann. How does she know the secret of the dragon race at Minar Academy? Never mind, I get so excited just thinking about having such a cute little one at our academy. Will she eat here in the cafeteria tonight? Probably not. The Piarista family is noble, but some people say little Ale is very approachable, completely lacking the airs of a noble lady, so I feel. It's hard to say. Amidst the discussion, the staff noticed Aisha coming upstairs and immediately greeted the Salon King. Hi. Aisha. Aisha smiled. Hello. I remember you've been working at Minar Academy for quite a while now. Yes, what's wrong? Do you know the legends of the dragons in the academy? Dragons? Have you seen the recent freshman wilderness survival training? That little L. The staff member holding up the projection crystal said, this super cute little one. She revealed the bombshell news that our Minar is backed by the dragons, and she even summoned a giant dragon. Oh. Aisha gave a look that seemed to understand. I saw that scene. Are you curious about the dragons? Don't you want to gossip more about them? Like where they live, how much magic they know, whether they had any deep contact with us humans. The other person leaned closer. Do you know any of that? Not really. I thought you. Having worked here for so long, I must know a little bit of the inside story. The staff member in front of Aisha sighed softly. So you don't know much like us? I only heard some things about dragons. Aisha asked curiously, but the rumor that Minar Academy is backed by dragons has been around for a long time, hasn't it? Ah. I'm not talking to you anymore, you seem to not care about anything. The staff member opposite her helplessly pulled her colleague's hand. You can't do this, dragons, giant dragons. This is the age of dragons. You don't know how many people outside pray to gods and Buddhas just to say a word to a dragon, and then they be set for life with a bright future. Or you could become friends with Little Air. Yes, Little Air is so cute, she even knows dragons, and she's so strong. Being able to talk to her is a huge blessing. Several staff members chatted as they went downstairs. Sister, has that Aisha really been working here for a long time? She doesn't look that old. Maybe she's good at maintaining her appearance. The people living here say she's been working in Minar for at least 10 years, though she's a bit withdrawn. I can see that. She really doesn't seem to care about anything. Then why did she come to work in Minar? Oh dear, let's not talk about her anymore. Let's hurry to the canteen and see if we can catch a glimpse of Little Air. Watching the staff members go downstairs, Aisha stood there for a moment, then returned to her dormitory expressionlessly. Emotion. After tidying up her room, Aisha used her dragon aura to send a message to Emotion. My lady. A moment later, Emotion, dressed in a scholarly style, flew over from afar and landed on the windowsill of Aisha's single dormitory room. You call for me? The seal on the demons below seems to be weakening. I just sensed the faint aura of those two demons. The seal started weakening 2 years ago. After all, it's a seal that's been around for tens of thousands of years. Time always takes away a lot. Emotion respectfully asked Aisha, what does Lady Aisha intend to do? I'm not quite sure how to handle it right now. Should we reinforce the seal further, or simply dismantle the entire seal and kill the two demons to eliminate any future trouble? Aisha thought for a moment. I previously leaned towards the latter, but given the scale of the Minar Magic Academy, if we were to capture the demons from below and kill them, it would be impossible to keep it a secret from the students. Reinforcing the seal will only delay its weakening by several hundred years. Emotion slowly stepped down from the windowsill. What is your opinion of those two demons, Lady Aisha? They wreaked havoc on my territory back then, almost killing me. The extremely dangerous scene flashed through Aisha's mind. If Nasad hadn't intervened in time, Aisha might have perished at the hands of those two demons. But Aisha still remembered what Nasad said when he sealed the two strongest demons that day. Interesting. Not only do they possess the same advanced intelligence as us, but their inner rationality hasn't been crushed by their demonic nature. If I were a scholar of black magic, I might just capture you and study you thoroughly. In Aisha's understanding, these two demons were of research value in Nasad's eyes. Dragons and demons have fought for tens of thousands of years, causing widespread devastation. However, even after the dragons achieved final victory, and the world ushered in a golden age of peace, they still didn't understand where the so-called demons came from. Aisha and these two demons were mortal enemies, but if it was for the purpose of studying demons and figuring out these issues, Aisha wouldn't be obsessed with so-called revenge. After all, things were different now. Even if Nasad didn't intervene, Aisha could deal with those two demons herself. This was also her purpose in establishing the Minar Academy above the Laser Temple. She hoped to use human wisdom to see if she could research the relationship between demons, magic, and the origin of the world. But if Lord Nasad has a need, sparing their lives isn't out of the question. After a moment of silence, Aisha said to Emotion, when Nasad left, did he mention where he went? No. Emotion shook his head. Should I ask someone in the family? No need, I do it. Aisha stood up. Until then, Minar Academy is in your hands. Report any unusual situations to me immediately. Chapter 291. After helping Sophia decorate the cozy dormitory, and then tidying Wendy's bed next door, the three little girls, seeing it was getting late, held hands and escorted by Lodi's to the Minar Academy's student-only Griffin elevator. To the Lehman Empire, alone. Taking out her special student ID card for inspection by the airport manager, Erin pointed to Bilotes beside her. This is my mother. Alright, the Lion Scorpion flying to Lehman will probably be back in about 10 minutes. The manager glanced at the name on the student ID card, Erin Piarista. Oh dear, you're that little kitten who's been causing such a stir lately. Erin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. I'm not a little kitten. Just so you know what I mean. After we graduate, the old guys who are lingering at Minar Academy have all been talking about you lately. The uncle chuckled, looking at the pink student ID card in Erin's little hand with envy. What a cute student ID card. With this, you can practically walk around the academy like a headless chicken, right? I don't want to walk around like a headless chicken. Erin hugged the student ID card to her chest. I just want to get enough sleep every day. This year, thanks to Mo Xian's relentless overtime work, Minar Academy's technical staff gave all students student ID cards a 5-in-1 merged functionality. Now, Minar Academy's student ID cards not only have information login and introduction functions, but they can also make calls and watch live streams like a mobile phone. At the same time, the student ID card also serves as a meal card and access card, using something called crystal points. One gold coin can buy approximately 10,000 crystal points, which can be used for discounts within Minar Academy. While called a student ID card, Eline felt its appearance was more like a miniature tablet computer. Moreover, it was a completely transparent, small tablet computer with a touch screen. Eline's student ID card was about 16 centimeters long, 7 centimeters wide, and less than 1 millimeter thick. It was light pink with a pink border. Normally, it displayed Eline's image, name, age, and magic major, like an identification card worn by a street volunteer. When certain buttons on the card were touched, it could be used as a communication crystal to communicate with other students at Minar Academy who possess the same card, or to project the image of a base station. A completely transparent phone that Earth couldn't create, Mo Xian of the other world created, and distributed it free of charge to all students. It was also a super long standby version that didn't need charging, containing enough lightning energy to power an average student for at least 5 years. At the time, Eline even suspected that Mo Xian, who had created so many high-tech magical devices, might also be a transmigrator from Earth. However, when she tried asking the bookish-looking young man questions like odd changes, even remains the same, 5 years of college entrance exams, and what's the connection between chickens and basketball, and found him completely bewildered, she became certain. This guy was truly a pure great inventor, not a transmigrator. The Lion Scorpion bound for the Lehman Empire has arrived. After waiting a while at the airport, accompanied by the shouts of the staff, a somewhat familiar, enormous lion scorpion flapped its wings and descended from the sky, landing in the crowd. Ah! You are? Before the lion scorpion had even come to a complete stop, a young woman eagerly jumped off its back and ran to Erin. Little Erin, do you remember me? I took you to Hennessy Village before. Oh! With the young woman's prompting, Erin recognized the pilot of the lion scorpion and immediately turned her head to look at the huge flying magical beast beside her, which resembled both a lion and a scorpion. Piglet? If she remembered correctly, that was what the young woman had called the lion scorpion. Humph. Hearing Erin's words, the lion scorpion let out a flattered sound, clearly pleased. You even remember our baby's name. The young woman happily took out her student ID card. Now we can register each other, right? Yes. Erin handed over her pink student ID card, which clicked against the young woman's ordinary card. Got little Ire's ID. The young woman seemed quite satisfied. Lately, our dorm hasn't stopped talking about you every night. We're always making noise until really late. My roommate even bought a whole bunch of your videos and watches them over and over again, like she's a total fangirl. Ah. Erlini shrank shyly behind Sophia. Is that so? The young woman nodded. Are you going to Lehman? Erlini gestured to Bilotes. My mom brought us to school to register today, and now she's going back. Okay, please welcome little Ire's wonderful mother. With that, the young woman took out a megaphone and shouted clearly in Esperanto, the lion scorpion from Minar Academy to the Lehman capital is about to take off. Students or parents traveling to Lehman, please register your personal information and board as soon as possible. Mommy, hug me. As Bilotes walked towards the manicure, Eline reached out her hands to her. Okay. Seeing her adopted daughter unusually acting like a spoiled child, Bilotes happily hugged her. Remember to eat on time at school from now on. When you wake up in the afternoon, you can eat some meat or drink some milk first. After school, you can have dinner with your classmates, and then you can have a small snack before bed. Make sure you eat 3 meals a day. If you need anything, you can ask Sister Sophia or Sister Wendy. If that doesn't work, you can also ask Sister Alice and Sister Victoria. You've been to their dorms, right? Yes, yes. Mommy's going back now. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Now Riemann and Minar are studying. The Academy's base stations are now interconnected. Ordinary communication crystals or projection crystals can directly contact the Piarista family of Lehman. Belodis put Ellen down and gently kissed the little girl on the forehead. Good luck. Thank you, Mom. Watching Bilotes board the lion scorpion, Ellen waved her little hands. I get first place in all my subjects. Mom is happy that you tried your best, Ellen. Bilotes covered her mouth and laughed from the lion scorpion. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. As more and more people rode the lion scorpion, and seeing that it was almost time, the flying magical beast named Piglet flapped its black wings and flew into the sky. Little Ellen's mom. After the lion scorpion flew far away, Sophia turned around and stretched out her hands to Ellen. I want a hug too. Little Ellen's mom? Ellen reached out and pinched Sophia's cute little face. Okay, let's stop fooling around and go eat. Let's see if the school cafeteria has anything we haven't tried before. Chapter 292. Dragon Island Temple. In the afterglow of the setting sun, a black dragon suddenly landed on the open ground outside the temple with a deafening roar. Instantly dirt, plants, wood chips, and other debris from the open ground were sent flying into the air, forming a cloud of murky dust. Several chipmunks that had been carrying pine cones were terrified and scattered in all directions. What? Nasod, who was conducting an experiment with the Holy Dragon Elders, immediately threw a test tube with a cat's head on it. How many times have I told you? Land quietly. Don't make such a fuss. You're an assassin. An assassin? The black dragon outside emitted an embarrassed female voice. I'm sorry, Lord Nasod. Nasod casually caught a stunned chipmunk, placed it on the table, and then pointed to the passageway outside the temple. Transform into human form before coming in. A black light flashed, and the black dragon's massive body slowly transformed into a beautiful human woman, carefully landing at the entrance to the temple's smooth crystal passageway. Enter. Having received Nasod's permission, the human girl dressed as an assassin walked towards Nasod and several elder dragons, then knelt on one knee. Lord Nasod. Speak. Nasod, while looking at the research report on the table, poured the light element from the special test tube into the black vortex beside him. Any new information? Well, Princess Elenine has reported to Minar Academy. She's made quite a few friends in human society, and she even signed a dragon servant contract with Sophia Carroll, the only princess of Atlantis. Dragon servant contract? When I taught her this thing, she seemed completely uninterested. Nasod nodded. What kind of person is this Carroll? Sophia is the only daughter of Steve, the current king of Atlantis. She's a grass elemental mage. Atlantis has a somewhat special status among humans, and their king status is also somewhat special. He's not a traditional ruler, but more like a public servant. I know a bit about Atlantis. I'm asking about Sophia, who signed the dragon servant contract with Little L. Atlantis used to be frequently at war. Sophia Carroll accompanied her mother on military medical missions from a young age. She's rather timid, but she's well regarded by the people of Atlantis. Alright, she often treats the common people in the country for free. After interacting with Her Highness the Princess, she seems to have become much more cheerful. I personally think there shouldn't be any problems. That's good. Eline is inexperienced. I'm mainly worried she suffered in human society. Watching the light elements in the test tube being swallowed by the dark vortex before him, Nasod looked up. Judging from your expression, you have more than one thing to report? Yes. The girl dressed as an assassin continued. The second thing is, the seal on the 2 demons beneath the Aurora Temple seems to have loosened, and Her Highness has already noticed. Those 2 demons? Nasod took a while to remember. Oh, those 2 intelligent demons who almost killed Aisha back then. To be precise, the demons that besieged Aisha back then were a group, not just 2. However, Nasod had just fought several battles with other demons, and didn't have much magic power left, so he easily wiped out most of the demons, sealing away the 2 intelligent ones. Having dealt with demons for tens of thousands of years, Nasod knew very well how rare intelligent demons were. The vast majority of demons were like a virus to this world. Their sole purpose in living was destruction and slaughter. This nature meant that most demons lacked intelligence, resembling cold-blooded and ruthless beasts. But there are always exceptions. Even as killing machines, there's a small chance that demons might develop communicative variants. Therefore, Nasod chose to seal away the two intelligent, communicative demons that appeared to be devils. Nasod originally planned to keep them until the world was at peace, so he could study monsters and then interrogate the two demons. However, after peace was restored, he inexplicably got into a war with the Holy Dragon clan, fighting for tens of thousands of years without a clear victor, and even losing his daughter in the process. He completely forgot about the matter. Yes, the Aurora Temple is located underground at Minar Academy, which was also Aisha's original purpose in establishing Minar Academy. The assassin girl said respectfully, according to Aisha herself, she remembered you saying that these two demons had research value, so she established Minar Academy and funded humanity's research into advanced magic. I didn't expect that girl would still remember a casual remark I made back then. Nasod scratched his head. Strange, Aisha didn't mention this when I went to Minar Academy to investigate. Tell me the truth. Fafna, not far away, cast a cold glance at him. How many girls did you flirt with back then? Honestly, I was just a Chunibu back then. I had no interest in romance. Nasod quickly explained. Even during those years fighting with you, I never developed any feelings for you. Nasod wanted to say something more, but Fafna's gaze grew increasingly stern, silencing him completely. Okay, darling, I was wrong. You said those two demons were worth studying. Fafna didn't pursue the matter further. She gestured to the two elder dragons nearby who were studying the generation method of dimensional rifts. Was it just a casual remark, or is it true? It is true. NSD said seriously, after I had almost wiped out the demons attacking Aisha in the desert. Those two little demons, seeing the situation was bad, immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, even using broken dragon language to ask me to let them go. Wife, she kneeled down and begged for mercy. Have you ever seen monsters? That's interesting. Fafna showed an interested expression. I feel like we could ask them about monsters? Or use them for some experiments or something. That's what I meant back then, which is why I didn't kill those two demons together. NSD turned to the assassin girl. Is the seal beneath Minar Academy loosening considerably now? Not very much. At this rate, without human intervention, the seal can last at least another 500 years. It's just... Nasod frowned. What is it? It's that someone's already eyeing that seal. Who's so bold as to target the dragon seal? Black Heaven. Huh? It's... That Black Heaven, the organization Her Highness the Princess joined. How does Black Heaven know about this seal? Black Heaven has been eyeing Minar Academy for a long time. Minar Academy has existed on the Eve continent for thousands of years, standing strong, and is shrouded in various rumors. An organization like Black Heaven would naturally investigate it. The assassin girl said, Black Heaven's throne. She's a fallen elf, She's one of your admirers. What do you mean? She admires you greatly. I know the word admiration, but I don't understand why you're suddenly bringing this up. What does this have to do with Black Heaven targeting the seal? Back when you sealed those two magical beasts in your dragon form, some intelligent beings in the desert recorded this scene in ancient script to commemorate your great achievements. So that fallen elf investigated this matter, and thus found the Aurora Temple. At this point, the assassin girl took out a projection crystal. Also your daughter, Princess Eline, also investigated this dark elf and photographed some documents from her room, entrusting me to deliver them to you. From my daughter? Nasod gestured for the assassin girl to activate the projection crystal. Just read it aloud. What's it? This? The assassin girl glanced at Fafner not far away. My lord, isn't this inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Nasod said nonchalantly. I know about my daughter joining the Black Heaven. Seren told me everything. It's just a small human organization, nothing serious. Read it. Chapter 293. Then, Lord Nasod. Seeing Nasod's domineering attitude, the assassin girl glanced at Fafna not far away again, and said in a trembling voice, Then I read it. What are you afraid of? This is Dragon Island. I am the Black Dragon King, who dares to hurt you? The assassin girl's appearance left Nasod completely bewildered. It's just intelligence data from a small human organization. Is it going to kill me? Okay, Lord Nasod. The assassin girl looked at Fafna again, then activated the projection crystal. Beep. Soon, the projection crystal projected a small booklet resembling a diary into the air. This is text written in Elvish by the Dark Elf. The Dark Emperor mentioned here refers to Lord Nasod. The assassin girl cleared her throat and read aloud the girl's diary from the screen. The Dark Emperor is unparalleled in the world. The Dark Emperor is a peerless hero. This is the salutation on the diary's cover. Princess Eline found this diary in the highest level of Black Heaven and then photographed its contents. The assassin girl cautiously raised her head, deliberately emphasizing the word diary. Should I read the rest? Yes, Nasod said impatiently. Since it's related to what we're investigating, you can read it louder. Okay. The assassin girl coughed, raised her voice, and read aloud the contents of the diary. The glimmer of heaven faded amidst the falling winter snow. For 293 years, I longed for my monarch, walking alone in the snow. Great monarch, why have you abandoned this mortal realm? I love you so much that even the butterfly's phosphorescence blurs my beating heart. Before the assassin girl could finish reciting, Fafnir, who had been studying data on dimensional rifts nearby, suddenly teleported to Nasod's side. Buzz? Boom! In that instant, sensing the danger, Nasod only had time to summon a dark elemental shield before Fafnir punched him, sending him flying. He crashed into 3 boulders, leaving a trail dozens of meters long before finally coming to a stop. The chipmunk, just waking up on the table, saw Nasod fly away like a kite with a broken string and immediately lay back down, intending to play dead to get through this terrifying day. This scene made the assassin girl instantly tremble and hide to the side. Lord Nasod told me to read it. I know. Fafnir, who had sent Nasod flying dozens of meters away with a single punch, stretched her body on the spot. With her beautiful long white hair, her previously demure wifely appearance was now filled with the coldness of an assassin. Continue reading. I've been sitting here for too long, so I'm stretching. Wife, let me explain. Nasod, who had taken a solid punch, struggled to his feet with great difficulty. I really don't know that dark elf. I believe you. It just so happens that our previous contest was undecided. Fafnir stepped forward quickly, her body enveloped in holy light, the shattering of creation. Boom! The commotion also made several elder dragons nearby look up. What's going on? Just the young couple's daily exercise. Don't worry about it too much. A highly respected elder dragon poured another bottle of light element into the dark vortex, observing the mixing reaction of the light and dark elements. I think I understand now. This dimensional rift. No, the Mystic River. The situation on the other side of the Mystic River is far more complicated than we expected. How so? It's like the relationship between a dragon and an egg. Without a dragon, you can't lay an egg, but if you want to hatch a dragon, you must first have a dragon egg. At our current level, even Nasod and Fafnir have no way to reach the Mystic River. They can briefly open the door, but they can't enter the world inside. An elder dragon asked curiously, do we really have to go to this mysterious river? We don't have to go, but we at least need to figure out what's there, or to put it bluntly, we better be able to monitor the situation there. The elder dragon pointed to the setting sun in the west. See that fireball? The sun gives all things energy and temperature. Now some human scientists can measure the distance between us and that fireball, as well as its daily rotation speed, and use this to report on temperature and the future world order. The mysterious river is to the magic of this world what the sun in the sky is to it. Because of the mysterious river, we can use magic. Similarly, because there are problems on the mysterious river, monsters have appeared in our world. The Mystic River is so important, yet we know nothing about it. We can't even observe its interior like we would the sun. Oh, I see. Another elder dragon pondered. So, if we could observe or even step into the Mystic River, perhaps we could further improve our magical abilities, such as possessing mystical powers, or gaining a deeper understanding of the world's laws. I don't actually expect to step into the Mystic River, because almost all the data currently indicates that ordinary people, cough cough, ordinary dragons, entering the Mystic River with their mortal bodies, will die. Boom! Not far away, Fafnir's punch sent Nasod flying hundreds of meters away, creating a large crater in the ground. Wife, you really went for it. Nasod struggled to his feet from the crater, dusted himself off, and stretched. Then I won't hold back either. Creation shatter, dark primal punishment. Boom! The next second, their fists, radiating both dark and light energy, collided heavily, blasting a tiny crack in the surrounding space. Stop fighting. Suddenly, a clear, cute voice rang out, and a pale green, semi-transparent sprite emerged from the crack between Nasod and Fafnir. Huh? After a brief hesitation, Nasod and Fafnir simultaneously stood together, assuming an attack stance against the sprite. Who? The sprite that emerged from the crack was about the size of a groundhog, its body resembling a large, sugar-free loaf of bread, with only large, cute eyes and a small mouth on its head. Me? I'm Little L's friend. Oh no, Little L. Under Nasod and Fafner's gaze, the sprite floated in front of him. Aren't you Little L's dad and mom? You can't fight, okay? The sprite's childish yet instructive words left Nasod and Fafner speechless for a moment. They exchanged a knowing glance, then tacitly withdrew their attack stance. Are you Little L's friend? Then Fafner stepped forward and said, You're from the Mystic River? Yes, I'm from the Mystic River, an Eldar elf. We helped Little L, and Little L helped the Mystic River, so we're good friends now. The sugar-free pale green bread elf flew to a chipmunk lying on the lab table nearby, its belly exposed, looking like it was saying, I'm dead, burn some paper money for me. It picked up a test tube from the table. Aren't you interested in the Mystic River and Little L's story? You can ask me directly. After you ask, I hope Mom and Dad will stop fighting, because no matter how much you fight, you won't get to the Mystic River. The path to the Mystic River can only be opened by Little L, and only she can enter. Chapter 294. The Minar Magic Academy was filled with the joy of students making new friends and enjoying delicious food in the evening. Hello. Wow. This fire elemental uniform really suits you. Is it a new style? Yes, I chose the flame red version. Although it's eye-catching, it's really beautiful, I should have chosen flame red too. This gem black with black hair looks like some kind of papal uniform. You should have chosen the short-sleeve version. The long-sleeve version isn't suitable for tall people, but it's okay. If you really like it, you can buy a set now. It's right at the school gate, only 120 crystal coins. As more and more new students arrived at Minar Academy, the academy, which had been somewhat deserted due to the holidays, completely returned to its former liveliness and prosperity. Many freshmen, still not satisfied after dinner at the school cafeteria, flocked to the nearby snack street, buffet area, and barbecue food court for a feast, or to nearby clothing stores to pick out different styles of Minar uniforms, or to the supermarket and household goods section to buy various household items. I found everything here so cheap. A meal costs less than 15 yuan, and they even give you a big chicken leg. Yeah, mainly because one mainstream gold coin can buy 10,000 crystal coins, and you get discounts with crystal coins. The same items would at least double in our country. No wonder so many upperclassmen want to stay at Minar Academy. The living environment and retirement environment here are perfect. I want to live here when I'm old. Haha, then let's study hard and try to get permanent residency here in Minar. It's truly a place backed by dragons. It's safe and resource-rich. I'm so envious. As a large number of new students flooded into the cafeteria and supermarkets, places that didn't require queuing during the holidays quickly became long queues. While queuing, some upperclassmen, having nothing to do, started discussing recent major events at the academy. Speaking of which, have you seen that junior Erline, who's been making headlines lately? She didn't come today? I heard from the grass and wind students that she came. Someone saw her move into the grass and wind dormitory building number 1 with Windy today, but nothing happened after that. Building number 1 is an old building. Who is she living with? It must be Princess Sophia from Atlantis. Someone guessed it when they were on the same team. The dormitory assignments for new students at Minar Academy are always quite structured. After all, it's a double dormitory, and to avoid arguments between two people due to personality differences, the academy will try its best to group people from the same family, or those who know each other together. Why didn't I see them at mealtime? Logically, if those two little ones came out together, they should have made quite a commotion. I did see Lilia. She seemed to have bought enough food for 5 people at once in the cafeteria, but Lilia's aura of keep away. I didn't dare approach her. Truly, they're a fighting nation. At the Minar Academy's second cafeteria, Tina, having finished tidying up her dorm, went up to the second floor alone, found a queue that didn't look too long, and joined the last one. Today she was wearing the classic sunset yellow color scheme of the Minar Academy's rock element uniform. The dignified theme of rock combined with the sunset yellow color made it instantly recognizable as a rock-type girl's uniform. Huh? Aren't you? Just a few minutes after Tina joined the queue, several girls, who had finished getting their food, approached her with surprised expressions. Aren't you? That girl from Alliance Squad 1? A companion beside her reminded her, Tina. Oh right, Tina's younger sister from Aspera, from the plant family. The girl who spoke looked at Tina from the front and back. Didn't Eline come with you? No. Tina smiled. I came alone. I thought you two were close, that you have a meal together on your first day. The girl looked somewhat regretful. Eline. Linny's really famous now. Lots of people in the college are looking for her. But it's strange, Someone saw her carrying things to her dorm this afternoon, and now she's nowhere to be seen at lunchtime. It's best not to bother others, Tina said gently. Little Ire probably doesn't like those noisy environments. I know, I was just asking, the girl laughed. Actually, even if I saw Little Ire, I probably wouldn't have the guts to talk to her. I just secretly take a picture from afar and show it off to my classmates. Me too, the girl's friend said, pulling out her student ID card. Tina, can we be friends? Tina took out her student ID card and exchanged contact information with the other girl with a beep. Thank you. Putting away her student ID card, the girls waved to Tina. We're going to eat now, goodbye. Goodbye. Watching the girls leave, Tina glanced at the more than 100 new numbers already registered on her student ID card and put it away. Similar situations had occurred more than 100 times since she arrived at Minar Academy that morning. Many people knew she used to be in the same squad as Arin and wanted to use her to build a relationship with Arin. Tina couldn't completely misunderstand this behavior. As a maid, she had taken care of others since childhood, developing a supportive personality. Unless it crossed a line, she generally wouldn't refuse invitations. However, while waiting in line, Tina glanced at her student ID card in her pocket again. For some reason, whenever Tina thought of Arin, and of that little girl from their freshman wilderness survival training who would sleep soundly on her back like a kitten at night, a strange, inexplicable feeling welled up inside her. This was the first time she ever felt this way. Tina! Just as Tina was wondering whether to go over to the Kazagusa dormitory to say hello, a familiar voice pulled her back to reality. It was Lilia. Come quick! Grabbing Tina's hand and pulling her out of the crowd, Lilia, like an older sister, dragged Tina downstairs and out of the cafeteria. I'm taking you somewhere. Tina, who had been queuing for ages and was suddenly pulled away, was a little confused. Where? The place where demons are sealed, called the Aurora Temple. Sealed demons? Everyone's there. Lilia said in somewhat broken Esperanto. Eline, Sophia, Wendy are all there, it's us. A new secret base. But Tina pointed to the cafeteria behind her. I haven't had dinner yet. I already bought your portion. Little Ire also brought a lot of level 9 magical beast meat and barbecue seasoning. We have a barbecue after dinner. Level 9 magical beast meat? Tina thought she misheard. Level 9 magical beast meat. What does that mean? It's level 9 magical beast meat. Little Ire said that in her hometown, they could only find this kind of magical beast meat. Anything lower is unavailable. Lilia turned her head and lowered her voice. This is a secret between the 5 of us. From now on, we're family. Chapter 295. Leaving Tina from the school cafeteria, Lilia walked a short distance along a tree-lined path before stopping at the entrance of an inconspicuous little garden. Because the Minar Magic Academy was located far from the borders of the major empires, nestled against the Minar Forest, and originally managed and built by the elves, the academy's design was primarily themed around a forest, filled with greenery, flowers, and various gardens. Small gardens, like the one Lilia saw, were almost ubiquitous at Minar Academy, and few students paid any particular attention to them. Nobody's following us, is they? At the garden entrance, Lilia glanced around to make sure no students were watching before taking a strand of snow-white hair from her pocket and handing it to Tina. Put this on your student ID card, and Little L's magic will modify the magic circuits inside, and then it's perhaps not quite fluent in Esperanto's language. Lilia stammered for a while, her face flushing, before finally reaching for Tina's skirt pocket. Anyway, it turned our student ID cards into the keys to this place. Lilia's expression made Tina chuckle. She proactively took out her own student ID card. So Little L's magic will turn our student ID cards into a magical item, right? Yes. Lilia placed the beautiful strand of hair on Tina's student ID card, wrapping it around once. With a soft glow, the white hair transformed into starlight, seeping into Tina's student ID card. This is the entrance to the Aurora Temple. Currently, only a few of us can enter, Lilia said to Tina beside her, holding her student ID card in the air. The method is like this. Place the student ID card in the air, about a meter high, stand here, and face the small fountain in front of you. As soon as Lilia finished speaking, the student ID card in her hand glowed with a holy light, as if a barrier had been broken. The seemingly ordinary lawn in front of them suddenly parted to reveal a small staircase leading underground. Wow! Tina was stunned by what she saw. What kind of magic is this? Little L said it's a barrier magic within light magic, but I can't figure out how it's actually done. Lilia shrugged. Little L is practically a god to me now. Me too. As they walked down the small stairs together, Tina still seemed a little uneasy. Is it really appropriate for me to be here? From Tina's perspective, she was just a maid from an ordinary noble family in Aspera. Leaving aside the fact that Aspera and Atlantis didn't get along well, even Tina's plant family wasn't a particularly famous noble family in Aspera. And Tina wasn't even a member of the plant family. She was taken in by the family's patriarch and didn't even know who her biological parents were. In the Minar Wilderness Survival Training Team No. 1, Tina considered herself the one with the least noble blood. Wendy and Eline are from the same family. Sophia is the only daughter of the king of Atlantis, and Lilia is the little princess of the Arcana royal family. Only Wendy is an ordinary maid in an ordinary family like Aspera. What are you referring to, Tina? In the corridor adorned with numerous crystals, Lilia tilted her head at Tina's question. Or do you think little Eline would mind Tina's status? Tina was a little embarrassed. I just feel. Well, I'm just a maid in a family, and as for everyone else. Tina received the maid education of the plant family from a young age, an education that accustomed her to a relatively humble life. Regardless, a maid must prioritize the needs of those she serves, dedicating herself to serving others wherever she goes. When her master eats, Tina must stand by and await orders. After her master leaves, she must immediately clear the dishes and proactively perform corresponding cleaning duties. Even if her clients weren't her masters, but rather visiting nobles, Tina's status was still slightly lower. At the very least, she couldn't eat in the same room as these guests, and she had to try her best to fulfill their requests. Some might scoff at such a system and lifestyle, but Tina genuinely loved it. She felt happy seeing others finish the food she prepared, proud seeing the house become beautiful because of her efforts, and immensely satisfied seeing her master grow healthily every day under her care. She didn't mind her low status or how hard her life was, because she truly believed that being a maid brought her joy. This is what we call a service-oriented personality, somewhat like those players in games who insist on playing support. Whether they die or not is unimportant, whether they get kills is unimportant, and their win rate is unimportant. As long as the ADC is having fun and their teammates win the game spectacularly, they're satisfied. This is also why Tina was somewhat apprehensive when Lilia called her over and said, "Little Elle is waiting for you." Subconsciously, she perceived princesses like Eline, Wendy, Sophia, and Lilia as her servants. They were the young ladies, and she was the maid. And maids can't eat at the same table as young ladies. Little Ire doesn't have that many rules. As the two descended the stairs to a spacious underground crystal path, Lilia gently patted Tina's shoulder, noticing the girl's still somewhat reserved demeanor. Besides, Little Ire said you're the star of tonight's party. Me? Tina asked, puzzled. But I just... Sister Tina. Sister Lilia. Just then, Wendy and Sophia's voices called from ahead, "Over here! Over here!" Only then did Tina realize they had somehow arrived in a vast, empty underground area. It was a huge circular plaza paved with crystal, situated in the center of an underground river. Strange crystal statues surrounded it, and at the other end of the plaza was a similarly shimmering super-wide road, seemingly leading to some mysterious, unknown region. Wendy, Sophia, and Eline had already brought over several chairs and set up a table in the center of the plaza, with charcoal burning nearby, seemingly preparing for a barbecue. Sophia, Wendy, and little Elle. Tina instinctively ran towards the three little girls in the center of the circular crystal plaza. Where is this? The place where demons are sealed. Eline pointed to another road leading to the area of grievance and said, demons can be understood as a type of demon race, and demon races can also be understood as a type of monster. The term monster includes both demon races and magical beasts, but generally, when people talk about monsters, they use it to describe bad, mindless magical beasts. A demon is sealed in here? Tina came to Eline's side. A very scary demon? The Hellhound from the Minar Freshman Wilderness Survival Training, Tina Nichin. Do you remember it? If that Hellhound were 10 times its original size, and its strength, let me see, its strength is roughly equivalent to 20,000 Hellhounds. That's a bit hard to convert. As she spoke, seemingly remembering something, Erin had a sudden inspiration. The fire-breathing dragon that Tsubaki, Lulu, and I summoned at night was Sister Seren. The combined strength of the two demons inside was roughly equivalent to half of Sister Seren. Then, Tina wiped the cold sweat from her forehead at this terrifying description. Is it really okay for us to eat where the demons are sealed? No problem. Erin pulled out a small chair next to her, gesturing for Tina to sit down first, then pointed to the barbecue grill beside her. If you really have any complaints, these are what's being grilled here in a bit. Chapter 296. Forget about those two demons, everyone come here. While Tina was still pondering how to deal with demons that are half the strength of dragons, Erin had already gestured for Lilia to sit down on the small chair opposite her, and then picked up the milk jug on the table. First of all, I want to apologize to everyone. Because of my own willfulness, I caused you so much trouble. I'm truly sorry. After saying that, Erin picked up the milk jug, her small body curling up in the chair like a kitten. To avoid being bothered by strange people while eating, I temporarily found this place. From now on, this will be our secret base. This place is called the Aurora Temple, the place where demons were sealed tens of thousands of years ago, and also the reason why our dragon ancestors established Minar Academy. Dragons? I don't think little Elle has done anything wrong, and let's put that aside for now. Tina felt like she heard something incredible. You mean? The dragons of the past specifically built the Minar Academy on top of these two demons to keep an eye on them? No, Sister Aisha's biggest reason for building Minar was to accelerate human magical research and then find some truth about the world from these two demons. Eline said in a light tone, things are different now. These two demons might have been very fierce before, but now they're probably like a chipmunk wielding two swords. Even if the seal is broken, they can't harm us. Simply put, the version is different. The Trisolaran character cards of the past have become cavemen, and the former top-tier characters have become bottom-tier. In the era when the two demons lived, they might have been able to bully Aisha if they joined forces. But now, tens of thousands of years later, they're practically retired from the game. Everyone else is busy upgrading equipment, skills, and awakening, while they're sealed away, stuck in the same place, naturally falling behind the game's pace. The two demons used to be able to fight Aisha, but now, Aisha doesn't even need to lift a finger. Seren, who's been asleep for thousands of years, could handle it alone, let alone the version's chosen one, Erline. If it weren't for the fact that these two demons can speak, possess intelligence, and communicate, Aisha would probably have personally broken the seal and killed them the day she regained her power tens of thousands of years ago. Anyway, we don't need to worry about those two demons. They need at least 500 more years to break free of their seal. After taking a few sips of dragon milk, Erin took an investigation report from her small bag and handed it to Tina. Since Sister Chun and Sister Lulu won't be here until tomorrow, it's just the five of us here today. Today's gathering is mainly for this, besides celebrating the opening of Minar Academy, and the reunion of the five of us good friends. Tina took the report somewhat uneasily. This is what Sister Seren found out about Sister Tina's background. Erin gestured for everyone to eat first. Sister Tina, do you remember Sister Seren? The fire-breathing dragon from the wilderness survival training? Yes, I remember. Tina quickly glanced through the information on the document, somewhat incredulously. Me, the Piarista family? Yes, Tina is actually a member of the Piarista family, or at least related to them by blood. Eline pointed to Alice and Victoria on the research report. These are Alice and Victoria. They both have blonde hair, just like you. When I saw Tina in the new elemental talent testing area, I had a strange feeling of familiarity, Wendy said while sipping her wine. Back then, I kept thinking, wow, Tina and Alice look so alike. If they had long hair, they'd look like the same person. Alice and Victoria's mother, by Lodi's, is also my mother. Our mother's grandmother's name was Alwyn. Because of the war, Alwyn had to leave the Piarista family and live in seclusion near Aspera. She got married and had a daughter. Eline placed another report in front of Tina. Arwen's daughter, by chance, signed a dragon servant contract with a dragon and subsequently gave birth to a child. This child is Tina's mother. A dragon servant contract is a contract that uses the powerful strength of dragons to forcibly alter a human's physique. After signing, the two parties have a master-servant relationship, and if the dragon servant has a child, that child's magical talent and physical abilities will be much stronger than ordinary people. Tina is the child of a dragon servant's child. Although the dragon power within her is very weak, she is still stronger than an ordinary person. At this point, Eline looked into Tina's eyes. Didn't Tina demonstrate her power before? That's when I started to have doubts. Yes. Tina stared in disbelief at the documents on the table, her voice trembling. I'm a child of a dragon servant from the Piarista family? You have some Piarista blood. As for why your mother abandoned you in the jungle outside Aspera, Sister Seren is still investigating. Eline poured some dragon milk into the small cup in front of Tina. Generally speaking, for a dragon servant's child to abandon its own offspring, it means your mother must have encountered something terrible. Tina's hand holding the report trembled slightly. I never thought of investigating my background. Tina is a maid, right? Wendy, eating the food she brought back from the dining hall, said, dragon servants are servants in a sense. Tina is very strong and good at taking care of people. I think she must have been influenced by her mother. But, hearing Wendy's words, Tina seemed to sense something was wrong with the report. Why do you? Little Erlin knows about the dragon servant contract, and can even order a dragon to investigate this matter? Because I'm also a dragon, Erlin said in a relaxed tone, and Sister Seren isn't a real dragon, she's a sub-dragon, practically my subordinate. Little Air. Is she a dragon? Tina looked up, her face full of disbelief. Did she use a shape-shifting spell? Yes, just like that little lizard. Oh right, we seem to have forgotten about the little lizard. Aaron glanced in the direction of the exit. I wonder if she came to Minar Academy. I remember Emotion promised to open a Minar kindergarten. So, Sister Tina, don't worry too much about your identity. Lilia casually took out a bottle of strong liquor, opened it, and poured it into the glass in front of her. Here, we're all classmates. Yes. Erin blinked her big eyes. Also, I'm investigating the disappearance of Tina's family's eldest daughter back then. My initial guess is that it's related to Black Paradise. Black Paradise? A strange organization. I suspect that the eldest daughter of the plant family was imprisoned by Black Paradise after witnessing a deal between Black Paradise and Harlan Academy. When I have free time after class, I go check out Black Paradise from time to time. If I find any news about the plant family's eldest daughter, I definitely report it to Tina immediately. Chapter 297. You said you're from the Mystic River? As the sun set, the temple on Dragon Island shone with the light of crystal stones. Fafnir and Nasod both cast curious glances at the sugar-free, QQ-textured, semi-transparent bread sprite before them. Nasod, ignoring his swollen face from Fafnir's slap, quickly stepped forward and said, Do you know about my daughter? Yes, I know. The sprite raised its tiny hand, which had been tucked inside its body, and waved it in the air. Little L is a hero of the Mystic River. Oh right, Little L is Little L, but at first we called her Little L. Nasod, and Fafnir exchanged a glance simultaneously. I understand what it means. It coincides with our previous research. An elder dragon stepped forward, looking at Nasod, and said, Back then, your fight with Princess Fafnir was too intense, injuring your soul and tearing open a dimensional rift. Your remnant souls merged together, and were sucked into the rift. This should be what it refers to as Little L. That's right, Dudu. The Little L said approvingly, By the way, I'm one of the few elemental spirits in the Mystic River who can speak dragon language. I still don't quite understand. Nasod asked somewhat nervously, What did my daughter experience in the Mystic River? Well, when she first arrived, she was almost dead, or rather, she didn't yet possess a complete soul. She was like a pitiful little baby. Many of us elemental spirits couldn't bear to watch her dissipate, so we used mysterious power. Go and heal her heart. A very, very long time passed, and Little L woke up and became our friend. We played happily together on the Mystic River, and sailed through the starry sky and the universe in little paper boats. Starry sky universe? Nasod was even more dumbfounded. What kind of words are these? Above the Milky Way lies the starry sky, and where the heart leads, there lies the universe. The little elf answered vaguely, and the universe is mysterious. We Eldar use these mysterious powers to maintain the peace of the Mystic River at all times. I guess it probably meant. The Mystic River is a transit station for various universes, and the Eldar elves are responsible for maintaining the stability of this transit station, like cells in a tree trunk. An elder dragon explained. This also matches our research findings. The elements we currently use, light, darkness, water, fire, and rock, all come from the Mystic River, from these little elves. You can even understand these little elves as true elemental gods. Every time we use elemental power, we are borrowing power from them. But Princess Eline is different. She absorbed the power of the elemental spirits and mystical powers, so she doesn't need to borrow power to use magic. No wonder the princess's magical abilities are so strong. Yes, Beep. The little elf seemed very happy. Little Eline lived with us in the Mystic River for a long time, learning all our elemental powers and mastering mystical powers. Then one day, many errors suddenly appeared in the depths of the Mystic River. Little Eline fought alongside us, and to protect everyone, she fell into another dimensional rift. In the end, everyone worked together to rescue her. I guess this depths can be understood as the roots of a large tree, and the errors are like insects appearing in the roots. In our world, these are mindless monsters that only cause destruction. The elder, his face beaming with excitement, exclaimed, It matches up. Everything matches up, Nasod. The monsters you couldn't completely eliminate back then, your daughter helped deal with them in the Mystic River. It's like the sun above us has a problem. We can only deal with monsters on the ground caused by the sun's problems. Princess Eline went directly to the sun to eradicate the root of the problem. My daughter. Nasod's mind went blank. She did so much in these hundreds of years? Not hundreds of years. The Mystic River's timeline is different from here. It could be millions, or even hundreds of millions of years, the little elf corrected. Anyway, we saved little Elle when she was a child, and little Elle saved the Mystic River and returned here. Then she... Nasod asked tremulously, does she remember these things? Little Elle erased most of her memories, saying she didn't want you to worry after she returned. The little elf withdrew her hand. The sprite floated into the air. The current little Elle should only remember a few fragments about the other dimensional rift. The little princess said those memories were all related to suffering, and she hopes that her reborn self will be a child who can understand the suffering of ordinary people and embrace the working class. Alright, I told you everything about little Elle. The sprite in midair looked around at the surrounding dragons. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, I have many questions. An elder dragon stepped forward. How do we get to the Mystic River, or learn about it? I'm very sorry, sir, but the Mystic River is the deepest secret of the world, the bedrock upon which trillions of different worlds are built. We don't allow anyone to understand the Mystic River, much less step into it, otherwise the entire world would descend into chaos. The sprite added, of course, little Elle is an exception. With her current abilities, she can return to the Mystic River or travel to any world, provided she wishes and wants to do so. Fafnir, who had been silent since the sprite appeared, spoke up. What is Eline's status in your eyes now? A friend? A friend. The sprite opened a dimensional rift before her eyes. However, she has another nickname. The ruler of the Mystic River. Beneath the walls of Minar Academy, at the entrance to the Aurora Temple, where demons are sealed. So, with explanations from Arin and Wendy, Tina took a sip of dragon milk with trembling hands, saying incredulously, little Arin is a dragon, and a very high-ranking one at that. A dragon princess. Sister Sophia has already signed a dragon servant contract with little Arin, and then Wendy and Sister Lilia are also preparing to sign the same contract with her. Wendy said, while putting meat into Arin's small bowl. Little Arin needs to rest for a long time every day because of her health, but Sister Sophia and I discovered that we can help alleviate this situation through the dragon servant contract, essentially lending our time to little Arin. It's like having a clone, if I also sign a contract with little Arin. Every day, if little Ire uses my body for 1 hour and Sophia's body for 1 hour, her waking hours will be extended by 2 hours. I also plan to sign a dragon servant contract with little Ire, so her waking hours will be extended by at least 3 hours. Lilia lowered her head, however. Little Ire's body and I are quite different, and there are also some dietary differences. She might not be used to using my body for activities. This is a secret between the 5 of us. Sophia smiled. Little Ire and I currently live together, so you can leave the work of taking care of little Ire to me. What Sister Wendy and Sister Sophia mentioned is still in the planning stage. I understand. Hearing this, Tina drank the dragon milk in front of her in one gulp. Taking care of people is my forte. If you don't mind, I also hope to sign a contract with little Ire. Chapter 298. At the entrance to the Aurora Temple, Arin and the others were sorting and arranging the dishes they had bought from the canteen and some snack shops onto the table. Beside them, flames were slowly burning on the barbecue grill. This is food that Sister Lilia bought from the first, second, and third floors of the school canteen, Arin said, while drinking dragon milk after the dishes were arranged on the table. This afternoon, Sister Wendy and I went to the canteen and took a look. Based on the experience of some seniors, we came to a general conclusion that the first, second, and third floors of our school canteen seem to correspond to the different dietary habits of different regions of the Eve continent. The first floor mainly features stir-fries and steamed dishes, corresponding to the Riemann Empire, the Silas Empire, and some surrounding small countries, Wendy added. Then the dishes on the second floor are more in line with the preferences of ordinary people in the Aspera Empire, mainly fried chicken, bread, mashed potatoes, salad, and these are the things in the fort. The food on the third floor is more northern in style, suitable for countries with year-round snow, like Arcana. It mainly consists of various roasted meats, sausages, and other high-calorie foods, and you can also buy alcohol. The way the sausage is prepared definitely has an Arcana feel. It tastes like something from the western part of Arcana. Lilia cut a small slice from the large sausage in front of her and looked at Eline. Little Eline, would you like some? Elaine picked up her fork and immediately forked the sausage back. Then I won't be polite. Besides the cafeteria, there are many other places to eat around the school, offering flavors that cover almost the entire continent of Eve, even specialties from some remote villages in the Lehman Empire. Wendy continued, I did a quick survey of the food street, and it seems even if we ate there for every meal, changing stalls each time, we still wouldn't be able to try everything this semester. It seems Wendy is quite attentive to food. Tina chuckled, covering her mouth. I just did a little research on the new school, and also helped little Elle find out what good food is available on campus. Wendy replied without objection. After all, Minar Academy is huge, and many freshmen get lost on campus every year. I think doing some research before the semester starts is essential. Wendy is very good at these kinds of patient tasks, and her observation skills are amazing, Sophia chimed in, helping Elle skewer the monster meat Elle had brought. Back in Atlantis, Wendy and I looked at the country's finances together, and she pointed out some problems. Lilia was surprised. You can look at the country's finances? Ah. Just kidding. That morning, little Elle wasn't awake yet, and after breakfast, Sophia and I had nothing to do. Her dad was checking the accounts, so we took a look. Wendy was a little embarrassed. Atlantis is a small country. Actually, it seems to have fewer people than Minar Academy. My dad manages the finances and diplomacy for the Piarista family, so I can barely understand some of it. That's great. Lilia looked a little envious. I can't understand those dense data. All I know is fighting. I'm more envious of you, Lilia. Wendy said earnestly. She's beautiful, tall, and has an S-rank talent in Ice Element. She'd definitely be Arcana's chosen ice god in the future. Everyone has their own strengths. Tina quickly changed the subject. So, what are Wendy's general findings? My findings are that Minar Academy is almost like a small country. It has a very sophisticated currency system, those crystal coins. Wendy took out her student ID card, tapped it a few times, and it showed that her current crystal point balance was over 2,000. There are schools, restaurants, hospitals, clothing stores, and small factories here. Aside from the lack of an army, it's not much different from a mature country. Surprisingly, there aren't even taxes here, only very strict requirements for residency. You could say that, apart from freshmen, everyone at Minar Academy is either someone who has made outstanding contributions to human science or magic, or someone with relatively high moral character who has worked diligently at Minar Academy for many years. Furthermore, the purchasing power of crystal points is higher than the currencies of most countries. Prices here are very low. The cost of living for an average person here for a month is about 1,800 crystal coins. No wonder it's an academy backed by dragons. Tina remarked, with prices so stable here, the dragons must be backing up the market economy, right? Yes, yes. Elaine said while eating an Arcana-style sausage. With the financial resources of the academy's true owners, building 100, 1,000 more Minar Academies shouldn't be a big problem. The currency used at Minar Academy, crystal points, is roughly equivalent to $1 on Earth in Elaine's eyes. A regular gold coin can be recharged with 10,000 crystal points, which is roughly equivalent to $10,000. Prices are generally low at Minar Academy. For example, a small comb costs only 1 crystal point, and the academy uniform costs between 50 and 200 crystal points. Only food is relatively expensive. A standard meal in the school cafeteria costs 12 crystal points, while a deluxe meal, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a chicken leg, costs at least 20 crystal points. However, the relatively high cost of food is mainly limited to fast food. If you cook for yourself, buy groceries at the market, or even skip the market altogether and gather vegetables and hunt monsters outside the academy, the cost of living can be further reduced. As for why Minar Academy can maintain low prices while not paying taxes, as Tina said, it's because it's backed by a dragon. Although Aisha didn't pave her roads with tier 6 crystals like Elaine's Crystal Palace, she was still a desert dragon to some extent. Tens of thousands of years ago, Aisha managed most of the desert on the continent of Eve. Considering how fiercely humans fight over a single tier 6 crystal, Aisha's wealth meant she could easily run hundreds of Minar Academies simultaneously. In essence, Minar Academies were a research institute kept by the dragons. Everyone there was a researcher, well-fed and clothed, focused solely on scientific research. Here's a map of Minar Academies. Take a quick look at it tonight to avoid getting lost on the first day of school. After distributing the Minar Academy map she bought to everyone, Wendy picked up her knife and fork. Alright, let's eat first, there's barbecue afterwards. Tina cautiously raised her hand, pointing to the meat Sophia was skewering. Is that really 9th tier magical beast meat? According to human classifications of magical beasts, it does reach 9th tier, but they're all low-intelligence magical beasts from Dragon Forest. Dragon Forest's spiritual energy is too heavy, and similar magical beasts often come to cause trouble, so Auntie kills them all. These big guys taste about the same as beef when grilled. Irini tried picking up 2 skewers of meat, dabbed some water and sesame oil on them, and placed them on the grill. Everyone, eat first, leave the rest for me. Okay. That's right, with little Ire taking care of things today, everyone can eat whatever they like, no need to worry about waste. After saying that, Wendy moved closer to Erin. How was it? Did I work hard? Is there any reward? Erin thought for a moment, then leaned in and rubbed her face against Wendy's. A little kiss. Ah, so soft, and with such a lovely milky and floral scent, I'm dying. Wendy made a very exaggerated expression, then pulled the little girl next to her into her arms. Then, can I sign a contract with little Ire? Erin poked the little girl's head with her chopsticks. Sign after dinner? Chapter 299. Little Ire is now the administrator of the Mystic River, but because she erased her memories, she can't remember many things about the Mystic River. Although she has the ability, she doesn't know how to use those permissions. But that's alright, because the crisis at the Mystic River has been resolved. Now little Ire just needs to rest, and let her tired soul recover. Time will heal everything. I'm here today, as a representative of the Eldar Elves to answer your questions. Even without the blessing of mystical power, your strength is a bit too great. You break dimensional barriers so easily, which causes trouble for us and the Mystic River. Simply put, I hope you two will stop fighting. You are little Ire's father and mother, you can't fight. Besides, little Ire's body is perfectly fine, you don't need to worry. Inside the Dragon Island Temple, the little elf floating beside the dimensional rift spoke a string of words to the stunned Elder Dragon and Nasod. I'm sorry. After a brief silence, Fafnir stepped forward first, giving the sprite an apologetic look. I really didn't know that a battle like that would cause you trouble. It's not exactly trouble. You are currently the only beings among all the universes connected by the Mystic River who can influence it through dark and light magic. The Mystic River is vast, and the cracks you create usually disappear in less than 1/10 of a second. The sprite waved its hand, saying seriously, imagine, on a warm afternoon, you're resting on the grass, and suddenly a crack appears beside you, and you hear the sound of fighting coming from the other side. The shattering of creation. You're still wondering why the rift closed by itself again? The little sprite struck a vivid pose, lying down in midair. Then, another rift appeared, and from over there came screams of wife, let me explain. At this point, the little sprite shrugged. Although the rifts in the Mystic River automatically repair themselves, these commotions still startle passing Eldar, right? Yeah. Nasod was somewhat embarrassed. The Mystic River connects so many universes, is it only our side that can open dimensional rifts? Not all universes have magic, and universes that do have magic won't produce top-tier attackers, like the Black Dragon King and the Holy Dragon King like yours. Even if the Black Dragon King and the Holy Dragon King did exist, it's impossible for them to use the exact same molecular-level magic power in a single battle. The probability is equivalent to dismantling a human carriage and throwing it into the river, letting the river automatically. The carriage parts were mixed, and then reassembled into a complete carriage. The little sprite flew to the Black Dragon King. Imagine a place where there is no magic, no fighting spirit, and no magical power. There are no dragons, no magical beasts, and animals exceeding 10 meters in length are rare. Humans on Earth, after tens of thousands of years of development, have developed intelligence. What do you think such a world would be like? Nasod frowned. A world without magic? Yes, because there is no magic, some semi-elemental creatures, such as the heart-cleansing flower and the dragon saliva fruit, do not exist. There are only very basic plants and animals. The little sprite guided him. Can you imagine such a world? I can't imagine. Nasod shook his head. Wouldn't such a world be incredibly boring? What would people fight with? Without magic, humanity would take a different evolutionary path, like technology. As if anticipating this outcome, the sprite landed on Nasod's shoulder. Humans, with their flesh and blood, created flying airplanes, giant beasts that sail the seas, and communication crystals similar to those currently being popularized at Minar Academy. That world calls it the Internet. You probably can't imagine that in such a world, humans even created super bombs capable of leveling tens of kilometers of road with a single bomb, leaving the bombed area barren for centuries, as if ravaged by dark magic. Nearly half of the worlds connected by the Mystic River are like this. We call these worlds night. The other half are magical worlds. We call them day. And this world we're currently in belongs to the day world, a world with relatively high magic power. I just saw some scholars over there use the sun as a metaphor for the mystic river. So what about your world in the day world? This world belongs to the part very close to the sun. Because it receives a great deal of energy from the mystic river, the magical creatures in this world are also extremely diverse. Powerful dragons are exceptionally strong, while tiny ants are as insignificant as dust. As she spoke, the little sprite waved her hand again, tearing the crack in midair several meters long. The twinkling stars inside are day, and the small dark spots hidden in the darkness are night. In the mystic river, a starlight, a patch of mortal dust, is equivalent to a world. The little elf's explanation left the elder dragon speechless. So there's so much about the outside world that we know absolutely nothing about? Not just the outside world, but even here on this planet, you only know the bare minimum. The little elf pointed to the stars in the sky. To this world, you are but a drop in the ocean of the universe. These twinkling stars in the sky are all equivalent to a sun, and around those suns are worlds just like yours. For some reason, I suddenly feel a renewed motivation to become stronger. Hearing this, NSD stared at the little elf. Please tell me, what can we do now? Or rather, what can I do for little L? You don't need to do anything for little L, just raise her like a proper father. Grow up. The little elf turned to the elder dragons, and the scholars over there. You don't need to waste your energy researching the mystic river anymore. Every time you tear open a dimensional rift, it's a small act of damage to the mystic river, and it also causes trouble for everyone in Elda. Little Elda is the manager of the mystic river. No matter what, you shouldn't want to put her in a difficult position, right? Sorry. The elder dragons quickly waved their hands, saying, no more, no more. We were only researching these things to understand the relationship between the dimensional rifts and Princess Eleni. Now that we know so much about the mystic river, there's no need for our experiments to continue. Ahem, actually, I have another question. After the elder dragons finished speaking, Nasod leaned close to the little elf. You said so much. How can you prove that you are an Elda of the mystic river? Besides looking like a piece of candy, what's so special about you? You? Hearing this, the little elf hesitated. Alright, I prove it to you. Then, with a wave of its little hand, it tore a massive spatial rift open right before its eyes. Immediately afterward, the little sprite floating in midair grabbed Nasod like a chick and hurled it into the spatial rift. The other side of the spatial rift is Minar Academy. Go ask little L what Elda looks like. Chapter 300. The sports field outside the teaching building of Minar Academy. At this moment, a large number of freshmen and upperclassmen, who had just finished dinner and didn't know what to do, were either making new friends or having fun with their classmates. Hey, what department are you in? Let's be friends. I'm wearing this bright red outfit, and you're asking me what department I'm in? Brother, would you believe me if I said I'm from the water department? Ha ha, just kidding. I could tell at a glance you're a fire department senior. You're so handsome, can we exchange contact information? You got a sweet tongue. Okay, if you ever run into any trouble at the academy, just mention my name. Although it's a sports field, it's equipped with all sorts of basic facilities. First, at the entrance, several small shops and convenience stores were already lit up, diligently selling soft drinks, ice cream, and other snacks to students in need. Some of the shops even had several projection crystals on their ceilings, connected to the Minar Academy Student Union's live broadcast hall. By this time, I'm sure everyone has already experienced the vibrant atmosphere of Minar Academy's dining halls, right? Some observant students may have already noticed that Minar Academy has more than one dining hall. Yes. Besides the dining halls, we also have a food street with all kinds of rigiamo, Chinese hamburger, rijuan, meat rolls, rice noodles, and barbecue, you name it. Some snack shops are even open 24 hours. Of course, if you're a freshman, there are curfews for the first 3 semesters. The dormitories close at 11 p.m., and you can't leave after 11 p.m. Please note these times. The dormitories close at 11 p.m. and open at 5 a.m., the teaching buildings open at 6 a.m., and the first class bell usually rings at 8 a.m. Please remember these important times. Actually, I personally recommend that freshmen chat with their dorm supervisors on the first day of school. Because, right, everyone knows, if you have a good relationship with your supervisor, she might turn a blind eye if you go back to the dorm after 11 p.m. Above the projection crystal, 2 student council hosts were having a passionate conversation in front of the camera. Speaking of which, it seems like there are 2 new supervisors in the girls' dorms this year. Have you heard? I heard about it. A super cool female supervisor has come to the fire element girls' dorm. Ah, she's really cool. Look at me, a girl, seeing her. I was captivated at first sight. I remember this administrator's name is Seren? Yes, Seren's sister. Everyone can chat with her if they're free. She's downstairs in the Fire Element Girls' dormitory, building 4 right now. Also, a new administrator has arrived at the Wind and Grass Element Girls' dormitory. Her name is Chiming, and she seems to be a pretty and cute girl as well. Eh? Is that true? I had no idea. I'm going to check it out when it airs. Amidst the casual conversation of the 2 student council hosts, many freshmen on the playground were mesmerized by the various facilities around them, marveling at the wonder of this academy. It's so convenient here. You can buy food and drinks anytime, anywhere. A bottle of soda only costs 2 crystal points. In our country, that would cost at least 4 crystal points. I had a friend who studied at Minar Academy before. Every time there was a holiday, he would tell me how great it was here. I didn't believe him then, but now that I see it, it's really amazing. Wow, so many projection crystals around. Have they even set up their own programs and news channels? Minar Academy is great, but it still feels a bit lacking. As they chatted, some people in the crowd subconsciously looked up at the sky. Isn't Minar Academy supposed to be backed by the Dragon Clan? School's about to start, and forget about dragons, I haven't even seen a catgirl. There's still one day for registration tomorrow. Apparently, the opening ceremony is in the afternoon, so the dragons will probably show up then. Don't worry. You two are dreaming. I've been at Minar Academy for 2 years. What dragons? They don't exist. Yes. Huh? But during the freshman wilderness survival training, didn't that Elan summon a dragon? That dragon even admitted it was from Minar Academy. Since it's self-destructed, shouldn't it at least show up at this year's opening ceremony? I can only tell you, don't get your hopes up too high. With dragons' personalities, TSK, no chance. They're incredibly arrogant. How could they possibly show up so easily? Like the other freshmen around him, after a satisfying dinner, Benson called on Joshua, a member of his clan, and the two went to the famous friendship hotspot behind the teaching building. There are so many people. Looking around at the densely packed freshmen on the playground, Benson sighed. I'm pretty sure that Eline isn't here. Oh! Joshua asked curiously. Why do you say that, Benson? If she were here, there would have been a stampede by now. Benson pulled out his student ID card. Log in with your contact information. Okay. Joshua awkwardly pulled out his pink student ID card. I always get a little flustered when I see this. It's a symbol of honor. Only 3 people in our academy have this manly pink card. You should be content. Benson rolled his eyes at him, tapped a few times on the screen, and touched his student ID card to Joshua's. Actually, besides Eline, I'm also quite curious about someone else. Joshua looked up. Who? Nasty Garland, who was on my team back then. Benson put away his student ID card. That guy's strength is unfathomable, but because Eline was in the limelight so much, many people overlooked him. Oh, Nasty, I remember him. I watched the replays of you guys a few times. Joshua suddenly realized that person's strength is indeed unlike that of a human. While Eline's performance could be somewhat explained, this Nasod is truly outrageous. I suspect he's not human. You mean? Benson's mind flashed back to Nasod's various actions in the team, and he couldn't help but be startled. He wouldn't actually be a dragon, would he? Don't scare me. I'm just saying it's possible. Joshua sighed softly. Of course, no one else came to Minar Academy in the end, and with my abilities, I can't find out his background. It's impossible to verify whether it's true or not. Before Joshua could finish speaking, a clear explosion suddenly erupted from the star-studded sky. Buzz? A sound like something being torn apart rang out, and a huge spatial rift suddenly appeared above the crowd. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a black dragon covered in hard armor plummeted from the spatial rift. Chapter 301. With a thunderous roar, the once star-studded night sky above Minar Academy was suddenly ripped open with a massive gash. Because the instant the crack appeared emitted a very clear sound, like shredding cloth, and because the sound was so loud it covered almost half of Minar Academy, almost all the students in the plaza were immediately drawn to it. The students who had been chatting with their companions about dragons not coming to Minar Academy stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Several girls didn't even notice their newly bought ice cream melting and dripping onto the ground. They just stared blankly up at the enormous creature emerging from the crack. Even Benson Wayne, who claimed to be well-traveled, and his good friend Joshua Wayne, remained staring upwards, their minds blank. In this other world, due to the lack of factories and light pollution, the night sky was exceptionally clear. Here, The night sky was as clean as a sheet of white paper. Suddenly, a crack hundreds of meters long appeared in the clear night sky, visible to anyone who looked up. What's more, a few seconds later, a black dragon emerged from this enormous crack. How could the students, whose average age was only 10 or so, remain calm in this small square of Minar Academy? What is that? Such a huge magical beast? No, it looks like a dragon, a black dragon. This is terrifying. This dragon seems even more magnificent than the one we saw during the freshman wilderness survival training. I feel like it's almost 500 meters long. Am I dreaming? A dragon really appeared at Minar Academy. Should I run? Why are my legs shaking so much? Run! Run! Someone pull me up. I can't move. Almost simultaneously with the sight of the dragon, most of the students in the plaza were instantly filled with immense fear. However, they found themselves unable to move, their bodies seemingly beyond their control. It was the instinctive reaction of humans under extreme fear and facing the dragon's might. I'm not going to die here, am I? I did say I wanted to see a dragon, but not like this. Brother Dragon, I was just kidding, I was really kidding. Why don't you go back? What? Help! Meanwhile, Nasod, after being grabbed by the Eldar elf and thrown into the spatial rift, instinctively reverted to his dragon form after his battle instincts kicked in. And so, having transformed back into a black dragon, he passed through the spatial rift in his dark dragon king form and plummeted from the heights of Minar Academy. At least in Nasod's eyes, he definitely fell from a great height, because he had no idea what lay on the other side of the rift before passing through it. However, for the Minar students below, they couldn't tell whether Nasod had fallen or rushed out. After all, they had never seen the Black Dragon King before, and no one knew which way was forward or backward when a dragon was flying in the air. He really did throw himself into Minar Academy. What kind of ability did that Eldar elf use? The crevice in the sky was about 2,000 meters above the ground. Just as Nasod tumbled out of the crevice and crashed heavily to the ground, he saw the densely packed students in Minar Square below. No, I can't let my daughter see me in this sorry state. Thinking this, Nasod quickly adjusted his posture, forcibly turning his fall into a dive, and then, when he was only a few hundred meters above the ground, he abruptly pulled upwards, soaring over the students' heads with a whoosh. This posture might look cool to humans. After all, no one knows how dragons usually fly, but to Nasod, it was more like a performer on stage, about to go on stage, suddenly tripping and falling flat on their face, and then, to ease the embarrassment, spontaneously performing a Thomas Flair breakdancing. At the same time, Nasod also withdrew the dragon's might that he had instinctively released earlier. Thump, thump! Thump, thump, thump! The next second, almost half the students in the square suddenly collapsed to their knees. This is a dragon? I really thought I was going to die just now. My body couldn't move at all. These dragons are terrifying. I couldn't even think of running away, let alone use magic. No wonder they say this is the age of dragons, and countries that don't make good relations with dragons are destined to be eliminated. I believe it. Such a huge dragon, if it breathed a fireball down from the sky, most of Minar would be wiped out, right? The students remained kneeling, heads tilted back in unison, admiring the Black Dragon King's imposing figure by the moonlight. He's so handsome, I'm serious. Wow, bro, that's more than just handsome. This thing is practically the king of the continent. I believe you if you told me he was the Dragon King. Why are you all just watching? Aren't you going to run? Run? Why run? I just realized, didn't they say Minar has a dragon's backing? We're Minar students. Dragons can kill us in the blink of an eye. Where can we run to? Besides, what reason would he have to kill us? That makes sense. I recorded with the recording crystal, he won't eject, will he? You have to record it. Damn, I almost forgot. Where's my recording crystal? Seeing the students below regain some energy, Nasod in the sky secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, being suddenly grabbed by the Eldar sprite and thrown into the spatial rift, his instincts instantly put him into battle mode, unleashing his dragon's might. If this dragon's might had lasted any longer, the children below might not have just been unable to move, they might have suffocated. Of course, Nasod didn't care how many humans died. What he cared about was his daughter. If a large number of freshmen at Minar Academy had died because of his carelessness, he would definitely be blamed by Eline. What is Lord Nasod doing? On the other side, near the staff dormitory building near the Minar Magic Academy's cafeteria, Aisha, who had been admiring the moon on her balcony, also noticed the commotion above the square. She immediately leaped to the roof of the dormitory building. Emotion also flew over. What's wrong? I don't know. It seems Lord Nazod has something to say to those freshmen. Aisha thought for a moment. How about I transform into a dragon and fly over to sea? Chapter 302. Don't worry, that cool guy was just teleported to Minar Academy. On Dragon Island, after casually tossing Nazod into the spatial rift, the Elda sprite turned to Fafnir beside her. This is just a very small world within the Mystic River. Because I am Elda, I can use mystical powers. Given the specific coordinates, I can easily open a spatial passage between two places. Of course, little Elda also has this ability, but she doesn't know how to use it yet. Saying this, the sprite flew to the dimensional rift from before. Alright, I said what I needed to say. I'm going back to the Mystic River. The scholars over there, don't keep banging on the dimensional walls next time. Stop the related experiments immediately. With that, the sprite's translucent pale green body disappeared into the dimensional rift. Under the watchful eyes of Fafnir and several elder dragons, the dimensional rift in midair vanished. After a moment, an elder dragon sitting on a small chair not far away slowly stood up and said to Fafnir, Nana, do you want to go to Minar Academy to check on Nazod? What if he's been teleported somewhere else? It would be better if he were dead. All he does is flirt around. Fafnir said irritably, hesitated for a moment, and finally got up and walked out of the temple. In the soft holy light, she transformed into the form of a holy dragon and flew into the starry sky. I'm going to see my daughter. At this moment, most of Minar Academy was in an uproar. The news that a Black Dragon King has appeared on the playground behind the teaching building spread throughout the entire Minar Academy almost instantly. Countless upperclassmen and newly enrolled students rushed out of their dormitories, canteens, labs, and shopping malls, watching their friends' live streams on the sports field as they hurried towards it. Even without watching the live stream, many students at Minar Academy could clearly see the Black Dragon King in the moonlight simply by looking up slightly. After all, Nazod, as an adult dragon, was simply enormous. A several hundred-meter-long dragon hovered less than 1,000 meters in the air. The night sky of this other world was so clear, the stars so bright, the moon so clear, with such a massive dragon bathed in light, anyone who couldn't see it must have poor eyesight. Wow! There really are dragons. Ha ha ha, choosing Minar this year was a huge win. Now the rumors of Minar Academy being backed by dragons are no longer just rumors. They're completely confirmed, and there's more than one. Why don't we rename Minar Magic Academy Dragon Academy? Just compile a few images of the two dragons, do some promotion, and wow, what other academies on the Eve continent will have anything to do with this? They all be scrambling to enroll in Minar. By the way, why did this black dragon suddenly appear? Is there some kind of event tonight? Can it speak our human language? Seeing more and more Minar Academy students gathering on the playground, NSD, in the sky felt incredibly awkward. Before this, he never expected to be suddenly thrown into Minar Academy, let alone that it was the time when students were out having dinner and playing. The opening of the rift was right above the most crowded square in Minar Academy. He didn't even know where to run. With so many people gathered in the square, if he were to simply show his face and leave, what would become of his reputation? What would the dragons think of him? However, Nazod was, after all, a former Dark Emperor, and he possessed some ability to handle such crises. Distinguished leaders, teachers, and dear students. Thinking this, Nazod struck a majestic pose in the air, flapping his enormous wings and stretching his limbs and claws as he addressed the students below. I am honored to see your vibrant energy tonight, and I am also fortunate that humanity has such a group of outstanding students, full of passion and enthusiasm for magic. Wow! He's really good at talking. And such perfect Esperanto. His voice is so cool. A true godlike voice. Wow, I feel like I heard that voice somewhere before. Is it just my imagination? Nazod's sudden words startled the students below. Numerous recording crystals were activated and aimed at the black dragon high in the sky. Young people, the future of Minar Magic Academy is yours, and the future of this world is yours too. Once upon a time, this world was filled with nothingness and chaos, everywhere filled with despair, death, and fear. I do not wish for this continent to return to that era, nor do I wish to see talented young people like you oppressed, enslaved, and then die in despair. In Nazod's authoritative voice, no one noticed a soft light flickering in the center of the small garden not far from the dining hall. In the center of the light, the barrier vanished rapidly, revealing a small passageway inside. It's settled. We find a quiet corner in a bit, and then I sign the dragon servant contract with little Ire. Wendy emerged first from inside the passageway. The little girl, dressed in a Minar and Academy-style uniform, looked excited. Great. I can finally help little Ire too. As soon as she finished speaking, Wendy seemed to sense something and turned to the sky not far away. Strange. Why does the atmosphere feel a little off? Airlini, who had just finished eating and drinking, emerged from the passageway. She subconsciously turned her gaze in that direction. Why is he here? Sophia asked, puzzled. Him? My dad? Elaine said helplessly. I wonder what's gotten into him tonight. Let's go check it out. Completely opposite to the lively atmosphere at Minar Academy, at the Aspera Palace, a debate was unfolding between the royal family represented by King Ruggiero, Aspera councillors, Aspera nobles, the papacy, and representatives of Black Heaven regarding whether Minar Academy was backed by a dragon. I still disagree with His Majesty King Ruggiero's view. We cannot conclude that Minar Academy is completely backed by the dragons based solely on one video. Even if they have a relationship with the dragons, we currently have no idea what that relationship is like, what the dragons will do for Minar Academy, or how powerful they are. The representative of Black Paradise spoke first during the meeting. So far, we have only obtained one video related to the dragons. I cannot conclude that the dragons are very powerful based solely on this video, much less conclude that the dragons and Minar are absolute allies. Just like between nations, there are no absolute alliances, only interests. You mean? Ruggiero turned around during the meeting. Minar Academy and the dragons have a relationship of mutual benefit? You intend to bribe dragons? That's not what I meant. I was just saying that we can't put Aspera in such a predicament based solely on some one-sided recordings or rumors. That doesn't make sense. Then what other evidence do you want? Unless... The Black Heaven representative pointed to the projection crystal in front of him. Isn't it said that Minar Academy is backed by the Dragon Clan? That fire-breathing dragon hasn't shown up for a long time. We installed quite a few base stations these past few days. Have your technicians connect directly to the Minar Academy's feed. Since Minar Academy is so powerful, if they can summon another dragon, I don't need more, just one is enough. Do you think they have the capability? Since they're allied with the Dragon Clan, the Academy should be able to film dragons from within, right? Do they have that ability? No, right? Chapter 303. On the occasion of the opening of the Minar Magic Academy, I, on behalf of the Black Dragon Clan, have come to inspect the work of all the young students. Before evil sprouts on those warm branches, every flower is so perfect and beautiful. The Garden of Paradise awaits the harvest of pure hearts. People always yearn to share their own fairy tales with their companions. With floating clouds as boats and the starry sky as the sea, let us find release from our carefree gallop. You, riding the shooting star, will be the most fragrant wine under this night. Under the moonlight, mostly obscured by the black dragon, from a small patch of grass behind the school cafeteria, Erin, Sophia, Wendy, and Tina, like four cats stacked together, peeked their heads out from behind the tree. Only Lilia, looking at the huge black dragon above her with a face full of question marks, didn't know what to say for a moment. He's doing it again. Elaine, at the bottom of the cat stacking formation, gestured to Nasod high in the sky. If this were in Dragon Forest, Mom would usually come and slap him at this point. Sophia asked curiously, did Mr. Nasod do this in Dragon Forest too? He often did this, when he was teaching me martial arts and magic. Elaine struck a pose like a Chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur who's tapping on the windowpane. Oh! It's the night owl, and the dead boy. Arise. Submit to my people, and I will bring you light. After saying that, Elaine stretched out her small hand. Usually, it's followed by some light magic or lightning magic, like creation's destruction, thunder god's judgment, or something. Tina chuckled at Erin's expression. It doesn't seem so bad to chant in that tone. Of course it's possible, it's just that my dad pays a lot of attention to that part. Even though he can use the highest level of magic without chanting, he still shouts it out when he fights, and I get influenced to do it too, if I'm not careful. I've been corrupted. So what do we do now? Wendy, perched atop Sophia, looked down. Just watch Mr. Nasod finish his speech? He's the Dragon King. There are so many dragons around Minar Academy, they usually won't let him give a solo performance. Erin yawned. I guess the other dragons will be here soon. Eh? Tina exclaimed in surprise. And, are there any other dragons? The new girl in the Fire Elemental Girls' dormitory is a dragon, but she's a sub-dragon. Of course, to ordinary humans, it doesn't matter if she's a sub-dragon or not, since no one can tell anyway. Elaine said, then looked towards the staff dormitory not far away. Also, the founder of Minar Academy was a dragon. Students of Minar Academy, cherish your journey. Light the candles, let us awaken and sing for glory. Buzz? Just as Elaine said, Almost the instant Nasod finished speaking, Seren from the girls' dormitory had quietly transformed into a fire-breathing sub-dragon, flying to the ground below Nasod and lying down towards him high in the sky. It's that fire-breathing dragon! Oh my god! She really is at Minar Academy. Is there some special event tonight? 2 dragons have appeared at once? The crowd quickly recognized Seren and started snapping photos of the spectacular scene. Whoosh! This wasn't the end. Just as Seren in her dragon form landed, the sound of another enormous object streaking across the night sky rang out. Aisha transformed into the Desert Dragon King, her massive amber wings flapping as she landed below Nasod. There's another one? What kind of dragon is that? This one's so cool. Wow! That's terrifying. 3-headed dragons? And each one so exaggerated? I must be dreaming. This is terrifying. What kind of place is Minar Academy? Who am I? What am I seeing? Almost at the same time Aisha appeared, the Holy Dragon King Fafnir arrived from Dragon Island with more than 10 elder dragons. Seeing Nasod under the night sky with his eye in the Dark Emperor demeanor, Fafnir clenched her dragon claws, resisting the urge to unleash a breath of dragon fire on him midair. Fine, I was so worried about you, and here you are, pretending to be a human, huh? An elder dragon cautiously approached. Princess Fafnir, what should we do now? We're outside. Fafnir gritted her teeth. I give him face, we beat him up when we get home. After saying that, Fafnir gestured to the open space below Nasod. Let's go over and cooperate too. Yes. Is spare a palace? After hearing the Black Heaven representative's words, several nobles also stood up from their seats and said, I agree with what Lord Carterban said earlier. Although Minar Academy is very close to the dragons, we don't know the specifics of their relationship, the extent to which the dragons will go for Minar Academy, or the exact number of dragons at Minar Academy. From the footage, the dragon is indeed powerful, but there's only one scene. We haven't seen any real battles fought by the dragons. How can you say you haven't seen them? King Ruggiero was getting impatient. You didn't see the battle in Atlantis, did you? Have you forgotten what state Sophia was in then? A 7th-tier magical beast pierced through the heart with a single spear thrust. Even if the dragons aren't as strong as you say, what reason does our country have to fight against enemies stronger than 7th tier? Your Majesty, please calm down. The representative from Black Heaven waved for Ruggiero to sit down. We don't intend to oppose the dragons. Today's meeting isn't about whether we're not to be enemies with the dragons. We're discussing Minar Academy's backing by the dragons. To what extent exactly? How much combat power do the dragons at Minar Academy possess? Are they worth our attention? To put it bluntly, Your Majesty, the way you rushed to Minar Academy was truly a disgrace to the Empire, completely lacking the dignity of a ruler. Oh, they have the dragons backing them. Their strength is undeniable. If I don't beg for mercy, am I supposed to wait for the dragons to flatten the entire Aspera? So that's the problem. The Black Heaven representative pointed to the projection crystal before them. The footage from Minar Academy will be arriving soon. If there's only one dragon, I bet that dragon is probably It's just a formality, a show of support for Minar Academy. The relationship between Minar Academy and the Dragon Clan isn't as solid as His Majesty thinks. So you're planning to distrust our judgment unless we see a dragon inside Minar Academy, right? Ruggiero sneered. Then let's see. Look, according to King Ruggiero, even Minar Academy might not see any dragons right now. The Black Heaven representative pressed the power button on the projection crystal in front of him. We watch. With a beep, a projection of a student in Minar Academy's square was transmitted to the palace. The crystal projection showed Nasod leading a large group of dragons lecturing the students. Your Majesty, and Mr. Carter Band from Black Heaven. An Imperial Counselor stepped forward and glanced at the image on the projection crystal. I counted, there are at least 13 dragons on it. Chapter 304. Tonight, Minar Academy was exceptionally lively due to Nasod's arrival. Nasod, Aisha, Seren, and dozens of giant dragons from Dragon Island filled the vast Minar Magic Academy plaza to capacity. Before these dragons, each over 300 meters long, humans appeared as insignificant as ants. Standing beneath their claws, which resembled divine weapons, the students of Minar Academy experienced the magnificent aura of the dragon race for the first time in their lives. Is this a dragon? It feels like it could crush me with a single move. Magic shields are useless against something this big, right? No matter how strong your magic is, one stomp from it can physically destroy you and your shield. Yes, that's why dragons are so terrifying. I used to think of dragons as just higher-level magical beasts that humans could defeat with some effort. Now it seems like a completely different concept. This dragon coming to our human world is like a deus ex machina. Can I get a little closer? Will it crush me? When they saw that they and their companions couldn't even reach the dragon's claws, many students in the square felt their worldview crumbling. They had always thought that humans were the masters of this world, the most intelligent of all beings. And as the best among human mages, they should be the future elite of human society, the leaders of this world. After all, humans are so intelligent, capable of cultivating battle chi and using magic. A fireball from a fire archmage can easily destroy a small village. If this fire archmage had a little more opportunity and ascended to become the god of fire in the human world, then he alone could possess the ability to rival 5th or even 6th tier magical beasts. Moreover, human technology and magic have been constantly developing and progressing. Human magical research has consistently yielded new results, with numerous new spells and theories emerging every year. The learning efficiency of magic apprentices has also been continuously improving, and almost all magic apprentices with dreams believe the future continent of Eve will belong to humans. Then, the Nasod dragons taught the new students of Minar Academy a lesson. So what's the point of learning magic? I suddenly feel so empty. What's wrong? Do you think the dragons are too powerful, and no matter how much we study, it's meaningless, so you might as well just give up? What's the difference between you and an ordinary student who feels their future is bleak when they see a genius with elemental talent? Now that you mention it, it makes sense. I can't lose my fighting spirit just because the dragons are invincible. Ah, I get it. Could this be the meaning of these dragons appearing here tonight? I think so. The dragon's sudden appearance tonight is firstly to represent Minar Academy in showcasing its strength to the world, warning those like Harlan Academy not to court disaster, and secondly, to inspire us to study hard at school. Look! That black dragon is landing. I'm going over there. Don't run so fast. You get trampled to death. The various bold behaviors of the Minar Academy students left Fafnir, who had come from Dragon Island, somewhat amused and exasperated. Originally, she only flew over from Dragon Island out of concern for Nasod's safety, but unexpectedly, she became the idol of the children here. Aren't they afraid? In her holy dragon form, she carefully walked towards Nasod, speaking in dragon language to Aisha not far away. I'm a little worried about stepping on the children as I walk like this. Minar Academy is currently in the tail end of its winter break. Today and tomorrow are registration days for new students, and the official start of school is the day after tomorrow. Basically, everyone in the plaza is a new student, Aisha explained. There's a saying in human society, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, which describes children who have just entered school. You see, those standing at the edge of the plaza, hesitant to come over, are mostly their upperclassmen. Oh, it seems I also need to interact with human society more. These kids are quite interesting, Fafnir said, lowering her head slightly to the students beneath her feet. Hello, kids. How old are you? I'm 12. I'm 13. Wow. Are you a dragon mom? Your voice is so sweet. You must be a dragon sister? She doesn't look like she has any children yet. The children's adorable responses instantly stirred a surge of maternal love in Fafnir, who had just had Ellen. She smiled and said, I have a child. Really? You can't tell at all. Didn't your child come today? A dragon's child? You're so big. What do children look like? I really want a dragon mom too. It sounds so cool. Amidst the children's chatter, Fafnir glanced at a small garden in the distance. There, she sensed Ellen's presence and the dragon breath emanating from the dragons using the dragon servant contract. It seems our child really gets along very well with humans. Darling. While Fafnir was interacting with the students around her, Nasod, who had been giving a generous speech high in the sky, also landed. What brings you here? Fafnir rolled her eyes at the Black Dragon King. I came to see my daughter. Is that not allowed? Sure. Of course. Nasod turned away from the massive dragon head. I thought you came all this way because you were worried about me. Dream on. I love for that Eldar elf to throw you into a spatial rift and lock you up for tens of thousands of years. That way I'd be happy to have some peace and quiet. You're always causing trouble, Fafnir said, then seemed to remember something. You didn't encounter anything in the spatial rift, did you? Huh? Nasod's eyes widened. Encountered what? What do you mean? The rift seemed to be some kind of special magic not belonging to our world. That Eldar elf said our daughter can also. A kind of magic. Fafnir asked earnestly, did you feel uncomfortable while crossing the rift from Dragon Island to here? What's it like inside the rift? No, absolutely no discomfort. I feel that thing works by temporarily piecing together two spaces. I immediately arrived at Minar Academy after I went in, so I'm sure there's no obvious extra space inside. NSD leaned closer. So dear, where are we now? Since we're already here, play with the children for a while. Daphne sighed softly. I go chat with my daughter for a bit, you stay here and maintain order. Okay, leading is my forte. I'm not asking you to lead troops. This isn't war. I just want you to soothe the children, and then we head back. At the same time, in the Minar Academy's Academic Affairs office, several diplomats entered the office. Susan, the Dean of Academic Affairs, who was monitoring the live stream from the small square, slightly raised her head. What is it? The Aspera Palace has connected to some of our students' live streams. They seem to be arguing internally about whether Minar Academy has received genuine help from the dragons. A diplomat pointed to the dragon on the projection crystal and said, Dean Susan, should we explain this to them? No need. Aspera's internal discord and suspicion are their problem. Susan turned around. If they still have any questions, such as questioning our relationship with the dragons, or not understanding the dragon's strength, just answer them. Say it, the dragons don't care. Chapter 305. I, Wendy Piarista, hereby swear that I will forever be loyal to my master, Erin Garland. I offer my loyalty and faith as my resolve, and in exchange, I beg Erin Garland to grant me authority, glory, and a future. Teresa. In the small garden not far from the square, as a holy light descended, countless golden starlight converged into Wendy's small body, and the girl's lovely eyes gradually transformed into the vertical pupils of a dragon within this light. When the magic circle dissipated, Wendy, who had been suddenly infused with a large amount of dragon power and magic, like Sophia before her, went limp and collapsed onto the lawn. It's all right. Let Wendy rest for a bit. Seeing Tina nervously approach to pick up Wendy, Sophia explained. Little Elle said that most ordinary people experience this when signing a dragon servant contract. This magic modifies the magical circuits in a human's body and infuses them with dragon power, causing the contractor's spirit to faint from the strain. Sophia then took out a bottle of milk and a white chocolate candy from her small bag. We give Wendy something to eat to replenish her strength when she wakes up. Is this a dragon servant contract? Tina hugged Wendy, letting her lie on her lap, then looked at Eline, whose body was radiating dazzling starlight, recalling the breathtakingly beautiful image of the little girl floating in midair like a goddess. I've seen this scene before. Erin nodded. Sister Tina's ancestors once signed a dragon servant contract, so it's understandable that she'd be familiar with this contract ritual. The dragon servant contract makes the contractor unconditionally obey all of Erin's commands, and it also makes her especially admire Erin, which is said to be a side effect of the contract. Sophia sat down next to Wendy, but I haven't felt any side effects at all. On the contrary, after signing the contract with Erin, my magical talent has improved significantly. Erin even helped me with various training sessions using my body, which made me realize my shortcomings. At this point, Sophia turned to Erin. I plan to get up at 6 every morning from now on, spend at least an hour exercising, eat on time every day, and rest on time, without ever procrastinating. Little Ire's hindrance. Can it also help with physical training? After listening to Erin's explanation of the dragon servant contract and seeing the complete contract steps, Lilia finally came to her senses. Does that mean after signing the contract, we're practically Erin's clones, and she can do anything in our form at any time? Yes. Sophia nodded. For example, if Little Ire uses my body to run for an hour, it's equivalent to me exercising for an hour. During the control period, Little Ire learns new magic using my body, and after the control ends, I can use this new magic very easily. It's practically a super all-around instructor. This ability is too powerful. Lilia's face was full of longing. Then when can I sign the contract with Little Ire? Think it over carefully. Sophia held out a hand, making a pay attention gesture. Once you sign the contract, you can't go back on it. I don't think there's anything to go back on, Lilia said without hesitation. From your description and the current results, I can't see any side effects to this contract. Increased physical strength, increased magical affinity, increased lifespan, having someone else help you train, aren't these all benefits? Sister Sophia means. Tina explained, after all, this is a master-servant contract. After signing, you and Little Elle will essentially be master and servant, so, maybe, you might need to think about it. Do you guys think I'm stupid? Lilia said discontentedly. What's wrong with being a dragon servant? No, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Tina covered her mouth and laughed. I thought about it for a while, and I realized that this dragon servant contract is almost entirely beneficial to us ordinary people. Of course, If I had to say, signing this contract with an evil dragon would be a bit bad, but Little Ire is our friend, and I can entrust my body to her without worry. Yes, this contract is entirely a benefit bestowed upon ordinary humans by the dragon race. Lilia said with certainty. Aside from Little Ire being a special case, I can't think of any other situation where dragons would need to sign this kind of contract with humans, which is almost entirely one-sided. This contract originated during the ancient war between demon gods. At that time, the moral compass of all things in the world had not yet been formed, and some dragons developed this contract to manage unruly magical beasts. Back then, wars raged all over the world. Some dragons transferred some of their power to their subordinates to manage their respective territories and prevent the chaos from escalating, Eline explained. But the dragons were worried that these subordinates, now possessing power, would rebel, so they developed the Dragon Servant contract. Yes, so if the target of this contract is a weak human, it can be seen as Eline making a one-sided sacrifice. Sophia sighed, because Eline is currently recovering from an illness, her body isn't very mobile, and she needs to sleep for long periods every day. So Wendy and I decided to lend our time to Eline in this way, as a small way of repaying her. Amidst the girls' conversation, Wendy, nestled in Tina's arms, slowly woke up. Wendy, you're awake? Sophia quickly went over with milk and chocolate gummies. Wendy took care of me eating before, now it's my turn to take care of you. Was the contract successful? Wendy took the gummies, eating them while giving Eline an inquiring look. Erin nodded. It worked. But my feelings for Little Ire don't seem to have changed much except I seem to admire Little Ire even more. Wendy quickly ate the gummy candy, took a sip of milk, and then said to Erin, and that? Quick, try controlling me. Isn't that necessary? Erin was a little embarrassed. Sophia and Tina are both here. No, I meant that since everyone's here, we can do a simple experiment to see what the energy expenditure is like when controlling only me, versus controlling me, Sophia, and Little Ire's own body simultaneously. Wendy opened her arms to Erin. It only takes a few minutes. I also want to experience what Sophia described. Well, okay. Erin took a small step back. Wendy, get ready, I'm coming in. Chapter 306. Long ago, there was a handsome black dragon. Born in darkness, gazing at the light, from the day of his birth, he devoted himself to the fight against evil, uprooting the flowers of sin from the world one by one. At that time, heaven and earth were in chaos, all things vied for supremacy, and everywhere were demons and magical beasts. Back then, demons was a broad category, specifically referring to those insane beings who couldn't communicate, only knowing destruction and slaughter. Magical beasts were a new life form that emerged later from demons. As animals, they absorb the demonic energy of demons, just as we humans absorb magic. Demonic energy can drive people mad. Some animals absorb demonic energy. Even after retaining a sliver of reason, they use this demonic energy to strengthen their physical bodies. These are what you commonly call magical beasts today. Demonic creatures, on the other hand, are those whose bodies are composed entirely of demonic energy, or those that have absorbed demonic energy, lost their reason, and been completely corrupted by it. Children, you may not know this because you didn't experience the era of the war between gods and demons. Demonic creatures were everywhere back then. The dense demonic energy even dyed the entire sky purple. Even on a bright summer day, under the scorching sun, this demonic energy wouldn't dissipate. In the small square of Minar Academy, Nasod laid down among the crowd, explaining the history of the Eve continent to the surrounding new students. Then, Uncle Black Dragon, how were these demonic energies and demonic creatures finally defeated? A child raised their hand. Was it the dragons? This child is very clever. Nasod said approvingly. The dragons spent hundreds of thousands of years driving out most of the demonic creatures from the Eve continent, restoring peace and order to the world. The greatest dragon hero of that time, before going to war, said, I have no desire to be crowned king. I only seek a moment of peace in this world. Then, Uncle Black Dragon, what is the history of Minar Academy? Why did the dragons help Minar Academy? That's another story. Back then, the headmistress of your Minar Academy was just a young girl. At this point, Nasod cautiously cast a nervous glance at Fafnir in the distance, and only continued after seeing that the Holy Dragon Princess wasn't paying attention to him. The headmistress of Minar Academy at that time was besieged by powerful monsters, and was in grave danger. A handsome black dragon stepped forward and rescued her from the peril. From then on, the founder of Minar Academy swore, we must find out the origins of the monsters. Where did they come from? Why did they come? What caused their arrival? And where should we go from here? These are the mysteries we hope to unravel, and the very meaning of Minar Academy's existence. The future of Minar Academy belongs to you young people. Only when you are strong will this world be strong, and only then can the mystery of the monsters be truly solved. He's just bragging again. On the other side of the small square, after listening to NASD's history for the children for a while, Fafnir sighed softly. Back then, I really... One wrong step led to another. How could I have married such a jerk? It's all in the past, isn't it? Aisha, in her dragon form, smiled. At least little Ire is healthy now, and very strong, even stronger than her father. Yes, my greatest wish is for my child to be healthy and happy, Fafnir said, carefully observing her surroundings to make sure she hadn't stepped on anyone before flapping her wings and flying into the sky, transforming into a white-haired girl. I go check on little Ire. Aisha, you're in charge here. Okay. Near the school's back garden. As Wendy's eyes lit up with golden light, her human pupils rapidly transformed into the vertical pupils of a dragon. After a slight tremor, the girl's body went limp. Then, Wendy cleared her throat and slowly raised her head. 1, 2, 3, 4, it's me. Huh? Looking at the familiar and adorable way Wendy spoke and her expression, Lilia was filled with disbelief. How amazing. I seem to see a shadow of little Elle in Wendy's face, so cute. Because I'm using Wendy's body right now. Wendy pointed to Erin, who was lying in Sophia's arms behind her. My body is completely relaxed. What's the specific principle behind this contract? Tina asked curiously. If little Elle controls little Wendy like this, can little Wendy turn into a dragon? No, I can't. Besides having my own memories, some experience, and habits, my physical strength and magical level are completely equivalent to little Wendy's. Basically, I can use as much magic as little Wendy can use. Erin explained. Don't even mention turning into a dragon, because she hasn't learned it. Little Wendy can't use grass elemental magic right now. I understand now. Tina nodded. Could this be understood as a kind of possession? Or body snatching? That's certainly one way to understand it, but the essence of this magic is still control, because my will is still in the original body. Right now, I'm just controlling Wendy through the medium of dragon breath. Little Erlini, give it a try. Sophia pointed to herself. Let's see what happens when you control 3 bodies at the same time. Probably. It might require a little more mental energy than controlling just one person. Erlini nodded. Sister Sophia, get ready, I try. I'm already ready. Sophia laid down on the ground. Come on. Buzz. A flash of golden light, and Sophia's eyes turned into beautiful golden dragon eyes. Right now, I'm controlling my own body, and also Wendy and Sophia. To Tina and Lilia's astonishment, Wendy, Sophia, and Erin rose and walked over almost simultaneously, their steps remarkably synchronized. Wow! Lilia pointed at the 3 little ones in front of her. I think I see 3 Erinis. Yes, Tina added. Although their appearances are Wendy and Sophia, their adorable demeanor, way of speaking, and even their walking style are exactly like little Erinis. Erini controlled 3 mouths simultaneously. Am I that obvious? Yes. Tina nodded. I'm very good at reading people. Even if you changed bodies, little Erini, your cute appearance and adorable temperament are still very obvious. People who know you can recognize you at a glance. Erini was a little embarrassed, and immediately released her control over Wendy and Sophia. Experiment over. Controlling 3 people at the same time does require more mental energy than controlling one. However, if you had to say, the proportion of mental energy required to control 3 people seems slightly different. Normally, if Erin only controls her own body, assuming it costs 100 billion mental energy per hour, then controlling Sophia would only require about 4, and controlling Wendy would require about 5. Even controlling both simultaneously would only require less than 10, a completely different order of magnitude from her original 100 billion. Little Erin. Just as Erin was pondering how this phenomenon would help her recover her soul power, a gentle voice suddenly descended from the sky, landing among several girls. Mommy! Upon recognizing the person, Erin instinctively rushed towards the girl. I want a hug. Chapter 307. In Elaine's memory, Fafnir was a gentle, considerate, and beautiful mother who cooked wonderful meals and doted on her. Although, like Nasod, Fafnir would sometimes teach Elaine some magic and combat skills when she was awake, Fafnir's teaching method was primarily encouraging. It wasn't a problem if she didn't learn everything. If she was tired, she could rest. She almost never put pressure on Elaine. Compared to Nasod's educational policy of my daughter must become the strongest in the world, Fafnir's thinking was always, We're already this strong. As long as my daughter is healthy and happy, I'm content. This is why Nasod and Fafnir initially often argued about education. Nasod believed that Eline's physical condition was not optimistic. She slept for long periods every day, which was clearly not right. No one could guarantee that the world would remain as peaceful as it was now in the future, so they had to teach her as much powerful magic and combat skills as possible during her waking hours. Only when their daughter was strong enough to ignore all the dangers of the world could they, as parents, truly feel at ease. Fafnir's thinking was that the demon god war was over, and now it was the era of dragons. They, as the Black Dragon King and the Holy Dragon King, were both at the top of the food chain. Dragons had such long lifespans. What harm was there in them protecting their daughter for a lifetime? After all, these two dragons weren't initially a couple. They fought until their dragon lives were threatened, forcing a truce, and only then did they begin to force themselves to learn how to care for a child. Nasod, needless to say, was a rebellious teenager and a battle maniac at the time, completely unrelated to the idea of a loving father. Fafnir, although a princess of the Holy Dragon clan, like Nasod, had never learned how to care for a child. Both were first-time parents, and they often argued for various reasons. Then, a few years later, the two stopped arguing altogether, because Elenine's performance far exceeded Nasod and Fafnir's expectations. Nasod wanted Eline to quickly learn all the forbidden spells and become the strongest in Dragon Forest, right? Is being able to use a spell after seeing it only once considered fast? Is being able to freeze the entire Dragon Forest for a month with a casual flick of the wrist considered strong? Fafnir wanted Eline to be happy and healthy. Little Eline had never had any worries since childhood. Having just died as an earthling and transmigrated, she was very open-minded about everything. She happily ate dragon milk, monster meat, and rare fruits, never being picky about food. Every day after learning magic and eating, she would wipe her mouth and fall asleep. Happy enough, right? So decades passed. Eline learned all the magic and forbidden spells taught by Nasod, learned dragon history, learned the ladies' course taught by her Aunt Ibel, learned all the languages of all races and nations on the continent of Eve, learned music, art, arithmetic, magic theory, and a whole host of other courses, becoming a theoretically all-around warrior. Eline's performance left Nasod speechless. He began to try to curb his chinibu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, and establish a fatherly authority. Fafnir also began to learn how to be a good mother. The two fought for tens of thousands of years, and argued for decades, finally becoming a real couple under their daughter's matchmaking. Of course, Nasod and Fafnir now understood why Eline was so strong. After all, Eline, possessing fragments of both their souls, had trained for a long time in the Mystic River. Even becoming its administrator, magic was naturally a piece of cake for her. Just now, an Elda sprite claiming to be from the Mystic River appeared on Dragon Island. Under the dazzling starry sky, Fafnir held Eline in her arms, and said gently, "It said it's your friend." "An Elda sprite?" Eline tilted her head. "What color is it?" "Green, like a translucent loaf of bread." "Oh, that really is an Elda sprite." Eline nodded. "What did it say?" "It said, 'My dear daughter, you spent a long time in the Mystic River, everyone liked you very much,' and it also said you can use mystical powers, spatial magic, and the only child who can enter and exit the Mystic River." Fafnir tentatively asked, "Does little El know how to enter and exit the Mystic River?" I can't remember." Eline shook her head. "I asked them again tonight." "Tonight?" "These past few years, I occasionally dreamt of those little elves at night." Eline said with certainty, "It feels a bit like when my consciousness entered the Mystic River while I was under the Dragon Servant contract." Actually, before this, Eline had wondered if her dreams about the Mystic River were truly dreams. If, according to the setting that the dragon body cannot bear the powerful consciousness from the Mystic River, when her body rested at night, did the scenes of playing with the Eldar elves in the Mystic River in her dreams mean that her consciousness had temporarily left her body and gone to the Mystic River? Thinking of this, Eline, lying in Fafnir's arms, yawned slightly, nuzzling her head against Fafnir's chest with a contented look. "If I could dream of them again, maybe." Just then, Wendy on the lawn took out her student ID card and glanced at the time. It's Eline's usual sleepy time again. Around this time every day after dinner, Eline gets sleepy. Sophia also covered her mouth and chuckled. "She's just like a little baby." Lilia cautiously stepped forward and asked Fafnir, "Are you Eline's mother?" "Yes." Fafnir. Looking at the girl with long white hair like herself, Fafnir said, "I remember you're a princess from the Arcana Empire?" Little Ire, Thank you all for taking such good care of you these past few days. Not at all. In fact, I'm the one being taken care of by your daughter. Lilia said earnestly, what your daughter taught me at the deathmatch tournament has been incredibly helpful. Seeing that Lilia's Esperanto wasn't very fluent, Fafnir switched to Arcana and said gently, no need to be so polite. Seeing little Eyre make so many friends makes us parents very happy. Who? As she spoke, Airlini had already fallen asleep in Fafnir's arms. Perhaps because she was so relaxed, the little girl's delicate white hands unconsciously made a kneading motion in her mother's arms. Tina couldn't help but laugh at the scene. So cute. Your dormitory should allow parents to enter, right? Fafnir, already used to her daughter's little whims, gently lifted Erin onto her shoulder and turned towards the divine tree not far away. I want to go see what everyone's dorms are like. Chapter 308. In the small wooden hut beneath the divine tree of the Minar Wind and Grass Mixed Dormitory, Fafnir met the dormitory manager, Chiming. Because most of the students in the dormitory were drawn to the Nassau Dragon Squad in the square, there were hardly any people in the girls' dormitory at this time. Only a few small streetlights on the divine tree shone with a faint glow, creating a rather poetic scene under the moonlight. Your Highness, Princess of the Holy Dragon Clan, it's been a long time. Seeing Fafnir, Chiming put on a flattered expression. How are the elders on Dragon Island? They're all right. They've been researching magical molecular collision experiments recently. Fafnir smiled slightly and looked around the small wooden hut. Were these dormitories designed by the elves? Yes, I was quite surprised when I first arrived. This design is truly ingenious. In my memory, only the elves could design something like this. Chiming turned her gaze to Eline in Fafnir's arms. Visiting your daughter? Sort of. Fafnir casually asked, how long have you been here? Not long. Chiming took out a folding fan and opened it to cover half of her face. Your daughter asked Erin to bring me out of the family because of the Fox clan's affairs. I figured I didn't have much to do lately, and Minar Academy was hiring a female dormitory manager, so I had Aisha pull some strings to get me in. Where is her dormitory? Room 218 in Building 1 of the Wind and Grass Mixed Dormitories. Chiming pointed to one of the dormitories above with her folding fan. It's over there, room 218 on the second floor. Fly up? You can fly up, or if you want to walk. Chiming pointed to the artificial staircase at the foot of the tree. Climb up the tree from there first, then walk along the branches in the middle. What a clever design. A few minutes later, Fafnir, Wendy, and Sophia arrived at the second floor of Building 1 of the Wind and Grass Mixed Dormitory and found room 218. Do you live next door? Fafnir asked gently, seeing Wendy casually open the door to the next room with her student ID card. Yes, but my roommate doesn't seem to be here yet, so I'm living alone right now. Wendy nodded. If little Eyre needs anything, I'm always happy to help. Me too. Sophia jumped up and down, waving her little hand. I love little Eyre the most. You guys. Looking at these adorable children, Fafnir patted Sophia and Wendy on the head with one hand, then magically produced 2 lollipops. Here. Sophia instinctively took the candy. Huh? Wendy was a little confused. This is. Consider it a gift from the dragons. I go give some to Lilia and Tina later. With that, Fafnir carried Airlini into the dormitory room. Which way is her bed? This way. Sophia quickly opened the door to the small room on the left. Is everything all packed up? Seeing the clean little cubicle and the neatly made bed inside, Fafnir sat down on the small chair next to the bed, skillfully helped Airlini take off her school uniform, then carried the little girl to the bed and covered her with a blanket. Mom. Oh no, little Elle's mom. After Fafnir had calmed Eline down, Sophia lowered her voice and said, after school starts, can I bring little Elle's meals over? Sure. Fafnir smiled. You're roommates, so helping each other out is only natural. I mean, Sophia seemed a little embarrassed. When little Elle is sleeping, can I sneak in? Or if little Elle is lonely at night, can I sleep with her, sleep together? Ahem. Wendy coughed, then gave Sophia a look that said, isn't your plan a little too obvious? As your mother, I have no objection to these things. After all, it's a friendship between you classmates. Despite Sophia's bluntness, Fafnir showed no sign of anger. In the dim light, this mother from the Holy Dragon Clan simply stood up and gently patted Sophia's head. As for whether you can sleep together, that needs to be decided by Sophia and little Elle. Yay! Sophia jumped for joy. I knew Mom was the best. Hearing this, Wendy couldn't help but chime in. I want to come and snuggle with little Elle too. All right. As long as everyone has given their permission, I have no objection. In the cozy little room, lying on her small bed, Eline was completely unaware that she had been sold out by her mother. She was curled up softly in her blanket, her cute, chubby face relaxed. Happy Elda, chubby Elda, Elda like a little bunny. Eline's consciousness seemed to have returned to that mysterious little white paper boat. Above was a dazzling starry sky, below was a shimmering Milky Way. It's Little El. Little El, today the little elf couldn't resist running off to your world and found your mom and dad. I'm not a little elf, I'm a big one. Okay, then it's the little elf, larger version. The elder started doing experiments again. I was resting by the river when suddenly, whoosh, a hole appeared in the space next to me, and sunlight streamed in, giving me a huge fright. But no matter how much the outside world is damaged, it won't affect the Mystic River, it only scare us. That's why I decided to go over and scare those elder dragons too. Amidst the chattering of the elves, Eline slowly opened her eyes. The small boat rocked back and forth, and the kerosene lamp overhead flickered. Little Eldar is awake. Little Eldar. With her vision gradually returning, Eline found herself surrounded by a large group of colorful Eldar elves of various shapes and sizes. Ah. Hello. Having roughly figured out where she was, Erin yawned slightly and rubbed her eyes. Is it evening already? The Mystic River has no distinction between day and night. The only difference is whether Little Air is here or not. Yes, this is Little Air's river. We are all darlings of time. I heard about this place from my parents. Already used to the strange way these little elves spoke, Erin stood up on the paper boat, looked down, and stretched out her hands to examine her body. That little elf, the larger version, said I have the ability to enter and leave the Mystic River? The Mystic River was originally Little Air's home. Yes, but Little Air has forgotten her former self. That's something Little Air deliberately forgot. How about we take Little Air to see her true form? Hearing this, Erin was curious. What is her true form? It's Little Air's that was once in the Mystic River. A little elf flew over. Shall we go take a look together? Chapter 309. The little paper boat rocked gently, parting the starlight on either side of the Milky Way beneath it. Under the soft starlight, a pretty little sprite flew to Erin's side and pulled a blue-white pencil from the small, pointed part of the paper boat. Use this. It will allow the boat to quickly reach the will of Elda. There lies the true form of little Elda, a very, very long time ago, as long as the disappearance and reformation of dew on a rose. Erin took the enormous pencil from the sprite beside her. The pencil felt cold to the touch, like a piece of old wood. Although she didn't quite understand what this meant, Erin still tried to reach the boat and dip the pencil into the Milky Way at the bottom of the boat. Then, with a slight push of her hands, she propelled the little paper boat as if rowing oars. Splash. Ripples spread across the cosmos within the Milky Way, and the little boat began to drift leisurely forward. We are the sailors Eldar, guarding little Eldar's memories. Several little sprites happily ran to the bow of the ship, stacking themselves like a game of folding cats, then waving their little hands. Whenever we sing the songs of the Mystic River, mysterious powers dance with the starlight. Ah! Universe filled with fragments of hope, why do you slumber? Ah! As they sang, the sprites below seemed to be pressed down by the ones above, letting out a series of somewhat comical cries. You stepped on me. I didn't. You can't step on someone's head while singing, that's common sense. But I really didn't. This scene made Eline, who was rowing the boat, burst out laughing. Is this how you usually live on the Mystic River? Live? We're not living, we're enjoying the wind propelling our little boat forward. Yes. Because a long, long time ago, Little El carried us forward like this. Little El is a hero of the Mystic River, and a hero of our little boat. The little elves chattered away again. For some reason, this scene deeply moved Eline. She could feel that, deep in her memory, she herself had done the exact same thing. They were like brave sailors, rowing their little boat, singing melodious songs, constantly moving forward in the world of the Mystic River. Stars, oh stars, how beautiful! Where is tomorrow's breakfast? On every galaxy, on every shooting star. Yes, this is our Eldar's song. With Eline's continued rowing, the little boat beneath her moved faster and faster. Soon, a branch stream appeared ahead, flowing downwards. The little paper boat drifted towards this waterfall-like current. Ah! Quick, put the pencil away! Protect little El! Protect little El! As the boat seemed to plummet forward, the little fairies immediately surrounded Eline, enveloping the little girl like loyal guardians. The little paper boat's speed continued to increase. As if without any resistance, the paper boat sped downstream. Whoosh whoosh. Because the speed was so fast, in Elaine's eyes, the beautiful stars around her had now completely merged into a single beam of light, and this beam was still being stretched and lengthened. Splash, splash, splash. As the paper boat sped forward so fast that even Elaine was somewhat overwhelmed, the light seemed to converge into a series of fleeting scenes. My lord commands my death, It's all over, usurper Nasod. Do you have any last words? In the next 10 days, our city will experience widespread rain, snow, strong winds, and a drop in temperature. Drip, drip, drip. The waterline has been breached. Our army is rapidly flooding. The base is about to explode and it's still there. I just hid. Ha ha ha. Scenes of Earth being struck by an asteroid during the dinosaur era, ancient emperors reprimanding their subordinates, peak battles between powerful figures in the magical world, and ordinary citizens in modern cities quickly crossing streets wrapped in cotton-padded coats during a blizzard. These scenes from different eras and worlds flashed by, making Elaine somewhat dizzy. The boat sped up, and the flashing images became increasingly rapid and densely packed with information. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, even the little paper boat itself seemed to transform into a beam of light, whoosh, and burst out of the river. The little paper boat, having escaped the Milky Way, traced a graceful arc across the night sky. The fleeting scenes around it vanished quickly, returning to the beautiful universe. That's the moment her vision returned. Erin noticed she seemed to have navigated her small boat to an area even more beautiful than before. Ahead of the boat, a large, transparent, golden tree, shimmering with dazzling starlight, stood at the very center of this starlight. And, in the center of the star tree, a little girl appeared to be curled up. Almost simultaneously with seeing the little girl's body, Erin felt something stir deep within her chest. The little girl in the center of the star tree had beautiful, long, light blue hair, the strands swaying gently in the light surrounding the tree. The little girl looked to be only 12 or 13 years old, almost indistinguishable from Erin. That's Little Elle. Little Elle's true form. While Erin was still wondering, the surrounding sprites happily jumped towards the starlight tree, shouting joyfully in the air, Little Elle is coming back. Don't be so excited. Little Elle has forgotten her former self. The Little Elle of today is Little Elle. That's all of our Little Elle too. Once she returns to her true form, Little Elle can go back to the Mystic River anytime, or play with everyone. The small boat carrying Erin drifted towards the girl in the center of the starlight tree. The girl seemed completely unconscious, emitting no life force, simply lying there quietly. That's me? When Erin saw the little girl's face with her eyes tightly closed in the starlight, she instinctively covered her mouth. Or, is this my former self? Yes, that's Little Elle, the former Little Elle. The little elf beside her introduced herself. That's Little Elle's true form. Once she returns to her true form, Little Elle can cross the Mystic River. Little Elle can return to her true form at night to rest, and then go back to be the Dragon Princess during the day. That's right. Little Elle is the free princess of the Mystic River. Hearing the elves' introductions, Elaine couldn't resist any longer. She channeled her magic and floated towards the little girl. The exact same appearance, the exact same physique, the exact same will. Elaine stopped about 10 meters in the air in front of the little girl, gazing at the sleeping girl bathed in golden light. Another me. Chapter 310. As the first rays of morning sunlight gently fell on the windowsill, Sophia, wearing an Angora rabbit nightcap and soft rabbit pajamas, opened her sleepy eyes. The languid girl stretched in her cozy bed. She looked at the sun peeking out from the crack in the window, seemed to hesitate for a while, and finally sat up as if making a decision, rubbing her eyes. I promise to start exercising properly from today. I can't let little air down. Thinking this, the girl jumped out of bed, grabbed her toiletries from the nearby table, and went into the bathroom. Today was the second day of registration for new students at Minar Academy, and also the last day of the winter holiday. If any of the newly admitted students to Minar Academy did not register by tonight, the Minar Magic Academy would consider them to have forfeited their admission and remove them from this year's student directory. Therefore, for the freshmen who arrived at school yesterday, today was actually a good day to sleep in, since there was nothing to do anyway. However, Sophia still got up very early. As a dragon servant of Erin, she could clearly sense the changes that occurred in her body after signing the dragon servant contract. The dragon servant contract wouldn't give the contractor's body a very noticeable improvement in a short period of time, but it could greatly increase the upper limit of their various physical attributes, something Sophia could feel. If before she was limited by her little girl's body, and wouldn't see significant improvement even with regular training, now she felt like she had gone from a level 10 capped alt to a max level 999. Such a huge increase between level 10 and level 999. It would be a waste not to level up properly. This must be what little L was talking about. The change in mindset after signing the contract? Having finished washing up, Sophia tidied her long, light blue hair in front of the mirror, tying 2 small ponytails on either side, then letting it fall naturally. Then, she pushed open the door, and went out to the door of Elaine's room across the hall. She pressed her ear to the door, trying to sense the presence of the little girl inside. As Elaine's dragon servant, Sophia could roughly sense her master's mood and state within this distance. Lying on the soft little bed, feeling very relaxed. It seems little Elle is in a good state right now. Through the door, Sophia's mind seemed to replay the scene of Elaine lying like a kitten in Fafner's arms last night. Little Elle is probably dreaming about the Mystic River right now, isn't she? Sophia didn't know much about the Mystic River, only that from Elaine and Fafner's conversation last night, she roughly knew it was a place independent of this world, and she had a vague intuition that it might be little Elle's hometown. Good morning, little Elle saying this softly. Sophia skipped to the dormitory hall, drew back the curtains, and watered the Erisima catnip on the small windowsill, and some of the plants left by her seniors. Then, she changed into the Minar Academy's grass element uniform, took her student ID card, and left the dormitory. Sophia, little sister. In the hallway outside, Wendy, who had been standing there some time earlier, saw Sophia come out and quickly raised her little hand to greet her. Good morning. Good morning. Sophia leaned in and pressed her little face against the little girl's. Have you been waiting long? I just finished washing my face too. Wendy pointed towards the dormitory and lowered her voice. Did you sleep with little Elle last night? No. Sophia waved her hands repeatedly. I remember Elaine said before going to sleep that she was going to the Mystic River to find the fairies there tonight. I was afraid of disturbing her, so after Fafner left, I closed the door and didn't go into little Elle's room again. To be able to be with your best friend in your dreams, that's so. It's an amazing ability. Wendy nodded, taking Sophia's small hand. Come on, shall we go for a run first or have breakfast? Let's go for a run, then warm up like little Elle demonstrated back then, and play the shoulder-touching game. Sophia thought for a moment. As a thank you, I treat Wendy to breakfast today. Yay! Then I want soy milk and Rigiamo from the first floor. The two girls chatted as they walked through the clean, tidy branches of the Minar Academy's sacred tree in the warm morning sunlight, descending the stairs on the trunk. As girls of similar age and almost identical build, and both from noble families, Sophia and Wendy had a lot in common. Wendy and Sophia had already formed a deep friendship during their trip to Atlantis. They are both magicians, both love music, both love dressing up, and both love growing flowers and plants. Sophia has been with her mother on military campaigns since she was a child, while Wendy has been with her father in diplomacy since she was a child. Both of them are precocious little adults, so they can naturally have a lot to talk about. Furthermore, both Wendy and Sophia now share a common topic they could never finish talking about. Elaine. I always feel like little Ire must have gone through something in the past. There's a faint, ordinary human warmth about her, yet she also carries a royal aloofness. It's contradictory. Right? Sophia thinks so too? I feel like little Ire is like a sleepy emperor, or like a kitten wearing a crown. She should be very cute, but she's also like a hidden king, a very approachable king. Yes. That's exactly the feeling. Like a cute little animal who's too powerful, so the people crown her emperor and put a crown on her head, but this emperor doesn't like the title and reluctantly wears the crown to sleep. Hey, if little Ire is a kitten wearing a crown, then what are we, her dragon servants? Managers of the kitten's milk jug? Shouldn't we be milkmen for the young dragons? The two, as usual, held hands and chatted as they walked up the stairs to the lawn. You two cuties, so early today. Dormitory manager Chiming, who was watering the flowers next to the cabin, put away the watering can when she saw the two approaching. A rare moment of leisure, not planning to sleep in. No, Sophia quickly shook her head. We went to bed around 10 p.m. yesterday, getting a full 8 hours of sleep. Now it's time for some exercise. Is that so? Chiming gave her a look of amusement at the little fox's cuteness. You're the first ones out of the dorm today, aren't you? Is that so? Sophia was a little embarrassed. I thought the upperclassmen would be more diligent. Quite a few upperclassmen didn't even show up yesterday. Chiming squatted down in front of a pot of daffodils, carefully pulling some weeds from its roots. Now that you're considered part of the dragon race, if you want to improve your physical fitness, I suggest you go to the dining hall and find Cher and Aisha. She has a lot of experience in training dragon servants. Right now, that lady should be cleaning in the dining hall. Chapter 311. In the central region of the Mystic River, Eline floated quietly before the golden star tree, observing the girl bathed in soft light through the translucent trunk. The girl wore only a cute little sundress, her long, pale blue hair adorned with a light-colored ribbon. She was curled up in the light like a hibernating animal, her body perfectly still. The moment Eline saw this little girl, she felt a surge of emotion, as if she had returned to her mother's embrace. A memory from the depths of her soul seemed to surface before her eyes, but no matter how hard Eline tried to recall it, she could only grasp a general outline, unable to glimpse its specific details. Clearly, the girl in the light was her former self, Little Elle. Or rather, the form she took after Nasod and Fafnir's fierce battle in Dragon Forest tore open a dimensional rift, causing their soul fragments to merge, and she was raised by the Eldar sprites of the Mystic River. She was likely in this very state, playing and growing alongside the Eldar elves, before fighting for the Mystic River. In a sense, these Eldar elves of the Mystic River were Eline's spiritual mothers. Little Elle. Seeing that Eline, who had been floating in midair, hadn't spoken much since disembarking from the small boat, several Eldar elves floated over with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Eline shook her head, continuing to scrutinize the girl before her. "She's the Little Elle you mentioned, the one who was me in the past, right?" A round little sprite said. "Back then, Little Elle said she couldn't go back like this, so she left her true form behind and forgot many, many things." "I see." After receiving a clear answer from the eldest sprite, Eline felt the whole thing suddenly become clear. She and Little Elle were the same person, who had lived in the Mystic River for a long time. After merging with fragments of Nasod and Fafnir's souls, Eline grew up in the Mystic River. Then, it seems that she fought some monsters in the Mystic River, was either defeated, or perished along with them. The weakened Little Elle fell into the Earth world, and possessed a dying infant, living a relatively complete life on Earth. After that, the Mystic River Elda sprites so-called rescuing Little Elle probably meant bringing her back from the Earth world. Considering her past ability to edit and erase memories, Irene wasn't sure if this rescue meant the Eldar elves directly dragged Little Elle's spirit back to the Mystic River, or if the human body died because it couldn't withstand Little Elle's powerful spirit, or if it voluntarily separated from its body, peacefully parting ways with Earth. Anyway, for the current Irene, her last memory of Earth was eating a bite of a newly bought cake, and then she transmigrated into the body of the Dragon Princess of Dragon Forest. If it was memory editing, simply deleting all memories after eating the cake on Earth, and then connecting them to the memories of her rebirth in Dragon Forest would achieve the same effect. Meanwhile, Eline wasn't sure if she had actually spent time recuperating or living in the Mystic River after returning from Earth, given that time within the Mystic River was out of sync with the outside world. The entire event could be that Eline first grew up in the Mystic River, then perished alongside a monster, fell to Earth to recuperate, and then returned to Dragon Forest. Alternatively, Eline might have only lived in the Mystic River for a short time, been severely injured by a monster in her childhood, forced to flee to Earth, lived there for over 20 years, returned as a queen, fought alongside the Eldar sprite to resolve the crisis in the Mystic River, and finally detached from her physical body, returning to Dragon Forest in a spiritual form. Because all her memories of the Mystic River had vanished, Eline didn't know what happened between Earth and Dragon Forest during her childhood. But Eline still approved of her approach. Time in the Mystic River was out of sync with the outside world. Theoretically, Little Elle could live there for 10 years, 100,000 years, or even a billion years. In other words, Little Elle might be older than Nasod's father and Fafnir's mother. If these memories weren't erased, the powerful Little Elle returning to Dragon Forest with a mature mindset from the Mystic River would likely be very awkward when facing his parents. However, Little Elle's mental strength is too strong. Erasing all memories would create a dangerous situation for a mindless baby with world-destroying abilities. Therefore, retaining some memories is the best option. Thus, Little Elle's memories of his time on Earth become the optimal solution. She retained memories of her life on Earth, but didn't remember being the Mystic River Keeper, nor did she know she was actually incredibly powerful. She only felt like a protagonist in a novel who had simply transmigrated and was born as a dragon princess. Her memories of her previous life as an ordinary person in her early 20s were neither too many nor too few. She was mature enough not to cause trouble, and in the eyes of the dragons, she was still a baby. Being Fafnir and Nasod's daughter was perfectly fine. She was practically perfect. Eline's only curiosity was that now that she had returned to the Mystic River, what should she do? When I left the Mystic River before, did I leave any message for everyone, Or for my current self? After spending some time mentally reviewing her past experiences, Eline looked at the elder elf beside her. Did I say anything back then? Yes. Little L said that if Little L ever asked us about her story, she would bring you here. This is Little L's true form, capable of easily traversing the Mystic River and every world. Little L can try touching Little L, and then you can turn back into Little L. Turn back into Little L? The elder elf's words made Eline suddenly realize that her former body seemed still usable. She was like a dragon servant contract, able to act according to her own will at any time. However, this body itself had no soul, or rather, her original soul had departed, and was now waiting for its original owner to return. And, most importantly, Erin is currently in a sleep state. Her will travels to the Mystic River in her sleep, and she can remain fully conscious throughout. Assuming, if Erin can indeed return to Little L's body in this state, it means that her strange narcolepsy has been resolved in a sense. Little L's ability to travel to any world within the Mystic River means that Erin can later return to Earth, or the Eve continent in her dreams as Little L. Thinking this, Erin tried to float towards the girl in the center of the star tree before her. She reached out her small hand, and touched the girl's body. Chapter 312. Under the shimmering starlight, Erin opened her eyes. She could feel her body was incredibly light, the world seemed clean, as if washed by morning dew. She wore only a soft, strappy sundress, with a cute little bow at the center. As the starlight shone through, Erin could clearly see the bow swaying in the starlight like a wheat field under the moonlight. Her long, light blue hair fell naturally down her back, some falling to her chest, some to her delicate, snow-white shoulders, sending a slight tickling sensation through her. Where am I? Opening her mouth, feeling the clear, sweet voice emanating from her throat, Erin subconsciously lowered her head, raising her hands to examine them. This is Little L's body, my past self? Erin could clearly sense the condition of this new body, almost limitless magic and stamina, maxed out elemental affinity, and the legendary mysterious power. If we were to compare the Dragon Princess Eline, born in Dragon Forest, to a high-level character in an online game, then little Eline would essentially be the administrator of that game. On the continent of Eve, Eline is incredibly strong, but not absolutely invincible. Her life and magic power have limits. While these limits might translate to billions, or even tens of billions in a game, they could still be depleted under extreme circumstances. If Eline were to continuously use creation's destruction on the same spot, her magic power might indeed run out after several hundred years. Alternatively, if she were to give up and allow a powerful dragon like Nasod to relentlessly attack for days and nights, her body would still be injured. But Little L is different. At this moment, Eline, inside Little L's body, couldn't even sense the limits of this body. In other words, Little L's health, mana, strength, agility, and speed could all be represented by Max, making it a complete administrator account with no weaknesses. At the same time, Eline, now back to Little L, understood what mysterious power was. It was a cosmic origin power, independent of all cosmic laws, similar to root in a computer. Beings in the ordinary universe cannot reach the Mystic River through dimensional rifts, because the underlying logic of the universe was written from the beginning that data between the two sides was not interchangeable. Any being attempting to travel to the Mystic River through a dimensional rift would have its data forcibly deleted. This rule, like apples fall when ripe or the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, is a law that has existed since the birth of the universe, similar to bedrock in Minecraft, and no one can modify it. Of course, the Mystic River Administrator is an exception. For example, Earth is a pure world completely devoid of magic. The absence of magic and elemental forces is directly written into its underlying code. Even if Nasods or Fafnir from the continent of Eve were transported to Earth, they couldn't break this law. They couldn't even transform into dragons. Because Earth doesn't have creatures like dragons. But Little L is different. As the manager of the Mystic River and possessing near-infinite mystic power, Eline can not only travel freely to any universe, but she can also operate independently of the laws of that universe. For example, she can use magic on Earth or travel back to the Mystic River from the continent of Eve. Thinking this, Eline tried to float out from inside the star tree, turned around, and, using the reflection in the tree, examined herself. A chubby, adorable face almost identical to Eline's, a slender figure, snow-white skin, and long, flowing hair like the finest silk. However, because she wasn't a dragon, little Eline's eyes weren't vertical pupils, but a light blue like the sky. This was also the color of the mysterious power. At the same time, little Eline's hair was a near pure white light blue, shimmering with a faint starlight under the golden light of the star tree, making her exceptionally beautiful. Little L wants to go see Earth. Go back to that old shelter? Please, that's not a shelter, it's a disaster zone. It's all the same. Little L retains the memories of that universe, which means it's special to her. Seeing Eline revert to Little L, the Eldar elves around her started chattering again. This made Eline a little embarrassed. Shouldn't I be sleeping right now? Is it really okay to go to Earth? It's okay, because Little L's current state is just attachment, not return. After she wakes up, Little L's consciousness will be pulled back, and she will return to the star tree, waiting for the next attachment. A light blue elf said, "Want to go see it?" Eline was even more embarrassed. She looked around at the twinkling stars. I don't know where Earth is. Mysterious power only requires knowing the coordinates. The exact location isn't needed. The little sprite seemed to have used some kind of mysterious power on Irene, then said, Earth's location in the universe is roughly over here. However, before the sprite finished speaking, Irene felt a distinct wave of drowsiness wash over her. Looks like little Irene is waking up. That's all for today. Several sprites quickly came over and hugged Irene. See you tomorrow. Little Irene. See you tomorrow. Realizing what was about to happen, Irene pressed her little face against the round sprites around her. Thank you. Little Irene is still so polite. Little Irene has always been polite. See you tomorrow, soft and cuddly little Irene. As her consciousness blurred and then slowly returned, Irene slowly opened her eyes in the Minar Academy's mixed-growth dormitory. Before she could see was the familiar wooden dormitory ceiling. A soft little bed, a faintly scented blanket, and the familiar body of the dragon princess. Sister Irene should be waking up soon, right? Just then, Wendy and Sophia's deliberately hushed voices came from outside the door. Should we carefully push the door open and check? Are you really sure it's all right? I'm worried that little Irene might still be on the Mystic River and hasn't returned yet. So let's just take a quick look, just a quick look, and then put this breakfast on little Irene's little table. A moment later, a crack was gently pulled open in Irene's little room. Wendy and Sophia poked their heads in like little rabbits. Everyone. Seeing this, Irene, lying on the bed, simply sat up lazily and yawned. Good morning. Chapter 313. Good morning. Under Sophia and Wendy's gazes, as if looking at a small animal, Irene yawned several times in her crib. Little L, the Mystic River and the Eldar elves. The scenes from last night's dream flashed through Irene's mind. Was her past self really that strong? Not only could she freely enter and exit the Mystic River, possessing powerful mystic powers, but she could also freely travel between different worlds. At this moment, Irene finally understood what mystic powers were. It was a power that could break the rules. For example, when Irene was playing her instrument, because she unconsciously wanted to infuse her music with her own emotions and hoped to convey those emotions to those around her, she involuntarily used her mystic powers. Under normal circumstances, even the most powerful musical instrument can only cover a range of about 1 kilometer. However, Eline's desire for everyone to hear the music, infused with mysterious power, caused the music to transcend the laws of the universe, spreading in all directions for over 30 kilometers. Following this concept, mysterious power could also be used to modify the rules of magic. For example, it could make fire magic exhibit freezing properties. Throwing a fireball at an enemy might lead them to believe it's extremely hot, confidently summoning a fire shield for defense, only to be frozen by the fireball. Or it could increase the upper limit of some spells. For instance, some forbidden spells, no matter how much magical power they generate, only cover a range of about 100 kilometers. But once mysterious power is involved, this range could easily exceed 200 kilometers, or even several thousand kilometers. However, Eline believes the most important aspect of the mysterious power is the ability to break the dimensional barrier. Now, knowing her other identity, Little L, Eline has a general understanding of the world's structure. She can use Little L's body at night, meaning she can use Little L's identity to return to the Eve continent. Even if Eline falls asleep, it doesn't matter, Little L's body can remain awake at any time. Furthermore, Eline also wants to take some time to use Little L's body to go back to Earth. She can simply return to Earth while sleeping at night. Ideally, she could manipulate the time difference. For example, if it's daytime on Earth and nighttime on the Eve continent, then for Eline, Earth would be her dream world. She could fall asleep at Minar Academy and then go to Earth to play. When it's dark on Earth, it will be dawn on the Eve continent. Good morning, little Ire. Seeing Erlini looking groggy after just waking up, Sophia outside the door was a little nervous. Did we disturb you? No, not at all. Erlini smiled slightly. I just woke up too. But today? Sophia took out her student ID card. Little Ire woke up 2 hours earlier than usual? Is that really okay? 2 hours? Airlini was a little confused. What time is it now? 12:10 p.m. Sophia pointed to Wendy. Wendy and I just finished Aisha's grueling training, then went to the cafeteria for lunch, and brought some back for little Ire. 12 o'clock? Elaine was a little surprised. She picked up her student ID card from the bedside table and looked at the time on it. It seems a bit early. If she remembered correctly, she fell asleep in her mother's arms last night. The time was something like 8 p.m.? Around that time, shortly after she and Sophia and Lilia had dinner at the Aurora Temple, and saw her father, Nasod, acting silly in the square. After that, Elaine didn't remember much. Because her mother's embrace was so warm and reassuring, she fell asleep almost without any warning. Sleeping from 8 p.m. to noon the next day, although still far from a normal person's schedule, was a big improvement for Elaine. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. Just as Elaine jumped off her soft bed as usual, preparing to quickly wash up at the dressing table, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, is Erin here? We're from the Minar Academy Student Council's news department. Is it convenient for us to be interviewed? Huh? Sophia turned around, somewhat curious. What are the student council doing here? They said they're from the news department. They probably want to interview little Erin. Wendy looked at Erin. Should I find an excuse to send them away? Just a moment. Looking in the mirror, Erin skillfully combed her long hair, making 2 super long ponytails, then changed into her usual dragon nightgown, put on stockings, and walked out of the cubicle. After becoming a girl, Erin realized how troublesome it was to manage long hair. Whether it was showering at night, drying it afterward, or waking up with messy hair the next day, it was all a real headache. However, Erin's hair was always in good condition. Even the ends wouldn't dry out, making it easy to comb. She could even use water elemental magic to help with styling, saving her a lot of time. Hello. Having changed into her everyday nightgown, Erin opened the dormitory door. Wow. So cute. To Wendy and Sophia's surprise, besides the student council members, there were quite a few female students from around the dormitory who had come to see what was going on. Most of these students were wearing wind or grass elemental school uniforms. Seeing Erin's innocent and adorable bunny-like appearance, many of them blushed slightly, looking as if they couldn't bear to look at her. She's really so cute. The projection crystal really wasn't lying. Oh my god, this child. What? I'm a grass elemental mage too. Why can't I share a dorm with little Elle? I always had such amazing luck. Like the students around her, the student council's news department head, responsible for the interviews, was also stunned by Elle's adorable attire when she opened the door, speechless for several seconds before finally recovering. Did we disturb your rest? Because Elle was wearing a nightgown, the student council members assumed the little princess was resting when they knocked, and were immediately overwhelmed with guilt. No, I just... Facing the cameras of the 2 projection crystals, Elle hugged her pillow and yawned slightly. Ugh, I just woke up. Saying this, Elle took a small step back, gesturing for the upperclassmen from the student council to come in first. What do you need to interview, upperclassmen? Chapter 314. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the news department of the student council at Minar Magic Academy. I'm Sherry, the head of the news department. It's a great honor to have with us today the most popular grass element freshman at Minar Academy, Erin Purista from Grass Element Magic Class 1. Oh no, I should say I'm honored to be invited to Erin's dormitory. Look at me. I'm so excited, I'm starting to ramble. Arriving at the sunlit balcony in the back hall of the dormitory with the news department head, Erin took a seat on a small chair and accepted the milk bottle and reed straw that Sophia offered. Just like the rumors, Erin is still so adorable. To be honest, when I first saw little Erin on the projection crystal, I thought it was a test by Mr. Emotion. The Wind Elemental Senior, who called herself Sherry, sat down somewhat awkwardly opposite Erin and started speaking into the microphone in host mode. You know what? When I first saw little Erin on the projection crystal, my first suspicion was of Mr. Emotion. I wondered if he had developed a projection crystal that could make people prettier and cuter. Yes, because she was so cute, I thought the Erin in the projection crystal was fake. Many of the upperclassmen around me had similar opinions. They couldn't believe that such a cute little girl could actually exist in the world. It wasn't until later, when I asked Mr. Emotion, that I understood that such projection crystals don't exist, and that it's practically impossible to fake them. Just kidding, what I really meant was that little Elle is just so beautiful, and she's much cuter in person than in the videos. Glug glug glug. Eileen simply drank her milk silently, waving at the camera as a greeting to her seniors' praise. Eileen remembered the student council of Minar Academy. Unlike student councils on Earth, this seemed to be a group genuinely dedicated to serving the students. For example, there was a cleaning department within this student council, responsible for cleaning the teaching buildings and dormitories, even handling the garbage in the outside trash cans. Someone would come and collect the garbage every morning and evening. Joining the student council didn't offer any obvious benefits. At most, it might give some weight when applying for Minar Academy permanent residency, so most people in the student council were there out of interest. It's unclear how Minar Academy has operated over the years, but at least the student council enjoys a relatively good reputation among students. It's a well-run organization with a good relationship with Mo Xian. Therefore, Erin didn't make things difficult for the Sherry senior, who suddenly requested an interview. Then let's begin our exclusive interview with the mysterious Erin. Seeing Erin's approachable demeanor, Sherry secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then raised the microphone. First, the most exciting question, and also the one everyone's most curious about and eagerly anticipating. Can Erin really use light elemental magic? Huh? This first question surprised Erin a little. She had originally thought this senior would ask about dragons or her background, but it turned out to be about light elements. As expected of the strongest academy on the Eve continent, they were most interested in academic matters. Yes. Feeling there was nothing to hide, Erin nodded her little head and said in a childish voice, I can use light elements. Wow. Sherry's eyes widened. As far as I know, no human has ever been able to use light element magic. How did you discover the secret of this element, Erin? Humans aren't absolutely incapable of using light elements, but the conditions for becoming a light element mage are quite demanding. Like most magical elemental affinity, the ability to use light elements requires a certain talent. I don't quite understand. Sherry's eyes widened. Does this mean that whether a human can use light elements is related to talent, but almost no one has had this talent over thousands of years? Does Eileen know any other light element mages? Sister Sophia is one. Eileen pointed to Sophia standing behind the camera, but Sister Sophia's talent in grass element is more outstanding, so she rarely uses light element magic. Sophia? Sherry turned around and gestured for Sophia to come forward, then said to the camera, Oh my god. Sophia can also use light element? This is super exciting news. Let me briefly introduce her. This is Sophia Carroll from the Atlantis Empire. If you heard the legends of Atlantis recently, you should all know this little princess of Atlantis. Not long ago, she single-handedly defeated the invincible tyrant, a monster from the depths of the earth. But this is the first time I heard that Princess Sophia can use light elemental magic. Princess Sophia, can you really use light elemental magic too? Facing the camera, Sophia nodded somewhat awkwardly, yes. Yes, I can use light elemental magic too. Thanks to Eileen's patient instruction, Sophia can actually use quite a few light elemental spells. 1 light healing spell, 1 light orb, 1 light dart, and 1 light saw. Sophia has tried the latter 2 skills several times in private, and her personal assessment is that they are far too violent. Chopping down trees. A tree as thick as a bowl can be cut down in less than a second. Chopping rocks, accompanied by flying sparks. Even the hardest rocks cannot withstand 3 seconds against the high-speed spinning dart, easier than cutting tofu. Keep in mind that this was the first offensive spell Sophia had learned. As a low-level mage, she didn't have much magic power to begin with, so it was quite remarkable that she could use light magic to this extent in just 2 days. My dream is to become a healer. Sophia, understanding that Erin was creating an opportunity for her to make a name for herself, immediately conjured a ball of light in her palm. Some diseases that grass element can't cure can be cured with light element, so I also learned some light magic. My goodness! This news is amazing. Does that mean these 2 from our Wind and Grass Dormitory 218 are not only the most talented grass element mages this year, but also light element mages, something that hasn't appeared in thousands of years of human history? It's a pity our academy doesn't have a light department, otherwise Erin and Sophia would have taken the top 2 spots in the entire light department. Then, my second question. I heard from some information brokers that Erin seems to have learned a lot of magic. And is she a multi-elemental mage? Could you tell me how many kinds of magic you learned? Erin, holding her milk bottle with some distress, said, I'm not quite sure. Is it inconvenient to reveal? I haven't counted, and I can't count them all. Chapter 315. A little over half an hour later, Erin, sitting on the small chair, finished the milk Sophia and Wendy had brought back, and also managed to get rid of the Student Council's news department members. During the Q&A session, the Student Council senior, Sherry, actually asked quite a few rather pointed questions, such as what is the relationship between Erin and the dragons? How powerful are the dragons? And are Erin and Sophia a couple? Erin answered them all one by one. For those particularly pointed questions that might cause trouble, Erin only told half the truth, leaving the rest for the audience to speculate. For example, when Sherry asks, "What's the relationship between Little Ire and the dragons?" Erin will answer, "When I was very young, a dragon mother took me in. The dragons raised me and taught me a lot of magic." This answer, because it doesn't directly admit that she's the dragon princess, leads most viewers to assume she's a lucky girl who was found by dragons in the wild. Furthermore, this is a proven fact with the Piarista family, so there's no need to worry about being suspected. As for personal questions, like are Little Ire and Sophia a couple? Erin replies, "Isn't it okay for girls to have a good relationship?" The main reason she chose to be interviewed by this upperclassman from the Student Council's news department is because Erin wants to avoid trouble. Undoubtedly, she's now as popular as the dragons at Minar Academy, and many people are curious about her. Without this interview, once school started, or whenever she went downstairs to play with Sophia, she would inevitably be surrounded and approached by curious students. It's better to take advantage of this interview to let the Student Council senior ask all the questions people had about her, clarifying things clearly. That way, Elanine Piarista won't seem so mysterious to people anymore. That way, everyone will know that Elanine is just a lucky one born to a dragon, simply because the dragon race's education provided her with more magic, giving her higher talent and stronger magical abilities. She's just like us ordinary people, living in an ordinary dormitory, drinking ordinary milk, with no rare treasures in her room, and never putting on airs. She's just a cute little girl. Phew. Finally they're gone. Sophia, watching the Student Council's news department members leave, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I was so nervous when she asked Little Elle about the dragons." "There's nothing to be nervous about," said Erin, eating the lunch Sophia had brought back. "Even if we just told them about our relationship with the dragons, it wouldn't be a problem." Sophia leaned closer. "Actually, I know I still don't really understand the situation with the dragons. My attention was all on Little Elle." "Me too," Wendy said, her back to the sunlight streaming through the window. "I only know that dragons are incredibly powerful, and that angering them could wipe out an entire human nation, but I don't really have a clear idea of just how powerful they are." "Do you remember that black dragon who was spouting nonsense at Minar Academy last night?" Erlini explained, "That's my dad, the strongest black dragon king on the Eve continent right now. He's skilled in dark elemental magic, and possesses an incredibly powerful dragon body. If Dad goes all out, he could wipe out most of the creatures on the Eve continent in less than half a day. This world isn't just the Eve continent, there's also Dragon Island, Sky City, the Chaos Land, and other places. Humans only inhabit less than 10% of the Eve continent, so Wendy probably knows how powerful dragons are, right?" "Wow." Wendy's face instantly lit up with a sense of sudden enlightenment. No wonder Erlini said not to worry. Dragons are so powerful, even all the mages of humanity combined wouldn't be a match for them. Of course, there's no need to care about human opinions. But Erlini still became our friend. Sophia was somewhat moved. Erlini is a special dragon. For some reason, Erlini recalled her experiences on Earth. She was indeed special, yet in a sense, she wasn't. It can only be said that if she hadn't chosen to retain her memories of Earth, she wouldn't be who she is today. During her time on Earth, she endured countless hardships and witnessed the coldness and cruelty of human nature, suffering greatly from a young age. Because she remembered the suffering of those at the bottom of society, Erin tried her best to be close to ordinary people. Because deep down, she believed, she was also an ordinary person. "Alright, Sophia and Wendy, you worked hard." Seeing the obvious fatigue on the faces of the two beside her, Erin quickly finished her breakfast. "If you're sleepy, go and get some rest." "Huh?" Wendy was a little surprised. Little Erin even. "Weren't you taken away by Aisha for special training?" Erin took a tissue and wiped the sweat from the girl's face. "You've been training all morning and just had lunch. A little nap now will be good for your health." "What?" Hearing this, Sophia's face was full of gratitude. "Little Elle is so concerned about us. You're my dragon servants, of course I care about my own." Eline tiptoed and patted each girl's head. Alright, go and rest. I have a little experiment to do. It'd probably be finished by the time you're rested." Wendy hugged Sophia tightly. "Then I won't go back. I spend lunch with Sophia." Meow. Watching the two girls go into the cubicle, Eline returned to her own bed. She adjusted her position, laid down on the bed, and closed her eyes. I remember back in the Mystic River, controlling consciousness was roughly done like this. As her inner consciousness gradually drifted into sleep, Eline found herself back in the space in front of the star tree. Before her, little Elle, with her light blue hair, lay in the star tree as usual, her eyes tightly closed. In her consciousness, Eline floated before the fool and reached out her hand to little Elle. In a burst of bright light, Eline reopened her eyes. She was now back in little Elle's body, and could sense the state of Eline lying there. Good, it seems her guess was correct. Thinking this, Eline used her mystical power. Let's try returning to the continent of Eve in this form. Chapter 316. North of Arcana on the continent of Eve, in a frigid land covered in ice and snow. Don't retreat. In the freezing cold, thousands of Arcana mages and warriors, their bodies completely wrapped in armor, stood on high walls, weapons in hand, relentlessly unleashing spells at the large herd of white mammoths ahead. Hold on a little longer, reinforcements will be here soon. Among the mages, a man holding aloft the Arcana banner roared hoarsely to his companions, "For Empress Katarina! For Empress Katarina!" Inspired by the man, the surrounding mages, their faces flushed, downed their strong liquor in one gulp, then continued casting spells at the mammoths on the icy plain. This was Vel City, the northernmost city of Arcana, also the coldest region on the continent of Eve. Further north lay the legendary King's Forest, said to be home to the Ice Crystal Phoenix, also known as the Forest of Death by the Arcana. The winter mammoths, inhabiting the area surrounding the King's Forest, are the greatest threat to the city of Arcanaville. These magical beasts are unfazed by the bitter cold, feeding on ice elements and the frozen grasses surrounding the King's Forest. Due to their immense strength and ability to hurl ice elemental missiles, they are classified as Tier 4 ice elemental beasts by the Arcana people. These beasts are behaving themselves again. Attack them. Seeing the mammoths gathering on the ice plains, some Arcana warriors brought cannons and aimed them at the herd. Boom, 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 boom. Although the city of Arcanaville is perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with a climate and environment unsuitable for human habitation, it is perfectly suited for the growth of a plant called frost flower. Frost flowers are cold in nature, their petals containing a large amount of icy energy and life force, making them extremely valuable raw materials for painkillers and healing medicines in Arcana. Therefore, the city of Ver, near the King's Forest, became Arcana's largest frost flower cultivation area. However, this plant, being a staple food for ice-type magical beasts, also attracted the attention of numerous winter mammoths, thus beginning a centuries-long war between the Arcana people and the winter mammoths. Report, Captain. There are too many mammoths. If this continues, the soldiers on the front lines won't be able to hold on. We have to hold on, even if we can't. Behind us lies Bushville, the largest frost flower plantation. If these mammoths invade the plantation, Arcana will lose more than 30% of its healing medicine raw materials this year. Many more soldiers will sacrifice themselves. Get the wounded brothers back first. Mages in the rear, move up, quick. Medics, quick. Unnoticed by anyone, hundreds of meters above the battlefield, a pale purple crack slowly opened. A slender, white, jade-like foot gently peeked out from the opening. It seemed to belong to a little girl, less than 19 centimeters long. The skin was as white as snow, the adorable toes delicate as roses, and pale pink nail polish adorned the foot, making its overall curves elegant and captivating, like the most perfect work of art in the world, making it irresistible. Dingling. The little foot landed, and then a long slender leg and a thigh half hidden by a nightgown emerged from the purple crack. A little girl with sky-blue eyes, light-colored hair, and wearing a sundress, gently floated down through the opening high in the sky, her snow-white feet landing on a small, suspended magic circle in midair. This little girl was none other than Eline, who had just obtained the exact coordinates of the Eve continent from the Eldar sprite at the Mystic River. It seems the teleportation location is slightly off. Standing on the ice crystal magic circle she had created using her mystical power, Eline glanced at the war between humans and mammoths beneath her feet, then turned her gaze to the distant city. Arcana, Ville City. Based on the Arcana language inscribed on one of the buildings in the city several kilometers away, Eline understood the general situation. It seemed that because it was her first time using her mystical power, she wasn't quite sure how to correct her location, and had mistakenly teleported to this small city. Eline quickly combed her long hair in midair, and landed on the high wall beneath her feet. At this moment, she was simultaneously controlling two bodies using her mystical power. One was Eline, who was resting in the mixed dormitory of Minar Academy, the other was little Elle, who was currently in use. Because the little Elle in the Mystic River was actually Eline's past body, she felt almost no discomfort using it. Little Elle and Eline were identical in appearance and build, both around 139 centimeters tall and weighing around 30 kilograms, with long hair. The slight difference between the two bodies was, Little Elle didn't have Eline's long black and white hair. Her hair was a sky blue color with a hint of blue, and her eyes weren't the vertical pupils of dragons, but a jewel-like light blue. This is easy to understand, since Eline's soul was once a mixture of fragments of Nasod and Fafnir's souls. Whatever she looked like in the Mystic River, Eline would basically look the same after returning to Dragon Forest. However, because Eline had completely lost her memories of Little Elle, even after regaining her former body, she didn't know the exact extent of her current powers. Even the ability to traverse worlds and tear open spatial rifts was something she had only just learned from the Eldar sprites in the Mystic River. But then again, Little Elle's body was truly convenient. Eline thought quietly to herself in the air. Not only could she maintain her body temperature in this freezing weather wearing only a nightgown, but she could also directly discern the specific information of various objects and creatures within her sight. For example, the humans beneath the high wall. Arcanian race, detailed genetic mixing. Yeka 47.6, Kirby 33.1. Biological age 37.9, magic strength 178.2, biological strength 191.6. Body temperature 37.9. Whenever Eline thought, who is this person? A wealth of information about them would instantly appear in her field of vision. Her ancestors, the number of ethnicities she inherited, her combat prowess as a mage, the amount of magic and stamina remaining in her body. The data was so detailed it could be expanded to hundreds of decimal places, like having a developer mode enabled in a game. Of course, this mode could also be turned off by Eline's thoughts. No! We can't hold on any longer. Just as Eline landed on the city wall, a soldier stumbled up the elevator below. There are just too many mammoths. Brothers, we really can't hold on any longer. If we don't retreat, we all die here. Captain, please give the order. The moment the soldier and the captain on the city wall finished speaking, they both seemed to notice Eline at the same time. Eline, dressed in a thin nightgown amidst the freezing snow, instantly terrified the two soldiers. You, who are you? Chapter 317. You, how did you get here? Seeing a little girl standing on the high wall besides the Arcana warriors and mages, and this little girl wearing only a thin nightgown, the squad leader commanding the battle on the wall was instantly dumbfounded. The little girl in front of him looked to be only 10 years old, possibly even under 12. Arcana people are generally quite tall, especially girls. Arcana girls begin puberty around 10 years old, and by 12 or 13, they are usually over 160 centimeters tall. This little girl was clearly less than 150 centimeters. How did a child of 10 years old get to the northernmost city of Arcana? The squad leader's first thought was of the relatives of the warriors fighting the mammoths below the city walls. Arcana girls are often precocious, and due to educational issues, some children have very straightforward personalities. It's common for children to hide in their suitcases and follow their parents to the military camp out of concern for their parents going to war, or to buy tickets and travel to their parents' camp on their own. But even if you followed her to the camp out of concern for your parents, shouldn't you at least be dressed properly? What's with that thin little sundress? No shoes at all? The squad leader's gaze fell on Arin's snow-white feet beneath her dress. Then, he suddenly noticed that Arin's delicate, snow-white feet weren't directly on the hard, cold bricks of the city wall, but rather hovering about 10 meters above them. Is she a wind mage? In that case, wouldn't her actual height be less than 140 centimeters? No, that's not right. What am I thinking? Her height and profession aren't the most important things right now, are they? This is a battlefield. The largest battlefield between humans and magical beasts in northern Arcana. If these mammoths below aren't handled properly, it could cause a disaster. No matter what, we can't leave such a small child here unattended. Peter, you tell the brothers to prepare for evacuation. I take care of the girl. Thinking this, the squad leader on the high wall ran towards Eline first. Remember, prioritize the evacuation of the wounded. Yes, sir. The soldier who came to report quickly ran towards the elevator. Little sister, how did you get here? The squad leader, running towards Eline while taking off his heavy coat, said in a shivering voice, Aren't you cold? The city of Verin Arcana has temperatures below 0 year-round. It's practically a city of permafrost. The high wall north of Ville City, being closer to the King's Forest, is now at a temperature of minus 50 degrees Celsius, similar to the temperature at an Antarctic research station. As Arcana warriors, Ice Elemental mages have some freezing resistance, and Fire Elemental mages can channel their inner fire to ward off the cold. Even so, they still need to wear heavy cotton-padded coats every day to move around normally. Is this little girl crazy? I'm fine. Seeing that the squad leader had actually taken off his coat to offer hers, Eline, who had already planned to recalculate her coordinates and head to Minar Academy, turned around. She waved her hand, refusing the warrior's coat the man offered, and smiled, "Thank you, but I don't need it." "You?" As they drew closer, the man noticed Eline's condition. Her expression was serene, her face rosy, her gaze gentle, her demeanor calm. She didn't seem to be suffering from the cold at all. Could she be a fire or ice mage? That's impossible. Even a fire or ice mage wouldn't come out in such freezing weather wearing only such thin clothing. And what kind of child of 10 could ascend to the level of a mage? Hurry! Keep up! Keep up! We don't have time to rest. The warriors at the front are likely already collapsing. We must get there before they fall. At this moment, Eline, with her excellent senses, noticed the sound of hooves several kilometers away. And Empress Katerina, Lilia's mother, looking anxious in the carriage. It was obvious that this mother had just received a distress call from the border guards of Ville City, and was rushing to their aid. Was the queen personally leading the charge? Thinking this, Eline walked towards the squad leader before her, extending her small hand, and conjuring light elemental power. Your thigh, arm, and chest are all injured. Through the observation of her mysterious power, Eline infused light elemental power into the squad leader's chest. Having endured some kind of battle, this man was currently suffering from 2 broken ribs, a broken thigh bone, and severe frostbite on his arm. Yet, even this injured soldier, upon seeing her, immediately took off his coat, thinking of how to save this little girl. This reminded Erin of Lilia, who had fought to the last moment in deathmatch mode. She was truly a warrior trained by Katerina. After quickly healing the squad leader with her light elemental power, Erin leaped off the high wall, leaving the latter speechless with shock. Then, she instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield, several kilometers outside the wall, and with a flick of her hand. Whoosh! A massive fireball rose from Erin's palm, transforming into a dazzling mini-sun, and flew towards the mammoth herd. Whoosh! This scene instantly brought the charging mammoths to a screeching halt. The fireball descended from the sky, landing in the center of the herd. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose into the air, and a terrifying shockwave swept through, instantly melting the surrounding permafrost for several kilometers into snowmelt. That should be about right. With a casual fireball, she wiped out the core of the mammoth force. Eline turned and glanced at the Arcana soldiers behind her, some wounded and lying on the ground, others staring at her with terrified eyes. She then instantly teleported back into the sky. Before the soldiers below could react, Eline tore a rift in the space in front of her, inputting the coordinates of the Minar Academy's wind and grass mixed dormitory using her excellent perception, and then disappeared inside. About 10 minutes later, fully armed Katerina led reinforcements up the high wall. The squad leader on the wall remained kneeling, staring blankly in the direction Eline had disappeared, his eyes filled with piety. What's wrong with you? Katerina quickly stepped forward. It seems like a lot of mammoths have died at the front. Any other reinforcements? Faced with Katerina's question, the squad leader slowly came to his senses. Your Majesty. Supported by 2 other soldiers, the squad leader slowly rose to his feet, his voice trembling. I seem to have seen a real goddess. Chapter 318. A strange spatial rift quietly opened above the south gate of Minar Academy. Teacher, can I go out for a walk? I want to go fishing with my best buddies. I'm not a teacher, just call me Uncle Tom. Where are you going to fish? I don't know. We're freshmen this year, but we heard from the upperclassmen that there's a river outside the south gate full of fish, so we thought we'd try our luck. Do you know where it is, teacher? Amidst the chatter of several students and the gatekeeper, Erin quietly peeked her head out from the spatial rift. Because she had come out upside down, her beautiful long hair suddenly whooshed down along the ground, startling Erin, who immediately used her mysterious power to pull it back. I already told you to just call me Uncle Tom, I'm not a teacher. If you're looking for a fish pond, turn right after you go out, walk 500 meters, I think there should be one there. But don't forget the opening ceremony at 3 p.m., and remember to bring your student ID card. Don't worry, we only fish for an hour, we'll be back in time for the opening ceremony. By the way, if we actually catch a fish, can we cook for ourselves? Remember to cook it thoroughly, fish from outside might have parasites. Don't want to bother the upperclassmen at the grass element area later. Just then, several upperclassmen carrying fishing rods walked back from outside the school gate. Hey! How did you know I caught another 10-pound fish today? I didn't ask you. Thanks, gatekeeper, we're going out now. I already told you. Call me Uncle Tom. It seems the coordinates aren't precise enough. High in the sky, Irene glanced at the students coming and going at the school gate below, then withdrew her head back into the spatial rift. Buzz? Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Ice Element Girls' dormitory near the Divine Tree, Lilia, wearing only a sports vest, was doing push-ups. This time, Irene's spatial rift opened under a small table behind the girl, directly in Lilia's direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At first glance, Irene saw Lilia's sweat-drenched abs. Oops. Wrong again. The little girl in the spatial rift quickly scurried back in and opened the next rift. Sister Sophia, you said? This time, Irene's rift opened correctly in room 218 of Building 1 in the Menarwind Grass Mixed Dormitory. However, the location she opened was right under Sophia's bed. What was that little experiment Little Elle mentioned? Elaine's little head peeked out from under the wooden floorboards as she overheard Wendy and Sophia's conversation above her. I don't know, but I guess it's related to the Mystic River. Is it that special world Little Elle mentioned last night? Yeah, things Little Elle doesn't explicitly say are usually beyond our help, so we don't really need to worry about them. That's right, Sister Wendy is so smart. I wish I were as smart as Sister Wendy. Humph, you're the little princess of Atlantis. I was so envious when I saw you and Little Elle sign the Dragon Servant contract. But didn't Little Ire sign a contract with Sister Wendy last night? That doesn't change the fact that Sister Sophia is Little Ire's first Dragon Servant. Sister Wendy is. Damn it, Sister Sophia is just being ungrateful. Watch me catch her. Ah. Airlini, under the bed, pulled her head back in again. She roughly knew how to determine the exact coordinates of this spatial rift magic. This time it wouldn't be wrong. With this thought, Airlini opened a rift again. On the other side of the rift was the familiar little bed, and her familiar self. Stepping out of the spatial rift beside the bed, Airlini looked at the Dragon Princess, who was resting with her eyes closed on the bed, and took a deep breath. Then, she briefly separated some of her consciousness, and returned it to the body in front of her. Opening her eyes, the instant she saw the wooden ceiling of the room above her, Airlini could also see the Dragon Princess's appearance after waking up. Sitting up, Erin tried to position the Dragon Princess's body so it faced her current self. 2 bodies, 2 sensory systems. In this state, Erin could see herself as Little Elle through the Dragon Princess's eyes, and also see Erin through Little Elle's eyes. Moreover, this state of simultaneous control seemed to have no distance limitations. In other words, even in her conscious state, Erin could control her Dragon Princess body while simultaneously using Little Elle to run around, and aside from consuming a certain amount of mental energy, the two could operate completely independently. This situation is similar to a supercomputer running 2 games simultaneously. An ordinary person's computer has limited computing power. Playing just 1 game will cause severe lag, and running 2 will crash. However, given Erin's current mental strength, even if she signed contracts with over 10 dragon servants and controlled over 10 bodies simultaneously, it would still be effortless. Of course, Erin doesn't need to control so many bodies. The only experiment she wants to conduct today is to test whether she can simultaneously control both Erin and Little Elle. If she can, tonight while sleeping, she can use Little Elle's body to return to Earth, effectively operating 2 versions of herself in different worlds. It's important to know that the worlds in the Mystic River aren't limited to the Eve continent and Earth. There are countless worlds there, like stars in the sky. Erin can then visit those worlds and compare them to Earth and the Eve continent. However, right now, Erin is most curious about the situation on Earth. What happened after she bought the birthday cake back then? What has Earth become now? What would happen if Little Elle lived in a human city in her adorable form? She was very interested in all of these things. Meanwhile, her studies at Minar Academy couldn't be neglected. However, because Erin's body was still in the recovery phase, she slept until after noon every day, so her studies would have to be taken slowly. She couldn't very well let Little Elle replace Erin, could she? This wasn't just cheating. She'd probably be able to get the answers to any exam just by glancing at the paper, without needing to think at all. Finally, if possible, Erin even wanted to try to find a way to bring Nasod, that Univia dragon, and Fafnir, her gentle mother, to Earth to see the world. And Wendy has always longed for outer space, right? We can send her to Earth to learn about the universe. Sophia loves flower arranging and gardening, and there are many girls on Earth who enjoy these things. They can exchange ideas and learn from each other. Looks like my guess was right. After the test, Eline, lying on the small bed, sent Little Elle's body back to the Mystic River with a thought. She jumped off the small bed and gently pushed open the door. Good afternoon, Minar Academy. Chapter 319. Although Erin really wanted to go out in her dragon baby nightgown and white stockings, considering her recent immense popularity at Minar Academy, she knew she'd be instantly recognizable in a nightgown. So, she changed into the Academy's grass elemental uniform, paired with a cute beret, trying to conceal her features as much as possible. Even so, Erin was still quite conspicuous. After all, there weren't many grass elemental freshmen at Minar Academy, and grass elemental mages were very special. Everyone wanted to befriend them, making it hard not to attract attention. With Erin's explosively cute appearance and signature black and white twin tails, anyone who glanced at her in a crowd would basically recognize her as the super popular freshman at Minar Academy. Erin herself didn't seem to care much. It was best not to be recognized, but as she was, it didn't matter. She was all about letting things take their course. She's currently operating in a multi-threaded state, simultaneously controlling her main body to leave the dormitory and controlling little L to return to the Mystic River to learn how to use mystical powers and administrator privileges. Besides this, she also needs to ask the Eldar sprites of the Mystic River about the approximate direction of Earth's universe. That way, when she rests at night, she can travel to Earth as little L and relive this little hometown from her memories. She has already memorized the dynamic location of the Eve continent universe within the Mystic River. Now she only needs to memorize the location of Earth's universe. Eline initially thought that memorizing cosmic coordinates in the Mystic River would be easy, but after learning the Mystic River coordinate positioning magic from the Eldar elves, she realized finding precise coordinates without familiarity was quite troublesome. Mystic River coordinates weren't simply a matter of memorizing the X, Y, and Z coordinate system, they required a relatively dynamic reference point. First, determine the relative position of that world, and then, upon entering the world, open spatial rifts based on the relative positions of galaxies, star systems, celestial bodies, and planetary rotations. Almost everything in a world is in motion. Earth's Milky Way galaxy rotates and moves. The solar system within the Milky Way is also in motion. Earth within the solar system revolves around the sun, and Earth itself is constantly rotating. Any small error can cause teleportation failure. For example, her previous journey to the northernmost city of Arcana was due to Eline's inability to skillfully use mystic powers. Is that Eline, the junior from Building 1? She's really tiny in person, like a little hamster, so cute. Should we go up and ask her for her contact information? She's a grass elemental freshman with S+ talent. She'd definitely become a grass god someday. If we get to know her now, we could all go hunting together after graduation and be unstoppable. Aren't you being a bit too opportunistic? Other people ask for Eline's contact information because she's cute and they want to get close to her. You, on the other hand, are already thinking about hunting together after graduation. Save it. With a genius like her, which country wouldn't be scrambling to pamper her after graduation? Hee, I was just daydreaming. After all, I tried teaming up with a grass elemental mage before, and I really wasn't afraid of getting hurt at all. If a monster bit me, the wound would heal instantly. It was so awesome. Emerini emerged from the sunlit forest path outside the dormitory and descended the sacred tree. She felt like everyone around her knew her. Many people were whispering about this little grass elemental lowly. Some were even distracted by looking at her, taking the wrong path or bumping into tree branches with a crisp thud. People were speculating about where Emerini was going in the middle of the day. Was she going to meet friends or scout out the classroom? It's almost 1 p.m. Isn't she taking a nap in her dorm? Probably going to see her dragon friends at the academy? I heard they're very close. I think she's probably scouting the grass element teaching building, so she won't be late tomorrow morning. Late? What? She's the champion of this year's Minar New Deathmatch tournament. It's fine if she skips class. Huh? Is that even a thing? Why didn't we have that event back then? What people didn't know was that Erin was just taking a simple walk and didn't have anything particularly important to do. Of course, this was only Erin's side of the story. As for little L, she did have something more important to do. Huh? Earth coordinates? The night world where little L accidentally fell? I remember that place. Little L was pulled back by me and the little elf. Let's not dwell on the past. The most important thing now is to help little Eldar find Earth. The world of Mystic River can be broadly divided into night and day. Night is a world almost devoid of magic and other supernatural phenomena, similar to Earth. Day is a magical world where magic exists. However, this is a relatively simplistic classification. Not all worlds can be easily categorized as night or day. Some worlds are similar to Earth, with little magic, but some mutants can conjure flames in their palms, and some animals in nature emit fire. Other worlds, while magical, lack the power to support human warfare. A fireball's destructive power is less than a pistol bullet. How can such chaotic worlds, existing between day and night, be classified? Therefore, day and night are merely a relatively simple classification method devised by the Eldar sprites. But there is one exception: polar night and polar day. These two worlds are represented by Earth and the continent of Eve, a world where absolutely no magic exists, and a world where magic reigns supreme. Found it. This is the Earth that Little L went to. Little L, come quick. Earth is over here. That dimmest star. Little L, are you going there now? When you came to Earth, I remember the approximate coordinates were. Just as Arin stepped down from the divine tree and entered the small wooden house under it, in Chimeng's room, the Eldar sprites from the Mystic River confirmed Earth's location in the universe. Little L, are you going now? Yes, thank you. After a brief farewell to the Eldar sprites of the Mystic River, giving each of them a big hug, Arin, controlling Little L, reached out her hand towards the small black star in the Mystic River that symbolized Earth. In the vast river of beautiful starlight, Earth's universe is rather insignificant, but for Arin, it is the origin of everything. Ring ring. As little Arin entered Earth's universe, facing the vast black space before her, Arin entered Earth's coordinates, opening a spatial rift. Passengers, welcome aboard bus route 218 of the bus company. The next stop is, the final stop, White Sand Avenue Ability Research Institute. Passengers who wish to disembark, please hold on tight and exit through the rear door. Chapter 320. The world that Arin created by controlling Little L to open the spatial rift was a strange world somewhat similar to Earth. The reason she said somewhat similar to Earth instead of Earth was mainly because Arin, sitting in the back seat of the car, heard the words Final Destination, White Sand Avenue Ability Research Institute. Where on earth is this superpower research institute? And with such a blatant bus stop name? Moreover, what convinced Arin even more that this wasn't from traditional Earth, but rather the conversation of the passengers ahead of her. How did your superpower exam go yesterday? Did you reach level 5? Level 5? I barely managed level 4. You know how fierce the competition is for fire elemental superpower users. Only got level 4? Yeah, I plan to wait 2 years, until I awaken my fire heart, before taking the exam again. Otherwise, it's too painful. That instructor was ruthless, my chest still aches. At this moment, Arin, in the body of little Arin, was sitting in the back of a bus. This bus was unlike traditional buses, it seemed to be floating on the road. The bus had no driver, what seemed to be controlling the vehicle was an AI robot. There were 5 passengers on the train. 2 of them were wearing headsets that looked like virtual reality headsets, seemingly resting or playing games. One person was lying in their seat with their eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. The remaining 2 were talking loudly in the middle of the carriage. The sky outside was pitch black, with very few stars. It was unclear whether this was due to severe light pollution or simply how the world is. Outside, the streets were lined with fluorescent billboards and electronic screens, LED lights were everywhere, and unmanned stores were ubiquitous. Inside the carriage, a small billboard in the center displayed the current date and time. December 12, 1993, 9:39 p.m., Aquarius calendar. Clearly, this was completely different from the Earth that Elden Yellen remembered. Either the Elda sprites had given her the wrong coordinates, leading her to a world similar to Earth, or Earth had undergone thousands of years of development, with human civilization being destroyed and reborn, and then over 2,000 years later, a new world had been built on the ruins. Even the language spoken by the 2 humans ahead required administrator-level translation for Elden Yellen to understand. It wasn't a distinct language of Earthlings. However, the intelligent beings here were exactly like Earthlings, suggesting that the evolutionary history of this planet was probably similar to Earth's. Therefore, Elden Yellen believed that the Elda sprites had most likely given her the wrong coordinates, as the 2 worlds did indeed share some similarities. Thinking this, Arin decided to reopen the rift leading to the Mystic River and ask the little elves what was going on. Warning! Unidentified person detected on the vehicle. Warning! Unidentified person detected on the vehicle. Just as Arin was about to reopen the rift and return, the minibus she was riding in suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The next second, the small machine that had been driving the vehicle in the driver's seat flew towards her at an extremely high speed. Please raise your hands and assist with the investigation. Please do not make any sudden movements. Otherwise, I will use a paralyzing weapon. The little robot raised a strange gun and pointed it at Ellen. The passengers who had been resting while wearing helmets were instantly startled awake and turned to look at Elaine with curiosity. Why is there a little girl there? When did she get on? I don't know. Can someone ride the white sand train without a ticket? This little girl is so cute. Is she an unidentified person at such a young age? Maybe she's from Neuta. But she doesn't even have a single piece of Titan equipment on her. Even if she doesn't carry weapons, she should at least be wearing Emer's clothes, right? Otherwise, how could she be from Neuta? For a moment, the passengers in the carriage began to discuss Elaine. Amidst the murmurs of the 5 passengers, Erin slowly raised her hands, asking the little robot with some curiosity, "What are you going to do?" "I will take you to the nearest security headquarters, where the police will interrogate you." "Security headquarters?" Erin continued. "Will it take long?" "No. Not long." The little robot quickly stepped forward and snapped a pair of strange handcuffs onto Erin's wrists. "Please stay here and don't move. I need to get the other passengers to their destinations first, then I hand you over to the White Sand Security Headquarters." Erin glanced at the handcuffs. Instantly, a large amount of information about the handcuffs appeared. Alpha titanium alloy, hardness 3117 units, melting point 3715.87 degrees Celsius, magic strength 314.88, thermal conductivity 779, magic resistance 8.97%. Erin only needed a glance to get a vague idea of what this jumbled data meant. These are handcuffs made of alpha alloy, impervious to bullets, and unburnt by ordinary flames. They're typically used to restrain criminal suspects, and even highly powerful superpowered individuals here can't break them, making them a very troublesome tool. However, for Elaine, dealing with these handcuffs is a piece of cake. Even without using her mystical powers, her little L body strength alone is enough to easily break them with a light touch, much like a short rope. Since there's nothing else to do, maybe she should check out this world's so-called security department, Elaine thought to herself. Although she's now certain that the Eldar sprite gave her the wrong address to be in this strange world, she's just in case. If it were Earth, there's indeed a possibility of resurrection and a spiritual revival. Therefore, in this situation, asking the local authorities is the simplest and most convenient solution. If it's confirmed that this isn't Earth, then returning to the Mystic River isn't too late. Thinking this, Erin, handcuffed, sat comfortably in the back seat of the car. The little robot, seeing her obedient demeanor, seemed satisfied and returned to the driver's seat. "Such a cute little girl, sigh. I'm still curious how she got in." "Don't be curious, her clothes alone are strange enough. Let's worry about how she passed the level 5 ability exam." Amidst the passengers' exclamations, the little robot drove the vehicle to the White Sand Avenue Ability Research Institute, and after all the passengers disembarked, it turned and drove towards the White Sand Police Station. "Hello, officer. This is the stowaway we apprehended on the bus. The system couldn't find any information about her in the database, so we decided to hand her over to the security department." "Okay, why are you so young? Have a seat, we have other things to do." The security department seemed to be interrogating other prisoners. Several guards were busy running around. Seeing Elaine, they casually pointed to a small chair nearby and temporarily seated her there. "What were you thinking?" While the guards were interrogating the prisoner, one officer sat down next to Elaine with a teacup. "So young, trying to sneak onto the bus without a ticket, and got caught by the robots?" Faced with the officer's question, Elaine thought for a moment. "Well, if I said that when I used spatial magic, the teleportation went wrong, and I accidentally teleported onto that bus, would you believe me?" Chapter 321. Spatial magic? Teleportation? "Oh, little sister, do you know what you're saying?" In the White Sand Guard Station, Erin's words made the officer chuckle. "This world only has 5 types of magic: ice, fire, lightning, and darkness. There's no such thing as spatial magic. Are you still dreaming?" At this moment, several officers seemed to have finished their interrogation and led a tired-looking man out of the interrogation room. The officer next to Erin waved to the other officers. "How did it go?" "He confessed everything. He's not from Neuta, just from White Sand Cliff. That little rascal over there." An officer gave an okay sign, then noticed Elaine. "What happened to this little girl?" "Oh, she said she tried to evade a bus fare and got caught by the AI robot." "Evaded a bus fare? How?" The officer looked incredulous. "You can evade fares these days? Don't you just scan your face and pay to open the door?" "I don't know." The robot said it couldn't recognize her face. "I don't know if it's a mechanical malfunction or what." The officer next to Elaine waved his hand. "You guys go ahead and do your work. I take her to the interrogation room and ask her a few questions, then have old Yang check her information in the database." "Okay, She looks like she's not even 12 years old, and she seems quite well-mannered. It's probably a mechanical malfunction. I know, so you see I didn't make things difficult for her, did I? Haha, you handcuffed her and you say you didn't make things difficult? What if it turns out she's some rich girl from a powerful family? Our little security department can't afford to mess with those kinds of big shots. Don't worry, it's easier to investigate if it's really Mississippi. I know what I'm doing. Watching the officers leave, the officer next to Erin casually unlocked her handcuffs and gestured for Erin to follow. Come here, I have some questions for you. Erin skipped and hopped after them. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Seemingly noticing Erin's dangling feet, the officer's brain went blank for a moment. What's going on? Erin replied, it's wind magic. Wind magic? We don't have anything like wind elements here. The officer's brain went even more blank. He bent down to look at Erin's dangling feet, then reached out to try and touch the space, a puzzled expression on his face. What is this? That's why it's wind element magic, Erin explained. By condensing a ball of air onto your feet, you can achieve this effect. What? A ball of air? Where does wind element magic come from? The officer felt his worldview being shattered. He grabbed a broom from the side, bent down, and swept across Erin's feet. She really was dangling. This discovery completely crashed the officer's brain. What are you doing, spacing out? Just then, the door to the interrogation room nearby opened, and another officer poked his head out. Weren't we supposed to be interrogating a young woman? I made a major discovery. The officer who had spoken then stood up. Young woman, are you a magician? Stop babbling around outside. The officer in the distance said impatiently, come in and ask. Oh. The officer beside Ellen seemed to snap out of a daze. Come with me. And stop with your weird magic tricks. A few minutes later, Ellen sat down on a small chair in the interrogation room. Perhaps considering she was underage, or thinking it might just be a misunderstanding, the officers from the security department didn't handcuff Ellen again, simply asking her to sit still on the chair. Name. Little L. Little L? The officer looked up. Little? Yes, that's always been my name. Which L? L as in Elda. You? The officer was about to explode when his colleague gestured for him to stop asking. Let's be direct. It's probably just a misunderstanding. Cough cough, little sister. Did that robot say you evaded the fare? If I had to say, it probably did. Ellen said helplessly, but I didn't do it on purpose. How can evading the fare? It wasn't intentional. The officer said, turning around and shouting, Old Yang, you still haven't found anyone else's information? Can't find anything. A moment later, a middle-aged man roared from the opposite cubicle, absolutely nothing. There's no such person in our country's records. What do you mean? Even facial recognition can't find anything? That's right. Not a single piece of information. What about the UN? Is it possible she's a foreigner? The UN doesn't have her either. Not only is she not on the wanted list, but the UN's big data database doesn't show any information about her. That's really strange. No wonder that robot was trying to capture people. The officer in front turned around and looked at Ellen. Ahem, so? Little girl, where did you come from? Ellen thought for a moment. I came from another world. Huh? The officer was stunned. Little girl, are you still half asleep? I just woke up. Ellen explained. I accidentally entered the wrong coordinates and teleported here. I was in that car when I came out. The two officers in charge of the interrogation were instantly amused, both showing expressions of amusement. So you originally planned to teleport. Where to? Earth. Huh? One of the interrogators was taken aback at first, then said, This is Earth? I meant another Earth. What do you mean, there are multiple Earths? The interrogator chuckled, Little sister, you're not thinking. There are other parallel universes, and you traveled from one of those parallel universes, are you? That's roughly how it is. Ellen decided to take the initiative and clarify the matter. I want to ask, here on Earth. It's currently Aquarius calendar year 1993, right? Yes. Then, before that, did humanity have other civilizations? For example, around 2025 AD, or, going further back, the Qing dynasty, the Three Kingdoms period, did those exist? What nonsense are you talking about? The interrogator was getting impatient. Who taught you history? Current human civilization is less than 5,000 years old. The watershed between ancient and modern civilization is the Aquarius period. Since then, countries around the world have experienced technological leaps, hence the Aquarius calendar. Humanity has then developed for another 1993 years, until today. Looks like I really came to the wrong place. Erin gave an apologetic look. Sorry to bother everyone. Oh, so what you just said was all true. The two interrogating officers chuckled again, one of them even drawing his sidearm and placing it on the table. What did you say? Spatial magic? Why don't you demonstrate how to use spatial magic? Erin thought for a moment, quickly calculated the coordinates in her mind, casually tore open a spatial rift beside her, and then opened the rift's exit next to the officer. She reached her small hand into the rift, reached out beside the officer, easily took the sidearm, and tossed the futuristic-looking gun onto the small table in front of her. Is that so? Chapter 322. Elaine's actions silenced the entire interrogation room. Especially the officer who had previously been shouting, "You're so capable, why don't you try taking my gun?" was now completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the service pistol on the table in front of Elaine, his mind a mixture of shock and panic. As an officer in a police station relatively close to the city center in the Central China Federation, he had seen almost everything in his life, but he couldn't recall any such thing as spatial magic existing in this world. You see, if spatial magic meant the ability to travel through any space, to retrieve objects from afar, and that everyone could learn it, then this world was essentially beyond saving. If everyone could retrieve objects remotely, then bank vaults would be unnecessary. Or if I were in a bad mood and disliked a certain country's leader, I could wait until the king was asleep, open a spatial portal, take out a shotgun, and shoot the king on the head with a bang, then put it back. Who would know it was me? Or, if I wanted to invade a country, I could assemble my troops somewhere in advance, and once everything was ready, suddenly open a spatial portal, and send the large force directly into the enemy's military base. What would be the point of a country having kin of airships, Patriot missiles, or Iron Curtain devices? Just dismantle them all and focus on developing space technology. Although these two police officers in the security department might be somewhat numb from dealing with various criminals on the national borders, it doesn't mean they're stupid or incapable of assessing the situation. The girl before him claimed to be from another world and demonstrated so-called spatial magic. If all of this was true, putting everything else aside, the act of simply handcuffing someone to the interrogation room was enough to be suicidal. What if this little girl had a bad temper? His city, country, federation, and even the planet beneath his feet could be destroyed because of such a small act. After thinking for a while and weighing the pros and cons, the officer carefully stood up from his seat, not mentioning his gun again, but cautiously saying to Elaine, "Sir, could you wait a moment? Just a little while." It was clear that Elaine's telekinesis had truly frightened him. Even his speech was now polite. "I need to check with Lao Yang in the technical department. 5 minutes at most. We give you a reasonable explanation in 5 minutes." After saying this, the officer gave his colleague a treat them well look, then scrambled out of the interrogation room. Lao Yang. Lao Yang. The officer stumbled into the adjacent technical department, panting, and yelled at the technician, "Lao Yang, still no results? How many times have I told you? There's no information about this person in the database." A bespectacled man in the technical department said impatiently, "Did you arrest the wrong person? Or is there a problem with the database? Let me make this clear, if there's any problem, I'm not taking the blame. Is it that facial features cannot be entered, or that the entered features don't match? No match found." The bespectacled man pointed at the screen. "Look, this person's face shape is somewhat like that of a mixed-race minority from Eastern Europe, but her skin is very fair, and she's quite petite. Generally, it's easy to find children this age. However, I searched the database for ages, and I can't find a single piece of information about her. Not even similar information? No. Neither our national nor international databases have a single girl who looks like her. Also, look here, the system analyzed her appearance and figure, and she perfectly conforms to the golden ratio, without a single flaw. Her skin is like it's been filtered. I asked our country's AI robot, and the AI robot said she's a child directly created by the creator. There's a 99.9% chance it's not a real person, and they told me not to use AI-generated videos to fool AI. Isn't that weird? Even the AI robot says it doesn't look real?" The officer swallowed hard. "Check the surveillance footage in the interrogation room, from 1 minute ago." "Why do I need to watch the footage?" "Don't ask. Just go through the footage, all three, from 3 angles." The officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I need to make sure she wasn't doing some kind of magic trick or illusion." Although somewhat confused by the officer's explanation, Old Yang from the technical department skillfully pulled up the surveillance footage from 3 different areas and corners of the interrogation room. "These ones?" "Yes, jump to 1 minute ago, where I told the child to use spatial magic." Beep. Under Liao Yang's control, the footage from 3 surveillance cameras was simultaneously displayed on the large screen. Oh! Holy crap! What is this? Seeing that all 3 recordings showed the spatial rift magic, even Liao Yang was shocked this time. He held his head in his hands, his face filled with horror. How did she do that? Telekinesis? One of the 3 recordings on the screen was located behind the 2 officers. One was on the wall next to the officers, and one was above Elaine's head. The 3 surveillance cameras captured the entire process of the spatial magic from different angles. From the appearance of the rift, to Elaine reaching into it, taking her sidearm into the rift, and then placing the gun on the table, the whole process was smooth and seamless. The 2 officers could clearly observe from the surveillance footage that the 2 cracks opened simultaneously, seemingly without a clear entrance and exit, as if the 2 spaces had been forcibly overlapped. Furthermore, the cracks themselves had no thickness. A camera was pointed directly above the cracks, but it couldn't capture anything. Old Yang, the officer said, turning to Old Yang after reviewing the footage, "What do you think?" "I'm a little panicked." Old Yang scratched his head. "Has anything related to spatial magic ever existed in our history? How could such a thing exist? If spatial magic really existed, why would we be developing technology, researching cars, airplanes, warships? Why would we go through all that trouble to develop these things? Human civilization has existed for over 1,000 years. Those scientists aren't fools." The officer who had spoken felt a chill run down his spine. "So what do we do now? Should we notify the captain?" "Nonsense, of course we should." Old Yang quickly typed a few keystrokes on the keyboard. "I notify the captain. This is no laughing matter. You need to get that little devil settled right away. We still don't know if her spatial ability is limited to a certain range, or if it can be used freely globally. If it's the latter, she's a god. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the officer said, rushing back to the interrogation room. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, sir." Seeing Elaine looking at him like a good little girl in the small chair, the officer felt a little embarrassed. "I was very slow in responding. Please don't take it to heart." Elaine shook her head. "It's not your fault. I teleported to the wrong place. Our captain will be here soon," the officer said, quickly going to the side to pour Elaine a glass of water. "If you have any requests, or any opinions about us, please feel free to let us know." "Really?" Elaine thought for a moment. "Then could I have a world map, a history book, one of those books about world history, and a biological atlas or a book on astronomy? Also, do you have any food here? Something representative of the local cuisine, something delicious, do you have?" Chapter 323. A short while later, officers from the security department led Elaine to a small room next door, seemingly for guests, and brought her a world map, some books, and data related to humanities, biology, and astronomy. After only a brief glance at the contents of these books, Elaine realized she had indeed come to the wrong place. Although this place also called its home planet Earth, it had almost no connection to the Earth she remembered. This world's Earth was slightly larger, the 4th planet in its star system, with 2 satellites, or moons, and these 2 moons were not as large as Earth's moons, yet they were clearly visible even at night. Furthermore, the map of the continents on this Earth did not match the Earth in Elaine's mind. She remembered learning in her childhood geography textbook that oceans covered 71% of Earth's surface, while on this planet, seawater only covered 45%. Furthermore, Elaine couldn't find any familiar dynasties or place names in the history books. This world's Earth not only completely differed from Earth's history, but even creatures, like dinosaurs and trilobites, were not recorded. Only humans happened to have evolved into this form, just like on Earth. Finally, there's the matter of superhumans in this world. Superhumans here can be defined as people with special abilities. They can manipulate various elements to enhance their bodies. Some superhumans can summon fireballs, while others can control lightning, but not all superhumans are born superior to ordinary people. According to records, the musicians, artists, and painters of this world are mostly ordinary people, and even some strongmen and long-distance running champions are not superhumans. It's fair to say that if you possess superhuman talent, you likely have to give up some ordinary talent. Despite this, this world is still primarily driven by technology. Superhumans are somewhat similar to athletes in Earth's Olympics. While superhumans are stronger than ordinary people and can participate in various competitions, they aren't powerful enough to destroy a building with a single fireball. Even top-tier superhumans are strategically roughly equivalent to a special forces soldier wielding a Gatling gun. Finally, due to the existence of a certain amount of magic in this world, human technological progress is extremely rapid. Since humanity entered civilized society during the Aquarius era, In just 2,000 years, people in this world can now treat landing on the moon as a tourist attraction, much like how humans on Earth organize expeditions to see gorillas baring their teeth in the primeval forest. In short, this is a world of night, with a certain amount of magic, but not much, and human society is still primarily technology-driven. To be fair, although this world isn't Earth, the people living here look almost exactly like those on Earth. The lifestyle and the architectural style of the cities even have a cyberpunk 2077 feel to them. They could come back and wander around when they're bored sometime. Eline thought to herself. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Since this is the Security Bureau, we don't really have anything special to offer, so I had someone bring you some local delicacies from the city. After sitting in the small room for a while, looking at the history and astronomy books, just as Erin was about to open a spatial rift to return, several men in dark blue police uniforms, accompanied by the 2 officers from before, knocked on the door and entered. Hello, I'm Jing Hai, the captain of the White Sand Avenue security team. This is the very famous butterfly pea flower milkshake from the White Sand Avenue food street, and also white sand cake rolls. See if they suit your taste. As he spoke, the captain, who called himself Jing Hai, instructed his subordinate to hand Erin a beautifully packaged small box. Taking the box, Erin opened it in front of the captain. Looking at the fragrant milkshake and the cake-like rolled pastries inside, Erin happily said thank you, then took the knife and fork from the box and started eating at the small table. She actually ate it? Erin's reaction left the captain stunned. Not long ago, he received a notification that a little girl, who couldn't be found in international databases, had been brought to the police station by an AI robot, which then publicly used spatial magic. Initially, the squad leader thought it was just some kind of magic trick, exclaiming that the 2 officers had been fooled. However, after watching the video footage presented by the officers, he instantly entered a state of doubt about life. Spatial magic really exists? At that moment, the squad leader realized the seriousness of the situation. As everyone knows, surveillance footage cannot be photoshopped, especially with 2 officers present at the time. The squad leader knew his men's personalities. They certainly wouldn't be so bored as to play along with a little girl. Realizing this, squad leader Jing Hai immediately bought some sweets as requested by the little darling, intending to test her strength. However, he was dumbfounded when he saw Erin eat the food he offered without a second thought. Isn't she afraid I poisoned it? While a squad leader from the guard bureau wouldn't poison a little girl, isn't that a bit too naive? Either this little girl is truly innocent, or she's already reached a level of power similar to what his subordinates said, able to travel between worlds, and isn't afraid of someone as insignificant as him poisoning her. That? Seeing Eline enjoying her meal in the room, the squad leader cautiously approached. Little sister, can I ask you a few questions? Eline nodded. What's your name? Didn't that idiot officer ask earlier? My name is Little L. Oh, Little L. Jing Hai seemed confused. Your Mandarin is quite standard, and you don't have an accent. Have you been to our city before? No, this is adaptive language. Eline explained. It automatically adapts with root privileges, so it doesn't matter what language it is. This sentence instantly left the squad leader's brain spinning. He bit his tongue and cast a blank look at his colleagues. What does automatic adaptation mean? Several officers shook their heads, indicating they didn't know either. Anyway, today was just a misunderstanding. After quickly finishing the butterfly pea flower milkshake and white rice cake roll the squad leader had given her, Erin wiped her mouth contentedly with a tissue from the table. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'm going back to where I was. However, as a reward for your treat, I can grant you one wish. After saying that, Erin added, What can I do for you? Huh? Squad leader Jing Hai scratched his head. You suddenly asked me that. I can't think of any wishes right now. We're just a group of border guards, and our biggest wish is naturally for our country to be at peace. Then, as if remembering something, the squad leader tentatively asked, Recently, we've seen Nayuta. They're a terrifying, evil organization that's causing widespread fear among the people of White Sand Avenue. If I had to say, my greatest wish is to bring their leader here to justice. 2 butterfly pea flower milkshakes. Huh? I said, prepare 2 more butterfly pea flower milkshakes. Eline pointed to a small box on the table. I bring that leader here for you. Chapter 324. Although she entered the wrong world, Erin still planned to temporarily learn her abilities as the Mystic River Administrator in the form of Little L. During her experience with Little L's body, Erin discovered that her identity as the Mystic River Administrator didn't seem to apply only to the Mystic River. She seemed to be the administrator of all worlds, including U Continent, Earth, and White Sand Earth. Because there are two Earths, Erin temporarily referred to this Earth, which possessed a tiny bit of magic, as White Sand Earth. When she arrived on White Sand Earth as Little L, Erin could not only understand everyone's language, but also see through the basic composition of all matter at a glance, and even use a certain amount of root privileges. However, these root privileges only existed if Erin remembered them, otherwise, they weren't available. Just like using cheat codes in some games you type a /TP name to teleport to someone, and they automatically fly towards the target player. But if the user doesn't remember this function exists, they can't use it. Now, Eline is in this situation. She knows she's the administrator of this world, possessing extensive administrator privileges, but she just can't remember some key commands. Fortunately, many of these administrator privileges are passive skills, very convenient to use. For example, if Eline has the thought of wanting to see the attributes of an item, the item's detail parameters will automatically pop up. Simple and quick. Hi, little one. While Little L was still sitting obediently in the guardhouse waiting for her milkshake, Irini from Minar Academy had already walked down the sacred tree and arrived at the passageway next to the administrator's cabin. How's life at Minar Academy? The nine-tailed fox, Chiming, was trimming flowers with small scissors in front of the cabin. Seeing Irini approach, she happily waved to the little girl. Have you made many new friends? Hello, big sister nine-tailed fox. Irini didn't answer Chiming's question, but simply walked over and looked at the flowers in front of the cabin. Do foxes also like to grow flowers? Not just flowers. Chiming smiled and continued to kneel down to tend to the plants. Flower arranging, embroidery, calligraphy, painting, chess, music theory. There are so many things we need to learn. Irini thought of her aunt, Ibel, who had forced her to learn these things when she was little. Why do you need to learn so much? She asked curiously. Hee, because we're foxes, Chiming replied matter-of-factly. How can humans like us if we don't act like proper ladies? Irini chuckled, somewhat exasperated. You learn all this just to be liked by others? That's right. Humans are just a last resort. Like the fox sisters of our own kind, the little angels of the winged people, the little princess of the Phoenix clan. We learn anything that can please them. As she spoke, Chiming softly sang, Fox, oh fox, women are born like actresses. Not deception, not concealment, just the tenderness of a young girl. Eline. Amidst the singing, Eline heard a familiar voice from nearby. Great. I knew you'd probably be awake by now. It was Lilia, who had just finished exercising near the Ice Element Girls' dormitory, and was running over. Look! Chiming stopped singing and pointed in Lilia's direction. Someone who's not a fox, but even more fox-like, has arrived. On White Sand Earth, at the White Sand Avenue police station, after hearing Eline's words, several officers took their police motorcycles and flew through the city again. This time, they brought back a large box of milkshakes and white sandcake rolls, as well as a large bag of barbecue. Captain, we buy dinner for the brothers while we're at it. The officer whispered in Captain Jing Hai's ear. Is this little girl reliable? Could she have some mental issues? Don't speak. Jing Hai gave the officer a warning look. Things have developed beyond everyone's expectations, understand? My intuition tells me this person is not simple. As a veteran officer who had worked here for nearly 20 years, Jing Hai always trusted his intuition. Although subconsciously, he also felt this little girl in only a thin nightgown was unreliable. Thinking about it from another angle, what 12-year-old girl would run to a place like Baisha Avenue wearing only a nightgown? This is the most dangerous place in Jincheng. Moreover, current scientific theories simply cannot explain the little girl's feet dangling in the air while walking and her telekinetic actions in the interrogation room. Sleight of hand or traditional magic simply can't do this. Thank you. Under the watchful eye of squad leader Jing Hai, Iring controlled the Dragon Princess of Minar Academy and Lilia as they walked hand-in-hand towards the school building, while simultaneously controlling little L to take the large box and barbecue. So, this is our deal. Irin walked out from beside squad leader Jing Hai. You should have a technical department here, right? Can I go take a look? The squad leader hesitated. What do you need to see? I need to calculate how to open the corresponding space based on the land's conditions and scale. I like to use your surveillance footage and satellites. The squad leader gritted his teeth, as if he were going all in. Okay, come with me. A few minutes later, a spatial rift opened inside an ordinary rented house, not far from White Sand Avenue. Is this the place? A small head peeked out from the crack. Mr. Jinghai, it seems no one's here? Then a man's head also peeked out. Yes, it's here, but they seem to have moved out. Oh, then let's go somewhere else. Ellen said calmly. Mr. Jinghai, come back. I have a question. Can you control this crack at will? Yes. Then what if? If I hadn't pulled my head back just now, and you closed the crack, what would have happened to me? Your head would have been completely severed. Huh? The crack's power is absolute. No matter the material, if you don't return in time when it's closing, you'll be completely severed. So Mr. Jinghai, you better not do anything so dangerous. Okay, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. A little while later, in an abandoned building not far from the rented house, several men were playing cards together. Gambling monster, it's your turn to play. Don't tease me, bro. I lost everything from 37 million to only 20. It's alright, winning back 37 million from 20 is no problem. By the way, bro, this place should be safe, right? The police shouldn't be able to find us, right? Don't worry, I swear on my life, this place is safe. Not even the officers on Baisha Avenue, not even Interpol, could find us. Before the man finished speaking, a huge crack appeared behind him. A little girl's curious voice came from the crack. Is it him? Then a man's voice. Yes, it's him. Then you can arrest him yourselves. Okay. While the men in the abandoned building were still wondering, a group of fully armed police officers rushed out of the crack, violently dragged the men from the card table back into the crack, and pulled them to the police station on the other side. Don't move. You're under arrest. Chapter 325. At a Ministry of National Defense base in a capital city on Earth, a middle-aged man received several documents from his subordinate and sat down in an office chair. Jinghai? I remember this young man. He handled the Nayuta incident on Baisha Avenue a year ago, right? He's brave, resourceful, and upright, very good. After glancing at the keywords on the documents, the middle-aged man looked up at the young man before him and said, What's this? Something happened on Baisha Avenue in the middle of the night? Or did someone find out that this young man's superior committed some wrongdoing, and needs to submit the materials directly to me? Sir, Jinghai's superior didn't commit any wrongdoing, he just believes that this matter must be reviewed by you personally. The young man before the middle-aged man bowed. It's said that this is an unexpected event that could overturn all our understanding. Jinghai judged that if handled improperly, it could even affect the reputation of our entire country. So Jinghai requested that I bypass those people in the city and directly hand over the materials to you. Affect the reputation of our entire country? This question startled the middle-aged man, who seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter. He picked up his glasses from the table and shakily put them on. What could be so serious? As the captain of the security bureau, Jinghai should know that this kind of bypassing of superiors is. However, before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, he was drawn to the word spatial magic on the first page of the report. The report on the table was very professionally written, with concise language and numerous accompanying pictures. The middle-aged man quickly became engrossed in it. Is that so? After spending 7 or 8 minutes reading the report, seemingly to calm his shock, the middle-aged man took the water glass from the young man with trembling hands and asked in a serious tone, Besides Jinghai, who else knows about this? Me, Jinghai, the officers on duty on Baisha Avenue that night, and you. What happened to the little girl who called herself Little L? She left after finishing her milkshake. The young man added, She left using spatial magic. No one knows where she went. Do you have Jinghai's phone number? Yes. The young man quickly took out his phone from his pocket, swiped it rapidly, and said, Here. The middle-aged man took the phone and pressed the dial button without hesitation. The call connected quickly. Hello? Jinghai, it's me. Xiaozhou submitted your information, and I seen it. The middle-aged man got straight to the point. Can you take responsibility for everything stated in the report? Yes, I can take responsibility for everything described in the report. Jinghai on the other end of the line said very seriously, I witnessed all of this myself, and I have video footage from the local police station as evidence. My 2 colleagues are currently conducting surprise interrogations of Nayuta's people. When was the first time you met this little sister who calls herself Xiao? According to Lao Yang and the others, it was 9:45 p.m. She was taken to the security office by a robot from the bus company. When did you see her? 10:05 p.m. Could you describe the scene in detail? I was on a mission outside when Lao Yang told me to come back. The first thing I saw when I got back to the guard post was her. My first impression of that little girl was that she was adorable. She was so incredibly cute, with fair skin, like flawless jade, or like she had a beauty filter applied. She was so cute I wondered if I was looking at some AI-generated image. How are you sure she's not an ordinary person? When I saw her, this little girl's feet were floating in midair. She wasn't wearing shoes. At first, like my colleagues in the guard post, I thought it was some kind of illusion, but she just walked right past us, floating the whole time. As far as I know, there's no such technology anywhere in the world right now. I heard that before you went over, this little girl asked the person on duty for some materials. Oh, some world maps and geographical and historical materials. Lao Yang has world maps in his office, and for geography and history, I showed her some high school textbooks that hadn't been claimed in the warehouse. She helped you capture Nayuta. The person really didn't make any requests? She only asked for some snacks. Any other requests? It seems not. She did such a big thing. Just for snacks? Sir, you might not believe it, but from my perspective, I feel she probably doesn't even think it's a big deal. Jing Hai hesitated on the other end of the phone. She seems completely unconcerned about revealing her ability to use spatial magic and levitation, like we casually help a child cross the street. I feel she doesn't take it seriously at all. TSK. After hearing Jing Hai's words, the middle-aged man instantly felt overwhelmed. Humanity has developed for nearly 2,000 years since entering the Aquarius era. In these 2,000 years, human technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, inventing cars, trains, airplanes, computers, rockets, spaceships. It is now the Aquarius year 1993. After countless iterations, human AI technology can replace most manual labor, achieving AI intelligence across society. The cultivation methods of some superpowered individuals have also been refined. However, even in the technologically advanced year of 1993, the strongest superpowered individuals could only casually throw a fireball the size of a basketball to fight armored vehicles on the ground, or summon lightning to paralyze some electronic devices. This suddenly appearing little L uses spatial magic that is neither scientific nor magical. In a short time, the middle-aged man could only think of three possibilities. The first was that little L was indeed a superpowered individual, but her superpower was very special, allowing her to manipulate space at will. In other words, if she wanted, she could easily kill anyone in this world. The second possibility is that little L is an alien. This is a more plausible explanation, since no one has ever seen an alien, and we don't know what technology aliens use. The third possibility is, as little L claims, that I come from another world. If this is true, then this matter is indeed extraordinary, because it's no longer a problem that a mere minister of defense can solve. It would cause the entire edifice of physics, astronomy, theology, philosophy, and so on to collapse. Excuse me. Just as the middle-aged man at the desk was wiping away cold sweat and pondering how to characterize the incident, a rift suddenly opened in the space beside him. A little girl emerged from the rift. I'm sorry. Due to some small mistake on my part, I disturbed the normal operation of your world. I sincerely apologize for that. Placing the milkshake she had recently received from Captain Jing Hai on the middle-aged man's desk, Irini placed her hands in front of her and bowed slightly to him. Thank you for your understanding, and goodbye. With that, Irini opened another spatial rift behind her and stepped inside. Phew. Seeing the rift beside him disappear, the middle-aged man at the desk finally recovered. He let out a long sigh and gestured for the young man before him to come over. Classify this matter as a top state secret, and seal all relevant files and video materials. At the White Sands Police Department. Elevate all those who have contact with this matter one level up, and tell them absolutely not to divulge anything, including their relatives. You will be in charge of handling this matter for the next month. Remember, from now on, absolutely no one is allowed to discuss anything related to spatial magic or little L. Give a heads up to the news media and those publishing novels. List the word L as a sensitive word. Even if you must write it, you must replace it with an asterisk. Chapter 326. Returning to the Mystic River from the strange white sand earth, Irini immediately noticed a tiny elf, the larger one, with drooping little ears among the large group of elves around her. Almost instantly, the nearby Eldar elves also turned their accusing gazes towards the tiny elf, the larger one. I'm sorry, I apologize, I admit my mistake, Under the accusing gazes of the many adorable elves, the tiny elf raised its short arms. That universe is so similar to Earth, I made a mistake, I'm sorry. Irini slowly floated towards the little elf. Then, she scooped it into her arms, and rubbed her little face against its jelly-like body. It's nothing. The little elf's eyes widened. Huh? It's nothing serious. You don't need to blame yourself. Eline snuggled against the elder elf in her arms, flashing a wide smile that revealed her canine teeth. Besides, I haven't had a chance to thank you for saving me from Earth. From the chattering of the surrounding elves, Eline had learned that she had lost her memory and fallen to Earth. After living as an ordinary Earthling for over 20 years, she was rescued by the little elf and several Elder elves and brought back to the Mystic River. Even if the little elf had given her the wrong directions this time, she shouldn't blame such a cute little creature. Besides, Eline hadn't been without gains in White Sand Earth. Because the intelligent beings on White Sand Earth looked very similar to those on real Earth, both were human, and their civilizations were at roughly the same level, Eline didn't feel a strong sense of unease. She could also learn about the cultural differences between different worlds and practice her mystic magic. After numerous practice sessions and adjustments, Eline is now highly proficient in spatial magic. She can calculate data to open spatial rifts within a designated area with an error margin of no more than 10 centimeters, even fixing the direction and angle of inclination perfectly. Furthermore, this White Sand Earth journey has helped her understand many things. That is, as the administrator of the Mystic River, both her body and Eline's own will are independent of those universes. For example, the little sundress Little L is wearing is itself a product of the Mystic River, said to have been woven by Little L using the stars of the Mystic River. No matter which world Eline travels to wearing this nightgown, nothing in that world can change the dress's inherent properties and state. For instance, if someone fires a shot at Eline, normally the bullet would pass through this seemingly thin nightgown. This is the rule of the world, but because Eline's rules are above the world's rules, the bullet cannot change the dress's state, and therefore, the bullet cannot penetrate it. Forget about penetrating. Even when Eline's skirt fluttered slightly during her movements, bullets hitting the fluttering part of her skirt would bounce back as if hitting an indestructible, mysterious substance, leaving the skirt as it was. This phenomenon, clearly violating the rules of the world, was due to the influence of mysterious forces. On the small boat on the mysterious river, seeing Eline thanking the little elf, large one, a pale red Eldar elf floated over. Actually, you already thanked it, didn't you? Huh? Eline, really? Yes. The tiny elf in her arms nodded. Little L thanked us a long time ago. We said then that Little L had done so much for the Mystic River, and we were just bringing him back from Earth. It was only right, no need for thanks. Eline quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about that now. Have you found the real location of Earth? Yes. A small elf floated into the air in the distance. I was a little suspicious when the little elf said Earth was over there, because I remember Earth is clearly over here. Sure enough, my suspicion was correct. The little elf in Eline's arms complained, Little elf, big one. Okay, big little elf. Led by the Elder elf, Eline floated towards a completely dim star. Below the Milky Way, this star was indeed completely dark, a typical polar night type of world. Almost the instant she saw the star, Erin felt a bittersweet, almost blissful feeling. This feeling was indescribable, somewhat like a wanderer returning home, wanting to see the old tree and fish pond in front of the old house one last time, only to return to find a bustling city and towering buildings all around. Then I go take a look. With this slightly contradictory feeling, Erin reached out her small hand towards the dim star. Little Erin, you might not believe it, but I did feel a very special gaze when I was exercising in the dormitory just now. Meanwhile, after saying goodbye to Chiming, Erin was led by Lilia to a nearby small garden. The little princess from Arcana expressed her confusion with a somewhat troubled expression. I was sure the dormitory door was locked, and my roommates hadn't returned. I was exercising alone in the open space in the middle of the dormitory, and then I suddenly felt like I sensed something, like someone was watching me. But this feeling only lasted for less than a minute before disappearing. Afterwards, I checked the dormitory and found nothing, so I thought I'd come and ask you what happened. Erin was a little embarrassed, if it's about this. Lilia was somewhat surprised. Does little Erin know anything? Sorry, actually, at the time it was me. I was watching Lilia Nichin. Erin stuck out her tongue. I didn't know anything about this. I told anyone, but Sister Lilia is probably the first to know. Lilia asked curiously, what happened? I don't really know how to explain it, but Sister Lilia, you can think of it as me learning a new skill, the ability to travel freely through any space. Erin gestured with her small hand. I originally intended to teleport back to my dorm, but I ended up teleporting to Sister Lilia's dorm instead. Oh right, before that, I also teleported to Ville, the northern city of Arcana. They seem to be fighting mammoths there, so I helped drive them away. By now, Arcana and Minar Academy should have established enough base stations, right? Sister Lilia, you could call Mom and ask if the mammoth problem in Ville has been resolved. Chapter 327. A little girl, maybe 10 years old? White hair, One fireball wiped out an entire elephant herd. In northern Arcana, standing on the high wall bordering the city of Ville, Queen Katarina of Arcana was utterly shocked after hearing the squad leader's report. "Are you accountable for what you said?" "By your majesty, I swear on my life." The squad leader made a "I swear" gesture. "Everything I said just now is true, without any deception." "This is strange." Katarina turned her gaze to the completely thawed plain below the high wall. This was permafrost not long ago, or rather, it had always been permafrost. Winter mammoths feed on ice. Only environments tens of degrees below zero are suitable for their survival. But, if what the squad leader on the high wall said was true, how could a little girl possibly survive in sub-zero temperatures wearing only a nightgown? Long white hair is indeed a characteristic of the Arcana people, and they are generally resistant to cold. But even with such resistance, they are still human. It's impossible for them to be alive and kicking in such a frigid place. Unless, the girl the squad leader described wasn't an ordinary person. For some reason, Katarina thought of Elaine, the most mysterious girl on the continent of Eve. She turned her gaze back to the spot on the icy plain where the fireball had landed. Undoubtedly, a large crater had been blasted there, and the intense heat of the fire had melted the glaciers for several kilometers around. Moreover, the person who released the fireball clearly knew Ville City very well, knowing that there were many frost flower plantations in the city. Frost flowers dislike high temperatures, so she had contained the fireball's blast radius outside the frost flower plantations. The only person Katarina could think of to possess such terrifying power, and such terrifyingly precise magical control, was Elaine. But, wasn't Elaine currently attending classes at Minar Academy? "Your Majesty!" A subordinate, carrying a communication crystal, climbed up the city wall via an elevator. "You have a call." "Mine?" Katarina asked, puzzled. "Where is it from?" "Minar Academy." The subordinate, not daring to be negligent, quickly explained. "It's Princess Lilia calling." "Lilia?" Katarina took the communication crystal and pressed the answer button. "What is it?" Although Arcana had recently collaborated with Minar Academy to establish numerous base stations, these stations were currently limited to private use. Basically, only members of the Arcana royal family knew the numbers. Why was Lilia calling home so soon after only 2 days of school? She wasn't the kind of weak girl who would cry and whine if she were separated from her parents. "Mom." Soon, Lilia's voice came through the communication crystal. "Are you in Versity?" Katarina was somewhat surprised. "How did you know?" "I heard it from little Eleni." Lilia, from Minar Academy, looked at Eleni beside her. She said she accidentally went to Versity just now, and saw the Arcana warriors being bullied badly by the mammoths, so she taught those big idiots a lesson. Lilia's words sent a chill down Katarina's spine. Previously, in her conversation with King Cassius of Lehman, Katarina learned that Eleni had invited the king and pope of Silas to the capital for peace between the two countries. Cassius had given half an hour. That is to say, according to Katarina's understanding, it would take Eleni half an hour to fly from Riemann to Silas and back. If the time spent negotiating with the king and pope of Silas is subtracted, she estimated that Eleni's flight from Riemann to Silas would take about 10 minutes. Silas and Lehman weren't particularly far, but Arcana and Minar Academy. That's almost half the distance of the Eve continent. How did that child manage to casually help the soldiers in Arcana and return to Minar Academy in less than 10 minutes? Or was it that for Elaine, the distance across the entire Eve continent was no longer considered distance? Ah. Yes, that's right. After a brief moment of shock, Katarina quickly calmed herself down. "Little Elle told you this?" "Yes," Lilia said without any concealment. "Little Elle is right here beside me now. She asked me to call and ask Mom how things are going on your end, how the warriors are doing, whether they need any more help or something." Katarina felt her breathing become heavier. She instantly understood what the squad leader beside her meant by "I just saw the goddess." The situation here is good. The winter mammoths have all been driven away, and the wounded warriors have received timely treatment. The healers are currently transporting them to the southern city for further treatment, and the several frost flower plantations are also well protected. Katarina took a deep breath. "Is Elaine next to you? Could she connect to the communication crystal?" "Okay." Lilia handed the crystal to Elaine. "My mother said she wants to speak with you." "Sister Katarina." Elaine took the crystal. "Good afternoon." "Hello, Elaine Piarista." Katarina spoke with obvious caution. As Queen of Arcana, I am very grateful for your rescue. No need to be so polite, just call me Little Elle." Elaine winked at Lilia. "It's good that the soldiers are unharmed." Katarina seemed to hesitate for a moment. "Little Elle? Please speak." "My daughter Lilia." I'm entrusting her to you from now on." Katerina's words distracted little Elle, who had just come into contact with the small planet Earth, causing her to mistype the last few digits of the last coordinate of the spatial rift. Ah, it seems like Katerina and her daughter are both the straightforward type. Looking at the long string of coordinates she entered with administrator privileges, Erin shook her head. "Even though I entered it wrong, this location should still be above some major city on Earth. I just consider it a random trip." Thinking this, Erin activated her administrator privileges and opened a spatial rift. Buzz! Above the night sky shimmering with the city's beautiful neon lights, Erin passed through the spatial rift and arrived above the seemingly very prosperous metropolis. No magical fluctuations, no strange robots, and the technology level is about what I remember. Using her administrator abilities to sense the intersection of satellites in the sky and various cameras on the ground, and confirming that she wasn't exposed to people's sight, Erin descended to the ground through the blind spots of the various cameras. Before landing, she casually observed the city's billboards, confirming the city's name. Shangjing City. Chapter 328. Avoiding the range of all surrounding cameras, and simultaneously using her administrator privileges to observe potential satellite scans overhead, Erin quickly descended from the sky to an inconspicuous park in the city. Perhaps it was too late. Almost all the recreational facilities in this park, which bore a sign reading Lion Mountain Park, were shut down, with only a few dim streetlights still illuminating the distance. Erin glanced at the starry sky above, then observed the dormant plants in the park for a while. There was only one moon, and it was its familiar size and color. The number and brightness of the stars were just right. The plants around her were mostly familiar: roses, kapok trees, hibiscus, palm trees. She sensed no elemental fluctuations in the air, and examining these plants with her administrator privileges yielded no components related to magic. Combining the elements of these nearby plants with the text she had seen through the billboards high in the sky, Erin confirmed that she hadn't lost this time. She was back on Earth. She returned to this world of night, a world devoid of elemental power, magical beasts, and dragons, where she had lived for over 20 years. She vaguely remembered Shangjing City on Earth. In her previous life, during her senior year of high school, with her mock exam scores, one of the universities she could reliably enter was Shangjing University. However, she didn't choose to go to Shangjing because the city was a bit far from her hometown, the orphanage. But now it seems, Eline didn't actually have a so-called hometown on Earth. Back then, in the Mystic River, she was merely a special being, similar to an Eldar sprite. This special existence could be understood as a creature whose entire body is composed of mysterious power, or a mystical spiritual body, or soul body. The battle at the Mystic River severely traumatized the spirit of little Elle, and whether out of desperation, panic, or some other coincidence, she crashed into Earth, arriving in a then primitive world. According to the Eldar fairy's description, a dying infant, abandoned by its parents, lay where little Elle had fallen. Had little Elle not arrived, the infant would have surely perished. Little Elle used her last strength to repair the infant's body, its cries attracting passers-by. She then temporarily hid within the infant's body, thus being rescued. Afterwards, she lived a normal life as an Earthling for over 20 years. Therefore, to say that Earth is her home is inaccurate. Little Elle's journey was simply far too long. However, she still felt a deep affection for this place. In her memory, Erin only remembered that Shangjing was a near first-tier southern city, and that was about it. The city wasn't particularly famous domestically, lacking distinctive local specialties or snacks, and rarely generating any sensational news. At this time, it should be between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m.? Floating on a wisp of air about 10 centimeters above the tree-lined path in the park, Erin pondered this as she admired the flowers and plants. While high in the air, observing the city center, Erin had already roughly guessed the time. Because at this hour, the city had a sense of desolation. Most shops were closed, leaving only a few night market vendors still setting up their stalls on the roadside. The makeshift tables and chairs were nearly empty of customers, with only a few drunkards chatting idly with their companions. Night market stalls are usually busiest from 9 p.m. to around 1 a.m. After 2 a.m., most people have already gone home, and by 5 a.m., the sky begins to lighten, and sanitation workers come out to clean up the trash. Therefore, most street vendors prepare to close up shop around 4:30 p.m. Since the street vendors haven't closed up yet, and there aren't many customers around, the time must be between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Aline had delivered food before, and was very sensitive to time, knowing what city nightlife was like, so she easily guessed her current time and location. Now, only one piece of data remained. Aline turned her gaze to the Ferris wheel not far away. The park's name is Lion Mountain Park. Judging from the security booth at the entrance, Lion Mountain Park is free to enter, but some rides inside, like the Ferris wheel, probably require payment. Since it's a paid attraction, a ticket is necessary, and any ticket will have time-related information. Elaine floated towards the Ferris wheel, rummaged around the ticket counter, and quickly found a payment receipt carelessly tossed on the ground. The receipt showed the printing time, January 9th, 2030, 11:39 a.m. So, it's 2030 now. This surprised Elaine, because she remembered that the year she bought her birthday cake after working as a food delivery driver to earn money was 2025. Even though time in the Mystic River was completely frozen in the outside world, she had lived on the continent of Eve for nearly 100 years afterward. 5 years on Earth are equivalent to 100 years on the Eve continent, but now, Elaine is simultaneously controlling two bodies, the Dragon Princess of Minar Academy and Little L on Earth, and she doesn't feel a significant difference in the flow of time. Or, is time on Earth and the Eve continent in some kind of quantum superposition? Schrodinger's time? If I observe and experience it, the flow of time on both sides will synchronize. If I don't observe, and don't simultaneously use two bodies to live in two different times, will the time on both sides become chaotic? Elaine is beginning to understand what the Eldar elves meant by the time in the Mystic River is chaotic. She rides the night breeze to the now completely stopped Ferris wheel, sits atop one of the small rooms, and gazes absently at the bright moonlight and the starry sky. If time on both sides is truly in a quantum superposition as she thinks, then she can leave Little L's body on Earth and simply sleep at night. According to the passage of time, after the Dragon Princess of Minar Academy fell asleep at night, it was just dawn on Earth. After sitting on the Ferris wheel for a while, the sound of grass being trampled coming from the entrance of Lion Mountain Park caught Elaine's attention. I'm not scared. She looked towards the hazy gate, and briefly sensed the presence of the person entering. A girl in her early 20s, fairly healthy, an ordinary person. Why would a girl be in a deserted, pitch-black park at this time? Wasn't she scared? Thinking this, Elaine quickly jumped off the Ferris wheel and walked towards the girl. Chapter 329. I'm not afraid. At the entrance of Lion Mountain Park, a girl carrying a small backpack, wearing a cat ear hoodie and a short skirt, with thick flesh-colored pantyhose covering her legs, was shakily walking into the park, using the light from her phone screen. Aline, disguised as Little L, quietly floated behind the girl, curiously observing this strange human. She had just used her administrator powers to check the girl's physical condition. The girl was about 26 years old, 163 centimeters tall, weighed 55 kilograms, and had short hair, a relatively ordinary young woman in a stable career. This reminded Aline of her past self. In most countries, young people go to university around 18 and graduate around 22. Unless they have family connections to help them find jobs, or are exceptionally bright, and have already established a relationship with a company boss during their university years, most 22-year-old graduates face unemployment upon graduation. Then, around 23 or 24, these graduates often experience a period of job uncertainty, frequently changing jobs and switching careers. This situation usually eases around age 26. Of course, those pursuing master's or doctoral degrees are exceptions. Aileen was curious why a girl who didn't look like a graduate or doctoral student would be in a park so late at night. Was she doing some kind of challenge after losing a bet with her friends? While pondering this, Aileen again used her administrator privileges to view the girl's details. Her physical condition was good, but she had inflammation in her stomach and respiratory tract, commonly known as gastroenteritis and rhinitis. The condition of her shoulders, wrists, and fingers was also noticeably less than ideal, likely indicating some degree of frozen shoulder or tenosynovitis. Her eyesight was slightly nearsighted, but overall, her health was fine. Based on the girl's genetic analysis, her ancestors had been from the vicinity of Shangjing City for several generations, so she didn't seem like a lost traveler from out of town. Seeing that the girl was still heading deeper into the park, Erin decided to stop analyzing and floated directly towards her. Hello? Wow! The girl, who had been on edge the whole time, was startled by Erin's voice and stumbled, falling to the ground. Why you? When the girl saw Erin floating in the air before her, her conditioned reflex was to shout, but Erin's overly cute appearance made her swallow the words "there's a ghost." How come you? The girl mustered her courage and picked up her phone, which had fallen to the side. Why are you walking so silently? Because I'm not walking. Erin gestured to her floating little feet. I floated here. You. The girl's voice trembled noticeably. Are you a ghost? No. Erin landed on the lawn, her little feet crunching on the soft grass as she walked towards the girl. My name is Lil Erin, and what's yours? Am I dead now, or am I about to time travel? The girl didn't answer Erin's question, but instead took several steps back in a panic. Are you Death? Are you the Grim Reaper? Or from the Time and Space Administration? Your imagination is quite vivid. Elaine chuckled. If I had to name one, you could say I'm a magician from another world. You're a magician? The girl's eyes widened. Does this world really have magic? No. Elaine shook her head. But my world does. My God, what did I just see? Let me calm down. Elaine's answer made the girl clutch her chest, panting, You scared me so much I can't take it anymore. I need to catch my breath. Elaine smiled, slowly stepped forward, and channeled a ball of light energy into the girl's body. Is that much better? Huh? The girl, feeling the instant relief, exclaimed in surprise. What was that? Light healing spell. You can think of it as a universal healing potion. Erin explained. I healed your stomach ailment and some inflammation in your body. Now, your physical age is about 17. Such amazing magic? As she spoke, the girl noticed Erin's long, light blue, almost white hair and cute face. Oh my God, you're so cute. Oh no. After saying that, as if realizing something, the girl quickly added, Thank you. I mean, thank you for healing me just now. I'm still a little nervous, a little excited. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. It's just, this is the first time I encountered something like this. I understand. Elaine put her hands behind her back, giving a friendly look. After all, Earth is a night world without magic or superpowers. It's normal to be excited when you see magic for the first time. I'm really excited, I feel. My heart is going to jump out of my chest. The girl took her phone, stood up shakily, then sat back down. No, my legs are weak. Elaine covered her mouth and laughed. Is it really that exaggerated? Yes, you probably don't know my profession. Sitting on the ground. The girl stared into Erin's eyes. When I saw you just now, a whole bunch of thoughts popped into my head. Like you're my goddess here to pick me up and transport me to another world. Or someone in that other world is summoning a hero, and I've been chosen, and you're here to take me away. Sister's profession. Erin leaned closer to the girl. A writer? Suffering from gastrointestinal problems indicates this girl doesn't eat on time. Frozen shoulder and tenosynovitis suggests she spends long hours sitting in front of a computer, especially tenosynovitis, a condition typically only seen in programmers and some professional sports players. Based on these clues, combined with the girl's rich imagination, Erin easily concluded. This guy is a web novelist. How did you know? Erin's answer made the girl swallow hard. Could it be that someone from another world really summoned me? Or, have I been chosen by some organization to save the world? Then, the girl quickly added, Look at me. I'm so excited I don't even know what to say. My name is Lucinu. I'm 26 this year. I'm 20 years old, a writer. Well, maybe writer is a bit of an overstatement. I'm more of a freelance writer, making a living by writing stories online. Hello, Sister Sinu, I'm Little L. Erlini nodded. You can just call me Little L. Then, you suddenly contacted me. The girl who called herself Lucinu seemed a little impatient. Are you really planning to make me a hero to save the world? Or something else? It's not as dramatic as saving the world. Erlini stuck out her tongue. I want to stay on Earth for a while, so I need your help. Chapter 330. Need my help? Elaine's words caused the girl in front of her to momentarily freeze, her expression clearly showing a brain short circuit. I don't quite understand. Then, the girl looked Elaine up and down. You're a magician from another world, your strength should be much greater than mine. I'm just an ordinary person, is there anything I can do that you can't? After saying that, the girl added, Well, is there anything special about me? Sister, there's nothing special. If I had to say, it's probably that you suddenly ran into the park at this time, right? Elaine pointed to the girl's phone. Why would you come here alone so late, sister? Aren't you scared, being a girl alone? Oh, you mean that? Lucinu showed a helpless expression. Her expression, Of course I'm scared, but I originally intended to be scared. Huh? My profession is online writer. As I just mentioned, my job, to put it bluntly, is to provide emotional value to readers. If I make everyone happy and cheerful, they support me and continue reading my books. Only then did the girl slowly stand up from the lawn, brushing the grass clippings off her tights, and say, But novels. 1,000 readers will have 1,000 Hamlets. Different people have different understandings of novels. One reader might really like a certain plot point, but another reader might find it very upsetting and point it out in the comments section, or even hurl insults. We authors provide emotions, but we're also a dumping ground for negative emotions. Some readers, they don't necessarily read your book, they come online just to vent their emotions, to release the frustrations of the day. Our comment sections often become these outlets, and as an author, it's very painful. Elaine didn't speak, just quietly waited for the girl in front of her to continue. Maybe it's just my sensitive personality. Authors who write novels full-time usually receive thousands of comments and private messages every day, many of them negative. People vent their negative emotions on me, and I don't know where they find them. It all piles up, and it's incredibly frustrating. Today I got several hundred words of abuse, really harsh. I thought that, like usual, I could play some games and forget about it, then focus on my writing. But this time it didn't work. While playing games, those abusive words kept replaying in my mind. I couldn't help it. I talked to some friends online about it, and one friend suggested a remedy I could try. It's that trendy thing lately. Scaring yourself. Aline tilted her head. Scaring yourself? Yes, it's when you go to a deserted place and get really scared. When your fear reaches a certain level, and all you feel is fear, all the reader's insults and life's troubles are forgotten. This method was suggested by a female artist friend. It's kind of like if a spot is unbearably itchy, you just cut yourself, the pain will cover up the itch. My artist friend is often hurt by comments, and even when she posts her work online for free, there are still trolls. She said she does this when she's annoyed, and suggested I try it too. So, Erin chuckled, sister came all this way alone. Did you scare yourself? Yes. The girl nodded. You know what, it actually worked, though it's a bit dangerous. I'm not afraid of ghosts. If I actually saw one, I could write a book about it. I'm mainly afraid of thugs and hooligans. Indeed? Erin was momentarily speechless. So, are you feeling better now, sister? Much better, though still a bit excited. The girl took a deep breath. And then I realized, kid, you're so cute. How could you, my goodness, your skin is amazing. Are all children in other worlds this cute? Ah. Erin quickly changed the subject. Let's get down to business. Oh right, I was just too excited. The girl said apologetically, you said you were planning to stay on Earth for a while? Need any help? Is there anything I can do to help? Elaine thought for a moment. Well, I might ask you some questions, and maybe live with you. I don't know much about Earth yet, so I need a guide. That's all you need, sister. Well, I'm an orphan, have no connections, and not many relatives to contact. The girl was a little embarrassed. I'm basically living alone now, renting an apartment, and I'm self-employed. I have almost no savings. Can I really help in any way? Actually, it's not a big problem. Since this is my first time on Earth, I need a guide to understand the situation here. Otherwise, investigating everything myself would be too troublesome. Erin pointed to her simple nightgown. You see, I don't have an ID card, a cell phone, or a computer. If I need these things in the future, I might need to trouble you, sister. Something like that. Oh, I think I understand. The girl gave her AIC, I completely understand look. A little princess from another world coming to experience life incognito? Erin was completely speechless. Is this child thinking a bit too far off track? Or is this how authors are? They often come up with all sorts of wildly imaginative ideas? Probably. That's the idea. Finally, Erin didn't refute the girl's point. And if you have any needs, you can just tell me directly, and I try my best to fulfill them. The girl's eyes widened. Fulfill any request? An all-powerful wish-granting machine? Theoretically, any request can be fulfilled, but after all, this is a world without magic or supernatural phenomena. Erin glanced at the moon in the night sky, so some more outrageous wishes, like a desire for world peace, or destroying all of humanity. While I could certainly do it, I generally wouldn't. The girl was shocked. What? You can really destroy all of humanity? Elaine was also shocked. Sister, you really want to destroy all of humanity? No, I was just kidding. The girl quickly said, just now, when I heard you call yourself a magician, I thought it was something like a demon king from a novel, but now, according to this logic, you don't even seem to be classified as a magician anymore. You're practically a god, aren't you? So sister's wish is? Haven't thought about it yet, hee. The girl seemed to have recovered, skipping past Elaine. Come on, let's go home. Chapter 331. While chatting and strolling around Minar Academy with Lilia, familiarizing herself with the surroundings, and walking back as little Elle, Having just met the online author she encountered in Lion Mountain Park, Eline couldn't help but reflect on her current mental state. Her situation was somewhat similar to one soul, two bodies, her true self being both Eline and Little Elle. However, the Dragon Princess Eline was more down to earth, more like her true self, while Little Elle was a higher dimensional being. One could even say Eline living in a four-dimensional space. Previously, some people on White Sand Earth called Little Elle a god, but Eline felt that Little Elle was more than just a god. Her power surpassed human understanding of gods, essentially making her comparable to a creator. Just like when the girl in Lion Mountain Park asked, "Can you destroy all of humanity?" Instinct told Erin she could indeed do it. She could delete or create the species human with a single click. However, she didn't currently know the specifics of how to do it, only that she was certain Little Erin's abilities allowed her to do so. Furthermore, Little Erin could freely modify the laws of any world, such as the gravitational constant and the speed of light. But even if Erin didn't know how to modify them, these things belong to the underlying code of the Earth and the universe. Modifying even one piece of data could lead to the destruction of the entire world. For example, the speed of light is 299,792,458 meters per second, with a long string of extremely precise values after the decimal point. Modifying it, even by just a fraction of a meter, would change things like electromagnetic forces in the universe, alter the properties of molecules, and change the properties of some elements and substances. Water would no longer be water, humans would no longer be humans, stars might even go out, and the entire universe would be drastically altered. Therefore, before fully understanding the constituent elements of this universe, Erin doesn't intend to modify anything that touches upon the underlying code. She only uses her mysterious power to temporarily alter the properties of herself and some of the matter around her. This modification is similar to adding a line next to the existing code. P.S. Little Erin is unaffected. Is your home nearby? After leaving Lion Mountain Park with the online novelist Lucinu, Erin noticed a cluster of residential buildings in the distance as the girl turned onto a side alley and instinctively asked, "Do you live alone now?" "Yes, I currently rent an apartment there, living alone." Lucinu pointed to a small alley to the right of the buildings, where the dim lights of street vendors' carts could be faintly seen. "But you better be prepared, my rented room is practically empty, dirty and rundown. It might be a little cramped for two people." As she spoke, Lucinu cautiously glanced at Eline. You don't mind, right? By the way, where did you live before coming to Earth?" "Me?" Eline thought for a moment. "I've been to many places similar to Earth, and places like the ones you just mentioned, places like in novels, places full of magic." It has to be said that Erline's identity makes communication with this kind of online author very convenient. If it were someone else, they would either rigidly assume Eline was just some naughty kid playing in the park late at night, or they would be terrified and completely disbelieve Erline's explanation, running away before she could say a few words, perhaps even calling the police later. This author, perhaps because she conceives similar plots daily, completely believed Eline's words, bringing him home without hesitation. Her adaptability was terrifying. Eline's original plan was to let Little Elle sleep in a secluded spot on Earth until dawn. By the time the Dragon Princess of Minar Academy fell asleep, it would be almost daylight, and she would then control Little Elle to disguise himself as a human and see if he could find a guide. Unexpectedly, before dawn even broke, this guide arrived on his own, and his profession and mindset perfectly matched her requirements. A place similar to Earth? Erin's words made Lucinu suddenly realize, "No wonder you know about ID cards, cell phones, and computers. I was wondering why you didn't seem like you came from another world." "What kind of other world do you depict, sister?" Erin continued. "Is it a magical world of dragons and expeditions, a heartwarming world of humans and goddesses, or a mixed world with spider demons, demon kings, goblins, elves, and everything else?" "That's usually the setting you read in the book, but I personally prefer to follow my own setting. After all, it's another world." "Well, nobody knows what another world is really like," Lucinu explained. "The one I'm writing now is a lighthearted isekai story with all sorts of elements." "Oh," Erin nodded. "Then, you said you came out to clear your head because you were insulted by some people online. What did they say?" Erin wasn't very clear about the situation with online authors, but because she had worked as a food delivery writer in the service industry and had experienced similar unpleasant things, she understood this young woman's feelings very well. For example, some customers will specifically purchase on-time delivery guarantee and then deliberately fill in the wrong address. When the delivery rider calls, they be vague and drag out the delivery until the guarantee takes effect and they receive compensation. Alternatively, they might deliberately claim they didn't receive the food and file a complaint to get free delivery or compensation. Other customers will specify in the order notes that the rider shouldn't call and should leave the item outside the door. After you do this, they file a complaint about not receiving the item and demand compensation. There are also customers who ask you to bring cigarettes, drinks, or even buy a 10-pound bag of rice and carry it up 10 flights of stairs, or take several large bags of garbage downstairs. If you don't help, they file a complaint. Customers like these not only cause time-consuming and costly arguments and fines afterward, but the experience itself can be incredibly frustrating. Delivery riders typically serve only one customer per order, and ordering takeout usually involves some level of barrier to entry. Even so, this results in so many strange customers. Imagine an author writing a book, especially one available on a free website with no reading barriers. Anyone with an internet-connected phone can read it. Once it's featured, tens or hundreds of thousands of people flood in, and hundreds of negative comments are the least of their worries. Back then, several people cursed at me. On the sidewalk beside the asphalt road, Lucinda was about to say something when her gaze was suddenly drawn to 3 drunken men ahead. At the same time, the men also noticed Lucinda and Erin. Yo, flower girl. These 3 men were clearly drunk. Seeing a woman walking outside so late at night, their eyes lit up. Lucinda quickly looked to Erin for help. Erin hesitated. In this world, killing someone with magic, would it cause a huge commotion? Chapter 332. Here it comes, the most classic scene in novels. The protagonist encounters a group of thugs causing trouble. Seeing the 3 drunken men before her, Erin took a small step back, surveying her surroundings. Usually when you authors write books, in this kind of scene, the thugs first make a few sarcastic remarks, then, he laughs, attacks the protagonist, and is ultimately killed by the protagonist, right? That depends on the specific situation. Lucinda subconsciously grabbed Erline's small hand beside her. It mainly depends on the type of novel. Will different types of novels have different writing styles? Yes. Seemingly able to tell from Erline's tone that she didn't take this thug seriously at all, Lucinda mustered her courage and explained. First, it depends on whether it's a male protagonist novel or a female protagonist novel. If it's a male protagonist novel, just having a thug provoke and then slap someone won't attract readers' attention. We need to write that the male protagonist first obtains a treasure in a certain place through special information, and then suddenly several thugs jump out. These thugs, stronger than the protagonist, force him to hand over a treasure, inadvertently revealing its true purpose, resonance with other treasures, which they claim are in their possession. Here, you could first use the thugs to illustrate how powerful the treasure is. While the protagonist's treasure is also strong, it's only half as powerful as the thugs. Then, introduce a powerful figure even stronger than the thugs, like a clan leader who claims to have searched for this treasure for thousands of years. Essentially, this further emphasizes the treasure's power. Then, the thugs, getting carried away, mock him again, and a fight breaks out. Here, you could fill a chapter with verbal sparring between the 2 sides, then write another chapter about the family patriarch and the thugs fighting a spectacular battle, ending with both sides severely injured, the male protagonist looting 2 treasures and escaping. You could also describe the family patriarch leaving behind some mysterious item during the fight, the purpose of which the protagonist finds, foreshadowing later events. So there's such a complicated method? Then, what if it's a female protagonist story? Seeing the thug staggering towards her, Erin casually conjured a ball of lightning and asked, how do you write this kind of female protagonist story? It depends on what kind of story it is, whether it's a tragic or a satisfying one, a Korean drama or an Indian drama, a serious story intended for a TV series or a silly, absurd audiovisual novel. As she spoke, Lucinda noticed. Seeing the increasingly bright ball of lightning in Erin's hand, Lucinda's eyes widened instantly. Is this lightning magic? Yes. Erin nodded. It would be very troublesome if it caused someone to die on Earth, right? Or do you have a better solution? I don't know. If it were me, when I encountered these thugs, I would just run and call the police. Lucinda examined the ball of lightning in Erin's small hand, which was constantly crackling with electricity, and lowered her voice. Can it really kill people? No, I don't have any magical power that can kill people. Erin shook her head, but it's definitely enough to paralyze them, and leave them here until dawn. You're using magic outside. Lucinda was still a little uneasy. What if it's caught on camera? That would be hard to explain. I checked the surveillance cameras around here. None of them can see this area, don't worry. Hey, you two. What are you whispering about? Erin and Lucinu's whisper seemed to have angered a few thugs, and two of them angrily prepared to step forward. You're holding such a big light bulb. Who are you trying to scare? Seeing that they were actually going to make a move, Erin casually tossed a ball of lightning into the air. Boom! The once clear night sky was instantly filled with countless dark clouds. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl descended from the sky, striking the thugs in the middle. Ah! Zzz. The spreading lightning instantly shocked the three men, making their hair stand on end, their eyes roll back, and they passed out. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Holy shit! Looking at the quiet young lady, Lucinu, she immediately cursed. Incredulously, she ran to the three thugs and kicked one of them, who was already lying on the ground, dead? At that moment, the strong smell of roasted meat and burnt clothes filled the air, making Lucinu cough uncontrollably. Cough cough cough, no cough cough, no one's really dead, is he? Don't worry, he won't. Irini gestured for Lucinu to come back, but they probably have to keep their clothes tattered until tomorrow morning. A lot of people should have heard that clap of thunder, and everyone will think they were just passing by when they were struck by lightning. With that, Irini opened her arms to the girl. Come on, I take you there. Huh? Lucinu asked, puzzled. What do you mean? I fly you there. Erlini pointed to the entrance of the urban village next to the residential buildings ahead. Didn't you say your rented room was over there? Fly there? Erlini's action made Lucinu's face instantly turn bright red. You're hugging me like this? Erlini tilted her head. Is that not okay? I think I might need to explain. Lucinu turned her head away. Although I've written many novels, of various genres, male protagonist stories, invincible stories, transmigration stories, I actually written quite a few Yuri novels too. It's okay. Erlini smiled. There's nothing wrong with girls being affectionate. Oh. Lucinu walked over somewhat awkwardly, and Erlini casually picked her up. Then the two of them soared into the sky with a whoosh. You're just flying there like that? Won't you be monitored or something? Looking at the scenery rushing past, Lucinu was about to say something, but she quickly remembered what Erlini had said earlier and immediately understood. Oh, I forgot you already know about the locations and blind spots of the surrounding surveillance cameras. But speaking of which, how exactly was this done? Are you sure there won't be any problems? A few minutes later, the two landed inside a village called Big Chicken Village in Shangjing City. The name's quite unique. While Lucinu was taking out her keys to open the door to the rented room, Irini remarked, since this place is called Big Chicken Village, is there also Little Chicken Village? Yes, it's right across the street. After opening the first floor security door, Lucinu stepped aside, gesturing for Irini to come in first. You can see the security cameras here, right? They don't have recording capabilities. Irini gestured to her feet, which were already set to 1 millimeter above the ground. The cameras won't be able to see it. Okay, phew, finally back. After closing the security door, Lucinu seemed a little excited. Welcome to my humble abode. Chapter 333. Lucinu rented a place on the ground floor of a self-built house in the center of Daji Village, an urban village in Shangjing City. Eleni knew about places like this because she had lived in a similar urban village for a long time. These urban villages and cities are usually filled with self-built houses, ranging from 3 or 4 stories to 7 or 8 stories. One landlord manages several buildings, and the residents' only job is collecting rent or playing cards and chess nearby. The advantage of these urban villages is that the rent is cheap, and the cost of living is low. You can find inexpensive grocery stores and markets just by going downstairs, making the cost of living very low. The disadvantage is that because the rent is so cheap, the residents here have everything they need. For example, there are people who keep chickens in their houses, couples who argue all night long, people who make noise outside in the middle of the night and keep others awake, people who jump around and cause a ruckus during lunch breaks, or people who set off firecrackers downstairs, filling the whole building with smoke. Generally, a responsible landlord might intervene in these kinds of neighborhood disputes, say a few words, but an irresponsible landlord will just tell you to resolve it yourselves, and that's the end of it. The everyday life of ordinary people gathers here. These self-built houses in urban villages can be said to encapsulate a large part of the diverse aspects of society around the world. What Irini didn't expect was that back in 2025, when she lived in a similar place on Earth, it was now 2030, and the situation didn't seem to have changed much. On the contrary, it seemed to be even worse. Damn it, I was only gone for a short while, and they already parked their bikes in front of the door again. Because Lucinu's rented apartment was on the first floor of a rental building, and the electric bike parking area was not far from the door. She didn't know if the parking spaces were full or if the owners were just lazy, but 2 electric bikes were parked sideways in front of her door, forcing the girl to grit her teeth and move them. It's like this every day. I told her before, but she never listens. Who parked their car in front of someone else's house like that? After spending some time moving both cars, Lucinda wiped her sweat and said to Erlini, I'm sorry you had to see this. I'm just a nobody on earth. Most people in this city aren't like me. I know. Erlini nodded and casually asked, is it 2030 now? January 9th, 2030. Oh no, today is already January 10th. Lucinda stood at the door, catching her breath for a moment, then took out her keys and opened the door. Please make yourself at home. I don't have much to offer. The house was fairly tidy. Upon entering, there was a very narrow living room with only a small table and chairs for meals. A computer was in the corner. To the left of the living room seemed to be a bedroom, and to the right was an equally cramped kitchen and bathroom. It was a very standard one-bedroom apartment, but the living room was relatively small, almost the size of a typical secondary bedroom, barely big enough for a computer desk and a small dining table. You rented this place back then. Looking at the somewhat melancholic rental, Irene sighed. Was it because the rent was cheaper? Yes, I studied computer science, computer software. Things were alright in school, but after graduation, I sent out resumes everywhere and got scammed twice. Perhaps because she had been rescued by some thugs, Lucinda wasn't as agitated now, and she was basically speaking frankly to Irene. I sent out resumes and got a lot of interview opportunities, but most of them went unanswered. Only one company interviewed me and said it was okay, but they wanted me to do training first. They said my computer skills were too poor to handle their work, so they made me undergo training. The training was supposed to cost 30,000 yuan, but they said they wouldn't charge me. They said they sign a contract with me, and after the training, they deduct a few hundred yuan from my salary each month as a training fee, guaranteeing I have at least 4,000 yuan after deductions. I was a recent graduate then, naive and easily swayed by their promises. I signed the contract without fully understanding what they meant. Later I found out they had a partnership with a loan company, and the contract we signed was with that company. We borrowed 30,000 yuan, which was paid to their company, and we were to repay it daily after 6 months. That company did provide training, but they didn't guarantee any salary. After 6 months, they just posted our resumes online, and that was it. Even if I can't find a job, I have no money, and that loan company is still coming to collect. At this point, seemingly worried that her rambling would annoy Irene, Lucinda carefully added, is it okay for me to say all this? It's okay. Irene shook her head. I understand. Right after graduating from university, I was heavily in debt. My first job's boss was a deadbeat. He didn't pay me for 2 months. Finally, the relatively formal job I found only paid 2,500 yuan as an intern. The internship lasted 3 months, and after deducting the loan payments, it wasn't even enough to cover rent. I had no choice but to try and find ways to earn money, and then I tried writing novels. Then, Irene tentatively asked, according to you, you started writing about 2 years after starting work, right? Do you regret it? If I had to say, I actually started writing books in 5th or 6th grade, Lucinda sighed. My parents had a bad relationship since I was little. They argued all the time. In my memory, they would throw things whenever they argued, and I could only hide in my room and cry. Eventually, they would drag me out of the room and ask me, if we divorce, do you want to live with dad or mom? Every time this happened, I would just cry. I would say I didn't want to live with either dad or mom. I just hoped they would stop arguing, but they wouldn't listen. Every time there was a conflict, they would still argue and throw things. In 4th grade, we started learning to write compositions, and I would write down what I wanted to write. I wrote things down in my notebook. Some were blessings for my parents, some were for my future self, and some were little stories I made up based on my imagination. This habit continued until junior high. I tried posting some of my novels online, and some readers even gave me tips, which made me happy for a long time. At this point, Lucinda seemed a little lost, but I never imagined that I would grow up like this. My parents are gone, and I can't make a name for myself on my own, relying on my childhood hobbies to make a living. You worked hard. Irene reached out and gently hugged the girl. By the way, your computer should be connected to the internet, right? After a moment of silence, Irene released her hand. Can I look something up? Yes, it's connected to the internet. How can I publish novels without it? Lucinda was curious. What do you want to look up? A news article. Irene thought for a moment. I don't know if I can find it. It's probably from 5 years ago. Chapter 334. The computer in Lucinu's rented apartment gave the impression of having been found at some second-hand market. The case was dilapidated, with even the screws loose, seemingly ready to be easily disassembled for inspection. The monitor was small and looked very worn. The speakers were just 2 tiny speakers. The mouse was likely a freebie, lacking even side buttons. The only decent-looking component was the keyboard, which didn't appear cheap and was well maintained. This first impression made Irene think Lucinu was a Tualatin tycoon, spending money wisely on assembling the machine and completely disregarding its appearance. So, I turn it on. Yes, go ahead. Having received Lucinu's permission, Irene went to the computer and pressed the power button. The computer booted up fairly quickly. The desktop was sparsely decorated with icons, just a few word processing programs and AI tools, no cluttered software like the 2345 suite, Angry Birds wallpapers, or games like Legend of Mir. You want to look up news from 5 years ago? Seeing that Irene had pinpointed the power button precisely, Lucinu quickly leaned closer. It seems like this isn't Irene's first time on Earth? I'd been to worlds similar to Earth. Irene recalled what White Sand Earth looked like. That world had magic, technology, cell phones, and computers, similar to this place. A world similar to Earth really exists? Lucinu's eyes widened. And that world even had magic? That doesn't make sense. If magic existed on Earth, most people would be learning it, and the streets would be full of magicians. Would anyone still be researching technology like on Earth? Magic also has varying degrees of strength, Ellen explained. The Earth I visited back then didn't have a very high level of magic. Even if someone trained in magic from a young age, the most powerful spell they could use as an adult was about the same as a mortar shell. So, some people still develop technology. Ah? I didn't think of that. Lucinu showed an icy expression. Right, if magic has a low proportion in a world and isn't very practical, intelligent life will indeed seek other ways to develop. So it seems that most of our fantasy novels and isekai anime are set in relatively high magic worlds, and humans cultivate magic very quickly, able to turn their lives around through magic. No wonder some cultivation novels depict human lifespans as hundreds of thousands of years. Saying this, she seemed to remember something. Lucinu turned and walked towards the door of the rented room. What would you like to eat, little L? I go buy it for you. No need, this is already. Irene glanced at the bottom right corner of the computer. It's almost 3 o'clock. There probably aren't any shops left outside. There are 2 barbecue restaurants outside, I know the owners, and a few convenience stores that are open 24 hours. Lucinu opened the door. Quickly, what would you like to eat, little L? I go buy it. Really no need, I already troubled you so much, borrowing your room and your computer. Irene was a little embarrassed. You must be quite tired, right? Why don't you get some rest? Not tired, it's normal for authors to not be able to sleep at this time. We often experience anxiety and insomnia, going to bed at 4 or 5 at night, or even not feeling sleepy until dawn is commonplace. Lucinu gestured to the computer screen in front of Irene, mainly. You're using the computer to look up information, so I have to leave, right? Huh? Irene was a little confused. Why do I have to leave? Although I'm also curious about what you're looking for, I know it's not something I should know. Lucinu put on an I'm not stupid expression. If I were to write a book, and you, Irene, were the protagonist, then I'd most likely be a minor supporting character. Even you need to research things online. I definitely don't need to know that. The less I know about you, the better, right? Irene felt completely convinced. It seems that being a web novelist is indeed very suitable for dealing with magicians or demon kings who have transmigrated from another world. Well, thinking this, Ellen didn't insist anymore. Then, Sister Sinu, could you please go to the convenience store and buy a carton of milk or coconut juice? Okay. Lucinu smiled from outside the door. Besides milk or coconut juice, what else do you want? Want some barbecue. Then, another order of grilled beef, no chili. All right, please wait a moment, Ellen. I'll be back in about half an hour. Don't forget to delete your browser history. With that, Lucinu closed the door and left with cheerful steps. This girl. Feeling the sudden silence in the rented room, Ellen turned around, somewhat amused and exasperated, picked up the mouse, and opened the browser on the desktop. Just as Lucinu said, the news she wanted to look up today was about her sudden death 5 years ago, which theoretically shouldn't be shared with others. After all, if she really wanted to investigate, Irene could only enter her former name and search using keywords like delivery driver, sudden death, and orphan, or search for the specific time of that day. However, Lu Xinyu, sitting next to her, would definitely be curious about how she knew the name, and would start making connections based on that string of keywords. Lu Xinyu herself is a novelist, so her connections would likely be quite bold, such as me, who traveled through time, met a delivery driver, a magician from another world and a delivery driver who died suddenly and was reincarnated, or you look down on me for being a delivery driver, but after I traveled through time and became the Dragon King, what will you be called? Things might become very awkward. Therefore, Lu Xinyu's approach was correct. Knowing this wouldn't benefit her. If Lu Xinyu hadn't left voluntarily, Irini would have found a way to avoid these keywords, or waited until she went to rest before searching. Now that Lu Xinyu had voluntarily left the rented room, things were much easier. Thinking this, while admiring the girl's high emotional intelligence, Irin randomly selected a search engine from her browser's bookmarks. However, just as she hovered her mouse over the search engine's information bar, preparing to enter keywords, the computer's original owner's search history automatically popped up. How to live on 300 yuan a month. What's the current standard for Yuri novels? Can the relationship be confirmed? Is being a full-time novel author a viable career path? Will AI replace us? Sudden heart palpitations, dizziness, nausea, and constant vomiting. What's wrong? My computer screen keeps flickering and glitching. What cheap medication can relieve reflux esophagitis? Can I not take medication if I'm diagnosed with severe depression? What fruits and vegetables can relieve depression? Chapter 335. Although she hadn't intentionally checked the search history, seeing these results pop up in the search bar still brought a pang of sadness to Irini's heart. No parents, struggling alone to make a living after graduating from university, enduring all sorts of hardships alone. Hadn't she been like that herself? With these feelings in mind, Irini tried typing in the name she used to have when she lived on Earth. As expected, searching by name alone didn't seem to yield any results. Irini then entered a specific date and added keywords, like sudden death and delivery driver. This time, she finally found news related to the delivery driver's sudden death 5 years ago. A delivery driver died suddenly in the night, still holding a newly bought cake in his arms. It seemed to be this one. Irini clicked on these reports. Delivery drivers aren't a particularly scarce profession, but precisely because almost anyone can do it, news related to them easily resonates with the public and trends on social media. Therefore, media outlets that crave traffic are particularly keen to report on such stories. Based on these news reports, Irini finally understood the entire process of her sudden death. It was actually quite similar to her own experience. Simply put, she was delivering food, then it was her birthday. She bought a birthday cake, ate a few bites, and suddenly died, collapsing on the roadside greenery. It was described as a sudden death, but only Irini knew that she had been saved by Little Pudding Elf, Big One, and other Eldar elves. The infant possessed by Little El was already near death, and didn't possess a soul. After Little El saved him, they established a symbiotic relationship. The infant's body could only survive through Little El. When the Eldar elf pulled Little El's spirit back to the Mystic River, the infant lost all signs of life, manifesting in the real world as sudden death. It seems, both her memories and the Eldar elf's description were correct. Eline thought quietly to herself. In these news reports, Eline also found information about the aftermath of her death. The city sent people to retrieve the deliverman's body from his hometown, where the villagers buried him on the hillside behind the path, where the infant had been found. Meanwhile, the delivery platform also provided some humanitarian compensation to the village chief, who used the money to repair roads and connect the village to the town, a happy ending for everyone. Moreover, this incident seemed to be quite famous at the time. It's estimated that the news of the delivery driver collapsing on the roadside while holding a cake resonated strongly with netizens, with many related news articles having over 99 comments. Another delivery driver died suddenly. Many delivery drivers these days are reckless. They get paid but don't have the life to enjoy it. What else can they do? The market economy is so bad now. Everyone's scrambling for money. The price per order is low lately, less than 5 yuan per delivery. If they didn't scramble, they couldn't even pay rent. I checked the price of that cake. It's incredibly expensive. It costs 180 yuan in physical stores. Why would he eat such an expensive cake all by himself? Wasn't he said to be an orphan? Probably revenge spending. I used to be like that too. In middle and high school, my family controlled me from playing computer games. In college, I was wilder than anyone else because I played every game for the first time, and I got addicted immediately. I didn't even play gacha games as a kid. I tried it, and now I can't stop once I start. I even borrow money to buy new characters. Sometimes I skip classes and just stay in my dorm playing games. Yes, I used to be like that too. I ate milk tea once when I was little, and later my parents heard that milk tea causes cancer, so they never bought it for me again. I remembered that taste for 10 years. After graduation, the first money I earned was used to buy the most expensive milk tea. I added everything to it, just to make up for the regret of my childhood. So the platform isn't responsible for the delivery driver's sudden death? Didn't they say there was some kind of guarantee? Perhaps considering the high level of public attention this incident received at the time, the delivery platform eventually had to announce that it would compensate the delivery driver who died suddenly. They even released a compensation video. In the video, the platform's representative found the village chief of the delivery driver's hometown and transferred the compensation to the village's public account on the spot. The village chief said that the compensation would be used to repair roads. It's rare to see the platform do something decent. I remember there being quite a few cases of delivery drivers dying suddenly, right? And this is the only one they compensated? Why is this so trending? Waiting for a plot twist. The person's already dead. What plot twist do you need? The forensic doctor confirmed the cause of death was cardiac arrest, ruling out homicide. And you still want a plot twist? You just believe what the forensic doctor says? Why not investigate the cake? Could someone have poisoned it? Or did the cake shop staff have some kind of conflict with the delivery driver? Now the platform has compensated the village chief, who is the beneficiary. Could he be the murderer? Or is the platform planning to launder money through this incident? Are they colluding with the road construction company? Is it open now? Why don't you check if there's anything hidden under the newly paved road? Do you guys really believe the announcements that much? Are you crazy? One conspiracy theory after another. How about this? I tell you the twist. The delivery guy is a god from another world experiencing human life. He worked as a deliveryman, earned enough money to buy a cake, took a bite, thought it was good, but realized human life wasn't worth it, and then went back. The god is gone, leaving only you, this idiot, with these conspiracy theories. Meanwhile, Line also found many related videos and reporter reports. According to the reporter's investigation, the delivery guy is an orphan and previously worked at a local. He lived in an orphanage and graduated from an ordinary university. Since the orphanage has relocated and most of the staff have retired, the reporter went to great lengths to contact Director Zhou. Director Zhou, hello? Oh, hello. I remember the person you're talking about. He was obedient and honest from a young age in our orphanage, just not very talkative. When he went to university, I even helped him get a loan. Later, I heard he paid off his student loan through his own efforts, but I never expected Psy. Now there are many comments circulating online about him buying luxury cakes despite being a delivery driver. What do you think about this? Well, at that time, a friend of mine who makes pastries came over to play with the children in the yard. He gave everyone lots of small cakes, and the kids were overjoyed. That was the only time our orphanage ever had cake. When he was in elementary school, one of his teachers assigned homework asking them what they wanted to be when they grew up. I remember that kid wrote that he wanted to be the greatest pastry chef. Sigh, I can understand him, but I never expected him to. Looking at the orphanage director on the computer screen, who looked noticeably older, Eileen reached out, took a tissue, and gently wiped away some stains on the screen, likely from loose and used coughs. Then, she closed all the news about this incident from 5 years ago, cleared the related records, and sighed softly. History is truly like a river flowing against time. Whenever you remember something, the related waters rush up all at once. Chapter 336. After reviewing the news about the delivery driver's sudden death 5 years ago, and deleting all records, feeling there was still some time before Lucine's return, Erlini opened several news and video websites to browse the latest news. Compared to 2025, the Earth in 2030 didn't seem to have changed much. If one had to point out something, it would be that the AI field in 2030 was more advanced. With more AI robots and models appearing, more and more business giants entering the field, and a significant increase in AI-related robots and big data in reality. And human technology in 2030 had also improved further. Mobile phones were faster, screens were clearer, computer graphics cards were more powerful, components were cheaper, cars were faster and more stable, and with the addition of AI-intelligent robots, they were safer. In short, 2030 was more advanced and prosperous than 2025, but there wasn't a particularly significant technological explosion event. It was simply that things that were already fast became even faster, and things that were already strong became even stronger. Furthermore, setting aside technological advancements, judging from the comments and bullet screen messages online, Irini felt that people in 2030 seemed to be living more oppressively. Because no matter what she clicked on, technology, society, humanities, pets, games, or news, like car accident news, international news, or food safety news, the bullet screen messages and comments were always filled with arguments and mutual insults. When a new technology emerged, someone would declare themselves a fan of a certain tech company, and immediately someone else would chime in, claiming to be against that company, and the two sides would quickly start arguing. News of car accidents is everywhere, claiming that certain areas have the most accidents, followed by sweeping generalizations and endless insults. The gaming forums are even more chaotic, with fans of heroes, character enthusiasts, and even people of different genders taking sides and attacking each other. Even in the pet section, you often see accusations that certain pets cause trouble for humans, or questions about how someone who treats their pets well can neglect their parents, or even comments about how delicious the meat of certain pets is, leading to arguments. Eleni felt that the online environment in 2030 was like a giant pressure cooker, ready to explode at any moment. No wonder Lucineau searched for what to do about depression. From Lucineau's previous descriptions, she had parents when she was young, but became an orphan as an adult. Clearly, her parents must have suffered some accident. In the current online environment, it's common to attack or curse someone's parents. Lucineau, a web novelist, living alone in a rented room, having experienced such a tragedy, and receiving similar greetings in her inbox every day, it's no wonder she's in a bad mood. Thinking this, Eleni glanced at the time in the lower right corner, estimating that Lucineau was probably still waiting for the barbecue. She memorized the corresponding left side of the space for this rented room, opened a spatial rift, and returned to the Mystic River. Afterwards, she opened a spatial rift to the Dragon Forest of the Eve continent, returning to her Crystal Palace. Eleni knew that her parents wouldn't be in the Crystal Palace at this time, so she could easily find some small gifts from the Crystal Palace's warehouse to give to Lucineau. That child lives alone, so let's give her something for self-defense for now. Walking along the path through the Crystal Palace's small warehouse, piled high with various treasures, Eleni looked around at the glittering treasures and picked up a crystal necklace from the ground in a corner. The necklace was inlaid with an 8th-tier ice element crystal, a prototype Eleni had used when learning to create magical devices. If this crystal necklace were thrown into the human world of the Eve continent, it would cause a massive uproar across all the empires. Its effect was simple. It could actively cast the ice element magic annihilation ice blade on targets that sensed hostility. For Eleni, this was just a small toy she had casually made as a child. She didn't care about it, and Nasod and Fafnir would certainly not pay any attention to it either. In other words, even if Eleni took the necklace now, it wouldn't attract the attention of any dragons. Who would care if a pebble on the roadside was stolen? This one will do. Picking up the crystal necklace, Eleni returned to the Mystic River, and from there came to Lucineau's rented apartment. Although magic and magical items don't exist in the Earth world, these rules don't apply to Little L, and naturally, they don't apply to anything Little L brought. Therefore, the crystal necklace can still function on Earth, both the magical crystal on it and the necklace's passive effects. I'm back. With a creak, shortly after Eleni returned to her apartment, Lucineau, who had gone out shopping, opened the door. Sorry I'm late. The nearest general store wasn't open tonight for some reason, so I went to another store and bought milk and coconut juice. Lucineau placed the milk and coconut juice on the only small table in the room, then took out a large bag of beef skewers, oozing with the aroma of barbecue, from her small pouch. I bought 20 skewers of barbecue, some beef and some fatty beef, and the owner even gave me 2 chicken wing tips for free, hee. After saying this, seemingly noticing the necklace in Eleni's hand, Lucineau asked curiously, "What's this?" "It's for you." Eleni came to the girl and proactively put the necklace on Lucineau's neck. "This contains the magic of crystal and won't be corroded by the water of this world, so you can wear it while showering without taking it off." "This is a diamond?" Lucineau looked down at the sparkling crystal necklace on her chest. "You're not trying to say this is a magical item, are you?" "You guessed right, as expected of the author." Eleni smiled. "This necklace was made when I was little. It has 2 functions. First, it helps maintain your health and keeps you calm. Since you're the author, Sinew, I think you really need it." "So amazing?" Lucineau exclaimed. "Wow. Is it very valuable?" "I haven't finished yet." Eleni continued. "Its second function is that if it detects killing intent outside, meaning someone or some ferocious beast wants to harm you, it will automatically summon an ice blade to attack the target. The first attack is a warning. It usually won't attack vitals. If the target retains killing intent after the warning, the necklace will unleash a second destroying ice blade, this time directly attacking vitals, such as the neck or heart. Then this? After hearing Erin's explanation, Lucian was astonished. How valuable is it in this other world? About. Erin thought for a moment. Enough to buy a country. Chapter 337. Enough to buy a country? Hearing Erin utter such terrifying words so casually, Lucian's voice instantly rose a decibel in the rented room. Then, seemingly realizing it wasn't good to speak so loudly in the middle of the night, she quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide. What kind of country? Roughly. I don't know how to give an example. Erin thought for a moment, because its value is difficult to quantify. If the 2 Tier 6 ice crystals that Nasod gave to Carrick as a gift a long time ago could still be assessed for value in human society, then this Tier 8 ice crystal magical artifact, made by Erin herself and imbued with dragon energy, was truly priceless for human society. 8th tier ice crystals are already incredibly rare treasures in human society, appearing only once every few centuries. Even in a relatively powerful empire like the Riemann Empire, the Pope, who wields considerable power, only possesses one 7th tier crystal. 8th tier crystals are nowhere to be found. Therefore, Eline can only roughly equate this magical artifact to a small to medium-sized human nation. To put it simply, for most people in this other world, the 8th tier gems alone are priceless. If someone knew Eline, and knew it was handmade by her, its value would likely be 10 times greater. But for Eline herself, it's just an ordinary child's practice piece. As for Earth, this crystal necklace is invaluable to scientists, a supreme artifact capable of destroying the very foundations of science. However, for Lucian, this was simply a small item that could automatically defend herself and nourish her body. Its value depended on her individual circumstances. Anyway, consider this a gift for Sister Sinew. Since you live alone, situations like the one just now, being targeted by thugs, are too dangerous. You need some magical items for self-defense. Irini helped Lucian put on the necklace, then lightly tapped the 8th tier ice element crystal in the center, taking a slight step back. The ice crystal emitted a soft, aquamarine light, enveloping Lucian's body. A few seconds later, the aquamarine light faded, returning to the crystal and reverting to ordinary crystal. Now it's bound to Sister Lucian. Irini picked up the milk on the table. Sister Sinew probably doesn't go out much due to her work and doesn't exercise much, so her health might be a little poor. Wearing this will help a lot. For freelancers like writers, painters, and self-media creators, the biggest problem they face is anxiety. Aside from the top tier, star authors, no aspiring writer can guarantee their next book will be profitable. Some write for months with zero income, and even editorial recommendations fail to attract any readers. In such cases, they either have to split the book into 2 parts and continue writing, or they gamble that one day someone will read it and help promote it, or they end up with nothing. In either case, it greatly increases the author's anxiety. The same applies to self-media creators. No one can guarantee their next video will go viral or land a commercial deal. This anxiety isn't just superficial, it triggers a chain reaction. For example, anxiety leads to insomnia leads to lethargy, decreased writing quality, decreased readership, which in turn triggers more anxiety, creating an endless cycle. Furthermore, novelists like Lucian, who live on the ground floor of self-built houses in urban villages to save money, often find their living rooms and bedrooms perpetually dark. This dim environment makes their bodies think it's still night, causing hormonal imbalances and health problems. Although the layout of this small rented room is very simple, with little furniture, Erlini still noticed many details. For example, under the small table were many anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, and antidepressants, as well as a large amount of coffee powder and instant coffee. Just now, outside the rented room, besides Lucian's own shoes, Erlini also saw 2 pairs of somewhat worn, large-sized men's shoes. Several pieces of men's clothing were also hanging on the balcony connecting to the living room. Lucian told Erlini that she had always lived alone, and Erlini hadn't sensed any male presence in the house. Therefore, the only reason she placed men's shoes and clothing outside was to warn those with ill intentions that a man lived there, and to discourage them from making any advances. This meant that Lucian had likely encountered similar situations before. Thank you. Despite not knowing how valuable the necklace around her neck was in this other world, Lucian still earnestly expressed her gratitude to Erlini. Did you find the news you wanted on the computer? Have you deleted all the comments? Yes, I have. That's good. Hee, I don't want to get into weird side quests because I know things I shouldn't know. Lucian sat down in the obviously old computer chair, seemingly opening the author backend of some novel website. Erlini, while drinking milk, asked curiously, "Are you still working at this hour?" I'm checking my back-end messages and comments. Lucian was a little embarrassed, mainly because there are too many negative comments today, but I just can't help but look. Erlini remembered the 2030 online pressure cooker phenomenon she had noticed online earlier, and couldn't help but ask curiously, did those criticisms suddenly appear? Sort of, but I just got a recommendation yesterday, and my traffic suddenly increased a lot, so there were also more abusive comments. Lucian said while looking at the comments. Don't worry about me, little L, she said. I usually can't sleep at this time. I check the comments, write some drafts, and I should be able to fall asleep by dawn. I have magic that helps me sleep. Eline shook her head. You can fall asleep now if you want. Really? I haven't fallen asleep before 4 in ages. Lucian turned around, then, as if remembering something, awkwardly said then, how about you sleep in my bed, and I sleep here in the living room? No need. Eline pointed to a large cardboard box not far away. Do you need that box? That box? Lucian followed Erlini's gaze. That's the box that came with my computer case when I bought it 2 years ago. I usually just put some odds and ends in it. What? What are you going to do with it? I just sleep there. Lucian was dumbfounded. Huh? Erlini walked over, carefully moved out some of the odds and ends, then used water magic to give the inside a quick wash. She jumped in and tried to curl up at the bottom of the box. Lucian leaned closer, peering at Erlini from the top of the box. How come you're so flexible, like a kitten? That's why I sleep here tonight. Erlini sat up, got out of the box, moved it to a corner, and then jumped back in. Sister Sinew, you should go back to bed and rest early too. Are you really okay? Lucian looked at Erlini in the box. Won't your whole body ache after sleeping like this all night? No. Erlini yawned slightly, and lay back down. I'm a magician, so it's fine. I think you'd be more fitting if you said you were a cat girl. Then Sister Sinew, consider me a cat girl. Chapter 338. In the afternoon, as the sun slowly set, casting its light on the mascot dragon baby atop the west gate of Minar Academy and projecting a cute little dragon's shadow onto the central playground, the current principal of Minar Academy slowly walked onto the podium. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is the annual start of the spring semester at Minar Academy. I believe many of you arrived at school early yesterday and got a brief taste of a day at Minar Academy. The principal of Minar Academy was, in effect, an elderly man with a long beard, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. However, his voice was clear and resonant, quickly carrying across the entire playground with the aid of a megaphone. This year's freshmen at Minar Academy are truly full of hidden talents. Of course, I reckon all the tigers in the academy have probably already been eaten, haha. After all, we have the dragon clan behind us, no tiger dares to act arrogantly here. If I were a tiger in Minar Academy, I'd probably pretend to be a cat, so I wouldn't be bullied by the dragons. Ha ha ha. Is this our headmaster? Yes, isn't it hilarious? This is the freshman entrance ceremony. The headmaster was clearly the talkative old man, speaking in a relaxed tone, his words somewhat humorous. Before long, laughter filled most of the playground, quite different from the rigid and strict opening ceremonies of the school that Erlini remembered. Ahem, let's get back to the point. With everyone standing here listening to this old man's official and cliched words, the spring semester of Minar Academy has officially begun. Here I must emphasize, freshmen, remember to review the freshman handbook several times tonight and memorize some crucial times at Minar Magic Academy, such as the dormitory opening time in the morning and the start time of the first class. Starting tomorrow, you officially begin classes, and every instance of tardiness, absence, and classroom participation will affect your grade. This is extremely important. At Minar Magic Academy, the first class usually starts promptly at 8 a.m. Of course, this isn't true every day. Some majors may not have morning classes, but have full afternoon classes, or some majors may not have 8 a.m. classes, but start their first class at 10 a.m. Please remember the class times to avoid being late or arriving early, and making a fool of yourselves. Also, there's something I want to tell you all now, not just for this quarter's freshmen. New students, I hope the returning students can also listen. This matter is, Minar Academy is planning to add a kindergarten to its existing facilities. After discussing it with some teachers, we decided to temporarily name this kindergarten Minar Magic Kindergarten. The kindergarten is located at the foot of the mountain behind the Grass Element Teaching Building. Currently, there is only one principal, one teacher, and one student. Let's first welcome the first student of Minar Magic Kindergarten to the stage. Amidst the applause from the students on the playground, Tina, standing next to Erin, cautiously leaned closer. The first student the principal mentioned wouldn't be. Yes. Erin nodded. It's that particularly lively little lizard on the island. Of all the lizard eggs, only she showed curiosity about the outside world. It really is her. Wendy was a little surprised. I think she's only a few days old. Is it really okay for her to start school so young? That's why she needs a kindergarten teacher. Eline nodded. Don't worry, the kindergarten principal is Aisha, and the only teacher is supposedly a vampire. Educating her will definitely be fine. Sophia asked curiously, just for that little lizard, did they set up an extra kindergarten? Not entirely. What I heard is that Emotion and the others held a last-minute meeting last night and unanimously approved the plan. Minar Academy plans to accept some students who are willing to integrate, in addition to humans. Human society, for intelligent magical beasts willing to learn the art of transformation, allows them to gradually adapt to human society starting from kindergarten. Erin lowered her voice. The current Minar Academy is essentially announcing to the world that it's backed by the dragons. Last night, my dad came over and boasted for most of the day, and now they're planning to expand Minar's enrollment. Currently, Minar plans to first establish a kindergarten, recruiting from across the entire Eve continent. Any intelligent magical beast still in its infancy, who is willing to transform into a human can enroll in this kindergarten to learn magic and human etiquette. Once the kindergarten is established, they gradually open a magical beast elementary school and a magical beast middle school. So, Minar plans to develop into a mixed-gender academy? Lilia understood Erin's meaning, but I remember there seemed to be many historical conflicts between humans and magical beasts. For example, our conflict with the mammoths in the north. Won't this cause chaos? The Silas Empire and the Riemann Empire had conflicts before, but students from both countries could still become friends. Eline shook her head. It's precisely because Minar Academy is now so famous, and almost everyone knows we have the dragons backing us, and wouldn't dare to act recklessly, that they decided to establish this kindergarten. Indeed, if this plan goes smoothly, more and more magical beasts will join Minar Academy in the future, blending in with humans, becoming good friends after graduation. Perhaps then, the Eve continent could truly achieve unprecedented unity. Wendy nodded. I seem to already see that beautiful world where humans and magical beasts coexist peacefully, developing and progressing together. By the way, who proposed this plan? My mom? The plan was supposedly proposed by my mom last night. After seeing the situation at Minar Academy, she suggested that we go all out and use this opportunity to unite the entire continent, so that in case something really went wrong over there, perhaps this power can help. So it was for the Mystic River. Little Elle's mother is so great. As everyone spoke, the little lizard from Wiltonharo Island spun its tail and flew to the headmaster's side on the stage. Hello everyone, I am from Wiltonharo, Wilharu. Well, I don't remember my name. She only got halfway through her sentence before the little girl with dark green hair and a lizard tail cast a pleading look at the headmaster beside her. Wiltonharo Island. Wiltonharo Island, I'm Nicole from Wiltonharo Island, nice to meet you all. Slurring her words, seemingly forgetting her lines again, the lizard girl on stage remained silent for a while before continuing. I'm the head teacher of the senior class at Minar Academy Kindergarten. From now on, please take good care of me. As expected of a kindergarten child, so funny. I heard this little one named Nicole is less than a week old. So big in a week? You're a lizard, you were this big at birth too. The lizard girl's words once again drew laughter from the students below. Anyway, however, despite her still somewhat stilted speech, seeing the laughter from the students below, the lizard girl on stage mustered her courage, raised her head, and bowed deeply to the crowd. Thank you everyone. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the applause, Erin noticed a giant Mora lizard with dragon horns perched on the wall near the school gate, its eyes slightly red. I have a feeling this scene stirred something within Erin. Could her mother come to the academy as a security guard or something? Chapter 339. As the spring semester opening ceremony at Minar Academy concluded, the lizard girl on the stage spun her tail and flew over to Erin with a whoosh, 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 whoosh sound. Mama Erin. With a plop, the little lizard landed directly in Erin's arms, nuzzling its face against the dragon princess's chest with a satisfied expression. Mama Erin? Why does Nicole call little Erin Mama? You wouldn't understand, would you? I don't understand either. This sudden scene left the surrounding students speechless, momentarily confused about the underlying relationship. Have you all forgotten that during the freshman wilderness survival training, Eline's team lived with that Mora monitor lizard? Back then, Nicole was still an egg. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. So you mean lizards have bird-like habits? They think of whoever they see as their mother after they hatch? Even if they don't have that habit. Eline and the others slept with those lizard eggs for 2 days, so they must have become somewhat familiar with each other since, right? So, according to you, that lizard. Should we call everyone in the Arin squad Mom? Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, the lizard girl, having enjoyed Arin's scent for a while, pounced on Wendy beside her, and Wendy Mom, Sophia Mom, Tina Mom, Lilia Mom. See? I told you so. Nicole's actions caused several students around her to shrug. If you want to be dads or moms, you can go to the deep mountains and forests and sleep with a soon-to-be-hatched lizard egg for 2 or 3 days. Are you crazy? Let's not even talk about whether I can find the lizard eggs. Even if I did, do you think the Mora giant lizard's fighting power is a joke? I'm not as strong as Little L. The Mora giant lizard is a tier 3 magical beast. What's the difference between me touching their eggs and committing suicide? Well, why don't you try going to the Minar forest and holding a dragon egg? Maybe you find one like Little L's, and have another dragon daughter. Go away, Minar forest. I can't even get to the outer edge of the forest. Compared to the surrounding students, Wendy and Sophia, standing beside Arin, were both amused and exasperated. We're mothers now. I don't mind having another daughter. Lilia, on the other hand, looked at the blushing lizard girl with an indifferent expression. However, we don't have many wind elemental mages in Arcana, so I might not be able to teach you much about magic. In Arin's team, aside from little Arin, whose physical age was uncertain and who was considered the youngest, the age order from youngest to oldest had always been Sophia, Wendy, Tina, and Lilia. Now, with the sudden arrival of the lizard girl Nicole, the generational arrangement suddenly became quite awkward. Alright, your mother's over there. Seeing that the lizard girl still wanted to act cute, Arin pointed to the Mora giant lizard at the west gate. Go and say hello to your mother first. Oh! I just realized Big Mom's here too. At Arin's prompting, the lizard girl's tail started spinning rapidly again, like a helicopter propeller, and she flew towards the gates of Minar Academy on the wind. Little Ire, Sister Sophia, Sister Wendy, and Sister Lilia. Just as the lizard girl flew away, a familiar voice rang out, followed by the voices of Tsubaki and Lulu from not far away. Sorry, the village's transportation is inconvenient, we're late. The two girls, panting, ran towards Arin, from where we are. Huff huff, there are no direct griffins to the city, we have to transfer to magical beasts. So we had to stay in Lehman for 1 night, and then fly over on Lehman's private griffin. Arin turned around. Did you make it to the opening ceremony? Yes, we made it, we just got here. The ceremony started after we settled into our dorms. Perhaps because she was too excited, Tsubaki's face was flushed. Thank goodness we weren't late. Compared to before, you two seem to look much better, and your skin is much fairer too. Wendy was the first to notice the changes in Tsubaki and Lulu. She couldn't help but lean closer. Tell me honestly, what magic potions did you take these past few days? The flowers Little L gave me. Chun looked at Eline, her face full of gratitude. I haven't had a chance to thank Little L yet, really. Thank you. This kindness is too heavy, Lulu, and I don't know how to express our gratitude to you. After saying that, Chun took out a large bag from her small backpack. These are things the villagers asked us to bring, saying they wanted to deliver them to Little L personally. We saw on TV that Little L really likes cheese, so these are some specialties from my and Chun's village. The cheese is freshly made and can be stored for a long time. Lulu's face flushed slightly, and she said excitedly, we know this might be very bad for Little Ire, but we still hope she can accept it. Is it all food? Airlini took the bag of food in a traditional paper bag and examined the snacks inside. Judging from the smell, the bag contained some traditional cheeses and non-like foods made with special flour, as well as a considerable amount of smoked meat, ham, sausages, and jerky. These foods all shared a common characteristic. They had an exceptionally long shelf life at room temperature, lasting for months or even years without spoiling. Because they were all shelf-stable foods, the cheese inside was made savory. Airlini knew that cheese came in sweet and savory varieties. She had always eaten sweet cheese before. It had a great texture, similar to jelly or pudding, but it didn't store well, like some small cakes, easily spoiling after a few days. Savory cheese, on the other hand, could last a long time, but the texture wasn't as good. Thank you all for me. Although she didn't particularly like salty cheese, Arin generously accepted the large bag of food and turned to Tsubaki. How is Grandma? She's completely fine. Tsubaki exclaimed excitedly. The life element in that flower was so strong. Not just Grandma, but my parents, my uncle, and even Lulu, all felt like they were reborn just from being near that flower. It's good that Grandma is alright. Erin nodded, and to show respect for the two of them, she picked up a piece of cheese and took a bite. Such a unique flavor. To be honest, salty cheese wasn't particularly bad, and because it was a local specialty made with care by the villagers, it had a strong milky flavor. You could feel everyone's dedication. For Erin, that was enough. She never disliked food made with love by her friends. Now that everyone's here, seeing Tsubaki and Lulu's satisfied expressions after finishing the cheese, Erin suggested, "How about we go to the Aurora Temple again tonight? Our secret base, just for the few of us." Chapter 340. After briefly introducing the origins of the Aurora Temple and her own dragon identity to Chun and Lulu, Erin, like Lilia and the others, imbued the two water elemental girls' student cards with special magic. She then led everyone to the center of the underground river platform near the temple entrance. "So little Erin is a dragon? I thought little Erin was just joking about summoning dragons. No, I didn't expect it to be true." Compared to the temple's luxurious decor and wondrous structure, Chun and Lulu seemed more curious about Erin's identity, both showing expressions of surprise and longing. "So, what's the relationship between Little Ire and the fire-breathing dragon we summoned back then? Like a superior-subordinate relationship?" While setting up the barbecue grill on the small table and arranging the dinner for 7 that Lilia had bought from school, Erin said to the 2 curious children beside her, "But I don't have direct authority over Sister Serin. Sister Serin is a dragon, and my father was her leader back then." "Little Ire's father?" Tsubaki and Lulu exchanged a glance. "Is that the super cool black dragon who gave a speech in the Minar Academy Square last night? How did you know?" Erin was a little surprised. "If I remember correctly, you were the first to guess the black dragon's identity correctly." Hee, maybe we were just lucky." Tsubaki scratched her head, "Because, how should I put it, Little Ire has half black hair, you know? Back in the village, Lulu and I discussed it, and we felt that Little Ire was probably mixed race. Like a black cat and a white cat would produce a cow and white cat. Yes, so when Little Ire said she was a dragon, we immediately thought of the black dragon that gave a speech at Minar Academy last night, and guessed that Little Ire's father or mother might be a hybrid of a black and white dragon. Or something." Erin gave Wendy a "Was it that obvious? Look." "Yes." Wendy nodded decisively. "Little Ire's hair color easily suggests a mixed race." "Okay, looks like my identity will be exposed soon." Speaking in a relaxed tone, Erin stuck out her tongue, placed the cheese, sausages, bacon, and other snacks that Tsubaki and Lulu had brought on the small table, and began skillfully slicing and sorting them with a knife and fork. "Cheese can be eaten as dessert, and this sausage is of very good quality. We can skewer it for barbecue later. This cured meat too, brushed with barbecue seasoning, will definitely be especially fragrant." Although she wasn't used to the salty taste of cheese, Eleanor really liked the handmade farm products that Chun and Lulu had brought. Because in her previous life, when she was very young, these were things Eleanor could only eat during festivals, and were exclusive gifts given by ordinary people in rural areas to honored guests. Chun and Lulu came from a remote mountain village on the border of the empire. There was nothing there. It was estimated that the entire village only had 2 mages like them throughout the year, and they probably struggled even to deal with a wild boar without magic. Therefore, Eleanor could tell that bringing so much roasted meat and sausages was undoubtedly the highest level of hospitality for the villagers there. "Thank you for the gifts, Chunjia and Lulujia." Wendy, who had often interacted with ordinary people since childhood, understood perfectly and skewered the roasted meat and sausages that Erin had prepared, then lit the charcoal in the nearby grill, preparing to barbecue. "These are really nothing. We should be thanking Erin. She's helped us so much, and..." She even revealed her identity. Seeing that everyone didn't mind the snacks she brought, Lulu felt a little embarrassed. She cautiously observed Erin. "By the way, is it really okay for Erin to tell us this secret? We're just ordinary people. But we're friends." Erin interrupted Lulu. "There are no secrets among friends." With that, she picked up a piece of char siu with her knife and fork. "I'm eating." Erin really didn't care that her dragon identity had been discovered. After all, on the continent of Eve, dragons are the pinnacle of combat power. No matter how much trouble a dragon causes in human society, or even if it's wanted by all of humanity, it has nothing to fear. Humans can't really do anything to it anyway. Not to mention that Erin is the pinnacle of combat power among dragons. Therefore, Erin is currently in a state where it doesn't matter whether her identity is exposed or not. If she has a good relationship with girls, like Chun and Lulu, she can proactively tell them about dragons. Moreover, Erin now has the identity of Little L as a world administrator, so she's even less concerned about whether her dragon identity will be exposed. Oh right. Speaking of Little L, it should be almost dawn on Earth by now, right? With this thought, Erin, while eating dinner, used her mind to wake Little L, who was sleeping in Luciny's rented room. Little L, curled up in the cardboard box, opened her eyes, and found a small blanket had been placed on her, and the top of the box had been thoughtfully covered with cardboard. Erin only remembered that she had specifically asked Luciny to lie on the bed before going to sleep and use some mysterious power to cast a sleep spell, but she hadn't expected the girl's insomnia to be so severe, or rather, that she had woken up in the middle of the night, and specifically brought her a blanket and covered the cardboard box. Thinking this, Erin folded the small blanket neatly, opened the top of the cardboard box, and peeked out her little head. The rented room was pitch black at this time, with only the faint light of dawn visible from the balcony. Just as she had told Luciny before, Shower's flexibility was incredibly high. She could even sleep curled up like a cat for days and nights without feeling any discomfort. Moreover, theoretically, Shower didn't need rest. She was only lying here to keep quiet and accommodate Luciny's sleeping habits. Essentially, it was like daydreaming. After emerging from the box, Erlini stretched, hesitated for a moment, and then went into Luciny's room next door. The door wasn't locked, indicating that Luciny didn't care if anyone came in. The room was small, barely enough for a bed and a bedside table. The blankets on Luciny's bed had somehow rolled off to the floor, and the girl on the bed was curled up in a corner against the wall in an extremely anxious position, her hands clutching the crystal necklace around her neck tightly. It was as if that was her only hope. Seeing Luciny's appearance, and recalling the search records she'd seen earlier, like how to live on 300 yuan a month? And can severe depression be managed without medication? Erin thought for a moment, and had the Dragon Princess at the Aurora Temple pack up 2 portions of cheese and ham from the table, along with some fast food she bought at the Minar Academy cafeteria. I take some over to Nicole. Standing up with the tray, Erin gave Lulu, Wendy, and the others an apologetic look. I almost forgot about that little lizard. I wonder how much she can eat. Chapter 341. The Dragon Princess carried dinner out of the Aurora Temple. On a bench along the path outside, she simply packed some breakfast items, soy milk, cheese, char siu, and handmade flatbread, into a small box. Erin then controlled Little L to come from Earth and take this breakfast. Afterward, she took the remaining food to the legendary Minar Magic Kindergarten, while Little L returned to Earth, carefully sterilized the food with magic, and placed it on the dining table in the living room. Minar Magic Kindergarten was practically overflowing with people. She's so cute. Her hair is so green. If she disappeared into the forest, no one would be able to find her. Mainly, the way she talks is so adorable. A lisp, her pronunciation isn't perfect, she sounds a bit silly. Many students gathered near the slide in the kindergarten, surrounding the lizard girl Nicole, as if admiring a small pet, occasionally touching her tail. I heard that you magical beasts can transform into human form, because you use a very special magic called shapeshifter, right? Can you make this tail disappear? Not yet, the tail is the pride of the Mora lizard. What magic category is shapeshifter? Wind element? Water element? Or light element? Nicole doesn't know. I feel it should be a rather special kind of magic. I remember the textbook saying that this world doesn't only have elemental magic. Besides elemental magic, there are many other special magics that we can use, such as the battle aura used by fighters. What magic category do you think battle aura is? Amidst the noisy crowd, Aisha, dressed in a cleaner's uniform, quietly cleaned the area. Not far away, a girl with long white hair and red eyes sat quietly at the top of the slide, reading a book under the nearby streetlight. If she remembered correctly, this white-haired girl was the kindergarten's only teacher, and a vampire at that. Like dragons and elves, vampires are a very long-lived race. They look similar to humans, and are usually very low-key, a race almost forgotten by the continent of Eve. Eline was somewhat surprised that Minar would send a vampire to teach at the kindergarten. Or was it so that a non-human would teach magical beasts, so they would have more in common? Well, since it was a decision made in an internal academy meeting, Eline had no objections. Let's hope she doesn't end up with something like Nicole, who was originally tainted by dragon breath and evolved into a Mora dragon lizard, only to develop some strange traits under the vampire's tutelage, becoming something like a bloodthirsty and ferocious dragon-like giant lizard, epic level. It's Little L. Even cuter ones are here. When Eline arrived at the kindergarten gate carrying a lunchbox, Her classic black and white hair instantly attracted the attention of the students, and a flood of curious eyes turned towards her. Is she bringing lunch to little Nicole? Oh right. I almost forgot, we haven't had dinner yet. It's okay, Minar Academy isn't a village. The cafeteria here is said to be open until 10 p.m. We can eat later. That's right, since little Ire is here, we can eat later. Little Ire is so cute, I always want to pinch her cheeks. Sorry. Here you go. Holding the lunchbox, Erlini weaved through the crowd and approached Nicole, who was wearing the Minar Academy's special uniform, handing the pink box to the little lizard. Have you had dinner? Yes, I have, but Nicole feels like she can still eat. The little lizard happily took the lunchbox. Did mommy come here specifically to bring Nicole food? I told you, I'm not your mommy. Eline, both amused and exasperated, lightly flicked the little lizard's forehead. From now on, you're a student at Minar Academy. I'm just your senior. The little lizard's bright, vertical pupils widened. Senior mommy. Eline was completely speechless, and could only pat the lizard's head. You should eat early. I have some things to do with some classmates, so I head back first. Listen to your teachers and get along well with everyone. Meanwhile, little Elle returned to the rented room with a special breakfast from Minar Academy, and placed the food on the only dining table in the living room. While tidying up breakfast, Irini noticed several test reports under the table. One of them, perhaps because Lucinu hadn't paid attention, or perhaps because the space under the table was too small, was almost falling out. Symptom checklist 90 out of 5. Irini read the words on the report softly, then instinctively picked it up. Somatization 5.0, obsessive-compulsive symptoms 4.3, anxiety 4.77, hostility 2.33. Total score 401. This form appears to be Lucinu's depression report. On the report, except for the hospitality section, Lucinu's symptoms seem extremely severe. Meanwhile, Erlini also saw a large number of test reports next to the report, including ECG, EG, liver and kidney function tests, visual examinations, somatosensory stimulation tests, organ ultrasound examinations, etc. Judging from the overall report next to it, these numerous tests alone cost Lucinu 1,100 yuan. The receipts for some antidepressants below showed that after completing all the reports, she spent another 5 or 600 yuan on medication as prescribed by her doctor. Seeing this, Erlini hesitated for a moment, then sat down at the computer next to her and pressed the power button. Previously, when she was searching for news on Lucinu's computer, she had seen a novel website saved in the browser's bookmarks at the top. Given Lucinu's habit of not even setting a password for her computer, she would most likely choose options like remember password or automatic login when configuring this novel website. Ding! Login successful, redirecting to the author backend. Sure enough, just as Erlini had guessed, this novel website was also Lucinu's usual writing platform. She clicked on Author Center and entered directly, without needing to enter a password. Because she wasn't familiar with the backend interface, it took Erlini several minutes to find the author income page. Through the large screen in front of her, she saw Lucinu's royalties for last month. Total royalties of 3,351 yuan, after tax, 2,993.86 yuan. With a manuscript fee of less than 3,000 yuan, after deducting the 1,100 yuan examination fee, 1,900 yuan was left. After deducting about 500 yuan for medicine, 1,400 yuan remained. Erlini wasn't familiar with the cost of living in Beijing, but a one-bedroom apartment in a similar urban village would have cost around 300 to 500 yuan 5 years ago. Prices must have increased significantly in 5 years. Even assuming 500 yuan, Lucinu would only have about 900 yuan left this month. If there were any additional expenses, such as illness, she would indeed be in dire straits. Thinking this, Erlini quickly tidied up the report, put it back, and shut down the computer. Looks like it might be a good time to earn some money? Chapter 342. Shangjing Aerospace Bureau. As usual, bathed in the soft morning light, Lu Gaofeng, who had worked here for over 10 years, emerged from his staff dormitory. After washing up at the nearby sink, he ate breakfast in the canteen, and then walked through a quiet corridor in front of the dormitory to the research base opposite. Old Gao, good morning. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad. The night sky in Beijing has been so clear these past few days, the visibility. Amazing. Haha, my daughter said the same thing during our video call last night. She said the air quality in Beijing has been getting better and better, and there are more and more stars to see at night. She even sent me a lot of pictures, saying they were taken with a telescope on the roof of her school building, and asked me to help her find out what stars were there. Great, having such a daughter who loves astronomy. My son, on the other hand, doesn't like any of that. Hey, everyone knows your son's a physics PhD. Showing off again, isn't he? After chatting casually with his colleagues at the research base, and boasting a bit, Lu Gaofeng pushed open the door to his office, and turned on his computer. Sigh. I still need to study the lunar soil samples that arrived yesterday more thoroughly, and catch up on the progress. I can't let those foreigners laugh at me. But I always feel there's something wrong with the sample data. That element. TSK, it seems like there aren't many, right? Is it a mistake by the testing personnel? Or is that how it's supposed to be? Lu Gaofeng, who has a habit of talking to himself, tidied up the somewhat messy files on his desktop while waiting for his computer to boot up. Hello. However, just as he was yawning and thinking about his work from the past few days, a little girl wearing only a spaghetti-strapped nightgown and bare feet walked out of the printing room next to his office. My name is Xiao Yair. May I ask your name, uncle? Under Lu Gaofeng's questioning gaze, the adorable little girl, who looked like a two-dimensional anime girl, gave him a very friendly smile. I saw your name on your desktop is Lu Gaofeng. May I call you Uncle Lu? Huh? Lu Gaofeng was instantly dumbfounded. You, whose child are you? At this moment, Lu Gaofeng was still thinking, which colleague's child is this mischievous kid who ran into the Aerospace Research Institute? Is it old Wang's child next door, or Xiao Wu who was transferred here last month? Then he suddenly remembered that this research institute had very strict access control. Unless they passed facial recognition and had the corresponding ID card, even a colleague's child couldn't get in. Where did she come from? While wondering, Lu Gaofeng noticed the little girl's snow-white feet. Why isn't she wearing shoes? Why does this child seem to be floating in the air? Am I still half asleep? And how come her skin is so beautiful? Are there really girls this cute in the world? All these strange signs instantly threw Lu Gaofeng's mind into a jumbled mess. This was a rather special research base of the Beijing Aerospace Bureau, located in a very secluded area with a high level of secrecy. It was surrounded by various fences, barbed wire, and surveillance cameras. Even if ordinary people knew the location, they couldn't get in. Lu Gaofeng's daily work involves studying meteorites and lunar soil from outer space, and building corresponding models using data sent from the city. This place also serves as a relatively large observatory, though it's not usually open to the public. I don't have a mom or dad. Under Lu Gaofeng's puzzled gaze, Erlini smiled again. You can just call me Little L. Her voice was beautiful, and there was a certain divine quality to it. Besides being cute and gentle, this voice always gave the impression of a god speaking. Was it just my imagination? Erlini's words threw Lu Gaofeng's mind into a jumble again. He looked at the little girl's petite figure, then at the sun slowly rising from the eastern horizon outside the window behind her, and hesitated for a long time before asking, Little L? What brings you here? Clearly, this little girl wasn't a relative of one of his colleagues. Lu Gaofeng had known them for many years, and was very familiar with their personalities. If they really had such an incredibly cute daughter or niece, their photos would have been circulating throughout the entire research institute ages ago. Since she's not a colleague's daughter, another question arises. How did she get in? This place is quite a distance from Beijing, and it has extremely strict security measures. Even Western soldiers in armored vehicles wouldn't be able to get in anytime soon, let alone a 10-year-old girl. I'm here mainly to make a deal with you. Seeing Lu Gaofeng's puzzled expression, Erlini lightly jumped onto the computer desk behind her, her small, white feet swinging casually back and forth. Also, I have another request. Regardless of whether Uncle Lu agrees to this deal or not, you mustn't tell anyone about our meeting today, okay? A deal? Lu Gaofeng's lips twitched. Little sister, do you know where you are? Yes, I'm a researcher at the Beijing Aerospace Bureau. You've been studying the composition of lunar soil and rocks recently. Eline nodded. The deal I'm planning to discuss with Uncle Lu is also about lunar soil. Lunar soil? Lu Gaofeng instinctively said, Little sister, don't joke around. Lunar soil is extremely precious. In Lu Gaofeng's subconscious, a little sister, who was probably only in middle school, had almost no connection to lunar soil. I know it's very precious. That's why I said I make a deal with Uncle. Erlini continued swinging her little feet. So what's Uncle Lu's opinion? You tell me how you want to trade first. Her serious expression made Lu Gaofeng both amused and exasperated. He stood up. What do you want to trade? Lunar soil. Erlini pointed to the sky outside. Or lunar rocks, either is fine. You? Lu Gaofeng chuckled. You have lunar soil and rocks? Not now. So you mean you will later? Lu Gaofeng couldn't help but laugh again. Little sister. This joke isn't funny. I'm serious, you know? Elaine turned around. I know Uncle Lu, and that Beijing, or rather this country, is currently heavily investing in space technology, which is why I want to make this deal with you. The deal is simple. I open a portal to the moon, provide Uncle Lu with some protection, and he can get whatever he wants himself. The total cost is 100,000 yuan. Uncle Lu can discuss it with higher-ups, like leaders, or even more authoritative scientists. If that's possible, we can make the deal right here. Chapter 343. Elaine's words plunged Lu Gaofeng into a long silence. He felt he needed at least 3 minutes to understand the meaning behind the little girl's words. At the same time, he had a feeling, is this Mandarin? Although I recognize each word, it sounds like a foreign language when put together. Open a portal to the moon? Go directly to the moon to get rocks? Give me some protection? Did she know what she was saying? As an outstanding intellectual and scientific researcher, Lu Gaofeng had always been a staunch atheist. He didn't believe in any ghosts or gods in this universe, and he had never seen God or any deities. If his understanding was correct, what the little girl in his office just said meant, I will demolish the edifice of physics and use a method similar to superpowers, like in science fiction novels or movies, to help you open a wormhole between the moon and Earth. Even, the little girl emphasized, I will give you some protection. This meant she had some understanding of the situation on the moon. The moon, Earth's satellite, has a very small mass, and its gravity is insufficient to hold large amounts of gas on its surface. It also lacks an atmosphere, making its environment very similar to a vacuum. If an Earthling were exposed to the moon without any protection, the vacuum-like environment would cause them to die instantly due to the increased internal pressure. Furthermore, the moon's lack of an atmosphere means it is constantly exposed to large amounts of cosmic rays, which pose a deadly threat to humans. However, knowing the true state of the moon doesn't necessarily make the little girl's words believable. After all, opening a portal to the moon is still too far-fetched science fiction. Such talk is unacceptable to a modern person like Lu Gaofeng. You? After a 3-minute silence, Lu Gaofeng looked into the little girl's eyes and asked seriously, could you repeat what you just said? The little girl had long, light blue hair that reached past her waist and very beautiful blue eyes. The color of her hair was dreamlike, somewhat like the color of the sky or snowflakes falling on a lake, and her large eyes were like the most beautiful sapphires in the world, captivating all who looked at them. Clearly, neither her dreamlike long hair nor her beautiful large eyes were something any human being on earth could possess. Just like the little girl's voice, her appearance was also imbued with divinity. This was why Lu Gaofeng didn't immediately dismiss her as mischievous after hearing such an outrageous statement. The little girl, who called herself Little Elle, wore only a thin slip dress. With a ribbon tied around her hair and left wrist, she wore no other clothing. In other words, she couldn't have brought many tools with her, and that flimsy nightgown couldn't hide anything. To be able to pass through layers of security around the research lab without carrying anything, bypassing all checks, and having an appearance that surpassed Lu Gaofeng's understanding of humans. All signs pointed to the fact that the little girl before him was not simple. That's why Lu Gaofeng didn't rashly conclude that she was a relative of his colleagues, who had come to cause trouble. I said. Facing Lu Gaofeng's cautious question, Erlini, sitting at the small table swinging her legs, patiently repeated what she had just said, I will open a door to the moon here. Uncle Lu can decide how much to bring back from the moon within a certain time. In exchange, Uncle Lu needs to pay me 100,000 yuan, cash or bank card, it's fine. Of course, Uncle Lu can also consult his superiors or other scientists, and it doesn't matter if they or the government pay on his behalf. No matter how we conduct the transaction, I hope that after this, we can forget about this matter, as if I never came here, and you shouldn't investigate what this money was used for. Is that alright? Erlini's additional explanation made Lu Gaofeng fall silent again. Do you know? He then maintained his gaze fixed on Elaine's eyes, asking earnestly, if you really had such a door that could open a portal to the moon at any time, I mean, the anywhere door you mentioned, and you could really let ordinary people like us pass through that door to the moon, do you know how much that ability would be worth? This was actually beyond monetary value. After saying that, Lu Gaofeng added in his mind. Undoubtedly, this ability belonged to the realm of science fiction, or even fantasy. If it appeared on this materialistic planet, forget about astronomy and physics, even the edifice of theology would collapse. Over the years, the number of times humans have landed on the moon is negligible, leading many to believe that the original moon landing was a hoax. The distance between the moon and Earth, for current human technology is practically a chasm riddled with thorns. This chasm is called the law of the universe. Confined by the law of the universe, humanity can currently only rely on the most traditional methods to land on the moon and collect samples. If this girl could truly enable humans to instantly travel to the moon and bring back samples, let alone 100,000 yuan, even 1 billion or 10 billion yuan, the nation would readily provide it. This is no longer a question of whether or not to land on the moon. It involves physics, astronomy, politics, diplomacy, and many other fields. In other words, this is something that Lu Gaofeng, a mere researcher, simply cannot decide. I know, but I don't need that much money. Faced with Lu Gaofeng's questioning, Erlini simply replied in a relaxed tone, 100,000 yuan is enough. If Uncle Lu thinks it's too little, the rest can be considered a contribution to the national aerospace industry. Erlini's goal for coming here today was also clear, to earn some pocket money for her sister Lu Xinyu in the rented apartment, so that she wouldn't be so overworked, and also to support the country's aerospace industry, allowing scientists and researchers engaged in this great undertaking to obtain more experimental data more easily. Lu Xinyu's current royalties are a little over 3,000 yuan a month, only 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a year. Transferring this money to her will help her relax and alleviate her anxiety and depression. This amount of money wasn't exceptionally large. It was enough to make someone happy, but not enough to drastically alter their mindset. If Erlini were to actually extort 1 billion here and transfer it to Lu Xinyu, her mindset would definitely undergo a huge change. News reports are full of stories of ordinary people suddenly winning millions in a lottery, squandering their fortunes over a few years, and ending up penniless. Erlini didn't want Lu Xinyu to become like that. If what you're saying is true, I probably can't make the decision myself. I need to consult my superiors. Seeing that Erlini wasn't joking at all, Lu Gaofeng's heart began to race. But before that, can you prove it? Prove that you truly possess this ability to open any door? Sure. Erlini agreed without hesitation, casually opening a spatial rift beside her. Go through here, Uncle Lu. You can go directly back to your dormitory. Chapter 344. The sudden appearance of a spatial rift startled Lu Gaofeng in his office. He initially shuddered, taking several steps back, then, unable to suppress his curiosity, stepped forward to examine the enormous rift. In the bright sunlight, the rift in the office faced Lu Gaofeng. It was a large rhombus, about 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters high, its interior resembling some kind of cosmic space, with faintly visible stars. After a brief moment of disorientation, Lu Gaofeng tried walking to the side of the rift, observing the massive spatial rift from different angles. No thickness? Soon, Lu Gaofeng reached a shocking conclusion. This strange, dark purple rift had no cracks. It was like a two-dimensional rift. Realizing something, Lu Gaofeng felt his heart pounding faster and faster. It's connected to my dormitory. Yes. Aline gestured. Uncle Lu, you can go in and try. Thump, thump. At this moment, Lu Gaofeng could even clearly hear his own heart pounding. Whether or not this little girl could actually open the rift to the moon, her ability to open the rift was worth at least 10 million. Because this had undoubtedly overturned the foundation of the scientific edifice, making this materialistic world magical. As long as the rift wasn't some kind of illusion or magic trick, what he had encountered today was enough to alarm the entire country. Okay. Although he was still somewhat afraid that the other side of the rift might be an abyss, driven by a scientist's intense curiosity about the unknown, Lu Gaofeng steeled his heart, closed his eyes, and stepped towards the rift. Thud. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the staff dormitory. Huh? The empty dormitory remained exactly as Lu Gaofeng had left it. The blankets on the bed were haphazardly piled to one side, completely unmade, and several boxes of crispy shark snacks sat on the bedside table, his usual snacks to keep him awake when he was tired at work. Lu Gaofeng stood there stunned for a long while before shakily turning around and looking at the spatial portal in the corner. Like the door in the office, this spatial portal wasn't strictly a door, as it was essentially a huge crack, like a piece of paper violently torn in the middle. Lu Gaofeng mustered his courage, and once again crawled into the spatial portal in the corner of the dormitory. As the surrounding scenery flashed by, when Lu Gaofeng regained consciousness, he was back in the office. You confirmed it so quickly? Sitting on a small chair, Erlini had somehow taken a crunchy shark snack from his desk, and was now eating it obediently. Uncle Lu, is there anything else? No, this can't be, this is simply. Realizing the little girl wasn't joking, Lu Gaofeng's face flushed red. What have I discovered? What kind of being am I talking to? Am I witnessing some kind of history? I feel like my brain is about to explode. Without a doubt, the significance of Irini's spatial portal far exceeded Lu Gaofeng's comprehension. "You're this portal." After catching his breath for a while, and forcing himself to calm down, Lu Gaofeng tentatively asked, "How long can you maintain this?" "As long as you like." Irini crunched on her crunchy shark like a hamster. "But I have other things to do today. If possible, it would be best if the deal between Uncle Lu and me could be completed within 30 minutes. "You have other things to do? Aren't you a god? What you're going to do is create a world?" With this thought, Lu Gaofeng took another deep breath. "Could you give me a little more time to confirm?" "Sure." Irini pointed to a large box of white chocolate-flavored crunchy shark in an open drawer beside her, saying in a slightly threatening tone, "But I get bored waiting here and want to eat something. If Uncle Lu doesn't mind, eat whatever you want." With that, Lu Gaofeng steeled himself again and slipped into the spatial rift. Back in his dormitory, he opened the door and quickly went to the canteen next to the staff dormitory. Now, he still had one thing to confirm. It was true that the spatial rift could teleport him from his office to his dormitory, but there was also the possibility that the other side of this spatial rift wasn't a parallel universe, or that the other side might have simulated a space similar to his dormitory beforehand. As a meticulous scientist, Lu Gaofeng needed to confirm that the world on the other side of the spatial gate was indeed his own universe, with the same time and location. "Hey Lao Lu, coming for lunch at this hour?" Because it was getting late, only a few of his older colleagues, who usually liked to sleep in, remained in the cafeteria. Seeing Lu Gaofeng arrive, they greeted him. "Had a nightmare last night?" "You guys." Lu Gaofeng took out his phone and glanced at it. "What's the date today?" His colleagues were a little confused. "The 10th, what's wrong?" "Someone hit me." "Why?" "Hit you? What do you mean?" "Don't ask, hurry up." Lu Gaofeng walked towards one of his colleagues. "Oldly kicked me." "What's wrong with you today?" "Hurry up, hurry up. You're really crazy, are you out of your mind?" Although somewhat annoyed, seeing Lu Gaofeng's eagerness, and that he didn't seem to be joking, the colleague called Oldly reluctantly stood up from his chair and lightly kicked him in the stomach. "Does that feel better?" "Ha, ha ha. It hurts a little, ha ha ha, it really does." Lu Gaofeng turned and ran out of the cafeteria, leaving his bewildered colleagues looking at each other. What's wrong with him? Maybe he's too excited from recent exposure to lunar soil radiation. How much radiation can lunar soil have? I think he just had a nightmare last night and is still sleepwalking. Lu Gaofeng excitedly ran towards the research base after leaving the cafeteria, then used his ID card and facial recognition to enter the base as before, returning to his office. All confirmed? In the office, Irini, who had already finished 2 crispy shark snacks, gestured to the spatial portal beside her. "Is there anything else that needs to be confirmed? If not, I close the door." No. At this point, Lu Gaofeng was completely awestruck by Irini's abilities. "I'm so sorry for being so disrespectful to you earlier. I mean, a little rude. I thought you were joking, little sister. Oh no, little L." Realizing he was talking to someone important, Lu Gaofeng became a little nervous. "It's just that. The transaction is no problem at all, but I might need to ask my superiors. How many people can you accept me revealing this to?" "It doesn't matter how many people you reveal it to, as long as they are scientists or leaders similar to Uncle Lu." Eileen maintained a calm demeanor. "I hope that after this matter is over, neither Uncle Lu nor those who know the truth will continue to investigate further, whether it's investigating me or the flow of the 100,000 yuan. Can you do that?" "Yes, absolutely no problem." At this point, Lu Gaofeng was basically in a red-hot state. He was so excited that his voice trembled. "Then, I ask my superiors, and have them apply for a special card for you to deposit the 100,000 yuan. Is that alright?" Chapter 345. What did you say? A space portal? To the moon right now? 100,000 yuan? The station chief, at the highest level of the Beijing Aerospace Research Base, and in charge of the main operations, nearly spat out his coffee after hearing Lu Gaofeng's words. "You cough cough cough, what's wrong with you today? Can't you distinguish reality from fiction?" "It's true." Station chief. Lu Gaofeng's face was flushed red on the other end of the video call. "I just checked repeatedly. She really does have the ability to travel through space. I don't know if it counts as a wormhole, but she really brought me back to my dorm in an instant. That little girl even knows which building and floor my dorm is on." "His." The station chief, holding the phone, gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had worked here for countless years, and knew his veteran employee, Lu Gaofeng, very well. This man was serious and responsible at work, extremely sensitive to data, and pragmatic and realistic. He didn't like to joke around and didn't have the habit of betting with others. Since he contacted him in this tone, described the situation in such detail, and with such conviction, and even chose to video chat instead of a phone call, the station chief understood. Something had happened at the research lab. But this kind of thing seems incredibly bizarre, doesn't it? A little girl suddenly showing up, demanding 100,000 yuan, claiming she can send them to the moon, and asking them to cut off all contact and investigation afterward. If this were true, is there any hope for this world? Or rather, all their years of painstaking research, their unwavering commitment to reaching the moon despite immense pressure, is all of that even worthwhile? If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage here. Seeing the station manager's silence, Lu Gaofeng quickly added, I have surveillance cameras in my office. You can take a look. She seems well aware of their existence, but doesn't seem concerned about being exposed. Wait a minute. Hearing this, the station manager stood up. I go check the footage. Okay, better hurry, that young woman seems to be in a rush. Running to the monitoring room, the station manager dismissed the staff in charge and sat down alone at the computer, opening the surveillance footage from Lu Gaofeng's office. When he saw Erlini appear out of thin air in the footage, chat with Lu Gaofeng for a while, and then conjure a strange spatial portal out of thin air, the station manager could no longer sit still. See? Lu Gaofeng on the other end of the phone said smugly, Station Chief, have we encountered a god? This is no small matter, I can't make the decision. The station chief took a deep breath in front of the computer. She means it doesn't matter how many of us know. She seems to like us quite a bit, how should I put it? I just say it's my feeling. Lu Gaofeng said to the phone screen, I feel like she really likes our country, it's like, she came to do this business with us, and then helped us out on the side. What do you mean? The station chief was a little confused. She likes our country? She didn't say it explicitly, this is just my feeling. I feel like she doesn't care if we people know her identity, I'm just referring to us, like government officials. She probably trusts us, at least she trusts our country. Is that what you think? If I had to put it, I think she deliberately gave me this feeling. To put it in a childlike way. She, as a godlike being, suddenly approached us today. This is both a transaction and an encouragement, like she's telling us, don't be afraid, be brave, the gods are on your side. Lu Gaofeng said, blushing, that's why I'm so excited. Right now, I'm filled with pride, although I don't understand why this godlike girl suddenly appeared and said she was on our side. I understand. After listening to Lu Gaofeng's description, the station chief nodded. Then, I report this to Deputy Shah in a bit. If nothing unexpected happens, 100,000 yuan should be no problem. Bank card. It be down soon. You should just trade directly with that young woman. If she really can send you to the moon, you, as a researcher in this field, know best what to bring back. Even if something unexpected happens, like failing to reach the moon or her suddenly being unable to open the space portal, it's fine. We still give her the bank card with 100,000 yuan. Lu Gaofeng hesitated. Is 100,000 yuan enough? Or should we put more in the bank card? 100,000 yuan is enough. Do as she says. The station chief interrupted Lu Gaofeng. Also, remember, never let anyone know about this. Not even your old colleagues at our research base, or your son or relatives. Don't reveal a single word. Don't worry, station chief, I'm not the kind of gossip who spills secrets. Okay, and then we do as she requests. From now on, don't mention this matter again, and don't investigate her or that bank card. Knowing Deputy Chief Shah's personality, this matter will definitely be in the top files, absolutely confidential. Even when you meet me, don't mention it, understand? Okay, I understand. What's the situation with that little girl now? She's still in my office. Eating crispy shark. Crispy shark? A snack, basically a wafer coated with chocolate. Sometimes when I'm hungry and too lazy to go to the canteen, I eat one. That kid seems to like it quite a bit. She's already eaten 3. Alright then. You go tell her that we agreed to the deal, and the bank card with 100,000 yuan will arrive soon. Tell her to try and open a wormhole to the moon. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Gaofeng took a deep breath in the research-based corridor and returned to his office. Inside, little L was still sitting at the small table, swinging his legs while munching on a crunchy shark. Seeing Lu Gaofeng return, Erlini tilted her head. Did you agree? Yes, they're preparing the bank card. Lu Gaofeng nodded. Then, shall we go straight to the moon now? Let me add another layer of protection for you. Irini slightly raised her small hand, causing a large amount of wind element to envelop Lu Gaofeng, forming a solid oval wind wall around him. This semi-transparent magical shield can protect you from outer space rays, and also lock in the air inside, maintaining a certain air pressure. Saying this, Irini waved her hand again, opening a huge spatial rift inside the nearby data room. The gas inside can last for about 10 minutes, meaning Uncle Lu has 10 minutes to transport soil and rocks back from the moon. Alright, hero, let's go! Chapter 346. The sudden appearance and envelopment of a wind elemental shield made Lu Gaofeng's heart pound wildly again. He felt the gentle breeze emanating from him, observing the eggshell-shaped, translucent, pale green shield before him. A word he, as a scientist, would never normally utter. Magic. Undoubtedly, this far exceeded Lu Gaofeng's understanding of the world and shattered his worldview. This didn't even belong to the realm of science fiction. It was something entirely found only in fantasy novels. Lu Gaofeng had absolutely no doubt about the abilities of the adorable little girl, Little L. What he cared about was, if this spatial portal truly connected to the moon, how much stuff could he bring back? At this point, even if the other side of the spatial portal was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, Lu Gaofeng wouldn't care at all. As a scientist, when faced with something so surreal that could bring enormous contributions to the country and science, they were basically no different from moths drawn to a flame. Feeling the fresh air brought by the wind element shield around him, Lu Gaofeng swallowed hard and walked towards the huge spatial rift ahead. I'm going in. Lu Gaofeng knew very well that if the semi-transparent shield enveloping him only provided protection, the oxygen in this small space wouldn't be enough for an adult to use for even 10 minutes. In other words, this magical shield not only provides protection, but also supplies oxygen to its interior. Rather than saying it only lasts 10 minutes, Lu Gaofeng believes that Little L is deliberately saying the shield only lasts 10 minutes because he wants to go home sooner. But none of that matters. Even if he could only stay on the moon for 1 minute, with Lu Gaofeng's physique and current state of extreme excitement, he could easily carry back a huge amount of lunar soil. Huff. Thinking this, Lu Gaofeng steeled himself and stepped into the spatial rift before him. Instantly, the entire world fell silent. On the other side of the door was a vast, boundless space. Above him was a sky as clean as if it had been washed, beneath his feet was a desolate and unfamiliar ground, and in the distance, a faint blue planet hung on the horizon. Is it really the moon? Stepping onto the soft lunar soil, Lu Gaofeng looked up at the beautiful earth in the sky, stunned. He tried taking 2 steps forward, but the completely different gravity made him stumble and almost fall. Even the gravity was different from Earth's. Lu Gaofeng took a deep breath and glanced at the wide-open portal behind him. Opening a portal from Earth to the moon, without a doubt, no scientist in the world could accomplish such a thing, not even with hundreds or thousands more years of development. Moreover, it's well known that the moon is essentially a vacuum, with almost no air. If this portal truly was completely connected to Earth as Lu Gaofeng understood it, then the moment the 2 portals connected, air from Earth would undoubtedly rush in like a flood due to pressure and other factors. But this didn't happen with the spatial gates here. Lu Gaofeng could only think of 2 reasons. The first was that the spatial gates were in a superposition state, similar to quantum entanglement, both connected to space and not connected to space. Only when he looked at them, and used them would the 2 gates on Earth and the moon connect, otherwise, they were just ordinary spatial rifts. The second was, the little girl in his office was a complete god, the laws of the universe didn't apply to her. She didn't want Earth's air to drift through the spatial gates, so the air from the other side wouldn't come. Her will completely superseded the laws of the universe. Furthermore, Lu Gaofeng clearly remembered that in this universe, both Earth and the moon were constantly revolving and rotating. For 2 spatial gates to appear completely still on the moon and Earth like this, the creator of the spatial gates either had an unparalleled understanding of the universe, able to modify the corresponding coordinates of the gates at will, or was a god of this universe, not needing to think about so many complex rules. In conclusion, Lu Gaofeng reached the final conclusion. Little L was a god. The answer at the end of science had been found, theology. With this thought in mind, Lu Gaofeng no longer hesitated. He glanced around at the bumpy road, bent down, picked up the largest rock, and turned to run towards the spatial portal. Whoa! However, just as Lu Gaofeng returned to his office through the portal with a large rock in his arms, the sudden increase in gravity caught him off guard, causing him to fall to the ground, his head slamming directly into the moonstone on the ground. With a loud bang, Lu Gaofeng's head smashed open, his forehead scraped and blood flowing. Be careful, Uncle Lu. Alien, munching on a crunchy shark on the small table, casually tossed him a healing spell. The rock you're holding weighs about 62.5 kilograms on Earth, but on the moon it's only 1/6 that weight. What Uncle Lou can lift over there, he might not be able to lift here, you know? Healing magic? Feeling his head wound healing rapidly, Lou Galfond could only stare in shock and heartache at the enormous moonstone stained with his blood on the office floor. What a precious material this must be, and he just contaminated it. As a researcher at the Shangjing City Aerospace Research Base, Lou Galfond naturally knew that the moon's gravity was only 1/6 of Earth's, but knowing was one thing, remembering was another. He'd been so overjoyed to see such a large rock that all reason, gravity, and universal gravitation had vanished from his mind. He couldn't possibly remember all that. Sorry, I'd be more careful next time. With that, Lou Galfond slipped back into the space portal. This time he was smarter, only bringing back a few relatively small rocks and some soil. I wish I could drive an excavator over there and shovel all that soil back in one go. That was Lou Galfond's thought at that moment. After carrying lunar soil and rocks for several minutes, looking at the office crammed full, Lou Galfond tried to speak to Eileen. Can I take my phone to record a video? Humanity currently knows very little about the moon. Some photos and videos of the moon rely on lunar robots, but robot-taken photos and videos always have limitations. If Lou Galfond could directly use his phone to film the lunar environment, that video would definitely become a super milestone in human space exploration. Sure. Eileen glanced at the clock on the wall above the office and took out a crispy shark snack from under Lou Galfond's drawer. I go with Uncle Lou. Chapter 347. The world on the moon is tranquil and beautiful. It's like the soft light emanating from ordinary people's homes on a peaceful night. Eileen has lost her memories of fighting as Little Elle, and she can't recall what happened at the Mystic River. However, even though she can only use her mystical powers and the authority of the Mystic River Administrator based on her body's instincts, she can still imagine the ferocity of the battles fought at the Mystic River back then. Now, in the Earth universe, she is equivalent to a creator god. So, with such powerful and mysterious abilities, the opponent Little Elle faced back then must have been someone capable of destroying the world with a mere flick of the wrist, right? Alright, the last 5 minutes, Uncle Lou, please feel free to take pictures. Since there's no air on the moon, speech transmitted through vocal cord vibrations wouldn't travel. Therefore, Eileen used her mysterious power to make her voice resonate in Lou Galfond's ear. Or shall we go somewhere else? With Eileen's current abilities, she could easily go to places like the moon, Saturn, Mars, or even Jupiter and Neptune. However, if she really took Lou Galfond to Mars or Neptune, the impact on Earth scientists wouldn't just be shock, it would shake the entire Earth scientific community. Therefore, Eileen decided to just wander around the moon area today. She didn't want to negatively impact the development of human science on Earth. No need. Probably misunderstanding Erlini's meaning of go somewhere else, Lou Galfond shook his head, then raised his phone with trembling hands and started snapping photos of the surroundings like crazy. This scientist, who had dedicated most of his youth to the country, was now like a fish nearly dying of thirst returning to a clear stream, eager to imprint everything about the moon into his brain and phone. Seeing Lou Galfond's flushed face with excitement, Erlini simply smiled calmly, took her crispy shark, and walked to a large rock nearby to sit down. The world of the moon was extremely quiet, without even a breeze. Sitting on the moon rock, Erlini unwrapped the crispy shark, tilted her head slightly, and looked up at the Earth. Because most of the Earth's surface is water, the sunlight reflected off it is almost entirely blue. This beautiful blue light fell on Erlini's light-colored long hair, casting a soft shadow on the ground beside the moon rock, making the lovely girl look like a goddess from a myth, beautiful and elegant. Erlini tidied her hair slightly, and happily began to nibble on her sweet treat. Click, click, click. At the same time, Lou Galfond, not far away, had already activated his phone's burst mode. He pointed the phone at the sky, then at the Earth, then at the soil beneath his feet and the distant hills, pressing the shutter button until it was almost smoking. After taking hundreds of photos in one go, Lou Galfond quickly turned on his phone's video recording function, removed all beauty filters and effects, and tremblingly raised the lens. I am Lou Galfond. I come from the Shangjing Aerospace Research Base. This is the moon, the real image and sound of the moon. After saying this, Lou Galfond held his breath, carefully walking forward while trying to control his trembling hands, and began to photograph the lunar environment. Eileen quickly finished her crispy shark snack on the large rock. Although the 10 minutes she agreed upon with Lou Galfond had passed, she didn't intend to disturb the scientist. She simply jumped down from the rock and lightly walked to a small hillside, found a relatively heavy rock, and placed the crispy shark packaging under it. Consider it a little Easter egg. Eline thought mischievously to herself. She wondered what humanity would think decades from now, when they had mastered advanced lunar landing technology and found the buried crispy shark packaging here. Just imagining that scene made Eline smile adorably, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her small hand. Having done all this, the little girl on the moon returned to the vicinity of the space gate. Just then, Lu Gaofeng, who had been filming for several minutes with his phone in the area, also returned. Sorry, I got too excited and went over time. Seeing Eline, Lu Gaofeng lowered his head sheepishly. I'm so sorry. It's all right. Eline tilted her head and smiled, indicating she didn't mind. Go back. Then, she pointed to the spatial portal beside her. That's all for today's trip. Yeah, I'm really sorry. Back in his office, amidst the soil and rocks, Lu Gaofeng picked up his phone and dialed his boss's number. Hello? Yes, it's true, You saw the video, right? Oh, okay then. Yes, she said she's getting ready to go back. What about you? Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Gaofeng said respectfully to Erlini, our leader is on his way. Just as Lu Gaofeng finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Gaofeng gave Erlini an inquiring look. Erlini indicated that she didn't mind. Lu Gaofeng quickly ran to open the door. Little Lu. An elderly man entered. Seeing Lu Gaofeng and Erlini in the office, the man was initially surprised, then took out a special bank card with a lunar rabbit design and corresponding online banking hardware from his bag, handing it to Erlini. There's 100,000 yuan in here, a dynamic password. This is the key. Erlini accepted the bank card and key without ceremony. Thank you, Deputy Shaw. Seeing the old man, Lu Gaofeng seemed a little nervous. What brings you here? I came to see you, and this? The man called Deputy Shaw looked at Erlini. Little Erlini? Hello. Feeling that it was about time, Erlini casually opened the bank card beside her. A spatial portal appeared. Thank you for your contributions to the country over the years. I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye, uncles. Despite some regret, Lu Gaofeng subconsciously stepped forward and said, Won't you stay for a meal? As soon as he said it, Lu Gaofeng immediately regretted it. What was I saying? They were gods. How could they be interested in mortal affairs? No need today, but I noted down the phone numbers of Uncle Lu and several leaders who know about this matter. If there's a chance in the future, I might visit your home. Erlini waved her little hand to the two people in the office. That's all for today. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Watching Erlini walk into the spatial rift, the large office fell into a deathly silence. Xiao Lu, I don't actually know the specifics yet, but the station chief here asked me to bring that bank card. After a long silence, the old man pointed to the lunar soil and rocks around him, and asked curiously, What are all these? Lu Gaofeng answered honestly, Lunar soil and lunar rocks. So many? Yes, I brought them all back. The station chief should have explained it to you, right? He only gave a general overview, but this is too much. There's also video footage, precious live footage of the moon. Lu Gaofeng took out his phone. Deputy Shaw, this isn't just a matter for our aerospace research base anymore. The fact that someone is willing to help us means they're at least on our country's side. Our country has truly become powerful this time. Chapter 348. While using Little L's abilities to scam the Beijing Space Agency, Eline from Minar Academy had dinner with Sophia, Wendy, and others at the Aurora Temple. Afterwards, they went to the playground behind the teaching building to look at the stars for a while, and met some upperclassmen. Little L is so cute. Is your hair natural? It's always been one black and one white. It's natural. You take such good care of it. If I had hair that long, just the daily washing and conditioning would be a nightmare. Did you teach yourself light element magic? Can I learn it too? It was taught to me by the Dragon Clan. It's said that light element magic requires a certain talent to learn. What element are you majoring in, sister? Let's exchange ID cards? Wow. Little L actually asked to exchange ID cards. Are you the first person invited by Little L? Come on, Little L knew you'd definitely exchange contact information with her, so she spoke up for you. Look at how smug you are. Ha 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 ha. To be honest, I'm really envious of Princess Sophia. Being able to share a dorm with Little L. If I lived with Little L, I'd definitely lick, poke, and pinch that little face for half an hour every night before bed. It's more tempting than a small cake. Because they heard that Eleni was in the back playground, the open space was almost instantly filled with people. Everyone came over to exchange contact information, chat with the Dragon Princess, or buy cheese and milk from the school's food street to feed her. Someone must have leaked the news, but it spread throughout most of Minar Academy almost overnight that Erin likes sweets and dairy products. Little Erin is so cute because she always has that sleepy, perpetually tired look on her face. Yes, I was just about to say that her little expression is really adorable, especially when she's drinking milk. She's just like a little kid. I heard that little Erin seems to have some kind of congenital illness, and she needs to sleep for a long time every day. During the freshman wilderness survival training competition, she always slept until the afternoon. Really? That's so pitiful. How can this illness be treated? Even light magic can't cure it? Little Erin has such a good relationship with the dragons. Even dragons can't cure it. Maybe light magic can't either. Although little Erin's sleepy, drowsy look is especially cute, I still hope she gets healthy and recovers soon. During this time, Eline also discussed girls' fashion with Alice, provided simple answers to Victoria's questions about lightning mechanics, mecha sports, and lightning fire equations, and answered many academic questions posed by teachers and professors who had come to investigate. The problem with this model is that you ignore the reaction between grass and lightning elements. Grass and lightning elements do react, and the equation for this reaction is illegible fire? Illegible fire is still fire, and most reactions between imaginary fire and strong lightning follow the fire-lightning reaction equation, but imaginary fire 235 has some minor differences. This elemental equation is incorrect. This constant shouldn't be here. If you apply this constant, you see, it's correct now. Even the teacher of the first class of the next morning, who taught the grass element, came over and placed a densely filled test paper in front of the little girl, Erin. Little one, this is what we be teaching for the first month. Can you help me check if there are any major mistakes? Oh, by the way, if it's a morning class, you can rest in your dorm without worry. It's okay if you don't come, I won't mark it as an absence. There's a data error here. The expansion coefficient of grass seeds when they come into contact with water isn't 1.5. This involves a core theory of water and grass. If you were to drop the seeds on the ground in reality, you need to add the expansion coefficient of rock element, which is 1.732, to make it much more accurate. As expected of little Erin. I've been teaching in Minar for many years, and this is the first time a student has pointed out a mistake. After that, Erin toured the dormitories and labs with everyone until a strong drowsiness overwhelmed her, and she finally fell into a deep sleep on Lilia's back. Little Elle is asleep. Let's go back and rest too. School starts tomorrow. We can't be late on the first day. After the Dragon Princess of Minar Academy fell asleep, just as Erin thought, little Elle on Earth remained unaffected. Her consciousness was still clear, but she was completely unable to wake the Dragon Princess of Minar. 10,000 yuan is indeed a bit much. Let's withdraw 1,000 yuan first to help Sister Lucinyu get through this month. Erin, who came out of the spatial rift, found an ATM near Lucinyu's rented apartment, and withdrew 1,000 yuan in cash while there weren't many people around in the morning. To Eline's surprise, the bank card contained exactly 100,000 yuan, not a penny more, not a penny less. I thought they would put in millions or something. Seeing the balance of 99,000 yuan displayed on the screen, Eline sighed, and gently pulled out the bank card. Lucinyu didn't fall asleep until after 3 a.m. last night, and it was now 9 a.m. If she were woken up now, she would have only slept for less than 6 hours. Eline decided to take a walk around the area near her rented apartment to see what the world would be like in 2030. At the same time, due to the Space Rift incident, the Beijing Aerospace Bureau Research Institute suddenly became incredibly lively. A large group of uniformed soldiers stood ready, arriving at Lu Gaofeng's office door. What kind of urgent mission is this so early in the morning? I don't know. The boss told me to come help you move the stones inside. Don't ask any questions. Me too. The higher-ups also told me to come and move stones, saying it's extremely valuable data. On the top floor of the Aerospace Research Institute, Lu Gaofeng and several researchers, along with their respective leaders, sat upright, their faces serious. This matter is now classified as a top state secret. It's not allowed to be leaked under any circumstances. If it's discovered, as you all know, it's treason, very serious. Also, although this matter is very mysterious, and the little girl's identity is also very enigmatic, after a meeting of the leaders, it has been decided. From now on, no one is allowed to inquire about her whereabouts, including investigating her identity. Understand? Yes. Then, let's adjourn the meeting. We go down and help move the stones too. Chapter 349. After withdrawing 1,000 yuan from a nearby ATM and wandering around the neighborhood, feeling that her barefoot appearance made her stand out in the human city, Irini returned to her rented room and placed the money and bank cards on the table. Looking at Lu Xinyu sleeping soundly in the bedroom, Irini reached out her small hand and tried to sense her physical condition with her mysterious power. The tormenting reflux esophagitis, gastroenteritis, and the tenosynovitis and frozen shoulder that greatly affected her profession as an author were basically completely cured. Lu Xinyu's physical condition had also become 7 or 8 years younger under the restoration of light magic. However, Irini knew that what she did could not completely cure Lu Xinyu's mental illness. Tenosynovitis, simply put, is caused by overuse of the hands, such as prolonged typing on a keyboard, which leads to fatigue over time, just like frozen shoulder. Why would Lu Xinyu spend so much time typing? Because of anxiety, anxiety about work, anxiety about survival, anxiety about life. After being criticized online, Lu Xinyu might be thinking about proving herself, or perhaps she wouldn't have enough money to pay rent this month. She might then sit in front of the computer for 5 or 6 hours at a stretch, typing away, just to write more and earn more money. If Lu Xinyu had grown up healthy under the meticulous care of her parents, found a relatively comfortable job after graduation, and had enough time and money after get off work to happily go shopping, watch TV series, and chat and play with friends, these problems wouldn't have needed Erlini's treatment, they wouldn't have even appeared in the first place. So, even if Elinin cured Lu Xinyu's illness now, it wouldn't matter. As long as her emotional wounds remained, similar symptoms could recur, just like her depression. This situation can only be healed slowly with time. After all, Elinin had only met this young writer once, she couldn't help her forever. Thinking this, Elinin left the room and gently closed the door. Then, she opened a spatial portal and arrived on the Eve continent. It was nearly midnight here. The vast Minar Academy was silent. Most students were already asleep, only the security booths at the 4 main gates of the academy were still lit. Minar is so lively this year, especially after that little girl named Erline arrived. It feels like our Minar Academy is about to dominate the world. Hey, I remember Minar originally meant young dragon, right? Dragons were the world's overlords in ancient records. Never mind, get me a cup of coffee, I'm so sleepy. I watched some more videos of little Erline, she's so cute. Looking down at the peaceful Minar Academy, Erline's small figure disappeared back into the darkness, high in the sky. A little while later, she arrived at her little room in the Dragon Forest Crystal Palace, took out a pair of little bunny slippers that smelled of her from under the bed, put them on, sat on the small bed, and swung her cute little feet. What do you think about the child and the Mystic River? At that moment, Fafnir was knitting clothes for Erline using traditional methods in the next room. Because of her Mystic River administrator powers, she was completely unaware that her daughter had returned. She simply asked Nasod in a calm tone, "Is the Mystic River really no threat to us?" According to those elders, the Mystic River is a higher dimensional place than our world. If they really wanted to fight, we couldn't withstand it. We should just relax. Then Nasod said with a hint of helplessness, "I didn't expect our daughter to have fought in the Mystic River for so long. Her strength is now even more terrifying than ours. I guess I'm getting old." "Your daughter's become powerful. Why are you sighing?" Fafna seemed to punch Nasod, making a muffled thud. "If you're really bored, give me those wing feathers from the warehouse. The new clothes are almost finished." Wife, how about tonight we get the feathers first?" Hearing this, Erin, wearing cat paw bunny slippers, opened the portal to the Mystic River, glanced one last time at the doorway, and went inside. What's wrong, honey? Was it my imagination? I think I sensed Little Elle's presence for a fleeting moment. No way. Our daughter should still be at Minar Academy right now, and it's almost impossible for her to be awake at this time. Then I must have misjudged. Using Little Elle's body, Erline returned to the Mystic River and floated to the base of the beautiful star tree, standing on the mysterious crystal at its roots, gazing at the shimmering world around her, lost in thought. Under the starlight, the girl's beautiful eyelashes seemed to flutter like butterflies, filled with compassion for the world. "It's Little Elle. Little Elle. Why do you seem a little sad?" Sensing the commotion from Elini's side, several Eldar sprites quickly floated over. "Is Little Elle unhappy? Should we bring Happy Elda over? Little Elle seems to have something on her mind." Faced with the concern of the surrounding fairies, Erin simply shook her head gently. "I just wanted to come here to see what's going on. Little Elle, don't be sad." Yes, Little Elle taught everyone what love and courage are back then. Even if Little Elle has lost her memory now, she must cheer up. "I told you." Erin reached out and held a pale blue jellyfish-shaped fairy in her hand. I'm not sad, it's just that all my friends outside are asleep, so I wanted to come here to see what's going on. Does that mean Little Elle wants to play games with everyone? Then, let's sing a song for Little Elle. Okay. Little Elle used to love singing too. Listening to the song will definitely cheer Little Elle up. Sing that song. I love you, just like you love us. Several jellyfish fairies floated to Elline's side, dancing gracefully in the air as they sang in unison with clear voices. Blue sky and white clouds became a river of stars. In that space-time where the rift was opened, we took you home. Your soul was in disarray. Your beautiful eyes looked at everyone. You stole leftovers. You slept on streets soaked by heavy rain, but we couldn't save you. Mysterious river, Elline's hair floats and floats, making people weep. Can your beautiful starlight reach you? The Eldar fairies sing a song calling to souls on the mysterious Milky Way. Elline, everyone loves you, just like you love us. Amidst the cheerful song, for some reason, listening to these familiar yet unfamiliar melodies, Elline felt her eyes welling up with tears. Everyone. She smiled, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and joined the Eldar elves in singing in the unique language of the Mystic River. Mystic River, Eldar's hair flutters and flutters, making people cry. Can your beautiful starlight reach us? I love you, just as you love us. Even Eldarine herself couldn't help but laugh out loud as she sang. How come we feel like we're being a little silly? After saying this, the little girl secretly lowered her head and whispered, but still. Thank you. Chapter 350. As more and more street vendors appeared outside the rented room, the noise filled the room. Lucinda slowly opened her eyes in the bedroom. Good morning. Sensing the movement inside, Erlini entered carrying a small plate of delicate pasta, cheese, ham, and barbecue. How did you sleep last night? Seeing Erlini, Lucinda's face showed an expression of so yesterday wasn't a dream after all. Then she lowered her head. Very, very good. She hadn't had such a comfortable sleep in a long time. Before this, due to various ailments, such as tenosynovitis and frozen shoulder, Lucinda would experience pain no matter what position she slept in at night. Furthermore, her acid reflux would cause stomach acid to constantly rise during her sleep, often choking her and waking her suddenly, or causing her rhinitis and difficulty breathing, resulting in a night of oxygen deprivation and her brain not receiving effective signals. If you wake up in this condition with a sore back, aching muscles, and dizziness, and it happens to be your period, causing cramps all day, you simply can't concentrate and won't be able to type a single word. Lucinda couldn't remember the last time she felt this refreshed feeling after a good night's sleep. Like last night, she was sleeping when she suddenly realized she could breathe easily, her shoulders and stomach didn't hurt, and she wondered if it was real. She woke up with a start, went to the bathroom, and covered Erlini with a blanket. I noticed you kept kicking off the blanket while you were sleeping, so I came over this morning to cover you up twice. Elline placed the plate on Lucinda's bedside table. These are some snacks from an ordinary family in this other world. I use magic to eliminate all bacteria and viruses. Eat them while they're hot. As she spoke, Elline looked out the window of the rented room. It seems like this place isn't very soundproof. You only go to sleep at 4 or 5 in the morning, and if you sleep until noon, won't it be noisy during that time? I'm used to it, because even in a very quiet environment, I can't sleep well. Lucinda sat up. Besides, I want to reserve a quiet environment for writing. If I'm writing in the morning, the noise outside might affect the quality of the novel. Then, Lucinda paused. Thank you, little Elline. You help me so much, I don't even know what I can do for you. You're healthy every day. As long as you don't get sick, that's fine. Elline gestured to the breakfast on the bedside table. I didn't know what you liked, so I brought some of the dinner I had at the academy yesterday. Academy? Lucinda took the plate, examining the pasta, cheese, and barbecue on it. Like those otherworldly magic academies in novels? Yes. Is the competition in your academy particularly fierce, like the survival of the fittest, upperclassmen with strong magical talent bullying freshmen, or nobles bullying commoners? Other academies might have that, but I haven't seen anything like that at the academy I'm in. Oh, when we write novels, otherworldly academies usually have this kind of conflict. It seems the real world is relatively more peaceful. Lucinda examined the food on her plate. This is naan? Cheese? And this should be ham, right? Is this food from another world? Yes, it's probably because some places there happen to be similar to Earth. Erin smiled. But they're not exactly the same. For example, this dumpling is made from a plant called Erisima catnip, and this ham is made from a small magical beast called fire boar. The taste is different from traditional earth pork. Ah. Lu Xinyu nodded. Thank you. Erin sat on Lu Xinyu's small bed. Do you only start writing at night now? Not necessarily. Most of the time I wake up around noon. From noon to evening, I usually check the latest reader comments, complaints, and so on, or handle some things in the group chat, like which readers are arguing again, or if anyone has any questions they want to ask me. If I can handle these quickly, I go to read. I read popular books on the website's bestseller list to increase my knowledge. I usually finish working by the time it gets dark. Lu Xinyu said, while eating barbecued ham. After dark, I just cook a simple meal, and then start brainstorming and writing. So do you have time today, Xinyu-jia? Erlini gave a friendly smile. This morning, while I was strolling around nearby, I heard that the convention center not far away is preparing to hold a comic convention today. Could you come with me? A comic convention today? Lu Xinyu was a little surprised, but I never been to a comic convention before, so I don't know the specific procedures. I never been either, but I guess you just buy tickets and get in. Erin thought for a moment. If all else fails, we can just sneak in. A little ticket machine is no problem for me. In her previous life, Erin's dorm mates attended plenty of anime conventions. Their school even had a dedicated anime club. However, because she had to work to earn tuition and living expenses, although she was very interested in anime conventions, she never had the chance to attend. This trip to Earth was a small way for Erin to make up for her past regrets. Okay, then I won't read the comments today. I've been featured recently, so the traffic is huge, and I expect a lot of abusive comments. I adjust my mindset a bit. Lu Xinyu nodded, then seemed to remember something. What's the date today? The 10th, January 10th, Thursday. Eileen asked curiously, what's wrong? January 10th? Hearing this date, Lu Xinyu jumped out of bed with a plop. Oh no! Immediately, she hurriedly grabbed a piece of cheese, put it in her mouth, jumped off the bed, and ran towards the living room. Erin followed curiously. Did you forget something? I made an appointment with the illustrator. She sent me the draft illustrations today, so I could revise them. Lu Xinyu sat down at her computer desk and pressed the power button. Oh no, I forgot everything. Erin was puzzled. Illustrator? It's the illustrator who draws illustrations for novels. Lu Xinyu explained. To make it easier for readers to understand, some authors will commission their favorite illustrators to draw character designs or illustrations for specific scenes. Does this cost money? Yes, some more complex illustrations might take several days, or even half a month to complete. Then, Eileen casually conjured a small chair out of rock elements beneath her and sat down. How much for this illustration you commissioned today, Sister Xinyu? A little over 3,000, for commercial use. Eileen thought she misheard. How much? 3,075. The 75 is the platform's tax. After the computer booted up, Lu Xinyu immediately logged into her social media account. Of course, it's not necessary. Whether or not there's an illustration generally doesn't affect the novel's data or income. Most authors don't commission illustrations, but I guess I just love my daughter too much, so I couldn't resist. If little Elle ever thinks about becoming a novelist, don't follow my example. Chapter 351. Good morning. This is a draft, Xiaoyu. Please take a look and see if there are any changes needed. The other party has sent you the file Xinyu number 3.jpg. Ah. Okay. Sorry. I overslept last night. I just woke up. The draft is cute. There are no changes needed. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Looking at the conversation between Lu Xinyu and the illustrator on the computer screen, Erlini didn't know what to say for a moment. Last night, she checked Lu Xinyu's royalties. In recent months, the highest was 3,500 yuan, and the lowest was only a little over 2,000 yuan. At this rate, even if she lived like this, cramped on the first floor of an urban village, eating only one meal a day, not shopping or socializing, she would still spend more than half of it every month. Moreover, Lu Xinyu's health wasn't good. She was constantly suffering from minor colds and low-grade fevers, and recently she was diagnosed with severe depression. Even under these circumstances, would she still use the money she saved to buy illustrations for her novel? Erlini knew a little about novel illustrations. In China, novel illustrations aren't particularly important. In fact, they're arguably dispensable. As Lu Xinyu said, readers won't necessarily like a book more just because you paid for illustrations yourself, nor will it improve retention rates or reader engagement. It's purely a one-sided expression of the author's passion. Because they love their characters and want to flesh them out, they commission illustrations. To put it more bluntly, it's something like a dream, beautiful yet fragile. So cute. After answering the artist's questions, Lucinda reopened the draft she had just seen, pointing to the little girl on it and saying, "Little L, look. This is my daughter. She's a powerful ice mage, loves sweets, is 1.4 meters tall, weighs 35 kilograms, was born in the Gamma Empire, and is the little princess of a fallen noble family." Oh yes, just like little L. Although Irini really wanted to discuss with Lucinda the topic of whether to save money to hire illustrators, when the monthly fee is only a little over 3,000, when she saw Lucinda's eyes shining brightly, as she pointed at the draft on the screen with excitement, she couldn't say anything more. Irini could clearly feel that Lucinda was truly living for herself at this moment. Her expression, full of hope for life and dreams, shone brightly in Irini's eyes. The Lucinda who received the illustration was completely different from the young author. She was at Lion Mountain Park last night, and before going to bed, after returning home. The anticipation and excitement for her dreams on the girl's face reminded Irini of a line from a supporting character in an anime she once watched. "Everyone I met is the same. Sometimes it's alcohol, sometimes women, sometimes power. We're all slaves to something. After all, reality is too bitter, we have to be intoxicated by something to survive." In Lucinda's eyes, Irini sensed a faint hope for a better future. This hope, nestled in the dark, quiet rented room, shone with a mixture of light and uncertainty. She is indeed very cute. Thinking this, Irini decided against trying to persuade the girl in front of her, instead speaking encouragingly. "In the story, is Sinu's protagonist an ice mage?" "Yes, she was kicked out of her home at a young age because of a lack of talent and endured a long period of hardship, but in the end, this child still became a grand magus through her own efforts." Lucinda pointed to the girl's hair on the screen. "Her hair color is like the sky. I already told the artist to try to create a dreamlike feeling when coloring it, and her eyes are also blue, just like little L's." No wonder Lucinda trusted her so much when they first met last night. Irini thought to herself quietly. So, her own little L's image overlapped with the appearance of her daughter in the story. Well, Lucinda's happy expression reminded Irini of herself resting by the roadside with a birthday cake, and she couldn't help but suggest, "How about I try cosplaying as Sinu's daughter at the anime convention this time?" Lucinda snapped out of her reverie and looked at Irini somewhat awkwardly. This is too much trouble. I'm already so embarrassed by how much Irini has helped me, and besides, I don't have any matching cosplay outfits here. It's okay, I have something similar in another world." Irini pointed to the magical dress and stockings on the little girl's body on the computer screen. "This is a classic mage uniform from another world. While it's not exactly the same, it's certainly similar." As Lucinda mentioned, the female protagonist in her story wears a uniform for an ice mage from another world. Coincidentally, similar clothing exists at Minar Academy. A magic top paired with a short skirt and stockings, topped with a pointed magic hat. Because this is the exclusive uniform for ice magic at Minar Academy, and ice elemental mages are very common on the Eve continent, many clothing stores in various empires sell the same design. Eleni only needs to find a 24-hour clothing store to easily buy this ice mage uniform. Irini's words made Lucinda even more embarrassed. No, I guess I shouldn't. I'm not a very famous author. My novel only gets about 2,000 readers a day on average. Beijing isn't a big city. Even if Little Irini cosplays one of my characters at a comic convention, no one will recognize her. Nobody will care. But Sinune will be happy, right? Irini said encouragingly, just like when Sinune commissions an artist, not many readers will care, but Sinune herself will care, and she'd be happy to see her characters drawn as cute illustrations, right? But Sinune will be happy. After Irini's words, almost all that echoed in Lucinda's mind was that sentence. She slowly raised her head, looking at the little girl beside her. For some reason, when she saw the other girl's sincere eyes, sparkling like sapphire light, Lucinda's heart suddenly started pounding faster. A feeling she never experienced before welled up from the depths of her heart. Like a seed long buried deep within suddenly sprouting, or a glimmer of hope shining with warm light, this feeling made Lucinda's nose sting uncontrollably. Then, to avoid letting Irini see her embarrassment, Lucinda turned her face away. Does little Irini know ice elemental magic? Ding ding ding. As soon as Lucinda finished speaking, the clean rented room was instantly enveloped in a large amount of ice crystals. Mere ice elemental magic. Irini summoned an ice crystal throne beside her, sat down, and deliberately struck a queen pose. A piece of cake. Chapter 352. Back in the Lehman Empire, Eline had initially thought finding a 24-hour clothing store might take a while, but to her surprise, after only a few minutes of flying, she spotted a familiar little shop in the capital, its light still dimly lit. It seemed to be Vera's shop, a friend of Biloti's. Eline quickly descended from the sky and arrived at this familiar commercial street. When she first arrived at the Piarista family, Biloti's had brought Eline to this shop, and the owner, Vera, had taken a liking to the little girl, even working through the night to make several suitable outfits and send them to the Piarista family. Even now, Eline's room in the Piarista firehouse villa was filled with many clothes Vera had made herself. Various little dresses, stockings, and little shoes, too many to wear. Ding dong. Welcome. Just as she landed from the sky and approached the small shop with the Vivi's Cottage sign, a welcoming voice came from the crystal above the shop, making Ernie wonder if she had opened the wrong portal and arrived in Earth's world. Were the magic device scholars of the Lehman Empire inspired by her previous experience? They haven't even figured out phones and computers yet, but they developed a smart doorbell first? Eh? The welcoming voice also woke Vera, who was dozing on the sofa inside the shop. Seeing Ernie's appearance at the door, the older woman's eyes widened instantly. Child, aren't you? Shh. Ernie playfully made a shush gesture. Don't tell Mom. Weren't you at Minar Academy? Vera nodded and stood up to welcome Eline. Why are you back again? Eline and little Elle were practically identical in appearance and build, differing only in hair and eye color. Therefore, those familiar with her would simply mistake little Elle for Eline with dyed hair. Sister, you can think of me as an avatar. Eline was a little embarrassed. My real body is indeed at Minar Academy. An avatar? Vera then noticed the difference between little Elle and Eline before her, and couldn't help but ask curiously, is there such magic? It's a kind of dragon language magic. Eline smiled mischievously. Sister Vera, don't tell anyone this secret. Oh, okay. Vera nodded. So you came to see me so late because you wanted to order some clothes? I don't think I need to. Eline took out a gold coin. Didn't Sister Vera mention before that Minar Academy had a collaboration with you? I'd like to buy a set of ice elemental magic. You should have a mage's uniform here, right? An ice elemental uniform? The Minar Academy style? Vera instinctively walked towards the warehouse. I have 3 styles of Minar Academy ice elemental uniforms here. Which style do you want? The light blue one. Is it also for someone around 139 centimeters tall? Yes. Eline followed. I also want to buy a magic hat from you. Just a simple one. I happen to have magic hats here too. Vera quickly retrieved a children's ice elemental mage uniform and a large mage hat from the warehouse. How about you give me 2 days, child, and I make you a new set with better materials? No need, this is fine. Eline took the uniform, held it up against herself to make sure it hadn't been worn before and fit her perfectly, then handed the gold coin to Vera. Thank you, Verane. Why such a big one? Vera waved her hands repeatedly. 1 silver coin is enough. Consider the extra as hush money, Verane. Seeing Vera's reluctance, Eline placed the gold coin directly on the shop's cashier's counter, then walked out without waiting for a refusal. Goodbye, Verane. Eline had searched the entire Dragon Forest Crystal Palace, and finally found this gold coin in an inconspicuous spot by the roadside. If Vera didn't accept it, she would have had to bring out a 6-tier crystal used for paving. Returning to her room in the Piarista family under the cover of night, Eline took out a pair of white stockings and round-toed shoes with a large bow from the wardrobe, skillfully put on the clothes and socks, and changed into the shoes. Finally, she put on the wizard's pointed hat, and quickly straightened her clothes in front of the mirror. This look, it kind of reminds me of Yoshino's Halloween witch outfit from Date A Live. Erin tried using wind magic to levitate, walking a few steps on the air, feeling the sensation of those heeled shoes on her feet. That's fine. After confirming everything was alright, Erin opened a spatial rift and returned to Lucinya's rented apartment. I'm back. Stepping out of the rift, Erin didn't levitate again, her little shoes landed on the floor with a crisp tap-tap sound. So fast? Lucinya, who seemed to be packing her luggage inside, exclaimed in surprise when she saw Erin's outfit. Wow! What's wrong? Erin thought it was because her choice of clothes didn't quite match. Is it very different from the main character you're supposed to be, Sanugia? No, this is exactly. Lucinya's face turned red. Exactly the same as the main character I remember. And Erin, you practically broken through the dimensional barrier. My goodness! The moment I saw you, I thought a girl from an anime had stepped out. Erin was a little embarrassed by the praise. Is it really that exaggerated? Yes, I thought so when we first met. And your outfit really has that otherworldly magician vibe. The cloak, the little skirt, and that big hat. Eline laughed and cried at the same time. because it really is an otherworldly magician's uniform. That's why I said it's like breaking down the dimensional barrier. And little L, your voice is super beautiful too. I always feel there's a kind of divinity about it, like a lowly ice goddess vibe. Lowly ice goddess? What the heck? Anyway, it's super cute. After saying that, as if remembering something, Lucinda swiped her phone screen to light up. Oh, by the way, I just checked online about that anime convention you mentioned, Shao Air. It's about 8 kilometers from here, just outside the subway station in Dodgy Village. Tickets are 58 yuan per person per day. They're open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., 6 hours a day, for 3 days. I already exchanged the money. Erlini pointed to the 1,000 yuan in cash, and the space agency issued bank card next to her. There's over 90,000 yuan in it. Sinyu, you can keep this card. Take your time with the novel, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Eh? This really is your card? I was just wondering how there was so much extra money. Lucinyu asked curiously, is this a level I can access? There's nothing I can't access. Elenin replied honestly, the money is definitely legal. This morning, while Sinyu was sleeping, I went to the National Space Agency and gave them some lunar soil. The card was issued with their help. Lunar soil? Space Agency? What does that mean? Lucinyu felt her head was about to explode. This is money from the government? Yes, and they promised not to investigate what this card will be used for. Elenin took the small bag from Lucinyu. Alright, since everything's settled, let's go! Chapter 353. Shangjing City Convention Center. Today, the second floor was exceptionally lively. Because of the anime convention, the entire second floor of the convention center was almost overflowing with people. Numerous shops filled the space, and several stalls around the restrooms had been temporarily converted into changing rooms for cosplayers. Unnoticed by anyone, a tiny spatial rift had appeared inside one of the women's changing rooms, and a little girl dressed in an otherworldly ice elemental mage uniform, white stockings, and bow-tied shoes emerged from the crack. Following the description in Sister Sinyu's novel, I went to Longlin and found a magic staff similar to the protagonist Lilith's. In the changing room, under Lucinyu's curious gaze, Irini waved the ice crystal staff in her hand. This is also an 8th-tier treasure, the same level as Sister Sinyu's necklace. The protagonist in Lucinyu's novel is named Lilith, a character that sounds very lowly young girl. Because she didn't have an Earth ID card, she couldn't take the subway or buy a ticket at the convention entrance. Therefore, Irini had to send Lucinyu to the convention alone first, then find a restroom or changing room, and use a spatial portal to teleport to her using Lucinyu's location. This method was risky, as there were cameras everywhere at the convention. Even if there weren't any in the restrooms or changing rooms, there were likely plenty in the central area and ticket gates. Irini, however, used a spatial portal to get there, so neither the ticket gates nor the convention center entrance could capture her. If someone were bored enough to sit in front of their computer and scrutinize the webcam, they would definitely notice the problem. Where did this girl cosplaying as an ice elemental mage get in? It seems none of the entrances captured her image. Of course, the probability of this is extremely low, because no one would be so idle as to meticulously compare the number of people inside the convention center with the number entering. As for Eline, there's also the possibility that some cosplayers bring their costumes inside to change or put on a jacket before entering and then take it off. Checking everyone would be incredibly frustrating. Therefore, Eline isn't worried about being caught sneaking in. An 8th-tier noble phantasm, is its power very strong? Looking at the shimmering, light blue magic wand in Eline's small hand, Lucinyu became even more curious. I remember you said an 8th-tier noble phantasm could buy a country? Is this one too? Yes, this is similar. It can increase the user's casting speed and enhance the hardness and damage of ice crystals. It's a handmade art piece I made when I was little with my mother's help. It's similar to a child learning to fold origami cranes. Although handmade, this small staff, imbued with dragon energy and inlaid with a complete 8th-tier ice crystal, can be considered the endgame weapon for almost all human ice mages on the Eve continent. Because there are practically no stronger ice elemental staffs suitable for human use on the Eve continent, any higher-level human couldn't wield them. Let's go out first, Eline said, patting her clothes. It feels like there are more and more people here. Okay. Led by Lucinyu, Erin, dressed as a sorceress from another world, walked out of the dressing room. As expected, because there were so many people at the convention, people were constantly going in and out of the dressing room, and no one noticed that Lucinyu had gone in alone, and that she had come out with an adorable little girl. Oh my god! Jia, did you notice that little one? Which one? The one wearing the magic hat. What character is she cosplaying? She's so cute. The wig is so realistic. Let me see. It really is her. I never seen this character before. Is it from a recent Isekai anime? Should we go up and take a picture with them? After coming out of the dressing room with Erin, although most people at the convention were dressed in strange costumes, Erin's overly cute appearance and standard lowly figure instantly attracted a lot of attention. The group hadn't walked far before receiving numerous invitations from passers-by to take photos. Hello ladies, may I take a picture with you? Little sister, you're so cute. What character are you cosplaying? Wow. You don't seem to be wearing any makeup at all? How did you do that? Click click click. That hair is so dreamy. Is that really a wig? It looks so real to me. Don't even mention the wig, I even think her magic wand is real. Under the harassment of these passers-by, Lucinu and Erlini had to stop every few steps to take a photo, and were stopped every few steps to give various interviews. Ultimately, Erin's overly cute appearance and figure created a photo circle phenomenon. This usually happens at anime conventions when a cosplayer is so popular that so many people want to take photos that the crowd spontaneously surrounds the cosplayer, forming a temporary small circle. What character is she cosplaying? I'm a veteran anime fan, and I have absolutely no recollection of her. That shouldn't be the case. Blue hair, lowly body, Isekai magician. I usually remember characters like that if I've seen them before, but today I have absolutely no memory of them. She looks a bit like Yoshino from Halloween. But she's not wearing a Yoshino doll, and Yoshino doesn't use a wand. If this anime really exists, it's probably related to the Isekai world. Just go up and ask. The person next to her is probably her friend, she definitely know. So, quite a few young ladies and gentlemen came over to ask for photos. Everyone would politely ask, what character are you cosplaying? Each time, Lucinu would proudly reply, it's a character from my novel, named Lilith. A character from your novel? Are you an illustrator? I'm a novelist. Wow. So you write a book, and your best friend specially ordered a cosplay outfit to portray a character from your book? That's true love. Hee hee. It was clear that Lucinu thoroughly enjoyed the process, showing no impatience even after being asked the same question dozens of times. Actually, it's understandable. For Lucinu right now, novels are practically her entire pride. Before, the illustrator only sent a draft, and this young writer was already so excited now that someone was willing to cosplay a character from her novel. It would be a lie to say she wasn't thrilled. For an author, having someone cosplay a character from their novel is an unparalleled honor, something they can boast about to their grandchildren even in their old age. Back when I was writing books, I was penniless. Seeing Lucinu so excited, amidst the various cameras around them, Erline raised her small staff, a mischievous expression on her face. Then, shall I perform a few magic tricks for everyone? Chapter 354. Once, Erin had seen a street magic show about a magical girl. Calling it magic wouldn't be accurate, Erin felt it was more like a circus act. The performer was dressed as Sakura from Magical Girl Lyrical Nanoha, manipulating the cute little angel's wand to levitate in midair, performing various forward, backward, and spinning movements. Erin remembered that after the performance, the performer explained the technique to the passers-by. Several completely transparent threads were wrapped around key parts of the wand, and then the performer manipulated the threads with both hands to make the wand levitate, making it appear to the onlookers as if they were performing magic. This technique is somewhat similar to yo-yoing. Many skilled yo-yo players, if they replace the string with something transparent, can make their yo-yos appear to float in midair. However, Erin had no intention of performing this kind of circus act. Anyway, this is the human world. Even the most complex magic will be interpreted as magic tricks by passers-by, who will automatically imagine what kind of illusion was used to achieve this effect. Ahem, well, we're planning to perform a few small magic tricks. Having received a signal from Erline, Lucinu understood. She gestured for the surrounding crowd to step back slightly, making room, and then returned to Erline's side. Get ready to take pictures. Small magic tricks? What kind of magic tricks? Lucinu's words instantly attracted a lot of curious glances from the nearby passers-by. I don't know, maybe some kind of magic wand manipulation or setting off small fireworks or something? That little girl is so young, and she can do magic? Really? Haha, don't get your hopes up too high. The other cosplayers are already adorable, just enjoy the magic tricks. It's probably something like guessing playing cards, right? It was clear that the crowd wasn't very optimistic about Erinni's little magic tricks. That was understandable. After all, Erinni looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. It was already quite remarkable that such a young child was interested in anime and manga at a convention, could dress up in a cosplay outfit, style her wig, and wasn't stage frightened in such a noisy place. Magic tricks were irrelevant. At this moment, almost everyone in the audience thought so. Many people were prepared for Arini to pull out playing cards and perform a card-guessing game with Lucinyu. However, Arini didn't pull out playing cards or any magic props. Instead, facing the direction with the most cameras, she raised her ice crystal magic wand with one hand and skillfully waved it a few times. With floating clouds as our boat, frost as our sea, we greet the dawn. As Eline chanted, a magic circle engraved with numerous magical runes slowly appeared in midair before her. What? Wow! Is it real? Such a big one right off the bat? Is this a real magic circle? The beautiful aquamarine magic circle floated in midair, rotating and slowly expanding in the astonished gazes of the onlookers. No, how did they do that? It must be some kind of holographic projection technology. There's something wrong with that magic wand. There's definitely some kind of mechanism inside. You mean, this magic wand is a projector? But I didn't see any light. I guessed, but the effect is really good. I take back what I said earlier. They seem to have gone all out. This is too dreamlike. The appearance of the magic circle stunned many people, their faces full of surprise. Several passers-by seemed to want to step forward and touch the magic circle floating in midair in front of Arini, but were pulled back by their companions behind them. That's impolite. Yeah, someone's performing magic for everyone. Don't spoil the fun. Everyone, step back a bit, and let this cute little girl perform freely. This is the first time I ever seen such a realistic holographic projection. Hearing the praise from the surrounding crowd, Lucinyu, who was also recording the video, barely suppressed her laughter. The corners of her mouth were almost pointing to the sky. Because she knew that Arini's magic circle wasn't magic, much less a holographic projection, but real magic. The faces of the departed call me back to my homeland, to offer my reverence to that river. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached its peak, Eline twirled her staff again. The enormous magic circle, now nearly 2 meters in size, erupted with a beautiful burst of starlight. The starlight shot into the sky, exploding into countless ice crystals above the crowd's heads, slowly falling and disappearing as starlight before hitting the ground. This is also a holographic projection? This effect is so cool. It's almost like a Hollywood blockbuster. How much did her magic staff cost? I want to buy one of those magical items too. This is undeniably amazing. It's so awesome. Seeing the stunned expressions of the surrounding crowd, Erin seized the opportunity, waving her ice crystal magic wand a few times. Then, she bent down, placed the wand about half a meter above the ground, and released it. The ice blue magic wand floated in midair. This works? Is there some kind of string? Or some mechanism we can't see? The floating magic wand stunned the onlookers again. Many instinctively wanted to rush over to check, but were pulled back by their companions. Then, in front of everyone, Erin elegantly sat on the floating magic wand. Huh? What do you mean? To make sure everyone could see that the magic wand and she were completely suspended in midair, Erin slightly raised her small foot, encased in white silk shoes, striking a slightly mature pose with her legs crossed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did she do that? Is she really levitating? To find out, many people even laid down on the cold floor of the convention, examining the area beneath the magic wand, trying to find the so-called transparent support frame. I don't see any wires. Is there some kind of invisible prop? I'm blown away. This convention was totally worth it. I bet those marketing accounts will go crazy after these photos and videos are posted online. Yeah, I'm already planning a headline, like a magical girl travels from another world to an Earth comic convention, just to perform magic for everyone. Seeing the crowd growing larger and larger, seemingly on the verge of getting out of control, Erin wisely took the situation, retrieved the magic wand from under her skirt, jumped down from midair, and placed it inside her hat in front of everyone. Then, she picked up her hat, showed everyone her empty head, and bowed to the crowd. Great. Fantastic. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. If you hadn't said it was magic, I would have really thought it was sorcery. Can someone so young perform such outrageous magic tricks? I don't understand. I already taken photos and videos. I asked some magic masters how to do it when I get back. Amid the applause, Erini turned around and subtly wiped away the tears from Lucinyu's eyes. Alright, since you're here to have fun at the anime convention, try to be happy. Seeing Lucinyu's grateful gaze, Erini took the girl's hand. Let's go check out the anime merchandise area over there. Sinyu's treating? Chapter 355. That day, at various anime conventions in Shangjing City, anime-related groups were buzzing with discussion about the upcoming conventions. Any group members who went to the Shangjing Little Bee Anime Convention? Can you share some pictures of what it was like? What else could it be like? Shangjing holds 2 Little Bee anime conventions every year. Basically, it's just anime merchandise, and some cosplayers. I remember a lot of mobile game companies went this time? Yes, I don't know about others, but at least Aquarius Era went. They have a new version, White Sand Avenue, coming out in 3 days. The new character's ability seems to be manipulating space, so they definitely won't miss this opportunity. Aquarius Era also had a booth at the Shangjing Anime Convention? Then I need to go see if I can buy some grain for a new character. What's the new character's build and role? Is she a girl? If she can manipulate space, she's probably a support? It's said to be a lowly with high damage output, tearing space to cause area damage. Oh right, the new character is Barefoot. Since the Little Bee Comic Con has been held in Shangjing City for many years and enjoys considerable popularity, and the quality of the convention has always been very high whenever this convention opens, whether it's a comic convention group, anime-related groups, or even some mobile game groups, novel groups, or single-player game groups, they will all report and repost news related to this comic convention. This year's Little Bee cosplayers look pretty good, with quite a few eye-catching cosplayers. Expand? Image.jpg. Not so good, I feel their makeup is too heavy. Are you being too picky? How can cosplayers not wear makeup? Do you think everyone is naturally beautiful? Naturally beautiful people rarely make it into this circle. They're either kept by rich kids, or have a smooth life in real life, riding the wave to become the elite. Who would have time to watch anime? She herself is an anime fan. That's true, but I still hope this year's anime convention can have something different. Amidst the heated discussion, suddenly, a set of beautiful pictures was reposted. Lilith, the god-level cosplayer at the Beijing Little Bee Anime Convention. Expand? Brothers, this is the most perfect cosplayer I ever seen. They said she's cosplaying a character from a novel. I haven't read the book, so I don't know how it is, but this cosplayer really feels like she's completely broken through the dimensional barrier, almost flawless. Below these reposted pictures were also several videos recorded on site. This video isn't photoshopped or special effects, it's supposedly like this from the start. They say the magic circle and ice magic are 3D projection technology, requiring some equipment on stage, but I don't see the Little Bee exhibit cooperating with them at all. And that last scene sitting on the magic wand is absolutely amazing. Her hands and feet are completely suspended in midair. I honestly can't figure out how that magic trick was done. It can't just be a matter of light distortion, right? Anyone in the group who knows magic can help analyze how these spells are actually performed. For a moment, almost everyone in the group who received the pictures and videos fell silent for at least a minute. The people in the group were first bombarded by the reposted Lilith picture set, and then, after clicking on the subsequent videos, they experienced a state of questioning their existence. Are you sure the video isn't photoshopped? I just can't believe it. OMG. This cosplayer is so cute. Are you sure she's not wearing makeup? She's definitely using a beauty filter. How could a normal person be this beautiful? I don't believe it. No beauty filter. A friend of mine was there, and she said she was stunned. This girl is so beautiful she doesn't look human, and she definitely isn't wearing makeup. Yeah, my friend even tried using a beauty filter on her, but it didn't look good. She looks perfect like this. As the group members discussed god-level cosplayer Lily, the increasing popularity of the magical visuals comparable to special effects quickly led to arguments about whether the images were actually special effects. Don't tell me these videos are real, are you kidding me? The beauty filters are so obvious, I even saw spatial fluctuations. I took these pictures. Do you think I don't know if there's a beauty filter on or not? Can you stop spreading rumors online? I tell you what kind of rumor you're spreading. Can someone look like this without a beauty filter? Not a single pimple or freckle on her face. Don't you think before you speak? Want to make a bet? I don't know about other things. This video is definitely photoshopped. If the beginning could be explained by 3D projection, how do you explain the part where someone is riding a magic wand and floating in the air? You video creators will do anything for views. Are you going to start saying I'm being cyberbullied and then start selling products? Sigh, I don't know when our online environment became like this. So much hate. Can't we have a harmonious discussion? Discuss my ass? Only idiots like you would believe these videos that fool elementary school kids. Magic? Why don't you just say it's magic? Add some special effects. Just Photoshop it in post-production and call it a magic show? I could do that too. You're so amazing. Why don't you consider taking your unfiltered, unedited phone to Beijing and taking some pictures for everyone? The bullet trains are so fast now, even from remote areas. A trip to Beijing costs less than 100 yuan. The Little B ticket is only 58 yuan. Surely you don't even have 200 yuan? What Lu Xinyu and Erlini didn't know was that their little magic trick performance after leaving the dressing room caused a huge uproar on various platforms and chat groups in just 10 minutes. Because the internet in 2030 has become a pressure cooker, many people engaged in heated discussions about whether beauty filters were used and whether videos were photoshopped, taking sides and hurling insults. Then, many people took advantage of the situation, escalating the topic from whether the pictures were photoshopped to you're arguing like this over a female cosplayer at the convention, but you don't discuss male cosplayers at all. Men really do love to argue, further fueling the conflict and escalating the insults. People began digging into each other's past, publicly revealing each other's online statements, followed topics, and even real-life names, addresses, and phone numbers, leaving no stone unturned. However, none of this diminished the lively atmosphere of the Little B Comic Convention in Beijing. Hi miss, can I buy some stamps? You're so cute. Thank you. Wow. There are so many kinds of millet here. Boss, can you give me a discount if I buy 3? May you be rich. Lu Xinyu and Erlini were unaware that the online flame war had escalated completely in just 10 minutes. Since it was their first time at a comic convention, they were both very curious about everything, and were having a great time at the various booths. You guys. Just as they passed an inconspicuous anime merchandise shop, a somewhat uncertain voice called out to Erlini, "Are you cosplaying Lilith?" Chapter 356. Erlini's impressions of anime conventions were primarily based on her college roommates, who were also anime enthusiasts. Those roommates were fairly typical. The eldest didn't know what anime was, but he liked playing as beautiful girls in games. For example, he preferred female characters in shooting games and controlling female characters in tower defense games. The second was a complete anime otaku, loving all kinds of visual novels and speaking with a distinctly otaku accent. The third didn't play competitive games or games where he dated beautiful girls. He preferred gacha games, only collecting female characters. In their minds, anime was a realm full of beautiful girls, and anime conventions were a place full of beautiful girls. As for Erlini, she herself didn't know what anime was, simply believing that it was a wonderful place. Therefore, in Erlini's eyes, anime conventions were a wonderful place she couldn't afford to go to when she was a child. She knew this was a filter she had built in her mind, just like with cakes. In reality, cakes are essentially energy bombs, very likely to cause various health problems. But because Erlini couldn't afford cakes in the past, she developed a wonderful filter for them as she grew up. However, Erlini wasn't the type to be heartbroken when her filter shattered. She was very easygoing about many things. She had mentally prepared herself when she came with Lu Xinyu, even if the anime convention wasn't as wonderful as she had imagined. What she hadn't expected was that there were actually people at the convention who recognized the character Lilith. It's important to know that Lu Xinyu isn't a big-name author. Last night, Erlini checked her author backend. Her book is currently being published on a free platform, with 3 chapters updated daily, averaging only about 2,000 views per day. Even including student readers, who can only read on weekends, the book only has around 4,000 readers at most. If those 4,000 people are spread across each city, that's lucky if there are 10 people in each city. But Beijing is a metropolis with nearly 10 million people. The probability of encountering someone out of 10 million is negligible. Meeting readers at a comic convention, that's more than just luck. Just as Erlini expected, Lu Xinyu froze upon hearing the word Lilith. You? After several seconds of silence, Lu Xinyu turned around, staring wide-eyed at the girl who had called out to her. What did you just say? Lilith was a character from Lu Xinyu's novel, and Erin was wearing a cosplay outfit similar to Lilith's. Lu Xinyu had searched online. The character's name was Lilith, from another world, an ice mage, usually wearing a mage's dress with white stockings and carrying a small staff, almost exclusively her own protagonist. The name Lilith wasn't rare, but a Lilith who perfectly matched the above description. Theoretically, there was only one. In other words, at this time, in this place, asking Erin, "Are you cosplaying Lilith?" was practically impossible. Did I guess wrong? Under Lu Xinyu's shocked gaze, the young woman who had spoken seemed uncertain and repeatedly apologized. "Sorry, this outfit reminds me of a novel I read. The protagonist is named Lilith, also an ice mage. The description in the novel was something like this. A large magic hat, an ice crystal magic wand, and blue hair. The young woman owned an inconspicuous rice ball shop at the anime convention. Her shop was small, basically like a street vendor stall, and the variety of rice balls wasn't extensive, but she seemed to be able to add various designs to the rice balls according to customer requests. No, you guessed right. Lu Sinyu's voice trembled with excitement. She stood in front of the young woman's rice ball cart and asked in a trembling voice, "Have you read that book too?" For an unknown author, what could be more exciting than unexpectedly meeting their readers in person? Nothing. I read it. It was serialized on the Tudo platform. I remember it was a Yuri novel. The protagonist's name was Lilith, and she was a wandering noblewoman who was expelled from her family. Hearing Lu Sinyu's excited words, the young woman was a little flustered. "You guys have read that book too?" I. Lu Sinyu stammered for a while before calming herself down. I'm the author." Eh? The young woman buying rice balls was dumbfounded. You're the author?" "Yes, and this is my friend." Lu Sinyu was trembling with excitement. She gestured to Elaine beside her. "She is indeed cosplaying Lilith." "Oh my god." The young woman clasped her hands together. "This is so wonderful. To have a friend willing to cosplay a character from an author's work. Hello, how much is this rice ball?" Just then, a few boys carrying a photographer walked over. "Can I choose my own design?" "Yes. You can draw some designs on it with ketchup or black pepper sauce." Seeing a customer, the young woman gave Lu Sinyu an apologetic look and hurriedly pulled out a few drawings from under the table. "These are my past works." "You're an artist?" The boy who spoke glanced at the anime-style illustrations. "Why would an artist do this?" "To supplement my income." The young woman was a little embarrassed. "I'm just a small-time artist. My income isn't very stable." "Oh, I understand. With AI drawing and all sorts of suppression these days, if all you can do is draw, the income is indeed a bit poor." The boy nodded. 3 ketchup ones, with pork floss, and then just draw a simple sketch of the fox girl Kimamimi. That little orange fox? Yes, a very famous meme. Okay. Just 5 minutes. The young woman quickly picked up the rice balls and pork floss and started working. Wait. At this moment, Lu Sinyu, who had been watching the whole time, noticed the illustrations the young woman had shown to the boys. "Can I see those drawings?" "Sure." The young woman opened a drawer and handed out the drawings. "This?" Just one glance at the drawing, and Lu Sinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. You're Xiao Yu?" Xiao Yu was the artist Lu Sinyu commissioned. Erlini remembered the name. "Hey, I got recognized." The young woman making rice balls was a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect you to come to the anime convention. You draw incredibly well. I always thought you were a super talented artist." Lu Sinyu asked, puzzled, "But why are you making rice balls here?" "Because business has been really bad lately. Many of my old clients, who used to commission me, have gone to AI artists, and some new clients are offering very low prices." The artist, Xiao Yu, gestured to a small chair nearby. "Go sit over there for a while." Chapter 357. On the internet, in a corner unknown to Lu Sinyu and Erlini, the debate about whether the god-level cosplayer at the Beijing Little Bee Comic Con had photoshopped her pictures was rapidly escalating. "You Aquarius players are like this. This is obviously photoshopped. But you stubbornly refuse to admit it. What does this have to do with what game I play? Let's stick to the facts. This photo was taken by my friend, and she said she didn't use any beauty filters. You believe what your friend says? Are you making this up?" "You wait, I add my friend to the group. She was at the anime convention." "Okay," added her. "Come on, ask your questions." "I don't care who you added, now I only want you to answer one question. With modern technology, and without photoshopping, how is that levitation at the end of the video achieved? You just need to answer this one question. You said you didn't believe my friend was there, and now that I added her, you're asking her how she levitated? This is a magic show, you know magic? When a magician finishes their performance, everyone applauds and leaves. Why do you have to go up and ask if it was a special effect? Isn't that rude?" The argument escalated rapidly in the various group chats, quickly turning into a flame war and demands for the photographer to prove the video wasn't photoshopped. Cosplay beauty filters aren't scary. What's scary is that some people are ugly but won't admit it. They use beauty filters and then say they didn't. I'm not this cosplayer. Why would I help her with beauty filters? The fact is, she's really pretty. Are you jealous? Why would I be jealous of her? You're so eager to prove her worth, saying you're at a convention. Go take some more photos and send them over, preferably a photo of you and her together. You didn't see all the photos taken at the convention? Everyone else was in the same frame as the cosplayer. You can't just give beauty filters to the cosplayer and not to yourself, right? What kind of high-level technology? Saying more is useless. I put my word here. I bet you 10,000. If you don't believe me, take a bus to Shangjing and take the photos yourself. If this cosplayer actually turned it on, you can keep the 10,000, and I even reimburse your travel expenses. If the other person didn't turn it on, and this is the effect of a regular camera, give me 10,000. Do you dare to bet? Fine, 10,000, huh? I bet you. I don't believe in this nonsense. Turning it on and saying it wasn't, you have no shame at all. At the same time, the data clerk at Shangjing Station suddenly noticed that the number of people booking tickets online to Shangjing City had increased nearly 5-fold in just half an hour. What's going on? The data clerk pulled over a colleague. What happened in Shangjing? Why are there so many people all of a sudden? It must be a comic convention. The colleague checked the relevant train data. Isn't Shangjing hosting the Little Bee Comic Convention today? It's rush hour now, so it's normal for it to be crowded. But I compared the crowd flow chart for last year's Little Bee Comic Convention, and this is significantly higher. The data clerk pointed to the noticeably fluctuating curve on the screen, a full 5 times the usual visitor volume. Now that you mention it, that does seem to make sense. What kind of big shopping mall in Shangjing is doing lately? What kind of event is this? Large shopping malls don't usually do events like this. Usually, it's when a celebrity gets caught, the news gets posted online, and it attracts a huge fan base. Isn't that what we specialize in? The colleague picked up the landline. Wait a minute, let me ask Brother Wang and the others. If it really is a celebrity who's been caught, we have to prepare contingency plans for traffic control and preventing stampedes. On the internet, the magic trick videos performed by Erlini were also circulating in various magic groups. Group members were tagging their group owners, asking them to explain what props were needed to perform these tricks. The first magic trick was relatively simple. It was the holographic projection they mentioned. But this requires setting up the corresponding projection equipment beforehand, and the staff itself is also a prop. As for the scene of the ice element magic exploding in the sky, it's similar. The scene of sitting on the magic staff and suspending in the air. According to my understanding, it should be a transparent rope, but I watched the video repeatedly and still couldn't find the rope. Strange. The strangest thing about these videos is that they are all very clear. If it were a low-resolution video, we could say it's too blurry to see the rope, but this was actually shot with a professional camera at 8K resolution, so strange. Okay, I admit I can't make this up anymore. If this is confirmed not to have been photoshopped, this little girl can be considered a top magician in my mind, but at her age. No, I have to go to Beijing. These magic tricks have made me really curious. From now on, I'm a fan of anime and manga, and I have to figure out what's going on. Soon, the relevant photos and videos were also sent to Lu Sinyu's small reader group of just over 300 people. Atsuyu, is this you? It's all over my gaming groups. Looks like Lilith. Yeah, this little girl seems to be cosplaying Lilith. But she's so beautiful that several groups are arguing about whether she's using a beauty filter. And the magic tricks afterwards? Many magic masters say it's impossible. What is this? Lu Sinyu, sitting on a chair next to the rice ball cart, quickly noticed the summoning messages in the group. It's rare to see the group so lively. Curious, Lu Sinyu clicked on the forwarded messages. Little L, they seem to have gotten into an argument because of the magic tricks. After reading the messages, Lu Sinyu handed her phone to Eline. A lot of people are so angry because of arguments that they're planning to buy tickets to come. Is that okay? Let me see. Eline took the phone and quickly scrolled through the messages. Are they really that free? After reading it, Eline was both amused and exasperated. I remember today wasn't Thursday? That's just how the internet is these days. Lu Sinyu shrugged. When I wrote the book Lilith, I only briefly mentioned that the planet in that world was similar to Earth. Then someone calculated the approximate latitude and longitude of Lilith's location based on the time of sunset I mentioned in the story, and concluded that the climate there didn't match the calculated latitude and longitude, making me apologize to the readers. I had a fever at the time, and after updating the novel that night, I went to sleep and didn't see the comment. The reader got angry when I ignored him, leaving dozens of insults in the comments. After being banned by the system, he created a new account to privately message me and insult me again. Speaking of which, Lu Sinyu sighed. Sometimes, I even doubt the great filter of human civilization. It's just humanity itself. Sorry to keep you waiting, you too. At this moment, Xiao Yu, The owner of the rice ball shop next door came over with a tray containing large rice balls and 2 cups of milk tea, placed it on the small table in front of Lucinyu and her Linny, and sat down herself. It's alright since there aren't many people here right now. Xiaoyu, why don't you tell me why you chose the path of novel writing in the first place? Chapter 358. I probably started learning to write novels around 5th or 6th grade, but back then, I didn't know what a novel was. I just scribbled whatever came to mind in my notebook. My elementary school Chinese teacher was very kind to us. Our whole class started writing diaries from 2nd grade, and by 4th grade, I could write over 500 words a day. At the invitation of the illustrator Xiaoyu, Lucinyu, sitting at the small table, reminisced while eating cookies decorated with the fox girl Kimamimi emoji. Back then, my parents were always arguing. I was so scared I could only hide in my room, barring the door with my desk, afraid they'd get carried away and the spearhead was pointed at me. Back then, cell phones weren't common, and as a primary school student, I wasn't allowed to use one. My room only had school books and some notebooks. In that situation, I couldn't concentrate on reading, so I could only write like crazy. My parents were arguing in the living room, so I wrote in my bedroom. I wrote so many stories. Stories I heard from the old man at the school gate on my way to school. Stories that came to mind on my way home from school, and many things from my dreams. Perhaps the chance encounter with her artist in real life had excited Lucinyu a little. At this moment, she was completely open and talkative, even forgetting the rice balls and milk tea on the table, appearing to have completely opened her heart. Eline, standing next to her, looked at Lucinyu, then at the artist Xiaoyu, secretly picked up a rice ball, and took a bite. Instantly, the uniquely prepared sauce burst open, spreading freely in the little girl's mouth. Delicious. Besides pork floss, it also contained shrimp and soy meat. The texture is amazing. Irini took her magician's hat from her head and placed it on a small chair, happily eating the rice ball with both hands. Later, when I went to junior high, my mom bought me a Good Memory Star, a type of electronic dictionary that could be used to learn English. It had a text input function, so I started writing stories on it. Noticing Irini's gluttonous expression, Lucinyu simply smiled slightly and continued, in junior high, we had a computer class every week. The school computers were connected to the internet, and many classmates liked to download TXT novels during computer class to their phones, MP4 players, or devices like my Good Memory Star or electronic dictionary, to read after school. I learned how to do it from my desk mate, and I downloaded a few with those classmates. A fairly famous novel, I was instantly captivated. In my 2nd year of junior high, I wrote over 500,000 words on my memory card. My dad lost his job then, and I thought maybe I could do what other authors do and upload my novel to websites to earn some money to help support the family. Although that book didn't get much popularity because of its unpredictable update schedule and infrequent updates, and I didn't earn much money in the end, it was still the beginning of my writing career. After entering university, I lost my parents, and the first thing I thought of was earning tuition by writing books. That's when I officially became a web novelist. At this point, perhaps unwilling to continue the conversation, Lucinyu looked at the girl, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, how did you become an illustrator? I always thought you were a boy. How could I be a boy? The illustrator, called Xiaoyu, sat shyly on a small chair. How could a boy talk like that? When I chat with others, I'm often accused of deliberately being cute, using emoticons and adorable emojis. That's why I thought you were a boy, because you use so many emoticons and adorable emojis. Lucinyu said seriously, these days, it's almost standard for anime/manga fans on the internet. Girls, on the other hand, have become rude, always saying things like I'm super big, my bird is huge. That does seem to make sense. Ahem, well, from now on I'm a boy. No way. After seeing what Xiaoyu looks like in real life, I can't imagine her being a boy. Lucinyu seemed very happy. Quick, I finished my story, but Xiaoyu hasn't told us her story of becoming an artist yet. Me? Artist Xiaoyu thought for a moment. My story doesn't seem particularly special. I just loved drawing since I was little. In middle and high school, I secretly drew during self-study periods. When I got to college, I bought a computer and drew on my tablet. Eventually, it just happened that I started taking on commissions. In my impression, Xiaoyu is the kind of super talented artist. Lucinyu glanced meaningfully at the rice ball card next to her. Even a casual drawing costs several thousand yuan, like one of those high-class young ladies. How could that be? I'm just an ordinary person, Xiaoyu said awkwardly. Besides, I draw very slowly. It usually takes me half a month or even more than 20 days to produce a decent drawing. And not every drawing is worth thousands of yuan. Some character illustrations, like simple ones with intricate poses and backgrounds, only cost a few hundred yuan. After finishing one rice ball, Erlini, seeing that the two didn't seem to have any intention of eating, secretly reached out and picked up another rice ball. She knew she couldn't interrupt their catching up at this moment. It was obvious that Lu Xinyu and the artist Xiaoyu knew each other, and they had probably been communicating online for quite some time, as evidenced by their conversation. Lu Xinyu's biggest problem right now was her mindset and her incurable depression. Erlini couldn't be with her forever. Some inner conflicts needed to be resolved by herself. Now, seeing that Lu Xinyu had someone to confide in, and that they had so many things in common, Erlini was quite happy. So Xiaoyu, how much do you earn on average per month? Seeing that the young artist seemed to have a similar experience to herself, Lu Xinyu tentatively asked, "Can you tell me?" Then, perhaps realizing it was impolite to ask, Lu Xinyu ducked her head under the table, only her eyes showing. If it's really inconvenient, then never mind. It's not that inconvenient, Xiaoyu thought for a moment. It mainly depends on how many big orders I get this month. Last month, I only got a few character illustrations, and the fee was over 3,000. In November, I had 2 big orders, and I worked overtime to finish them, and your monthly royalties are nearly 8,000 yuan. So that averages out to over 5,000? Lu Xinyu nodded. My earnings have been just over 3,000 lately, but it's been quite stable. That's great. I saw a lot of readers praising Xiaoyu's books in the comments section. At this moment, seemingly noticing Erline beside her, who was eating a rice ball like a little hamster with her cheeks puffed out, Xiaoyu turned around. We haven't introduced her yet. Is she your friend? She's so cute. Lu Xinyu was about to say something when Erline proactively raised her little hand. I'm Lilith, from another world. Chapter 359. Through their conversation with the artist Xiaoyu, Erlini and Lu Xinyu learned about her general situation. Xiaoyu was born into an ordinary family in Shangjing City. Her full name is Qiu Xiaoyu. After graduating from university, she quit most jobs after only a few days, because they didn't meet her expectations. Currently, she earns her living through drawing, primarily through commissioned work. As Xiaoyu herself said, her income is directly linked to the type and quantity of commissions she receives each month. Sometimes, when she has more clients and receives large, complex commercial commissions, her income is high. Conversely, if she receives few commissions or only small commissions featuring single characters without backgrounds, her income is average. However, unlike Lu Xinyu, Qiu Xiuyu's parents bought a house in the city center with a loan in her name without her consent when she graduated. Her parents paid the down payment, and Qiu Xiaoyu is responsible for the mortgage payments. Qiu Xiaoyu currently pays over 3,000 yuan in mortgage payments each month. Although she doesn't need to rent an apartment like Lu Xinyu, if her monthly writing fees are only 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, she still struggles financially. After deducting mortgage payments and food expenses, there's not much left. Because of her anxiety about the future, Qiu Xiaoyu, who hasn't been getting any commissions lately, used her connections to get a booth at a comic convention from a classmate, planning to sell rice balls to earn whatever she can. I've been working on your piece. Because it's a commercial piece, I want to work on it when it's quiet, she explained. After introducing herself, perhaps worried that Lu Xinyu might misunderstand, Xiaoyu added, I'm only at my best late at night when it's quiet. We're good friends, so I want to work on your piece in the best possible condition. I understand. Lu Xinyu chuckled, because I'm the same way. I can't write well in the morning, but my inspiration explodes at night. By this time, Erlini had almost finished her 2 rice balls. Seeing that the two didn't seem interested in the milk tea, she unceremoniously grabbed the large cup of milk tea from the table. Yeah, that's me too. I don't know why, but I'm always listless in the morning, and then I'm super energetic at night. As she spoke, her phone seemed to vibrate in her skirt pocket. Qiu Xiaoyu casually picked it up, swiped the screen, and glanced at the message. Xiaoyu, you and this Lilith seem to be trending. After reading the content on her phone, Qiu Xiaoyu handed it to Lu Xinyu. Lots of people in my group are discussing and forwarding your photos. This is the 3rd wave already. Group members always like to forward things they already forwarded before. What are they saying? Lu Xinyu curiously took the phone and looked at the content. Forwarded content: a god-level cosplay across the Photoshop and magic circles. Clicking on it revealed a collection of photos of Irini with passers-by near the dressing room, along with a beauty compilation, and 3 short videos at the end. It's known that at least 5 gaming groups, 8 anime groups, and 2 magic groups have people betting on going to Beijing to see this cosplayer. Tickets from our area to Beijing are all sold out. Then, there are all sorts of comments from passers-by. People these days are just too bored and have too much free time. Although this cosplayer is indeed top-notch. Actually, anyone in the industry can tell at a glance whether it's photoshopped or not. Most of these photos aren't photoshopped. A few have a built-in camera filter. This little girl is really pretty, so why are they arguing about it for hundreds of posts? What I'm most curious about are these magic tricks. They're supposedly recognized by many magic masters. If it's an official collaboration, that's fine, but if it's just an impromptu performance, that's terrifying. It's clearly not an official collaboration. This year's Little Bee Comic-Con theme is mobile games, and the new character from the Aquarius era is the main focus. It's unlikely to be this little lowly. I heard she's just a character from a novel? After reading the message Xiao Xiaoyu shared in the group, Lucen Yu showed an expression of no surprise. Someone in my group shared it too. It seems like people are under a lot of pressure these days, easily getting into arguments and stirring up conflict. Yes, I can also feel the increasing pressure on people commissioning articles lately. Xiao Xiaoyu smiled wryly. In my opinion, sharing photos of stamp collecting at comic conventions is a beautiful thing, sharing the wonderful things you encounter here. If it can make others feel the beauty of this place, then the purpose of sharing is achieved. That's the same mindset I have when I write books. Lucen Yu nodded. It's about sharing the stories in my heart. If it makes readers happy and resonates with them, I'd be very happy too, but no matter what kind of story it is, there will always be. There are people who don't like it, and then there's the insults and all sorts of aggressive comments. This reminds me of a client I commissioned not long ago. He wanted the artwork to include sky and water, with the water reflecting the blue sky, and he emphasized that the colors of the sky and water had to be exactly the same. Xiao Xiaoyu looked somewhat troubled. I finished the draft, and he said he was satisfied and could start coloring. But after I colored it, he insisted that the sky and water colors were different. I had directly copied the colors, and I told him that both colors were exactly the same, even the RGB numbers were identical. That client didn't believe me and insisted that the colors were different, demanding I change them. I said I couldn't change them, because I colored it according to his requirements, and the colors were fine. The last boss got really angry. He wouldn't pay, and he went to the forum saying I lacked professionalism, and that I deliberately didn't draw his manuscript properly. I was really upset for a while. Pat pat. Lucen Yu reached out and ruffled Xiao Xiaoyu's hair. Relax, relax. I also have readers who demand that authors write the later plot according to their requirements, and they get bad reviews if they don't. Just take it easy. Eline, who was drinking milk tea nearby, subconsciously tilted her head. It seems every profession, especially in the service industry, has its own set of problems. Why does it feel like there's always a little glutton around here? Having finished their casual conversation, Xiao Xiaoyu turned around and looked at Erline. Little one, do you need anything else? No. Erline quickly shook her head. I'm full. Goodness, you ate all the rice balls and milk tea. Lucen Yu then noticed that her plate was completely empty, and quickly took out her wallet. Xiaoyu, how much is it? No need, it's rare to bump into you like this, how could I charge you? Xiao Xiaoyu waved her hand, and pointed to the passers-by who had gathered around. Actually, I'd love for you two to sit here a little longer. Your Lilith's built-in internet traffic is terrifying. Chapter 360. Beep, identity verified, please take your card. Hello, please put your backpack here. At the Little Bee Comic-Con on the second floor of the Beijing Convention Center, under the supervision of several staff members, 2 young men placed their backpacks on the conveyor belt and cooperated with the security guards and administrators to pass through security. You came here after seeing the message in the group chat too? After passing through security, one of the young men picked up his bag. That Lilith cosplay, right? Yes, I told people in the group chat that these pictures and videos are definitely photoshopped. Some people argued with me, and even mocked me for not being able to afford a train ticket to Beijing, so I just bought one and came. The young man opposite him said indignantly, I want to see who can't afford a ticket, and who's giving these attention-seeking bastards. This is obviously a publicity stunt, I can tell. The young man on the other side said disdainfully, there are usually only 2 possibilities for this kind of thing. First, the organizers and this Lilith cosplayer are collaborating to take photos and create a holographic projection, disguising it as magic, then creating a controversial topic to spread the word. This way both Lilith and the Beijing Little Bee Comic-Con become famous. The Comic-Con organizers make a killing on ticket sales, the girl named Lilith gains popularity, and her author gets attention, A win-win-win situation. You think so too, right? Another young man said indignantly. I knew it would be like this. It's obvious someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Actually, looking beyond the surface, the whole thing is quite easy to understand. We don't need to worry about the process. Just think about it. If this spreads, who benefits? The Beijing Comic-Con benefits, and the official team of this year's main game, Aquarius Era, also benefits. Yes, I also think it's the Aquarius Era official team behind this. They're definitely the masterminds. This whole thing got even someone like me, who doesn't usually come to anime conventions, to buy a ticket. They can use this to gain a huge amount of traffic and make a fortune. Not necessarily. The young man with luggage thought for a moment. Don't be so absolute. This is probably just a coincidence. No. The young man opposite him looked incredulous. After all this, you still believe it's a coincidence? Because there are two things that don't make sense. Let's assume that Lilith collaborated with the Little Bee Anime Convention and photoshopped the pictures and videos. They have that kind of technology, so why didn't they promote it before the convention even started? The young man with luggage looked up at the convention entrance. That girl is so cute. If they really wanted to promote it, they would have done it months earlier. Wouldn't printing out her headshot and advertising it on various platforms, along with clips from her magic video, be more effective at whetting the audience's appetite? Now that you mention it, that makes sense, doesn't it? Another young man instantly calmed down. If I were the organizer, I would definitely do the same. There's no need to risk being smeared with this kind of marketing. If people are attracted and then find it's all fake, it could easily turn into a serious incident. Strange. So why do you think this is? That's why I said there's a small chance it's a coincidence. That girl named Lilith is indeed very cute, and the magic trick was improvised. But even so, it's hard to explain why almost no one in this circle knows such a beautiful cosplayer, and she can do such amazing magic, unless today is her first time here and her first performance. The young man with the backpack looked thoughtful. But if that's the case, the chances are even smaller. What magician cosplayer would choose such a place for their first solo show? Here it comes. Finally, we're at the Little Bee Comic-Con, haha. The two young men were discussing when several more boys with backpacks passed through the ticket gate. I want to see if the legendary Lilith cosplayer is really that amazing. Hee, that little girl looks super cute in the photos. We have to find a way to get her contact information. Since she's cosplaying a character from the book, it means that little girl also likes reading novels. We have something in common. Seeing the boys pass by, the young man with the backpack called out to them. Are you here to see that Lilith too? What, you two too? The boys turned around. Come on, let's team up. Wait, don't you guys find it strange? The young man looked at them questioningly. Doesn't this seem like a publicity stunt? Are they marketing the game Aquarius Era or that author's book? So what if it's a publicity stunt? How can a comic convention operate without hype, right? A guy nonchalantly said, I'm here to see the girls. If she's really as pretty as in the photos, I have made a profit, otherwise, I just consider it a vacation. The young man was somewhat confused. If it really is a publicity stunt, aren't you angry? They didn't say whether it's a publicity stunt or not. It's just that someone posted a few photos of stamps in the group chat, and then a bunch of people started making wild guesses. What are you doing at the comic convention? Buying merchandise? Seeing girls? Isn't that enough? Aren't you tired of thinking so much? After saying that, the boy waved to his companion, never mind them. Apparently there's a stage performance at the anime convention at noon. Let's hurry up, or we won't even find seats. After the boys left, the two young people looked at each other. They suddenly realized. Was it really as these people said, that they were living too stressful a life? But people online are like that, starting insults at the slightest disagreement, displaying their aggression. Wasn't it because they couldn't stand it that they bought tickets to seek verification? On the second floor at the Little Bee Anime Convention, after reading the messages forwarded on their phones about the arguments between netizens, neither Erlini, Lu Xinyu, nor Qiu Xiaoyu took it seriously. Because as delivery drivers, novelists, and illustrators, they had encountered even stranger people at work, so they were basically immune to similar things. Moreover, they had more important things to do in real life. This is how you make rice balls. This is steamed rice, which I made in my own pressure cooker. And this is glutinous rice, which adds sweetness and aroma. Here are shrimp, fish, pork floss, octopus. You can add according to the customer's request. After adding them, press a little harder, like this, and then, like this. Finally, wrap it in seaweed, heat it in the microwave, and then shape it firmly, and you're done. Wow! Under Qiu Shuyou's personal guidance, Irene quickly made her first seafood rice ball. Lilith, you're great. Patting Irini's head, Xiao Xiaoyu turned to Lucinu, seemingly hesitating for a moment. What's wrong? Noticing the expression on the girl's face, Lucinu looked up. You can just say what's on your mind. Well, the apartment my parents left me is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house. I'm currently living alone in the master bedroom, and the other 2 rooms are empty. I was thinking, since Xiaoyu is also renting alone now, how about moving in with me? After saying that, Xiao Xiaoyu quickly added, just pay half of your previous rent. I found that we get along quite well. Chapter 361. As more and more people entered, a strange queue appeared at a small booth at the Little Bee Comic Con on the 2nd floor of the Shengjing City Convention Center. What's this for? Why is there a queue? I heard the stall owner is a very cute cosplayer. I don't know, I just saw everyone queuing, so I joined. Are they doing this blindly? I go see what's going on. The group started from a small shop called Xiaoyu Rice Ball, and circled around it several times, making this originally secluded area incredibly lively. Seriously? You guys lined up for this long just to buy a rice ball? Some people, out of curiosity, followed the long queue to Xiaoyu Rice Ball, and after confirming that so many people were indeed queuing for a single rice ball, they walked back with incredulous expressions. Is this rice ball really that good? To be honest, it is quite delicious, but the main thing is being able to take a picture with the cosplayer. What do you know? You can take a free picture with the vendor after buying a rice ball here. Have you seen the vendor? She is super cute. You have to buy a rice ball to take a picture? What kind of cosplayer is this? Is she some kind of internet celebrity? No, she's not a professional cosplayer. Apparently, cosplaying characters is just a hobby, and she's even cosplaying a character from a book that nobody has ever heard of. Isn't that just to promote the book? In the noisy queue, Irini, wearing gloves, was busy in her cart. What kind of sauce do you want? We have ketchup, yellow pepper sauce, black pepper sauce, and cumin. I want tomatoes. What kind of meat? We have fish, shrimp, and octopus. Shrimp, please. By the way, can I make a request? What is it? Miss, could you take off your gloves and let me cook for you? I punch you. A punch is fine too, ah. Lilith's little hands are so cute. Behind Irin, looking at the endless queue ahead, Xiao Xiaoyu sighed, while cooking rice beside her. It really has to be your Lilith. If I were selling by myself, I probably wouldn't have sold that pot of rice by tonight. If Xiaoyu wore some popular cosplay outfits, the effect wouldn't be any worse than Lilith's. Lu Xinyu, who was helping to watch the glutinous rice, suggested, for example, those popular mobile game characters recently, or characters from popular anime in the past, like Shauna. Wow, Rem, Madoka can name, business will definitely boom. No way, then there won't be anyone to help cook. Xiao Xiaoyu waved her hand, paused for a moment, then lowered her voice. Xiaoyu. Is she really just your reader? Xiao Xiaoyu gestured with her eyes to Irin, who was wrapping rice balls in front of the cart. I always feel like she has a very strange smell about her. A strange smell? I wouldn't call it a smell, it's just something very unique. Xiao Xiaoyu thought for a moment. I can't quite put my finger on it, but my intuition tells me she's different from everyone else here. Like when she said her name was Lilith, and she came from another world, I didn't feel anything was off. Oh. Lu Xinyu mused, Xiaoyu thinks she's not an ordinary person. Yes. Xiao Xiaoyu nodded, but Xiaoyu and Lilith seem to have a good relationship, so I won't pry into your secrets. We only known each other for less than 2 days. Lu Xinyu said earnestly, Xiaoyu's intuition is right. She's definitely not an ordinary person. Her name is Xiao. Back in the rented apartment, Irini had told Lu Xinyu about herself. She told Lu Xinyu that she didn't care if her identity as an otherworldly mage was exposed, and told her not to have so much psychological burden. Irini's mindset on Earth was the same as when she was sent to live with the Piarista family by Nasod as a dragon princess. She didn't care what people speculated about her identity. If anyone asked, she wouldn't mind simply saying, I am a dragon. After all, dragons are absolutely at the top of the food chain on the Eve continent, so having her identity exposed is no big deal. The same applies here on Earth. Little L is the manager of the Mystic River. Given Earth's current scientific level, even with 1,000 more years of development, we wouldn't be able to leave the Milky Way, let alone observe the Mystic River. Regarding hiding her identity, Eline was more concerned with whether revealing her identity would cause chaos in the world, not whether it would bring trouble to herself. Therefore, she told Lu Xinyu not to be too fixated on hiding her identity, to be happy, and to let things take their course. Little L? Sure enough, Lu Xinyu's words surprised Qiu Xiaoyu. Your surname is Little? No, her name is Xiaoer, but she didn't say why it's that name. Could it be? Qiu Xiaoyu covered her mouth. Could it really be what I'm thinking? Xiaoyu, what are you thinking about? Qiu Xiaoyu pointed at her Linny, and after a long pause, asked uncertainly, could she really be from another world? Yes. Lu Xinyu nodded solemnly. At least, she really can use magic. Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu's encounter dates back 10 years. At that time, they were both children. Lu Xinyu had just started writing novels, and Qiu Xiaoyu's drawing was just beginning. When uploading novels to websites, authors need to choose a cover. Most authors just randomly search for a picture of a pretty girl online and upload it. Lu Xinyu, however, believed that since it was her first book, she should give her the best, so she went to a newly established artist commissioning platform. Coincidentally, Qiu Xiaoyu had just registered her information on that platform that day, completing her artist registration. So Lu Xinyu saw Qiu Xiaoyu's illustrator information and chose this seemingly still inexperienced young artist to create the first cover for her novel. Lu Xinyu's first commission, Qiu Xiaoyu's first commission, that's how they met and exchanged contact information. Later, whenever Lu Xinyu had spare money, she would commission Qiu Xiaoyu. Qiu Xiaoyu's drawing skills improved steadily with each commission, and the two became inseparable friends online, often chatting about games, anime, life, and ideals, even setting each other as special contacts. It could be said that, apart from the final hurdle of real-life communication, their understanding of each other was practically that of intimate partners. Lu Xinyu never expected that she would run into her best friend at the anime convention today. No wonder those magic tricks looked so real. Lu Xinyu's words made Qiu Xiaoyu look enlightened. Did Xiaoyu ask her why she came to Earth? No. Lu Xinyu shook her head. I was too excited last night. I was a little dizzy. I only remember Xiaoer saying she hoped I could help take her to some exciting places. Then, after we buy all the rice balls here, let's all go over there together. I'm quite familiar with this anime convention. Saying this, Qiu Xiaoyu walked over carrying a bowl of freshly cooked rice. My treat. Chapter 362. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here are your seafood rice balls. 3 for 10 yuan. As Aren's nimble little hands danced like an elf on the cart, combining the various ingredients on the cutting board, 3 adorable fox girl rice balls were ready. Aside from anything else, Aren herself really enjoyed these rice balls. Mainly because Qiu Xiaoyu brought only high-quality ingredients, and almost all of them were carefully selected. She even specially bought rice suitable for making rice balls, bringing a rice cooker with her, washing the rice, adding mineral water, and cooking it right there in front of everyone. Moreover, from the rice-to-water ratio and the cooking time, it was clear that Qiu Xiaoyu had a very deep understanding of rice cooking. The cooked rice wasn't too sticky or too dry and shapeless, perfect for shaping into balls. In addition, the glutinous rice, pork floss, and seafood that went with the rice were also very well chosen, extremely fresh, and tasted fantastic. As the manager of the mysterious river, Elaine could directly see the specific data of the ingredients. What kind of meat was used for the meat floss, its nutritional value, the bacterial count, how long the shrimp had been stored, the amount of harmful bacteria. Elaine knew all this, so she could conclude that Qiu Xiaoyu had done her homework. She was very willing to become good friends with a girl like that. Moreover, even if some ingredients had been stored on the cart for a long time and had excessive levels of harmful bacteria, Elaine could use magic to kill these bacteria, ensuring that customers buying rice balls wouldn't get diarrhea. Besides the ingredients, what Irene liked most about Qiu Xiaoyu's special rice ball was the sauce. This sauce acts as a binding agent and flavor enhancer for the rice ball, and is key to its deliciousness. Through Irene's administrator powers, she could see that the sauce was made from a mixture of wampi, tomato sauce, soy sauce, and some fruit juice, resulting in a delicate and unforgettable flavor. This rice ball, almost like a work of art, only cost 4 yuan each at a comic convention, and only 10 yuan for 3. Even Irene felt that the shop owner, Xiaoyu, was a bit too kind, because she barely made any profit. Thank you. Under Ren's friendly gaze, the boy took the takeout box she handed him, then took out his camera. Little sister, I heard that if you buy rice balls here, you can take a picture with me. Is that true? Yes, yes. Aren nodded. No more than a minute. The boy said excitedly, no problem. A minute is enough. After quickly straightening her clothes and putting on her large magician's hat, Aren stepped out from behind the cart. The boy carrying the rice balls blushed and excitedly stood beside her, handing his phone to his companion. Quick, take a few more pictures. Click, click, click. The boy's companion took out his phone and started snapping photos of the two of them. Erin, as if by magic, pulled a magic wand from her magic hat and posed for the boy in several classic magician poses. So cute. How did she conjure that magic wand? How can that hat fit it? So cute, can make rice balls and do magic tricks. What a genius. Quick, hurry up and take your pictures. Next one. I want a picture with Lilith too. Soon, the photos with the two boys were finished, and Erin returned to the back of the cart. Thank you for your hard work. Next one. Looking at the young man with the backpack in front of her, Erin flashed a smile that revealed her little tiger teeth. Big brother, how many rice balls do you want? Or milk tea? The young man stepped forward with an unfriendly expression. I want 3 seafood rice balls, with pork floss. Okay. Erin put on her gloves and skillfully took a steaming bowl of rice from the bowl beside her. What kind of sauce? Tomato. The young man said somewhat coldly, then added, I want it frozen. Huh? The young man's words instantly stunned the people behind him. No, bro, are you sure you want a cold rice ball? The rice is freshly made, still steaming hot. Why would I give you a cold one? Exactly, are you here to cause trouble? Immediately, the people behind her started speaking up for Erin. The young man snorted, Didn't you guys see? I saw it all. All that hype they've been doing in the group chat is for this rice ball shop. What are you talking about? Are you obsessed? Several people in line laughed. What hype? Bro, can't you tell the difference between online and offline? Yeah, the rice ball is really delicious and not expensive. 10 yuan is enough for 3 adults to eat their fill. My brother brought me one before, and I thought it was delicious, so I came to line up. And you call it hype? Hype about rice balls? Why don't you order a milk tea and a rice ball, and add ice to the rice ball yourself? This is a real headache. I work in the food service industry too, and I hate these kinds of troublesome customers. However, listening to the various complaints from the people queuing behind him, the young man remained unmoved and said to Erin, Didn't you claim in the group chat that you're from another world? Isn't your character supposed to be an ice elemental archmage from another world? I want an ice ball with ice now. With your abilities, you should be able to do it, right? You're really bewitched. Exactly. Isn't that a magic show? You're taking it seriously? Are you buying it or not? If not, get down here. There's a whole bunch of people queuing up. Seeing the obvious commotion in the queue behind him, Erin quickly waved her hand to signal everyone to calm down. My persona is indeed that of a magician from another world, but those groups you mentioned, I'm actually not very familiar with them, because I don't have any accounts on any platform. Those photos and videos were just taken by passers-by, and then uploaded online. Maintaining a friendly smile, Erin explained while kneading her rice ball. As for the hype, this rice ball shop belongs to Xiaojia, and we're good friends. I just happened to be helping out today. Okay, since the magician from another world persona is just your persona, I won't delve into it. Perhaps finding no flaws in Erin's calm explanation, the young man started to panic. However, he still tried to appear calm and pointed to the exit of the changing room, saying, You guys did say over there that it was a magic show, right? Since you know magic, could I ask you to perform another magic trick here? As he spoke, the young man pointed to the rice ball in Erin's hand. Use your ice magic to add ice to the rice ball. I can pay extra. Chapter 363. Is this guy crazy? Yeah. He's completely lost the distinction between online and offline. The young man's actions immediately drew protests from the customers queuing behind him and passers-by. What's going on? What happened? Can anyone tell us? Did these girls offend anyone? Nothing much. This girl was cosplaying a character from a book, a fantasy ice mage. She even prepared 2 magic tricks for everyone, right by the exit of the dressing room. The magic was a great success, really beautiful. A passerby explained, then because the magic was so amazing, someone posted the video and photos of this girl online, and unsurprisingly, it caused an argument. This caused an argument? What's the argument about? Why wouldn't this cause an argument? You know the online environment these days, anything can cause an argument. People share beautiful pictures to let others appreciate pretty girls sharing. The magic photos are meant to show everyone the magic and its amazing effect, but some people just love to argue. Some say the photos are unnaturally photoshopped, others say the magic trick is too simple, that it's 3D projection or an assistant's work. Then, there are conspiracy theories, saying the person sharing these pictures wants everyone to argue, to generate buzz so the convention organizers can benefit. I don't understand. This little girl is naturally beautiful, and where do all these conspiracy theories come from? Life is already so hard, isn't it exhausting to think so much? Amidst the chaos, the young man in front of Erin said in a trembling voice. How about it? Can you do it? I give you $50. You do one magic trick for me. It doesn't need to be complicated, just add ice to this rice ball. Actually, the young man was also a little panicked at this moment. He lived in Beijing and, after hearing about what was happening in the group chat, immediately bought a subway ticket to the convention center and rushed to the anime convention. He had a pin-shaped camera clipped to his chest pocket, which he was currently live-streaming the event. Half an hour earlier, this young man had been betting with others in various anime, comic convention, and gaming groups that this Lilith's face must have been enhanced with beauty filters and that the magic trick couldn't be real. Some group members advised him not to take it so seriously, while others argued that the photos weren't photoshopped. However, he was too engrossed to listen and simply declared, I'm in Beijing right now, going there in person. If this girl is ugly and doesn't know magic, you all have to give me a rocket. If she really isn't photoshopped and is a magician, I apologize to everyone in the group and send 200 yuan red envelopes to each group. A rocket is a virtual gift used for live stream donations, costing 1,888 yuan, with the streamer receiving 998 yuan after tax. Before this, his biggest suspicion was that Lilith's appearance wasn't real, because it's impossible for a real person to look so perfect and cute. Especially, the young man actually saw a hint of divinity in the photos shared by the group members. This girl named Lilith, she actually makes people feel like she's a god? That's even more impossible. So, the young man who was live streaming quickly arrived at the convention center in Shangjing City. Seeing the long line at the rice ball shop, he didn't hesitate to stand at the back of the line. However, when he stood in front of the cart and saw Eline's appearance in person, he was instantly stunned by her adorable appearance. There was absolutely no trace of Photoshop. The real-life Lilith really looked exactly like the photos forwarded by his group members. Moreover, interacting with her face-to-face, looking at her cute little face, and listening to her lively and gentle voice, the divine quality was even stronger than what he had seen in the group chat. The young man regretted his decision, but he was now in a difficult position. While marveling at how humans could be so cute, he had no choice but to ask Eline to perform a magic trick on the spot. Because this was his only chance to avoid sending red envelopes to his group members. If Eline refused his request to perform a magic trick, he could then use the excuse that she can't perform magic tricks to refuse to send red envelopes. What kind of magic trick would you like to see, big brother? Noticing the camera on the other person's chest, Erin simply tilted her head, her ahogue, cowlick, bobbing slightly. Still want some frozen rice balls? Aren't you an ice mage? Anything related to ice is fine. Seeing Erin's calm demeanor, the young man's heart leaped into his throat. 50 yen should be enough for you to sell 15 rice balls, right? Money isn't a problem. We come to the anime convention hoping to have a good time, or perhaps fulfill a dream deep within our hearts. Erin stepped out from behind the stroller, casually picking up her large magic hat. If something makes us unhappy, wouldn't that defeat the purpose of coming to the anime convention? As she spoke, Erin walked closer to the crowd and, to their astonishment, took a snowball from her magic hat. So I hope Big Brother won't be unhappy about anything. She tossed the snowball high into the air and snapped her fingers. Bang! The snowball exploded in midair, sending snowflakes raining down. My goodness, it's snowing? The snowflakes drifted down slowly, some landing on the heads of the crowd, others on their outstretched palms, before slowly melting. It really is snow. How did you do that? Are there props like this in magic? Seeing the crowd rushing to catch the falling snowflakes because of this little magic trick, Erin took the rice ball that the young man had asked her to add ketchup to and coated it with a layer of ice crystals. Here you go, your iced rice ball. With a clatter, she placed the rock-hard rice ball on the plate, tilting her head back. Just one. The young man was completely dumbfounded. I want 3. Erin nodded. Do you want any designs printed on them? The young man's mind was blank. Anything is fine. You said it. Erin quickly rolled out the other 2 rice balls, glancing at the basketball-printed backpack on the young man's back. Big Brother seems to really like playing basketball? I do. Then I draw a picture of a basketball superstar on it. With a flick of her wrist, Erin mentally etched a lifelike image of a basketball star onto the completely frozen rice ball, then placed the 3 rock-hard rice balls on the table. Rice balls plus magic fee, 60 yen in total, thank you Big Brother. Chapter 364. Erlini's action stunned not only those at the anime convention, but also the viewers in the youth's live stream. Most of these viewers came from anime and gaming groups, and were extremely curious about who would win and lose the youth's bet. In fact, Most people didn't care whether the photos and videos from the convention were photoshopped. They simply saved what they liked and laughed it off if they didn't. Those playing games continued playing, and those watching videos continued watching. Only a small number argued with others, eventually escalating to insults and bets. This girl really looks exactly like the one in the photos. My God, she's even cuter than in the photos. These casual viewers, who had come for the bet, were initially just there for the fun of it. However, when they saw Erlini's unfiltered, natural appearance behind the cart, everyone was instantly captivated by this little girl. I can't find the words to describe this little one anymore. She's so cute. What's her name? I followed her. The other person never even revealed their name or account, and a bunch of people are just saying it's a publicity stunt, trying to generate buzz. Is this a beauty camera? No, he said himself when he went there that it was just 2K resolution, a recording pen. That's really what he looks like in real life. Let's see how the streamer gets out of this mess. When the young man asked Erlini to perform a magic trick, the entire live stream chat was filled with mockery. Even in front of a professional magician, suddenly asking them to perform a magic trick is extremely impolite, especially since they're making rice balls. The streamer is furious because they don't want to give out red envelopes. Am I the only one who noticed that those rice balls are 10 yuan for 3? They even have squid strips added. Milk tea is only 8 yuan a cup. What kind of crazy prices are these in Beijing? Then, Erlini casually conjured a snowball and threw it into the air. The scene of artificial snow being thrown into the air instantly ignited the entire live stream. Holy crap! Can magic really happen on a whim? And on such a large scale? Where did that snowball come from? Beijing is a southern city, right? How do they preserve it in this kind of weather? The most important thing isn't the snowball, it's the snow in the sky. So much snow falling all at once, what kind of magic prop is that? And can it be carried around? Now the pressure is on the streamer. They didn't use any beauty filters or effects, and they still performed a magic trick live for you. What do you say? Because he was wearing Bluetooth headphones connected to the live stream, the young man, with a backpack at the anime convention could clearly hear the various sarcastic remarks coming from his own live stream. The people queuing at the convention also unanimously gestured for the young man to leave. Okay, the magic show's over, and the rice ball's frozen. Let's go! Next, little sister, don't mind these kinds of people. There are always a few oddballs in a big forest. Give me some yellow-skin fruit jam. Even though he knew he was being mocked by countless people, the young man, after paying with his phone by scanning a QR code at the cart and receiving the frozen rice ball from Erlini, was still completely blank. He numbly walked a few steps to the open space beside him, staring blankly at Erlini behind the cart as she started kneading rice balls again amidst the boos of the crowd. Normally, upon seeing such a magic trick, he would immediately suspect that the magician and his assistant had conspired, preparing the frozen rice ball beforehand and then using it to switch out a regular rice ball. But even though he was closest to Erin just now, he still couldn't see through this magic trick. What kind of magic trick could switch rice balls right under someone's nose? Or was there some kind of prop that could rapidly lower a rice ball to sub-zero temperatures and cover it with frost in a very short time? The young man stared at the rice ball covered in a pale blue icy shell in his arms, his face full of disbelief. Today's temperature in Shangjing City is 21 degrees Celsius, neither cold nor hot, but definitely not a temperature where it would snow. The young man couldn't understand how Erin had done it. Another thing the young man couldn't understand was that the surrounding tourists seemed completely unconcerned about whether Erin was wearing makeup, nor did they seem to deeply consider whether the magic trick was actually possible. People were happy to see cute cosplayers and cheered for magic performances, but never considered whether the cosplayers were actually wearing makeup or whether the magician used optical illusions. What was wrong with these people? The young man rarely came to anime conventions. He didn't have many friends in real life, and his favorite pastime was charging into battle online, finding any topics he disagreed with, and then debating with others. However, today he felt as if he had entered a completely different world, encountering a completely different group of people. He couldn't understand the people's thinking here, but subconsciously he felt, perhaps this kind of mentality made life easier? At the food cart, Erin glanced discreetly at the young man, who was staring blankly at the frozen rice balls in the open space a short distance away, and continued preparing rice balls for the customers in front of her with a smile on her face. After these few small incidents, she roughly understood the differences between the world of 2030 and 2025, and could roughly predict the changes that would occur in the world after 2035 and 2040. From this young man, she saw the microcosm of some people. From Qiu Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu, she saw the microcosm of others. And Irini turned her gaze to the stage not far away. There, preparations were underway for the performance of the theme of this comic convention, namely the most popular game of this era, Aquarius Era. Irini had previously visited a world related to Aquarius Era, namely White Sand Earth. Then, the mobile game Aquarius Era on Earth released a new character with spatial abilities, and both the ability settings and clothing were exactly the same as little Irini, which was enough to prove that there was a certain connection between the two. It felt like the world line had been altered. This discovery reminded Irini of the monster calamity that had once struck the continent of Eve. Assuming all the worlds connected to the Mystic River were interconnected, then when a large number of monsters appeared on the continent of Eve, it was likely not just a simple matter of the roots of the world tree malfunctioning. At that time, it was most likely that something went wrong in a world corresponding to the continent of Eve, or some other strange place. Thinking this, Irini quietly made a plan in her mind. After selling all the rice balls, she would definitely drag Lucinyu and the others to the Aquarius Era Exhibition Hall. Chapter 365. Thanks to the efforts of Irin, Lucinyu, and Qiu Xiaoyu, all the large pots of rice they brought were sold out. Even the leftover glutinous rice was bought by later customers, who said they would eat it as glutinous rice. After the strange young man who demanded Irin perform magic left, no one else suddenly appeared in the crowd to cause trouble. Those who bought rice balls either took photos with Irin and left, or sat on small chairs near the carts, playing on their phones, and chatting with their companions while gazing at the stage in the center of the convention. The Aquarius Era has certainly adapted to the new era. Before playing this mobile game, I thought I was no longer interested in anything in this world. Haha, this game burst onto the scene in 2026. Nobody thought it would succeed, but now it's the #1 downloaded mobile game and has even been taken over by the official developers. It's mainly because of this thing, the cutting-edge technology, cross-platform compatibility between computers and mobile phones, all the NPCs are intelligent AI, and the optimization is so good that it runs smoothly on many phones. After helping to tidy up the stall, Qiu Xiaoyu proactively took out 2,000 yuan and handed it to Erlini. No need, no need. Erlini quickly waved her hand, pushing the money back. I just came with Sister Xiaoyu to experience life. Thinking about what happened when she was making rice balls earlier, Erlini couldn't help but laugh and cry. People who come to anime conventions, well, to put it another way, are all a little strange. Some people joked with Irin while she was making rice balls, suggesting she use her feet. Others hoped she would take off her gloves. When Irin said, "I take off my gloves and punch you," those customers would turn their faces away as if to say, "Reward me." And then say, "Quick, punch me here, and I won't wash my face for a year." These strange behaviors often elicited bursts of laughter from onlookers, followed by playful banter like, "Are you trying to become Miss Lilith's dog? And don't take my spot, the doghouse is already full." No one cared whether Eline was wearing makeup. No one mentioned whether the snowflake magic trick was real or not. The atmosphere was incredibly relaxed. In 2030, an era of fast-paced and stressful living, Eline considered this atmosphere quite precious. Although, well, quite a few people were indeed a bit odd. "You guys were going to check out the booth, right? I have a friend who works there. She's in charge of the opening ceremony performance for the mobile game Aquarius Era today." Seeing that Irin didn't accept the money, Qiu Xiaoyu directly stuffed several hundred yuan bills into Lucinyu's pocket. "I told Xiaoyu I treat, so I can't go back on my word." "Ah." Lucinyu scratched her head. "Do you have a lot of time left? These rice cookers and microwaves need to be moved first." Qiu Xiaoyu said apologetically, "I didn't expect the rice balls to sell so quickly." Although this was Qiu Xiaoyu's first time starting a business, she had done some on-site research. She brought enough rice and ingredients for the whole day, originally planning to sell until around 5 or 6 in the evening. After all, snacks like rice balls sell better in the evening, because people are tired after a day at the anime convention and only then think about eating. Unexpectedly, thanks to Erlini's help, the entire day's supply sold out in less than an hour, much to Qiu Xiaoyu's surprise. "Anyway, you guys go ahead first. There's a live PV performance for a new Aquarius Era character over there in a bit." They hired cosplayers, and they'd be giving out lots of small gifts and game convention exclusive damage-themed skin redemption codes. Seeing that Irini wasn't making any moves, Qiu Xiaoyu pushed the two of them towards the stage. "Xiaoyu, didn't you really want that damaged skin? Hurry up, don't worry about me." "Oh." Hearing this, Lucinyu seemed to wake up from a dream. Then we go ahead first. "Xiaoyu, you need to come over quickly after you're done here." Yes, I be quick here, you guys hurry up. Go, or you won't get the skin." Lu Xinyu subconsciously took Erline's small hand. Let's go now. Then, seemingly realizing that holding hands like that was a bit too intimate, Lu Xinyu let go. Sorry. It's okay. Sister Xiaoyu is just too reserved. Erline took the girl's hand. What exactly is this Aquarius era you're talking about? Previously, due to the little elf, Big One's misleading guidance, Erline had been to a world called White Sand Earth, which was very similar to Earth, except that magic existed there. The Aquarius era was the name people in that world used for the new era of humanity, similar to AD. BC is BC before the Aquarius era, so Aquarius 1993 is similar to AD 2025. Erline hadn't expected that the term Aquarius era would appear on this Earth, which had no magical settings. However, the Aquarius era here is a game. It's a game, playable on both mobile and PC, a role-playing game. As they walked towards the stage at the convention center, Lu Xinyu explained, this game was released in 2026. It's a cyberpunk/fantasy/sci-fi game. There were actually quite a few similar games that year, but Aquarius era became popular because it didn't have gacha mechanics, and was priced affordably. Then it was officially taken over, becoming the only official game. An official game? Irini asked, somewhat confused. What does official game mean? It means a game controlled by the government. Its servers are located in Shangjing City, and it's operated by government officials. Lu Xinyu lowered her voice. When this news was first released, many people thought it was fake because there has never been a government-controlled game before. The game's operation was a mystery. No one knew what had happened. It launched in 2026, the government announced its takeover in 2027, and by 2028, it had become a national mobile game. The government actually gets involved in operating a game? As she spoke, Irini recalled the recent pressure cooker phenomenon online. Thinking about it, it seemed plausible, so she continued, is Xiaoyu playing this game now? Yes, it's a national-level game. Most young people are playing it now. The most important thing is that it's not pay to win. New characters and equipment are sold directly, though you can grind for them. It emphasizes equality for everyone. Lu Xinyu pointed to the stage. Today's Beijing Comic Convention is to promote the new version's new character, Jiaolan, a character from the future who can travel through space. Chapter 366. Galen? Is the name of the new character in the Age of Aquarius Galen? Just as Lu Xinyu finished speaking, and while Irin was still pondering whether this was a coincidence or a quantum entanglement phenomenon caused by a world-line shift, the large stage in front suddenly lit up with dazzling spotlights interwoven with green and pale purple. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Age of Aquarius. A passionate voice rang out, and a huge projector projected the image of a barefoot girl in a nightgown onto the stage curtain. Today, our Aquarius era welcomes another mysterious guest, the girl who has traveled from the future, Gloria. Miss Gloria is unlike any other character we encountered so far. She can use the mysterious power of the grass element to heal herself and her companions, and she can also manipulate space to deliver a fatal blow to enemies from unexpected angles. Clearly, Miss Gloria's strength is so overwhelming that she doesn't need elaborate battle robes or sturdy armor for protection. She goes into battle lightly equipped, and when facing monsters, she only needs to flick her finger to obliterate them. The announcer's voice, coupled with the image of a girl in a small sundress, barefoot, floating on the lawn with her back against a spatial rift, caused many passers-by around Erline to scream. Holy crap! She has healing abilities? Wasn't she supposed to be a powerful DPS character with mysterious powers? And a healer too? I don't care anymore. Going barefoot is always a critical hit for me. I'm buying this character as soon as she's released. Amidst the noisy crowd, Lu Xinyu leaned close to Erline's ear. Characters in Aquarius era have many different attributes, such as water, fire, wind, thunder, quantum, ether, mystic. This Galen is a newly released mystic attribute DPS, but her ability to heal teammates is quite unexpected. We only knew her ability was to tear space, but we didn't expect her to have both grass and mystic attributes. At the same time, music seemingly designed for this new character began to play on stage, instantly bringing the surrounding crowd to a fever pitch. The music is amazing. So beautiful. The feeling of combining natural elements with the violent aura of the universe. Invincible. The new character will still be priced at 350 mystery points, right? It should take about half a month to grind, right? Generally, new characters won't limit your grinding. Judging from the recent official announcements, the new event should be coming soon. I just want that damaged skin. The combination of grass and mysterious power in Little Garland is so appealing, I absolutely have to get it. Perhaps to help Irini understand better, Lu Xinyu explained further. A damaged skin is a skin that changes the shape and color of the damage numbers. The initial skin is just regular boldface, with critical hits in red. Damaged skins change the font, some become cute, some become cool, and some incorporate elements of the current theme. For example, in the last event, Hide and Seek, the reward damaged skin was a cow-cat skin. The font was a mix of black and white, looking like black and white milk chocolate. A critical hit would look like 0.8. These numbers will have cat ears on top. They're so cute. The most likely theme for the Garland-themed damaged skin at this year's Beijing Comic-Con will be a mix of green grassland and starry sky text, probably themed around life or the universe. Then, Irini remembered Lucinyu's shut in nature. Since Sister Xiaoyu also plays this game, why isn't she paying attention to today's Comic-Con? Because this isn't necessary. Coming to the anime convention does allow you to learn about character attributes and skills beforehand, and you can also get redemption codes here in advance, but convention tickets cost money, and after today, once the events start, most things can be obtained through gameplay in the game. Lucinyu smiled. If it weren't for little L, as a socially awkward and poor person, I wouldn't need to rush like this, because I can get the events every day just by playing a little. Is this game really officially operated now? Yes, it really was. It was inexplicably taken over, and is now a national-level game. The mayor of Beijing even said in an interview that he had completed the latest dungeon. Lucinyu. You pointed to the character posters ahead. Personally, I think the government has realized the current state of the internet, like a pressure cooker. They know that if this internet environment is allowed to continue like this, it will eventually explode. So they bought this game, because games are the best way to de-stress. Of course, this is all I heard online. The government hasn't explained why they acquired Aquarius Era. But then again, amidst the music, Lucinyu looked at the new Aquarius Era character Galen on the stage ahead, then at Irini. I feel like she looks a bit like you. Because this character is most likely based on me. Irini silently replied in her mind. Back then, she traveled to White Sand Earth as the manager of the mysterious river, helping the police there catch a few thugs, causing a certain change in the timeline there. Therefore, the new character in the game Aquarius Era on Earth also underwent some changes. It's like a young girl lightly touching the surface of a lake with her toes, creating ripples. At first glance, these ripples seem to have no impact on the lake's ecosystem. However, even the slightest ripple can alter the state of plankton in some areas, triggering a series of butterfly effects. Fortunately, this butterfly effect doesn't have serious consequences. At most, it's like police officers on White Sand Earth arresting a few petty thugs ahead of schedule, or a new spatial ability user appearing in Earth's game, the Aquarius Era. Xiaoyu said her friend is over here. Let's go check it out. After watching the new character's PV near the stage for a while, Lucinyu pulled Erlini towards the backstage rest area. Let's see if we can get that damaged skin. What? Is it true? Is she alright? Oh. But the performance is about to start. The two had just arrived at the rest area when they saw a woman in a staff uniform making a phone call, looking extremely anxious. I can't cancel. It starts in 5 minutes at most. Ah, what do I do? Okay, I see if I can contact other cosplayers, but with so little time, they won't have enough time to learn the poses. After the staff member put down the phone, Lucinyu slowly stepped forward. Hello, I'm Cho Xiaoyu's friend. She told me to come here. Oh, Xiaoyu's friend. Hello. Despite her anxious expression, the staff member still managed to smile and pointed to a small box next to her. You're here to get the redemption codes, right? They're all here. Go get them yourselves. Thank you. Lucinyu walked towards the small box, hesitant. Hesitating for a moment, she said, sister, you seem really worried. Did something happen? Our cosplayer for the new character Jialan's live PV had a car accident. The staff member said with a worried expression. Luckily, it's not serious. She just twisted her calf. A trip to the hospital and some medicine will fix it, but today's PV is probably cancelled. As she spoke, the staff member looked at Lucinyu with pitiful eyes. By the way, do you know any cosplayers who are free now? They could just come on stage for a bit and say a few words. The PV starts in 5 minutes and we can't find a single cosplayer available. It's so frustrating. Chapter 367. The cosplayer got into a car accident. The staff member's words on stage stunned Lucinyu for a moment before she came to her senses. Is she the cosplayer in the new character's PV? Yes, the accident wasn't serious. The accident report is out, but the cosplayer sprained her ankle and had to go to the hospital, so she couldn't come. The staff member wearing a name tag spoke. seemingly noticing Erin next to Lucinu, and immediately her eyes lit up. Eh? What character are you cosplaying? Lilith. Erin took off her large magic hat and poked Lucinu's waist with her small hand. She's the heroine from this great author's novel. Lu. Xinu, tickled, laughed until tears streamed down her face. Ha ha ha. I'm not some big great writer. Wow. Your hair and eye color are exactly the same as our new character, Galen. Seeing Elaine's long, silky hair peeking from her hat, the staff member seemed to see a glimmer of hope, rushing forward to take the little girl's hand. Can you help me? Please, please, I'm desperate. Elaine immediately understood what they meant. Do you want me to cosplay Galen and perform on stage? Galen, the new character in the game Aquarius era, is a little girl with long, light blue hair, wearing a nightgown and barefoot. Elaine knew this was because she had accidentally traveled to White Sand Earth and participated in the work of the White Sand Guard Bureau there. Before she went to White Sand Earth, Aquarius era was just an ordinary mobile game on ordinary Earth, existing in a quantum superposition state of being both important and unimportant. However, once Elaine participates in the observation of White Sand Earth, Age of Aquarius will collapse into a special form. Not only will it be taken over by the local nation and become a national mobile game, but the new character will also become a little girl with a similar appearance to Little L, and similar characteristics. Healing hearts and skilled in manipulating space. Although most Earthlings, including the game developers, don't know what Miss Garland looks like in reality, they can create a virtual Galen image based on this feeling. After all, for current mobile games, most characters look similar, differing only in hairstyle, hair color, eye color, and clothing. They only have a general description of the character Galen. Long light blue hair, blue eyes, a dress, bare feet, and the ability to use life magic and spatial magic. But because of a certain quantum entanglement phenomenon between the two worlds, anyone here who has encountered the image of Galen will generally assume that Elaine is Miss Garland at first glance. Yes. We arranged some special effects for you. We already spoken to the announcer backstage. You just need to go up and walk through the scene in a bit. Seeing that Elaine seemed easy to talk to, the staff member smiled happily. And the new character's cosplay outfit is very simple, just a dress, with accessories only a ribbon on the head and a ribbon on the left hand. You'll be ready in no time. Of course I knew, because that was my everyday outfit after leaving the Mystic River. Wait. Hearing this, Lucinu seemed to realize something was wrong. She leaned towards the screen on the stage, then picked up the poster of the new character Galen from the game Aquarius era on the table and looked at it incredulously, saying, This isn't. Elaine was wearing this outfit when she first met Lucinu at Lion Mountain Park. However, at that time, Lucinu was busy with novel illustrations and responding to some trolls in the comments section, so she hardly paid attention to the game and naturally didn't look at the specific appearance of the new character Galen. She only knew that it was a lowly-sized, mysterious, high-damage dealer. Upon realizing that Galen's appearance was exactly the same as Little L, she asked with a puzzled look, What's going on? Quantum entanglement phenomenon. To this, Erin could only smile helplessly. The Aquarius era does exist in other worlds, and I went to see it, which caused the quantum collapse here. Huh? What are you talking about? The staff member looked confused, about the cosplay on stage. Helping is no problem, but I have a request. Erin said seriously, I don't want to reveal. Is it okay if I use my own name? Oh, no problem. Hearing this, the staff member breathed a sigh of relief and gestured for Erin to come over. Then please come this way. The cosplay outfit is in the back warehouse, but the size might be a little large. No need. Huh? I already have a cosplay outfit. Really? Erin's words surprised the staff member. Galen's character art was just released yesterday afternoon, and the concept PV just came out today. How do you already have a cosplay outfit? Anyway, it's already done. Elaine said somewhat awkwardly, just tell me briefly what I need to do once I'm on stage. Oh, I see. The staff member quickly pulled a document from her bag. After the music ends, follow the stage lights up. We turn off all the lights at the convention, so the stage lighting will be much dimmer than it is now. Look, these are the actions you need to perform. As she spoke, the staff member pulled out her phone and opened a video. Just follow the movements in this video, be natural. Actually, it's okay if it's not natural, because this is a temporary outdoor performance, and the audience won't really see much. The staff member, probably realizing that expecting a randomly pulled cosplayer to learn so many movements in just a few minutes was a bit much, sighed. Well, you figure it out. If you really can't, you can just do it your own way. For example, for these attack moves, if you don't remember them, just flip your hair, and I have the narrator stop explaining, then continue playing the music, and we just get through it. Okay. After listening, Erin looked up. Can I do it my own way? If you participated in similar character PVs before, you can also do it your own way. This character's primary role is area of effect damage output, and secondary role. It's supplementary treatment. The staff member looked at Erin with some curiosity. Have you ever acted in a similar stage play? If so, I have the announcer backstage coordinate your lines with your performance. That would be the best effect. But, are you really sure you're okay? I should be fine. Erin nodded. I know a bit about this new character, Gallon. Okay then, I go talk to the announcer now. The staff member hesitated. Are you sure you can handle the situation? For the character PV, it's just demonstrating the character's skills on stage? Erin thought for a moment. Performing healing spells and spatial magic, is that right? That's right, but how are you going to perform? I know some magic. You know magic? The staff member hesitated, finally adopting a desperate look. Fine, little one, since you're so confident, then it's up to you. Chapter 368. Clearly, the staff responsible for the stage play featuring the new character Gallon from Aquarius era at the convention didn't have high expectations for Erin. When she received the call about the cosplayer's car accident, she probably already assumed the play would be cancelled. After all, no matter what, live-action character PVs like these require rehearsals. If something goes wrong, even if a suitable cosplayer is found, there won't be much time for practice, meaning it'd just be a perfunctory performance. All the staff could do was push any cosplayer around to keep the stage from looking too empty, and get through the convention opening ceremony smoothly. The good news was that because the stage play was being performed in the very center of the convention, and the convention itself was more like a pedestrian street or flea market, no one expected the stage to be formal. So even if the newly recruited cosplayer performed terribly, most people would just laugh it off. It seems everyone is really looking forward to the new character, Jolon, right? I feel the same way. I'm really excited to see how she performs in the new dungeons and events. Also, we're fortunate to have invited Ms. Jolon herself from Aquarius era. Ahem, whether it's her or not is up to you to decide, this commentator takes no responsibility. Ms. Jolon is a mysterious girl from another world, skilled in using mystical and healing powers. It's said that besides her mystical powers, she can also manipulate spatial forces, freely traveling between parallel worlds. Currently, everything about her remains a mystery. Next, Ms. Jolon's exclusive music began. The noisy stage sound system and colorful spotlights quickly attracted a large crowd of passers-by. What's this? A new character PD for the Aquarius era? I heard they invited cosplayers to promote the new character and even made a special live-action PV in the form of a stage play. A live-action PV? Won't it be too cringeworthy? I don't know, probably will. Anyway, I don't have high hopes. I just came to take a look, grab a damaged skin redemption code, and leave. The lighting is quite impressive, but if they really want to make a live-action PV, the equipment here can't produce those effects, right? Space travel and life magic. TSK, it's easy to achieve in games, but in reality, it sounds like it cost a fortune. So just watch and enjoy. But I'm really curious what kind of cosplayers they hired. Putting everything else aside, for a lowly character, you should at least hire a cosplayer under 1.5 meters tall, right? The other convention did the same thing. They hired a 1.7 meter tall cosplayer for a lowly character. It was so incongruous. From the whispers among the crowd below the stage, it was clear that almost everyone present had little hope for this kind of comic convention cosplay performance. After all, the gap between the two-dimensional world and reality is just too vast. Most people come to these live-action performances to support the organizers and pass the time. They don't really care whether the organizers can accurately portray the characters. Actually, I'm quite looking forward to this new character. As far as I remember, this seems to be the first new character with its own live-action PV, a matching UI and damaged skins, its own music and songs, and its character illustration is so well hidden. Yeah, she even kept her character art hidden until the very last day before revealing it. Not a single insider leaked the news. That's terrifying. I suspect Aquarius era is plotting something. None of their previous new characters have ever been associated with an anime convention like this. Are they trying to break down the dimensional barrier with this Miss Jolon? Come on, break down the dimensional barrier? If they could get professional holographic projection equipment and create a 3D healing effect in the live-action PV, I praise them for trying. Don't just send some clueless girl on stage to awkwardly dance. I think awkward dancing is actually better than a live-action PV. At least awkward dancing has some dance to watch. A live-action PV without special effects is a disaster. Amidst the discussion, the crowd below the stage grew larger and larger. Many people even brought out their foldable chairs and sat down, looking expectantly at the empty stage that was already using holographic projection technology to create blue skies and green grass. At the same time, the incandescent lights around the venue clicked off. Only the spotlights near the stage remained lit, drawing considerable attention. No wonder it's an anime convention exclusive to the Aquarius era. Even the PV is so elaborate. Let's see what they can come up with. As someone who's been there, I have to warn you. Don't have too high expectations for this kind of live-action stage play. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Just watch it casually. As the holographic projection equipment on stage was fully prepared, Erin, dressed in her little Erin signature camisole nightgown and ribbons, approached the staff member in her slippers. Wow, you actually have this cosplay outfit? Eline's appearance impressed the staff member. Did some planner leak the information beforehand? Lu Xinyu secretly wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. If the new character, Jialan, really looks like this, I dare say no one knows her better than Xiao Er. Seeing the two were about to continue, Eline quickly stepped forward. I go on stage right after the music ends, right? Yes. The staff member, dressed in the official Aquarius era uniform, pointed to the small staircase ahead. The transition music will end in about a minute. After it ends, go up here, enter the stage, and the backstage staff will switch the PV music and activate the holographic projection device when they see you on stage. Then, just improvise, like I said before, according to your own understanding, or you can even dance otaku dance. Clearly, this staff member was now in a what the heck mentality, thinking that as long as nothing went wrong, everything would be fine. Okay, then I just improvise. As she walked towards the small staircase, Erin turned her head slightly and asked jokingly, if the performance goes well, what kind of reward will there be? If it really goes well, you can name any reward you want. The staff member crossed her arms. You're Xiuyo's friends, I certainly won't treat you unfairly. Then it's settled, Sister Xiuyu. Think carefully about what reward you want. Winking at Lu Xinyu, Erin put her cat slippers aside and stepped onto the stage with dragon dance steps. Change the song. Chapter 369. As Erin entered, the music in the center of the convention center abruptly switched from gentle, elegant natural melodies to a mysterious and grand cosmic rhythm. Countless spotlights shone on Erin in an instant, casting a small, adorable shadow behind the little girl. Alright, let's see who this is. Oh! It's Miss Gallen, who has crossed over from another void. The announcer behind the scenes, having received the order to execute Plan B, improvise, immediately began explaining Erin's movements. My goodness! We can see that Miss Gallen's feet don't touch the ground. This is her exclusive skill. Her passive skill, Void Breaker, permanently increases Miss Gallen's movement speed by 100 and allows her to move regardless of collision volume. This means that when Miss Gallen encounters monsters and obstacles, she can fly directly over their heads, which is crucial in open-world exploration. Crucial. After saying this, the announcer subconsciously wondered to himself, where did Kobayashi find this extra? Is the levitating effect special effects or some kind of illusion? Why didn't I receive a notification? They can't possibly be walking on two invisible ropes, can they? Oh! Here she comes. What an adorable little loli. Isn't that Lilith who was selling rice balls over there? Why is she cosplaying a new character from the Aquarius era? Unlike the announcer's confusion, the audience, drawn by the music and lights, seemed quite satisfied with Erin's appearance, standing up and applauding. Loli, great job. How did they do that levitation effect? It's amazing. Just for the casting of this PV today, I give the Little Bee Comic Con a perfect score. This is so cute. I have to record it and study the principle behind this levitation effect when I get back. As the crowd below raised their phones and cameras, Erin, seeing that the time was right, opened a spatial rift in front of everyone and floated in sideways. Huh? What? Wow, that's incredible. This scene completely stunned the audience. Wait a minute, was that a real person on stage just now? Or a holographic projection? I can't tell. It couldn't be a real person, could it? If it was, how do you create that disappearing in no sky effect? And that crack? My heart skipped a beat just now, really. For a moment, I thought Miss Garland on stage was real, like the dimensional barrier had been broken, and all the beauty and fantasies that only existed in anime suddenly appeared. What do you mean? That was a holographic projection? Of course. Didn't you see Miss Garland floating around when she appeared? The audience was stunned by the spatial rift, and so was the host backstage. He hadn't even been informed that this live-action PV would use advanced holographic projection, and he was completely dumbfounded when he saw Eline disappear into thin air. If the original stage arrangement had been followed, and if the cosplayer hadn't been injured, she would have walked onto the stage barefoot like an ordinary person. Then, some equipment prepared in advance would have projected lawns, flowers, and various special effects onto the stage. The cosplayer would then demonstrate her normal attacks, skill attacks, finishing moves, and other abilities in sequence, according to the game settings. The host had seen all these special effects. Basically anyone could tell they were fake at a glance. However, the original cosplayer had been in a car accident and needed to go to the hospital, and this new cosplayer, found by Kobayashi, suddenly pulled this stunt, leaving the host behind the scenes completely bewildered. He was even starting to lose sight of the difference between reality and the virtual world. It's here. Miss Gallen's signature skill, spatial teleportation. Although he didn't understand how the little girl on stage managed to do it, the host forced himself to remain calm and shouted into the microphone. Soaring among the stars, traversing the world, Gallen is born without earthly dust. A meteor falls and eternity is like a long night. As if to complement the host's words, less than a second after the host's voice fell, a dark purple crack opened again high above the stage, and Erin walked out of the crack with steps, as if shattering the void. Holy crap! Wow! What is that? Lin, hovering 5 or 6 meters above the stage, completely ignited the atmosphere in the venue. Is this also a holographic projection? So cool! Such a high-precision holographic projection? I haven't followed technology for years, and our holographic technology has already reached this level? Looks like the Aquarius Era official team really went all out, bringing in such a high-end holographic projection device. Facing the crowd below, Eline waved her small hand, conjuring a verdant vine swing from grass elements beneath her. The vines on both sides of the swing hooked onto the support at the top of the stage, extending little by little, allowing Eline, sitting on the swing, to fall quickly. It's here! One of Miss Gallen's standby screen moments. The narrator backstage was already sweating profusely, only able to follow Erin's movements as she explained, "We know that besides possessing powerful spatial destruction abilities, Miss Gallen is also a gentle nature healer. These grass elements represent the gentlest side of her heart." The swing slowly landed, and Erin stepped off. Then, she gently raised her small hand again, and countless grass elements frantically gathered, condensing into a beautiful spider lily in the little girl's palm. Twins of the other shore, turning mountains, turning waters, turning stupas. This is the compassion of the other shore sea. Gallen is the spider lily. The spider lily bloomed rapidly, transforming the entire stage into a sea of flowers. At this moment, the audience below the stage was speechless. The overwhelming shock had completely shut down their minds. They could only mechanically hold up their phones and cameras, trying to capture as much of the scene on stage as possible. It's important to understand that such dazzling special effects can only be produced by a handful of top-of-the-line projection equipment. Even though the audience mistook Erin's magic on stage for special effects, those sitting in the audience were still filled with disbelief, as if facing a sea of special effects that transcended science and reason. At this moment, even the narrator backstage was at a loss for words. Only the music exclusive to Gallen from the Aquarius Era continued to play. Basking in the music, Erin casually picked up a spider lily from the ground, reopened the spatial rift, and emerged from under the stage. She walked towards a young woman holding a poster of the Aquarius Era, stopping less than half a meter away, and handing her the spider lily. Huh? Confused, the young woman took the spider lily, somewhat bewildered. Erin simply smiled, stood up, glanced around at the audience, and disappeared into the spatial rift behind her. Is it real? Not a hologram? Chapter 370. The Gloriosa flower, a climbing plant belonging to the Gloriosa genus of the Colchicaceae family, resembles a cluster of large red flames with a yellowish-green base, making it particularly captivating. The spider lily generally refers to the Manjusaka, a vibrant flower that also resembles a ball of fire from afar. However, in some mythological stories, the Gloriosa flower is also a type of spider lily, representing twins on the other side of the river. Eline once heard Fafnir, Lonlin's mother, say that their surname Gloriosa was because after her father, Nasod, annihilated all the magical beasts, the demonic energy dissipated from the continent of Eve, and the first flower to bloom across the land was the Gloriosa. Back then, both Dragon Island and the continent of Eve were covered in Gloriosa orchids, more than could be picked. We holy dragons are a peace-loving race. Seeing so many Gloriosa orchids in bloom that day, we felt they were plants that could represent peace, so the Grand Elder gave me the surname Gloriosa. This is what Fafnir told the little dragon princess when she was little, reading her bedtime stories at night. Later we learned that Gloriosa orchids don't bloom because the demonic energy dissipates. They are plants that need both demonic energy and a fertile atmosphere. When the demonic energy is too concentrated, the Gloriosa orchids wither. Similarly, when the world is too pure, without the help of demonic energy, the Gloriosa orchids cannot bloom. When the world transitions from life to death, the Gloriosa orchids bloom during this transition, but after the transition is complete, they tend to wither. The reverse is also true. When hope appears in the dead world, when the world is redeemed, and the demonic energy gradually dissipates, the Gloriosa orchids reappear. Our world is like a constantly spinning hourglass, born towards death, and destined for death from life. At first, Eline didn't quite understand the specific meaning of Fafnir's words, like Galen's life and death, and twins of the other shore. Later, after seeing one different world after another in the Mystic River, she gradually understood their implications. The worlds in the Mystic River also have a distinction between night and day. Polar night and polar day correspond precisely to life and death. And the role Galen plays in this is that of a balancer. The meaning of Eline's name is the brightest star in the sky, and combined with the surname Galen, it means the celestial ruler who balances all things in heaven and earth. After a series of events, including those on the continent of Eve and White Sand Earth, Eline now roughly understood the true meaning of the word Galen. Both the Mystic River and Earth emphasize the harmony of day and night. What she's doing now, or rather, what little Elle has always been doing, is precisely this kind of harmony. My God! Miss Galen actually chose to set aside her status and interact with the audience in a friendly way. Eline's act of teleporting from the stage to the audience, using a spatial rift, and handing a spider lily to the young lady left the host, who was responsible for the narration, hoarse. What an amazing ability! Oh! Please forgive my loss of voice, because this is just too shocking. At this moment, the host could no longer distinguish between virtual and reality. As someone who knew about this live-action PV for the age of Aquarius, he clearly remembered that there was no similar holographic projection segment in the entire stage play. Furthermore, based on his understanding of the official Aquarius-era game team, it's unlikely they would go to such lengths, mobilizing top-tier technology to create hype for a single new character. Aquarius Era is undoubtedly the most popular game currently, but its popularity comes with a significant drawback compared to other mobile games. It doesn't generate revenue. All characters in Aquarius Era can currently be obtained through gameplay, and even highly sought-after characters like Miss Galen can be acquired within 2 weeks by playing for an hour or two daily, along with their accompanying skins, without requiring any real money. There have been rumors circulating that the game requires the official team to subsidize its operation to remain running, a tactic employed by the government to regulate the online environment. So what's the deal with this Miss Gloria, who was temporarily brought on stage? And what about those lifelike life magic spells, those spatial portals that clearly reveal the inner starry sky and universe? Surely, their assistant, Kobayashi, just happened to find a cosplayer on the street and ended up with Miss Gloria herself? Buzz? After handing flowers to the ladies in the audience, Erin returned to the stage through the spatial portal and sat back down on the swing. Seeing the music still playing, Erin raised her hand again, opening a huge spatial portal beside her. Toot toot. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, a train flew out of the spatial portal to Erin's right rear and precisely entered another spatial portal to her left rear. Buzzing. The sound of a train tearing through the air instantly spread across the stage, swirling and echoing throughout the exhibition hall. What is this? Is this train a holographic projection? Don't tell me it's real. If even trains are real, science will cease to exist. The wind ruffled Erin's soft skirt, gently lifting the small swing. With her back to the menacing train, Erin sat calmly on the swing, observing the faces below the stage, some filled with admiration, others with shock. She didn't care how much impact her performance would have on the entire anime convention, or even the scientific community on Earth. Anyway, even if the performance was outrageous, afterwards someone would swear they could recreate the magic, doing everything in their power to prove this isn't magic and magic can't exist on Earth. You say it's magic, then it is magic. You say it's magic, then it can be magic. What Eline did on White Sand Earth was reflected back to this planet due to phenomena like quantum entanglement. Humanity on this planet, plagued by various internal conflicts and contradictions, experienced a pressure cooker effect, leading to a situation where governments took over games to create a nationwide mobile gaming boom, actively relieving pressure on the online environment. Like the mysterious river, the world, humanity, and humans are constantly self-healing and self-regulating. This situation can also be described as a kind of gallon. Just like on Earth in the past, when conflicts between people reached an irreconcilable point, a world war broke out, and the post-war world restored peace can also be called gallon. On the continent of Eve, rampant with monsters, heroes were summoned. The hero Nasod vanquished the monsters, restoring peace and order, and the gallon flowers bloomed. So, in the Mystic River incident, little Elle, sacrificing all her memories to be reborn and resolve the crisis, is this also a kind of gallon? Eline doesn't know. She only knows that this trip to Earth was very rewarding. And she was happy. As the train whistle sounded, Eline, on the swing, gave a gentle smile. As the last train carriage passed through the portal, she gently jumped off the swing, bowed to the audience below, closed all the portals, and retrieved the spider lilies beside her. Teresa. I hope everyone can find their own long-cherished wish.